Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 1693 to Chapter 1743. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators surrounding him and shook his head. Then he sighed and said, I didn't think that after entering the foreign space, I wouldn't meet people from other realms. I also didn't kill slime bugs. Instead, I'm going to kill people from my own realm. Sigh, how boring. When the cultivators around Zhao heard that he didn't even put them in his eyes, their complexions couldn't help but change. Then the one who spoke before loudly said, Zhang Hao, you're about to die, yet you still dare to talk back. Today, you're going to die, prepare to die. Then he waved his hand and a ring-shaped artifact flew towards Zhao Hai. The other cultivators didn't waste any time as they took out their artifacts and attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the myriad sword formation suddenly appeared, covering all the Black Tiger Gang cultivators who were attacking him. This time, the myriad sword formation wasn't the same as the one he used during the Outer Sect Great Competition. This time, the myriad sword formation was a three-dimensional sword formation. Moreover, it was infused with faith power and the yin-yang lightning pool. Naughty Ocean calculated that there were a total of 8 cultivators from the Black Tiger Gang surrounding him. If Yanwen was included, then there would be 9 people who came to deal with him. In other words, only 5 of the 15 people who came to the foreign battlefield weren't here to deal with him. The rest were either core disciples or great clans. In this case, Zhao Hai didn't need to be polite with these people. Turning them into undead and providing him with faith power was the right thing to do. The cultivators quickly discovered the problem. They found themselves in a starry sky while Zhao Hai was nowhere to be seen. They knew that they had entered a sword formation. They didn't know why, but they felt that they had seen this sword formation before. However, they didn't have much time to think about it. This time, Zhao Hai's sword formation was focused on offense. Before these people could react, Zhao Hai had already made his move. The cultivators felt the planets colliding with them. They immediately used their artifacts to resist. However, the cultivators soon discovered that the impact of the planets was extremely strong. They couldn't resist and could only choose to retreat. But soon, they found that they had no way to retreat. The planets around them were pressing down on them, blocking all their escape routes. Before long, a cultivator died inside the sword formation. He was turned into an undead by Zhao Hai. Then the other cultivators were also killed by Zhao Hai. After waiting for the cultivators to die, Zhao Hai waved his hand as he received the sword formation and flew forward. Just as Zhao Hai left, he saw a fluctuation in a nearby tree. Then a person came out of the tree. The person let out a long breath as he patted his chest and said, "What a strong person. What killing intent. Fortunately, I came in early and managed to escape. Otherwise, I would have been in danger. I didn't expect them to be from the same sect. Which sect would be so terrifying that they would use such a vicious method in a fight? How could they be so ruthless?" Just as his voice fell, a voice was heard, "Black Tiger Gang." The person muttered, "Black Tiger Gang? How come I haven't heard of them? Who are they? Come out." Zhao Hai's figure appeared not far from the person. He looked at the person and said, "You're really good at hiding. Unfortunately, you can't hide from me." When the person saw Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he waved his hand as a flying sword appeared in front of him. This sword wasn't taken out from his spatial equipment but was instead carried on his back. He was actually a sword cultivator. However, just as the flying sword appeared, he felt a sharp pain in his throat. Then his vision turned dark as he fell to the ground. Even in death, he didn't understand how Zhao Hai killed him. The reason why Zhao Hai used this method to kill the person was because besides being a sword cultivator, he was also a divergent ability user. The move he used to hide in the tree wasn't a spell, but a divergent ability. If he didn't lure the person out of the tree, then Zhao Hai would be able to escape. That would be troublesome. Therefore, Zhao Hai lured the person out of the tree and killed him in one blow. After killing the cultivator, Zhao Hai received him into the space. Then he turned around and left. He was sure that there was no one else around. Not long after Zhao Hai left, a few cultivators arrived at the place where Zhao Hai had just fought. They carefully looked around before leaving with a dignified expression. The cultivators who came here were all disciples of the most powerful sects in the cultivation realm. Although they were outer court disciples or newly promoted inner court disciples, their knowledge was much higher compared to ordinary cultivators. Moreover, their magic treasures were much more advanced. Because of this, when they felt the strong energy fluctuations, they came to take a look. Sure enough, they found traces of a battle, but they didn't find anyone who was killed. Zhao Hai didn't care about this as he leisurely flew forward. At the same time, silver needles flew out from his body. The silver needles collected the terrain of the space into the space's map. At the same time, the silver needles also collected some plants from the space. After the plants were collected, the space issued a prompt. These plants were all new varieties after mutation. This made Zhao Hai surprised. What made Zhao Hai even more surprised was that most of the plants here had medicinal properties. They could be used to refine pills or make medicinal liquids. Moreover, the functions of these pills and medicinal liquids were very strange. Besides some of them being ordinary medicines, most of the pills and medicinal liquids were actually used to change one's appearance. There were also some that were used to make cultivators look younger. A cultivator's life was very long. As long as a cultivator forms their nascent soul, they would return to their peak state and become younger. However, before forming their nascent soul, a cultivator would slowly age. For male cultivators, this wasn't a problem. In any case, it wouldn't affect their body's functions. However, for female cultivators, this wasn't the case. Women loved to look beautiful. They didn't want to age, they wanted to stay young and beautiful forever. In the cultivation world, there were a lot of pills and elixirs that could preserve one's appearance. However, their effects weren't very ideal. But in the extraterritorial space, these seemingly ordinary plants were actually top-notch herbs that could preserve one's appearance. This was really amazing. If these female cultivators knew about this secret, then they wouldn't be outer disciples or newly promoted inner disciples who came to the extraterritorial space for adventure. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't reveal this secret. However, he was even more curious about the space. One must know that the space he was in right now was only connected to the cultivation world. It was a relatively low-level space. What would the higher-level spaces be like? This made Zhao Hai even more curious. Zhao Hai kept flying forward. The silver needles he released weren't very far. Moreover, the space was very big. So far, he hadn't encountered a single cultivator. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. There were a lot of cultivators who came to the space for an adventure. He had been flying for a long time and even released the silver needles, but he still hadn't met a single cultivator. This was a bit strange. At this time, a cultivator suddenly appeared on Zhao Hai's silver needles. This cultivator was wearing a black robe. His attire was very strange. He wasn't wearing an ordinary cultivator's robe. Instead, it looked like he was wearing a night suit. Even his head and face were covered by a black cloth. Only his eyes could be seen. At this time, he was hiding in a tree, staring ahead. About 50 meters in front of him, there was a huge snake coiled there. This snake was about 100 meters long and as thick as a water barrel boat. It coiled around a large tree, motionless, as if it was sleeping. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be interested. His figure moved as he entered the space. Looking at the man and the snake, it was clear that the black-robed cultivator wanted to deal with the snake. Zhao Hai wanted to see if he would succeed. The cultivator was very patient as he observed the snake. The snake was lying there motionless, only its body was slightly trembling. It seems like it was breathing, proving that it was still alive. Half an hour passed by. Just as Zhao Hai was about to lose his patience, the cultivator finally moved. He stretched out his hand and took out a weapon from the space. When the weapon was taken out, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because the weapon that the cultivator took out was very special. It was actually a scythe. A scythe was a very special weapon. This weapon was divided into 3 parts: a scythe, an iron chain, and a meteor hammer. The iron chain was connected to the scythe and the scythe. It was a very strange weapon. However, this weapon was generally used by martial artists. Cultivators would rarely use this weapon. This was because cultivators could use their weapons to attack others. The advantage of a scythe was completely lost in front of cultivators. Because of this, very few people in the cultivation realm would use this strange weapon. The scythe that the cultivator took out was very special. The scythe was completely black, it didn't reflect any light, just like the cultivator's clothes. After the cultivator took out the scythe, he grabbed the scythe and fiercely waved it forward. The scythe immediately flew out of his hand and attacked the snake. The snake seemed to have reacted. It raised its head, but it was already too late. The scythe had already hooked onto its body. When the scythe hooked onto the snake's body, the black-robed cultivator immediately pulled the scythe's iron chain. With a hiss, the scythe cut the snake open. The snake's body shook. Obviously, the pain wasn't light. Then, with a strange hiss, the snake's body suddenly bounced up from the tree and went straight towards the cultivator. This movement was very fast. Its body was originally coiled on the tree, but for some reason, it suddenly bounced up. This was completely out of the cultivator's expectations. While the cultivator was in a daze, the serpent was already in front of him. The cultivator's expression changed as he kicked the tree he was hiding in and flew up like a big bird. At the same time, the meteor hammer in his other hand smashed towards the serpent's head. However, the great serpent's body flickered and its figure changed in midair. In just a flash, it had transformed from a serpent into a goshawk. Not only did it evade the cultivator's meteor hammer, it also managed to shake off the scythe on its body. The huge hawk flapped its wings and directly turned into a black shadow as it rushed towards the cultivator. The cultivator didn't expect the snake to transform. Moreover, the transformation speed was so fast. The cultivator's body sank as he wanted to land on the ground to avoid the hawk's attack. But at this moment, the hawk turned into a snake in an instant. The snake's tail was like a whip. It swung forward and hit the cultivator's body. With a bang, the cultivator was hit. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood contained fragments of his internal organs. It was clear that he was seriously injured. However, that was not the end of it. In just a flash, the great snake transformed into a goshawk. The goshawk's claw swiped down on the black-clad cultivator's head, crushing it to pieces. Then the hawk loosened its claw and angrily screeched. It circled in the air. It was clear that it was very angry. This change also surprised Xianxia. He didn't think that the transformation between the goshawk and the serpent would be so fast. It turned out that this was a slime bug. It was really powerful. Xianxia noticed that the black-cloaked cultivator wasn't weak. Although he didn't condense his Dharma idol, Xianxia was sure that the cultivator had faith power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sneak so close to the snake without being discovered. Unfortunately, the strength of the snake exceeded the cultivator's reaction. Therefore, the cultivator was killed by the snake. Kyer looked at the screen and said, "I didn't expect the slime to be this strong." "Brother Hai, what do you think?" Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "I'm more interested in the slime now. Wait for me to go out and catch it." Then Xiaohai's figure moved and appeared not far from the hawk. The hawk immediately discovered Xiaohai. It screeched as it rushed towards Xiaohai. Xiaohai smiled faintly as he waved his hand. A huge metal net covered the hawk. The hawk seemed to know how powerful the net was. It nimbly turned its body in the air and avoided Xiaohai's metal net. Then it turned into a snake and bypassed the metal net before it rushed towards Xiaohai. Xiaohai also discovered that the slime could only transform between a hawk and a snake. It's likely that it wouldn't be able to transform into anything else. However, Xiaohai didn't dare neglect it. He waved his hand as a sword formation appeared and surrounded the snake. Although the strength of the snake was equivalent to a Dharma expert, it was still far from being able to compare to Xiaohai. Although Xiaohai didn't use his Dharma idol, the strengthened sword formation was enough to make the snake suffer. The snake continuously transformed between a snake and a hawk several times. However, it still couldn't break through Xiaohai's sword formation. Moreover, it was completely trapped inside the sword formation. When Xiaohai saw this, he couldn't help but smile. Then he waved his hand as the sword formation turned into a net and covered the snake. Although the snake was still struggling, it was futile. Xiaohai waved his hand and the snake was dragged into the space. As soon as the snake entered the space, a voice was heard, discovered shape-shifting combat biochemical beast. Waiting for a low-level one. Contains a biochip that can record the creature's form, allowing it to transform. Able to automatically upgrade and reproduce. Extracting shape-shifting ability and adding it to the space. Extraction successful. Adding successful. Originally, Xiaohai didn't think too much about the prompt. But when he heard the words combat biochemical beast, as well as the biochip inside, Xiaohai couldn't remain calm. Combat biochemical beasts, biochips, these things should belong to the advanced technology of the plane. How could they appear here? What's going on here? Xiaohai's body flashed as he entered the space. Then he looked at the gray hawk in front of him. This gray hawk was the slime. But because Laura and the others didn't like snakes, they had him transform into a gray hawk. At this time, Kai and the others were standing in front of the gray hawk. They were curiously looking at the gray hawk. The gray hawk had already been subdued by the space, so it was very docile. However, this gray hawk was about 50 mago, it was definitely a huge monster. At the same time, Kai and the others were floating in front of the gray hawk, chattering about something. When Xiaohai heard this, he knew that Kai and the others were also talking about the combat biochemical beast. Naturally, the matter of the combat biochemical beast had shaken them. Kai and the others had been with Xiaohai for a long time. Naturally, they knew what combat biochemical beasts were. Combat biochemical beasts weren't things that should appear in the cultivation realm. This was because the cultivation realm was a civilization that focused on developing one's own potential. On the other hand, combat biochemical beasts generally appeared in scientific and technological civilizations. They were things that helped people in battle. Strictly speaking, combat biochemical beasts could only be considered as half-living creatures. This was because they had biochips, so they could be considered as half-machine products. Xiaohai flew towards Kaier and said, "How is it? Are you able to communicate with him?" When Kaier heard Xiaohai, she immediately replied, "Simple communication is possible. I just asked them, they don't know where they came from." This is because they don't know how many generations of biochemical beasts they came from. They don't even know where they came from. However, these biochemical beasts belong to the lowest level, they can only change between 2 forms. Higher level ones can change between 5 forms, and they can even change into a human form. Higher level ones can change between 10 forms, higher level ones can change between 50 forms, and the highest level ones can change between 100 forms. But he also said that in this space, there aren't any biochemical beasts with 100 forms. In this space, the strongest biochemical beasts are those with 10 forms. Xiaohai nodded and said, "How can we make him level up?" Kaier smiled and said, "This is very simple." In the past, they relied on themselves to absorb energy to level up. Their speed was very slow. But now that they're in the space, their genes have been improved by adding some Zerg genes. Now, they can absorb energy by eating things, allowing them to level up. Moreover, they can eat anything. After eating something, they can also absorb the characteristics of that thing. For example, you can have them eat metal. After absorbing the metal, their defense and attack would become more formidable. Their bones would also become as hard as steel. Xiaohai nodded, then he thought for a moment before he said, "Let's have the processing machine design the most suitable method for the biochemical beast's evolution. Then we'll feed them according to that method." Have you noticed that half of these creatures are robots? Therefore, they can't produce faith power. It's good that we're using undead as our main fighting force. I feel a bit of heartache. Later on, we'll use these combat biochemical beasts. Kaier nodded and said, "Alright, I'll take care of this matter. I'll make them stronger quickly." Xiaohai nodded, then he said, "Let's go back to the room first. I want to see how many of these combat biochemical beasts there are." They returned to their room and looked at the screen. They found that the number of maps they had received into the space had increased. Additionally, they could see some cultivators fighting biochemical beasts. Naturally, there were also some battles between cultivators. Laura sat beside Xiaohai and said to Xiaohai, "Brother Hai, what do we do now? Are you just going to watch?" Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, "Of course not. It's boring to just watch. Mr. and the others will fight. Once they're tired, we'll go out and clean them up. I want to see how the so-called slime can help people condense their avatars. Laura nodded and said, I think that this is an opportunity. There are a lot of people who entered the space this time. Brother Hai, you can slaughter all of them and turn them into undead to provide you with faith power. As for the biochemical beasts, they can be stored inside the space for future battles. Right, Brother Hai, you can also take a look and see if you can turn the biochemical beasts into undead. Moreover, we can also have the processing machine analyze them and have them reproduce in large numbers. It would be best to see if the biochemical beasts can be divided into different species like the bug race. Some of them would be meat while the rest would be used for battle. Jiao Hai nodded and said, That's right, Brother Hai. Jiao Hai nodded, then he said, Let's take a look first. If those biochemical beasts can't provide me with faith power, then I'll have the space classify them. If those biochemical beasts can turn into undead, then they would be able to provide me with faith power. Classifying them or not would be the same. Laura nodded, then she pointed at the screen and said, Look, the opportunity has come. The opportunity that Laura was talking about was the fight between a cultivator and a biochemical beast on the screen. The biochemical beast was similar to the one that Zhao received from the space. It could only transform twice. The cultivator was obviously from a large sect. He had countless magic weapons on him, and he was very cautious. In the end, he managed to kill the biochemical beast. The appearance of a biochemical beast was how it looked when it died. It would not reveal its true body after death. In fact, the first transformation of a biochemical beast could be said to be its true body. There was no such thing as a true body. The biochemical beast that was killed by the cultivator was in the form of a tiger when it died. Because of this, it was able to maintain its tiger form. Under Zhao Hai's attention, after the biochemical beast was killed, its body suddenly emitted a yellow light. Then a yellow dot flew out of the biochemical beast's body and entered the cultivator's body. After the cultivator absorbed the yellow dot, he didn't show any signs of discomfort. Instead, he looked very excited. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't understand what was going on. Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared in front of the cultivator. When the cultivator saw Zhao Hai, he stared blankly. Then without saying anything, he immediately commanded his magic artifact to rush over. Although the cultivator had a lot of magic artifacts, the one he used the most was a bronze mirror. It was the most powerful magic artifact that Zhao Hai had. Because Zhao Hai saw the battle between the cultivator and the biochemical beast, he was very familiar with the way the bronze mirror attacked. The attack of the bronze mirror was actually very simple. It could detect a white light and lock the enemy in place. This was the first time that Zhao Hai encountered such an attack. Because of this, he was very careful. Moreover, he wanted to take the bronze mirror to the space and study it. This time, Zhao Hai also used a sword formation. However, he quickly discovered that the cultivator was very difficult to deal with. The main reason for this was the bronze mirror. Zhao Hai's estimation of the bronze mirror was very high. However, he was still somewhat unprepared. This was because he didn't expect the bronze mirror to be a faith artifact. This so-called faith artifact was a unique artifact that existed in the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai also had one of these artifacts. It was the crescent moon spade that he obtained before. But in the cultivation realm, not everyone could use faith artifacts. Faith artifacts were what Zhao Hai called them. In the cultivation realm, faith artifacts had another name. They were called sacred artifacts. In the cultivation realm, the power of faith was also called holy power. Therefore, artifacts that could use the power of faith were called sacred artifacts. Generally, only gold core stage experts could use these artifacts. Sacred artifacts were different from ordinary artifacts. Sacred artifacts could be blessed with the power of faith, so their power was even greater. The reason why only cultivators at the gold core stage and above could use sacred artifacts was not because cultivators at the soul refinement stage or above could not use sacred artifacts. In fact, the biggest difference between sacred artifacts and ordinary magic artifacts was the power of faith. Even if one did not have the power of faith, they could still use sacred artifacts. However, in that case, they could only use sacred artifacts as ordinary magic artifacts. Faith power was the main reason why cultivators below Golden Core stage didn't use sacred artifacts. Cultivators below Golden Core stage didn't have a lot of faith power. Using faith power to use artifacts would consume a lot of faith power. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't use much faith power to use sacred artifacts and would keep it for their own cultivation. But now, the cultivator who was fighting Zhao Hai was using a sacred artifact. Moreover, it was obvious that he had added faith power to the artifact. This could only mean one thing: this person's identity wasn't ordinary. Zhao Hai's thoughts turned like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he understood these things. However, he didn't stop. He was very clear that if you offend someone like this, then you must fight to the death. Otherwise, if you let him go, then he would mobilize the power behind him to deal with you. This would only make things more troublesome. On the other hand, the cultivator who fought Zhao Hai was secretly feeling bitter. For this trial, he had put in a lot of effort. His father even gave him a lot of faith power as well as a sacred artifact, the light-stabilizing mirror. He thought that with a sacred artifact in hand, he would be able to pass this trial without any problems. However, he didn't expect to meet a tough opponent not long after entering this place. His light-stabilizing mirror actually couldn't do anything to the other party. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator who was trapped inside the sword formation and didn't pay attention to him. He knew that this was the disadvantage of the sword formation. It can trap the enemy, but it can't kill them immediately. The cultivator can still live for a while. Zhao Hai also didn't care. Instead, he turned his attention to the dead tiger-shaped biochemical beast. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a black gas wrapped around the biochemical beast. But then he frowned. This was because the tiger-shaped biochemical beast didn't turn into an undead. In order to turn a creature into an undead, there was a very important condition, and that was the soul. No matter what kind of creature it was, they all had a soul. After they died, their soul would remain in their body for a period of time. In order to turn a dead person into an undead, one must do so before their soul completely dissipates. Otherwise, it would be impossible to turn a dead person into an undead. The reason why the tiger-shaped biochemical beast didn't turn into an undead was because it didn't have any soul left. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Hai understood. Biochemical beasts can only be regarded as half biological and half mechanical beasts used for combat. They can't be regarded as living creatures. The biochip inside their body should be their soul. When the biochemical beast dies, the biochip would also disappear. This meant that the soul would also disappear. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't turn the tiger-shaped biochemical beast into an undead. Zhao Hai sighed, then he said to Kai, go ahead and classify the biochemical beasts. First, see if they can be eaten. If they can, then divide some of them and use them as meat. Zhao Hai received the tiger-shaped biochemical beast into the space. This beast looked like a real tiger. However, the reason why Zhao Hai received the tiger-shaped biochemical beast was to let Kai see if its meat could be eaten. Just as Zhao Hai finished doing this, he heard a scream. The cultivator who was trapped inside the sword formation had already died. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the dead cultivator into the space. At the same time, he had Kai use the processing machine to disassemble the bronze mirror and then reassemble it. He wanted to obtain the materials and formations inside the bronze mirror. As for the mirror itself, he didn't want to use it. After all of this was done, Zhao Hai immediately left the battlefield and went to the next location. This time, Zhao Hai wanted to kill a biochemical beast himself. He wanted to see what kind of yellow dot would appear after killing a biochemical beast. Liquid Silver had already discovered a biochemical beast. However, this one wasn't easy to deal with. It was a 5th transformation biochemical beast. Just now, a cultivator encountered this biochemical beast. It didn't take long for the biochemical beast to kill him. When the cultivator and the beast were fighting, the biochemical beast had a total of 4 forms: snake, elephant, tiger, and rat. But after the biochemical beast killed the cultivator and ate him, it transformed into its 5th form, which was the appearance of the cultivator it killed. Moreover, its appearance wasn't bad at all. At this point, Zhao Hai finally understood why Zhang Feng and the others said that the void was a very dangerous place and that he shouldn't trust anyone. The morphing ability of these biochemical beasts was too formidable. After turning into human form, one wouldn't be able to see any flaws. Just as the biochemical beast ate the cultivator and transformed into the cultivator's appearance, Zhao Hai appeared in front of the biochemical beast. Without saying anything, he used his sword formation to trap the biochemical beast. The biochemical beast also felt Zhao Hai's strength, so it immediately began to attack Zhao Hai. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that the biochemical beast was actually able to use the cultivator's artifact. A cultivator's artifact generally had the cultivator's spiritual imprint on it. If someone wanted to use the artifact, then they would have to erase the cultivator's spiritual imprint first. Otherwise, the artifact wouldn't be very useful. But now, the biochemical beast was able to use the cultivator's artifact without any hindrance. This meant that the biochemical beast not only imitated the cultivator's appearance, it also imitated the cultivator's spiritual force. This was too terrifying. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai didn't hold back. He used a sword formation with all his strength. He discovered that this biochemical beast's strength was comparable to a peak spirit refinement expert. And with its ability to transform, it wasn't easy to deal with. Although the biochemical beast wasn't weak, it still couldn't compare to Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai was serious, the biochemical beast was finished. Before long, the biochemical beast was trapped by Zhao Hai's sword formation. After Zhao Hai killed the biochemical beast, a yellow dot flew out of the biochemical beast. The yellow dot flew straight towards Zhao Hai and entered Zhao Hai's body. Zhao Hai didn't resist and allowed the yellow dot to enter his body. As soon as the yellow dot entered his body, Zhao Hai immediately had a very strange feeling. He felt as if he had turned into a mouse, then a tiger, then a snake, then an elephant, and finally a cultivator. This was a very strange feeling. This feeling was not like a movie being played for you to watch, or like a cultivation method being transmitted directly into your mind. This was a feeling, a kind of comprehension. It was as if you had become that animal in an instant. You could feel every movement of that animal. At that moment, you were that animal, and that animal was you. Although this feeling was very short, passing in the blink of an eye, Zhao Hai was very clear about how important this feeling was for a cultivator. This was especially true for a cultivator who wanted to condense their Dharma idol. It was very important. In order to condense the Dharma idol, one had to comprehend a certain realm. For example, if Zhao Hai wanted to condense the 18 arhats, he would need to understand the 18 arhats and experience the profound truths of the 18 arhats. Only in this way would he be able to condense the 18 arhats. Of course, condensing the 18 arhat Dharma idols required the cooperation of Buddhism. It was a kind of Dharma idols that was relatively difficult to condense. Many cultivators would condense some animal Dharma idols when condensing Dharma idols. Compared to the 18 arhat Dharma idols, which required the comprehension of Buddhism, it was easier to condense an animal Dharma idols. However, it also required a long time to observe an animal, understand an animal, and even treat oneself as that animal. Only in this way could one slowly comprehend the animal Dharma idols. However, this kind of comprehension was very slow. After all, humans were humans. It was very difficult to completely treat oneself as an animal. Therefore, many people condensed animal images were very rigid and inflexible. They only grasped the surface and didn't understand the essence. But here, as long as a biochemical beast was condensed, one would be able to experience the feeling of turning into action for a moment. One could imagine how important this was for a person who wanted to condense an image. Zhao Hai recovered and couldn't help but smile. He was different from others. Others may only experience the feeling of turning into action for a moment, but Zhao Hai's body had the spiritual magic cube. This spiritual magic cube could record this feeling and let Zhao Hai understand it a little bit more. It would let him slowly understand that feeling. Coupled with Zhao Hai's experience in condensing an image, he believed that he would soon be able to condense an animal image. Compared to the 18 arhat images and the 12 zodiac images, the animal images were a lot worse. But for Zhao Hai, it was very useful. Zhao Hai was preparing to use animal images in the future when he faces an enemy. This way, people wouldn't suspect him. Zhao Hai's figure moved and returned to the space. After arriving at the villa, he saw Laura and the others staring at an egg on the ground. The egg didn't look very big, it was about the size of an ostrich egg. It was white and didn't have anything special about it. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you staring at this egg?" Laura looked up at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, this egg is a biochemical beast's egg. Moreover, it's about to hatch. We want to see what it looks like when it's born." When Zhao Hai heard what Laura said, he became very curious. He wanted to see what a biochemical beast would look like when it was born. Before long, he saw the egg move. Then a crack appeared on the surface of the egg. Soon, the eggshell cracked open, and a small thing crawled out of the eggshell. When the little thing crawled out of the egg, Zhao Hai and the others were stunned. It looked like a mouse with fur all over its body. When the little thing crawled out of the egg, it didn't do anything but turn around and eat the shell. After eating the shell, the little thing's body grew by half, it was now the size of a rabbit. Then the little thing looked at Zhao Hai and the others and issued a squeaking sound. This sound was similar to a mouse's, but it was also different. It was much cuter than a mouse's sound. Moreover, the little thing was now covered in white fur and had 2 round ears. It was very cute. Laura and the others couldn't help but reach out and touch the little thing. The little thing was also lying there with its eyes closed, it had a very happy expression. Zhao Hai looked at the little thing and couldn't help but smile. Then he turned to Meg and said, "Meg, bring me something. Didn't you say that this little thing can grow by eating? I want to see how fast this little thing can grow." Meg complied, then she quickly ran to the kitchen and took out a lot of things to eat. Among them were meat and vegetables. Meg wanted to see what the little thing liked to eat. As soon as Meg put the things on the ground, the little thing pounced on her, opened its mouth, and swallowed everything. No matter if it was meat or vegetables, it swallowed everything into its stomach. It didn't chew at all, it just swallowed. After a while, a lot of things were swallowed into its stomach, and its stomach was as full as a rubber ball. Then the little thing closed its eyes and lay there motionlessly, as if it had fallen asleep. But under the gazes of Laura and the others, the little thing's belly was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than an hour, the little thing's belly had returned to its normal size. At the same time, its head began to grow. Finally, it grew to the size of a puppy before it stopped and opened its eyes. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly as they looked at the 100-meter-long snake in front of them. They didn't know what to say. This snake wasn't the biochemical beast that Zhao Hai took into the space. Instead, it was the little beast that they were feeding. When this little thing was born, it looked like a small mouse. But after 2 days of constant feeding, it had already grown to 100 meters long. Moreover, because Zhao Hai fed the little beast some metal, this snake was much more powerful than the one that Zhao Hai took into the space. This snake can now transform into 2 forms, one was a snake, and the other was an eagle. The reason why it can transform into these 2 forms was because it learned from the previous biochemical beast. After seeing the 2 forms of the biochemical beast, this beast was able to learn these 2 forms. It was as if it was born this way. Zhao Hai knew that this was a biochemical beast's instinct. Zhao Hai now knew how these biochemical beasts evolve. They rely on absorbing energy. In the outside world, they might be like cultivators, slowly absorbing energy and leveling up little by little. But the space's biochemical beasts were different. Because of their genetic modification, they can evolve by eating things. Moreover, they were like Zerg, eating everything. And with the addition of the metal-eating mouse gene, these biochemical beasts can even eat metals. Moreover, they can also transform metals for their own use. This allowed these biochemical beasts to evolve faster and become stronger. However, if a biochemical beast wants to transform into a human form, like the one that Zhao Hai killed before, it would need to eat a human to do so. As for other animals, as long as it looks at the animal, it can transform into the animal's appearance and move freely. Moreover, these 2 transformations biochemical beasts also had a shortcoming. That was, they couldn't shrink in size. They could only change back and forth between the same size. Only after reaching the 5th transformation could they change their size, allowing them to change their size. At this point, this biochemical beast had already reached the 5th transformation. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to find a cultivator to eat. He wanted this biochemical beast to transform into a beast. If a cultivator were to die, Zhao Hai would turn them into an undead and provide him with faith power. Looking at this big fellow, Zhao Hai smiled bitterly as he turned to Kai and said, Kai, I'll leave it to you. I'll go out for a stroll. Kai nodded, then she waved her hand as a large pile of bread fruits appeared in front of the big fellow. The big fellow opened its mouth and swallowed the bread fruits that were enough for 100 people to eat for a day. It didn't even bother to swallow the shells. Zhao Hai shook his head before he turned around and flew out. Although he had been focusing on the biochemical beast for the past 2 days, he didn't neglect the situation outside. However, most of the biochemical beasts outside had been killed by Zhao Hai's people. As for the cultivators that he encountered, he wasn't polite and directly killed them. Zhao Hai killed the biochemical beasts mainly because he wanted to obtain the biochemical beasts' perception of their bodies. This would make it easier for him to condense his Dharma idol in the future. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted so many Dharma idols was because of his doppelganger technique. With his doppelganger technique, as well as his doppelganger divergent technique, he could create thousands of avatars at any time. If these avatars were to attack the enemy, then he would need a lot of Dharma idols. This was why Zhao Hai was desperately trying to cultivate his Dharma idols. At the same time, the number of spiritual Rubik's Cube inside his body was also increasing. At this point, it had almost reached the stage of having 1,000 faces. After each Dharma idol was formed, it would produce a pattern on a small surface of the Rubik's Cube. At present, Zhao Hai's Dharma idols were too few, occupying only a small part of the Rubik's Cube. Because of this, he desperately wanted to learn more Dharma idols. Zhao Hai also killed more than 100 of those cultivators. Zhao Hai also obtained a lot of good things from these cultivators, especially some special formations. These formations were very powerful and had special uses. Just like the light ceiling formation used by the cultivator Zhao Hai killed before, it was a formation that could detect white light and lock people in place. Not only could it lock people, but it could also lock demon beasts and artifacts. In any case, as long as you were covered by the white light, you would be locked in place. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to collect these formations was because he wanted to add them to his large artifacts. Even if he didn't add them to his large artifacts, he could still add them to his stellar transformation sword formation. This would make the sword formation even more powerful. Zhao Hai didn't need to add them to his large artifacts. Imagine if the myriad stellar transformation sword formation suddenly turned into a huge light ceiling formation. Then with a flash of white light, all the trapped cultivators were locked in place. They could only stand there and wait for Zhao Hai to kill them. What would happen then, even if he didn't turn the myriad stellar transformation sword formation into a huge light ceiling formation, he could still add some light ceiling formations to his flying swords. This would make the myriad stellar transformation sword formation more flexible and more powerful. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't kill everyone. He wasn't a homicidal maniac. Even the biochemical beasts weren't killed by him. For Zhao Hai, this trial and killing only had one purpose, and that was to make himself stronger. He killed the biochemical beasts because he didn't feel that they were transformed into beasts. Because of this, when he killed the biochemical beasts, he would be able to feel the beast's Dharma idol. On the other hand, he killed the cultivators for their artifacts. Sometimes, even if the artifacts were special, he wouldn't touch them. Most of the time, he would only kill the biochemical beasts that had turned into humanoid forms. However, Zhao Hai didn't let go of the corpses of the biochemical beasts that were killed by the cultivators. He took them into the space and fed them to the biochemical beasts inside. Time passed day by day. Soon, half of the month had passed. During this time, Zhao Hai killed a lot of biochemical beasts. However, he didn't kill that many cultivators. Therefore, the biochemical beasts that he killed were thrown into the space and fed to the biochemical beasts inside. There were a lot of biochemical beasts inside the space. These biochemical beasts were very strange. They didn't have any gender differences. Once they reached adulthood, they would be able to lay eggs. Because of this, Zhao Hai's space was filled with a lot of biochemical beasts. In addition to the biochemical beasts, Zhao Hai had already cultivated more than 10 beast forms. Moreover, he also obtained 13 special formations. Moreover, these formations had been turned into three-dimensional formations. These harvests weren't small. If you include the plants that he obtained from the extraterritorial space, then Zhao Hai's harvest would be even greater. The use of these plants was limited. However, they were very useful to the biochemical beasts. These biochemical beasts liked to eat the plants of the extraterritorial space. Moreover, after eating them, the biochemical beasts would become stronger. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. At this time, there was nothing in the extraterritorial space that could attract Zhao Hai's interest. And even if there was, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to make a move right now. In any case, the map of the extraterritorial space was already stored inside the space. He could come here whenever he wanted. Time passed day by day. Zhao Hai was still feeding the biochemical beasts inside the space. In order for the biochemical beasts to survive, Zhao Hai had Kai prepare several planets for the biochemical beasts to live on. This way, they would be able to survive in the future. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Hai discovered that he had nothing else to do. He looked at the time and saw that he had been in the extraterritorial space for more than 20 days. It was almost time to go back. Most of the cultivators that were still alive had already started to head back. Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared not far from the portal. Then he slowly flew towards the portal. Before long, he arrived at the portal. He looked around and then flew out of the portal. When Zhao Hai came out, he immediately flew towards the Black Tiger Gang's formation plate. The elder was waiting there. When the elder saw Zhao Hai fly out, he was surprised. He looked at Zhao Hai and didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai gave the elder a salute. Then he turned around and stood behind the elder. The elder was still looking at Zhao Hai. After some time, the elder couldn't help but ask, "Zhang Hao, did you see anyone else from the Black Tiger Gang in the extraterritorial space? What about Yan Wen who went in with you?" "Elder, I didn't see anyone else. This place is too big, so it's not easy to meet other people. After junior brother Yan went in, he separated from me, and I haven't seen him since. I'm still worried about him." Zhao Hai quickly said, "Elder, I didn't see anyone else. It's too big. It's not easy to meet other people." Everyone knew that Zhao Hai was lying through his teeth. How could he not have met a single person? Although the extraterritorial space wasn't small, there were still a lot of people who entered it. If he said that he didn't meet a single person, then that would be a complete lie. The elder of the Black Tiger Gang didn't believe Yan Wen's words. Yan Wen's flattery towards Zhang Hao showed that he didn't have any good intentions. At that time, Zhang Hao seemed to have a lot of faith in Yan Wen. At that time, the elder thought that Zhang Hao was dead. He didn't expect Zhang Hao to come out alive. Moreover, Yan Wen didn't come out with him. It seems like Yan Wen was already dead. Thinking of this, the elder couldn't help but look at this Zhang Hao in a higher light. Looking at the calm and innocent face of this Zhang Hao, the elder couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He understood that Yan Wen had been tricked by this Zhang Hao. Yan Wen's performance before was just an act. This person was too terrifying. The lead elder didn't dare to look at Zhao Hai. The more he looked at him, the more afraid he was. Zhao Hai looked at the lead elder and smiled faintly. He didn't say a word, he just stood there calmly. In the next few days, disciples from other sects came out one after another. Some sects only had 1 or 2 disciples come out, while some didn't even have a single disciple come out. However, the sects were already used to this situation. Moreover, the disciples that died here weren't extraordinary existences. Because of this, nobody cared about it. On the day that the portal closed, the sects immediately left with their disciples. The Black Tiger Gang had sent a total of 15 disciples into the extraterritorial space. However, only 3 of them came back, and this included Zhao Hai. After the elder led Zhao Hai and the others back to the Black Tiger Gang's transmission square, they immediately left. Adventuring in the outer realm wasn't something that the sect would reward. Unlike missions or competitions that would bring glory to the sect, adventuring in the outer realm didn't bring any benefits to the sect. Because of this, the sect naturally wouldn't reward them. Zhao Hai directly used the transmission formation to return to Zhang Feng's sect. Recently, Zhang Feng had been staying at the sect. the treasure ship was parked here. At this time, Zhang Feng had already moved the war slave management office to her own sect. Everything was handled in her own sect. Zhao Hai nodded. The reason why Zhang Feng didn't want to return to the Black Tiger gang was because he didn't have a large artifact. If he returned to the Black Tiger Mountain, he would be suppressed by the core disciples. He might as well be happy outside. But now, things were different. He had a large artifact, so naturally, he was able to take charge of his sect. In the past, because he wasn't in the gang, a lot of people who wanted to rely on him had to go through his subordinates. Now that he was in the gang, those who wanted to rely on him could come directly to his sect. Because of this, Zhang Feng simply moved the battle slave management office to his sect. These days, Zhang Feng has been paying attention to the situation outside. He knew that Zhao Hai and the others would be back in a few days. He was really afraid that something would happen to Zhao Hai. Therefore, as long as there was movement at the transmission formation, he would pay attention. This time was the same. A white light flashed at the transmission formation. Zhang Feng immediately noticed it. Then, he saw Zhang Hao appear on the transmission formation. Zhang Feng was happy. Naturally, he knew that this Zhang Hao was Zhao Hai. This was because he saw the real Zhang Hao yesterday. The real Zhang Hao was in seclusion on the treasure ship. How could he appear on the transmission formation? Although Zhang Feng was very happy, he didn't show it. He just sat in his room and waited for Zhao Hai. He was very clear that the entire Black Tiger gang had countless eyes on him. If he behaved too strangely, he would certainly be discovered. Those people would become suspicious, and that wouldn't be good. Because of this, Zhang Feng sat in his room and waited for Zhao Hai's arrival. This was because Zhao Hai's current identity was Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was just a new subordinate, so Zhang Feng didn't have any reason to greet him. Zhao Hai was also aware of Zhang Feng's thoughts. He didn't get angry and just nodded to the people around him. Then he walked towards Zhang Feng's room. As he was walking forward, a person suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai recognized this person. It was Zhang Feng's subordinate, Hao Xing. Zhao Hai quickly gave Hao Xing a salute and said, "I've seen senior brother Hao." Hao Xing's manner were exactly the same as the real Zhang Hao. Hao Xing looked at Zhao Hai curiously, then he nodded and said, "Eldest brother is waiting for you. Go." Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Yes, thank you senior brother Hao." Then he walked towards Zhang Feng's room. Hao Xing looked at Zhao Hai's back and became even more curious. The reason why Hao Xing had such an expression was because he was one of Zhang Feng's subordinates. He was one of the few people who knew that Zhang Hao was inside the large artifact. Now that another Zhang Hao appeared, it could only mean that this Zhang Hao was an imposter. Moreover, this matter was arranged by Zhang Feng. Although Zhang Feng let Hao Xing know that Zhang Hao was inside the large artifact, he also let Hao Xing know that Zhang Hao was inside the large artifact. However, Zhang Feng didn't let Hao Xing know about Zhao Hai's true identity. Because of this, Hao Xing was curious about Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai arrived in front of Zhang Feng's door. But before he could knock on the door, Zhang Feng's voice was heard, "Come in." Zhao Hai pushed the door open and went inside. Zhang Feng's room wasn't very big. It wasn't a quiet room, it was just a living room. Zhang Feng was sitting there waiting for Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai enter, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Come with me." Then he walked towards the quiet room behind the room. Zhao Hai also followed Zhang Feng. After the two arrived at the quiet room, Zhang Feng said, "How was it, little Hai? How was your harvest?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "My harvest was very big. I now have some experience in condensing my Dharma idol. I'm preparing to go into seclusion for some time." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Good, seclusion is also good. When you go back, take 2 portions of faith power." "Right, when you went to the foreign battlefield, did anyone attack you?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, a lot of them." Then he waved his hand as Yan Wen and the other undead appeared around Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng and said, "These are the people who attacked me. They're from the Black Tiger gang, but they were all killed by me." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and received these people. Then he turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Eldest brother, it seems like we can't act alone in the future. It's too dangerous." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Right, it's too dangerous. Little Hai, you can stay here from now on. This is an identity that I prepared for you. You can use this identity from now on. He was an inner sect disciple, but he offended me a few years ago and was killed by me. I also kept his identity card. Nobody knows about this matter. You can use this identity card to stay with me. From time to time, you can go back to Vanishing Valley to take a look. Zhao Hai nodded and said, you can use this identity card to stay with me. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that Zhang Feng would come up with this idea. But he still nodded and said, that's good. The Vanishing Valley's trash can be cleaned up by the undead. I can also use my space divergent ability, so if there's a situation, I can immediately go back. As long as I collect the trash, I can decompose it and synthesize it. The reason why Zhao Hai agreed to Zhang Feng's proposal was because he didn't want to stay in Vanishing Valley all the time. If he stayed by Zhang Feng's side, then he would have the opportunity to explore the cultivation realm. Moreover, he didn't need to be afraid of exposing his identity. If he stayed in Vanishing Valley, then he could only hide and look around. Because of this, he agreed to Zhang Feng's proposal. The reason why Zhang Feng made this proposal was because he was afraid that Zhao Hai would be in danger. There were too many people from the Black Tiger gang watching him. If someone were to discover that he was close to Zhao Hai, then it would be troublesome. Because of this, he wanted to bring Zhao Hai with him. The second reason was that he was afraid that someone would come in contact with Zhao Hai. If the core disciples were to find out about Zhao Hai's identity, then they would go to Vanishing Valley to get close to him. If they were to capture Zhao Hai, then Zhang Feng wouldn't be able to cry even if he wanted to. Later, he offended me and was killed by me. His appearance is very ordinary, but his skin is very dark. So you have to change your skin color. I believe that there aren't many people in the Black Tiger gang who can remember him. You can appear by my side with his identity, and no one will suspect anything. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhang Feng didn't say anything, but she didn't say anything. She didn't say anything, but she didn't say anything. She didn't say anything, but she didn't say anything. She didn't say anything else, but she didn't say anything. She didn't say anything, but she didn't say anything. Nobody would suspect him. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, elder brother, I'll go to Vanishing Valley to make some arrangements. Then I'll go back immediately. Zhang Feng nodded and said, go. Right, let's go to the treasure ship first. Otherwise, I'm afraid that little Hao will never be able to come out. Then he laughed. Zhao Hai also laughed. Zhang Hao was still inside the treasure ship. If Zhao Hai left through the transmission formation, then Zhang Hao would have to go through a lot of trouble to come out. After laughing, Zhao Hai gave Zhang Feng a salute before he turned around and went straight to the treasure ship. After Zhao Hai boarded the ship, he immediately went to Zhang Hao's place. Zhang Hao's 1 month had been very good. Seclusion was a very common thing for cultivators. 1 month wasn't a long time, so Zhang Hao was very comfortable. Because Zhao Hai was still in Zhang Hao's appearance, he didn't knock on the door when he entered. If he did, then he would be exposed. Therefore, he directly pushed the door and went in. When Zhang Hao saw Zhao Hai come in and saw that Zhao Hai looked exactly like him, he couldn't help but stare. Because he couldn't appear when Zhao Hai appeared, he didn't know what Zhao Hai looked like. Now that he saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he was shocked. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to impersonate him so well. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Hao's dumbfounded expression and couldn't help but laugh inside. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhang Hao and said, brother, may I ask who you are? Why did you impersonate me and enter my room? Brother should know that this room was given to me by senior brother Zhang Feng. If senior brother Zhang Feng finds out, then brother will surely die. I asked brother to quickly leave. When Zhang Hao heard Zhao Hai, he felt a burst of dizziness. The appearance, the expression, the tone, and the movements were all the same. Zhang Hao even felt like he was looking in a mirror. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Hao and laughed. How is it, senior brother Zhang? Do I look like senior brother Zhang? Zhang Hao recovered, he stood up and walked around Zhao Hai twice. Then he said, you look like me, you look like me. Kid, are you going to kill me and then impersonate me to swindle the gang? Zhao Hai laughed and said, that's hard to say. You should be careful. Then the two laughed. Zhang Hao wasn't afraid that Zhao Hai would really kill him and impersonate him. This was because his status wasn't as good as Zhao Hai's. Zhao Hai didn't need to do that. Moreover, he had a good relationship with Zhao Hai, so he knew that Zhao Hai wasn't that kind of person. After laughing, Zhang Hao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, how was your adventure in the outer realm? Did you get a good harvest?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "The harvest was good. I reckon that I'll be able to condense my Dharma idol soon. However, it was also very dangerous. You don't know, but this time, the Black Tiger Gang sent a total of 15 people. 8 of them were sent to deal with me. If I wasn't prepared, then I'm afraid I would have been killed by them." When Zhang Hao heard that Zhao Hai could condense his Dharma idol, he couldn't help but feel envious. But when he heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but ask, what happened? Zhao Hai told Zhang Hao about the situation in the outer realm, as well as Yan Wen's matter. Zhang Hao's expression changed as he listened. He now understood that this time, Zhao Hai was the one who went. If he went, then he would have already died in the outer realm. Zhang Hao was still an outer disciple. Zhang Feng said that she would make him an inner disciple. However, his current strength wasn't enough. He needed to cultivate a bit more. Moreover, he hadn't absorbed any faith power, so he wasn't as strong as Zhao Hai. Going to the outer realm right now wouldn't do him any good. Moreover, he might even die in there. After Zhao Hai finished, Zhang Hao couldn't help but let out a long breath as he said, "I didn't think that the space would be this dangerous. Fortunately, it was you who went. If it was me, then I might have already died." Zhang Hao nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Now that elder brother has given me the identity of an inner court disciple, I'll follow him. I'll leave the invisible valley to the undead. I'll go back to the valley and pack my things. Then I'll come back with another identity. Here, take your identity token. It has a record of your adventures in the outer realm. If you want to go back later, you won't have the chance." Zhang Hao received the jade token, then he shook his head and said, "I don't want to go. It's easy to break through, but it's also easy to lose my life. I don't have your skills, so I won't go." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'll be leaving, but I'll be back soon. You might not even recognize me when that time comes." Then he laughed before his figure flashed and disappeared. Zhang Hao looked at the direction where Zhao Hai disappeared and smiled faintly. It would be impossible for him to not envy Zhao Hai. However, his relationship with Zhao Hai was very good. He hoped that Zhao Hai would live well. Because of this, he didn't hold any grudges. Zhao Hai returned to the outer realm valley. With a wave of his hand, he collected a large amount of garbage. This was actually done for Zhang Feng to see. At the same time, Zhao Hai also took back the gold-eating rats. Then he gave some instructions to the 2 undead that were in charge of the garbage. After that, he returned to Zhang Feng's sect. Zhang Feng gave Zhao Hai an identity jade token. This was the identity jade token of inner disciple Li Lin. At the same time, there was also Li Lin's storage ring. Moreover, there was also a jade slip that recorded Li Lin's appearance. This jade slip wasn't specifically used to record Li Lin's appearance, it was used to record Li Lin's battles. Zhao Hai looked at Li Lin. This Li Lin was about the same height as him. He was also wearing a black cultivator's robe. However, the weapons in his hands were quite special. They were 2 short halberds. These 2 short halberds were black and shiny. They were more than a meter long and looked very heavy. Additionally, Li Lin was a body cultivator, so he walked the path of short-range combat. Moreover, this Li Lin's skin was very dark and his appearance was very ordinary. There was nothing special about him. If Zhao Hai wanted to disguise himself as him, then it would be very easy. Zhao Hai casually made some adjustments to his appearance. He made his skin darker and slightly changed his height. Then he hung Li Lin's identity jade token on his body. Zhang Feng's Phoenix Cry Peak was very lively recently. Because Zhang Feng was in the limelight, a lot of Black Tiger Gang disciples came to the Phoenix Cry Peak every day. And now, Zhang Feng had sent 2 outer sect disciples to greet them at the foot of the Phoenix Cry Peak. As long as someone came to the Phoenix Cry Peak and didn't come to cause trouble, they had to politely greet them. However, even if Zhang Feng gave such an order, the two outer sect disciples at the foot of the mountain still had arrogance on their faces. One must know that in the Black Tiger gang, if they said that they were from the Phoenix Cry Peak, then they wouldn't look down on them. Today, the two outer sect disciples who were responsible for welcoming guests had just sent off a few outer sect disciples who had come to pay a visit. These outer sect disciples had actually come to the Phoenix Cry Peak to inquire if Xianxia was still accepting people. Unfortunately, they had arrived a little late. Now, Xianxia's Phoenix Cry Peak was no longer accepting people. In the past, Xianxia had recruited a lot of people in order to develop his sect. Now that he had recruited enough people, if he were to recruit more, then the great clans wouldn't be able to sit still. Therefore, Xianxia didn't recruit more people into his sect. However, he was still very polite to those who came to visit him. He even gave them some crystal stones, pills, and other things to make friends with them. After the two outer sect disciples had sent off the outer sect disciples, one of them said, "Senior Brother Liu, I don't think this is the way to go. These guys just came to take advantage of us. Even if Senior Brother has a lot of things, it won't be enough for these people. I think that if we have time, we should report this to Senior Brother." Senior Brother Liu bitterly smiled and said, "Junior Brother Yao, don't tell me that Senior Brother doesn't know about this. Eldest Senior Brother knows this better than anyone else, but what can we do?" Before, Eldest Senior Brother's development was too slow. Now that he can't recruit too many people, he can only use this method to rope in some people. But now that Eldest Senior Brother has a large artifact, his chi image is different. I believe that sooner or later, Eldest Senior Brother will be able to suppress those core disciples. Junior Brother Yao nodded. Just as he was about to speak, they suddenly saw a cultivator flying straight towards them at a very fast speed. The two of them didn't dare to be negligent and immediately piled up a smile. It did not take long for a cultivator to stop before the two of them. When the two of them saw the cultivator, they were taken aback. The cultivator's appearance was very ordinary. His skin was dark and shone with an ashen light. One glance was all it took for them to tell that he was a body cultivator. Additionally, his strength was extraordinary. His aura was awe-inspiring and his face was cold. One glance was all it took for them to know that he was not someone to be trifled with. The two of them couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. They had been welcoming guests for so many days, but none of them had caused any trouble. Today, this person didn't seem to be a good person. Was he here to cause trouble? The two of them couldn't help but become vigilant. The black-masked cultivator walked up to the two of them and asked in a deep voice, "Is Eldest Senior Brother Xianxia in the sect?" When the two of them heard the black-masked cultivator, they couldn't help but be stunned. Although the black-masked cultivator's tone was cold, he still called Xianxia as Eldest Senior Brother. His tone was very respectful. It didn't seem like he was here to cause trouble. Senior Brother Liu quickly said, "Senior Brother, Eldest Senior Brother is indeed in the sect. May I ask why Senior Brother is beating Eldest Senior Brother? Can I report it?" The black-masked cultivator nodded and said, "Junior Brother, please report to Eldest Senior Brother that Li Lin has finished his task and has returned." When the two of them heard the black-masked cultivator, they couldn't help but be stunned. Then they let out a long breath and said, "Yes, Senior Brother, please take a seat in the small hall. Junior Brother will immediately send the message." The black-masked cultivator nodded, then he followed the two of them to a stone hall and sat down. This black-masked cultivator was naturally Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai watched Li Lin's battle, he found that this Li Lin was very cruel and warlike. He was cold-blooded and ruthless. His temperament was as cold as an assassin's. Because of this, Zhao Hai directly put away his gentle appearance and became murderous. After Senior Brother Liu asked Zhao Hai to sit down, he immediately took out a jade sword and entered some information into it. Then he immediately flew out. And the person who received the jade sword on the mountain was Hao Xing. Hao Xing had been with Xianxia for a long time, so he knew Xianxia very well. After the fake Zhang Hao left, Xianxia called him into the house and arranged a very strange task for him. If he received news of Li Lin's arrival, he was to immediately inform him. When Hao Xing heard this news, he was very shocked. This was because he knew this Hao Xing from Zhang Feng's mouth. Li Lin entered the Black Tiger gang's inner sect later than Hao Xing. This person was cruel and murderous. Moreover, his character was cunning and ruthless. After entering the inner sect, he sought refuge with Zhang Feng. But not long after he sought refuge with Zhang Feng, he wanted to betray Zhang Feng and seek refuge with another core disciple. However, he was discovered by Zhang Feng and was executed. Hao Xing saw Li Lin's execution with his own eyes. Moreover, even his corpse was burned to ashes. However, Hao Xing didn't ask much. He returned to his room with a belly full of doubts. Just when he was puzzled, he received the jade sword from senior brother Liu. Looking at the contents of the jade sword, Hao Xing was surprised. He immediately stood up and walked to Zhang Feng's door and said in a deep voice, "Senior brother, there is news about the matter you asked me to pay attention to." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Go down for me and bring him up. Don't ask any questions." Hao Xing complied, then turned around and flew down the mountain. Before long, Hao Xing arrived at the foot of the mountain. From afar, he saw a black-robed man sitting in the pavilion at the foot of the Phoenix Cry Peak. 2 other outer sect disciples were standing there with respectful expressions. Seeing this, Hao Xing was stunned for a moment. This was because this figure was exactly the same as Li Lin's figure in his memory. This made Hao Xing somewhat puzzled. Hao Xing's figure flashed and entered the pavilion. When he saw Zhao Hai's face, he couldn't help but be surprised. Then, his complexion changed. This was because Zhao Hai's disguise was too similar. Whether it was appearance or temperament, there were no flaws. If Hao Xing didn't see Li Lin die in front of him, then he would have thought that this was Li Lin. But after seeing the fake Zhang Hao, he was sure that this person wasn't Li Lin. It must be someone else in disguise. When Zhao Hai saw Hao Xing, he immediately stood up and cupped his fists towards Hao Xing and said, "I have seen senior brother Hao." Hao Xing nodded and said, "Let's go, senior brother is waiting for you." Zhao Hai complied and followed Hao Xing up the mountain. The 2 outer court disciples were startled. Of course, they knew Hao Xing. They knew that Hao Xing was Zhang Feng's most trusted subordinate. But they didn't expect that Hao Xing would personally greet this person. It seems like this person's identity wasn't ordinary. The 2 were somewhat scared. Fortunately, they weren't rude to senior brother Li Lin before. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would be in trouble. The 2 wiped their sweat. Junior brother Yao looked at senior brother Liu and said, "Senior brother Liu, who do you think the senior brother Li Lin is? How come we have never heard of such a person in the gang before?" Senior brother Liu shook his head and said, "I really don't know. But it seems like senior brother Li Lin's position in senior brother's heart isn't low. If we meet him in the future, we should be careful." Junior brother Yao nodded. The 2 were even more curious about senior brother Li's position. At this time, Hao Xing was also looking at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's face was cold, he couldn't see any expression. This made Hao Xing even more suspicious. This was because Li Lin's expression before he died was too similar. Before long, the 2 arrived at the mountain and arrived in front of Zhang Feng's door. Before the 2 could speak, Zhang Feng's door opened. At the same time, Zhang Feng's voice was heard, "Come and see me in the quiet room." The 2 complied and went straight into Zhang Feng's quiet room. When the 2 entered Zhang Feng's quiet room, they found Zhang Feng standing there. His eyes were curiously looking at Zhao Hai. While looking at him, he said, "Little Hai, I see that your disguise technique is even better than Han Buli's. I just gave you some information and you actually made it look so real. I feel a little scared just looking at you. Go back to your original appearance and meet with Hao Xing." Zhao Hai nodded. Then with a thought, he returned to his original appearance. Then he turned to Hao Xing and gave him a salute, "I have seen senior brother Hao. This one is Zhao Hai." Hao Xing stared, then he returned the salute to Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother's name, I've heard about you. When I went to see you last time, I knew that you were already my subordinate. I didn't expect you to not have this skill." "Good, good." Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "Little Xing, you absolutely cannot spread Little Hai's identity. Later on, he will be Li Lin. Previously, Zhang Hao was also him. You should know this, but don't tell anyone. Even if you tell them that you wet your bed when you were young, don't tell anyone about Little Hai's identity. Do you understand?" Hao Xing didn't expect Zhang Feng to attach so much importance to Zhao Hai. He still didn't know that the treasure ship was refined by Zhao Hai. However, he still had to listen to Zhang Feng's words. Therefore, although he didn't understand, he still complied. Zhang Feng looked at Hao Xing and said, "Little Xing, you might not know why I attach so much importance to Little Hai. Little Hai's matter is only known to me, Little Hao, and Little Hai. Little Hai has a divergent ability. This divergent ability allows Little Hai to decompose and synthesize things. Little Hai can refine things into usable materials and synthesize them into pills and artifacts. Because of this, I sent him to the Invisible Valley. Also, where do you think the treasure ship came from? The treasure ship was refined by Little Hai and was given to me." "What? The treasure ship was refined by Little Hai? How is that possible?" "Hee, how is it impossible? When Little Hai was in the lower realms, he had already made a lot of large artifacts. The treasure ship was refined separately and then assembled. Naturally, Little Hai can do it alone. Now do you know why I attach so much importance to Little Hai? Kid, you better keep an eye on Little Hai. If you want to refine pills for leveling up, you can directly look for Little Hai. If you want to refine artifacts, you can also look for Little Hai. If Little Hai is in a bad mood, then you'll be in trouble." Hao Xing stared blankly at the smiling face of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's smile was very gentle, it gave people the feeling of a spring breeze. It was completely different from the cold and ruthlessly Lin. Most importantly, he was shocked by Zhao Hai's ability to decompose and synthesize things. This was an ability that would make people envious. No wonder Zhang Feng attached so much importance to him. He really did have the ability to be valued. When he heard Zhang Feng, Hao Xing quickly said, "I don't dare to offend him. Little Hai, let's get closer in the future. Big Brother will introduce you to a few beautiful female cultivators." When Zhang Feng and Zhao Hai heard this, they both laughed. 4a. While Zhang Feng's room was filled with laughter, Zhao Hai's subordinates suddenly discovered that Zhang Feng had a new confidant. This confidant followed Zhang Feng almost every day. His status was almost the same as Hao Xing's, maybe even higher. Originally, these people thought that Hao Xing would be angry because of this matter. However, they didn't expect that Hao Xing wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, he seemed to be trying to curry favor with this person. This made Zhang Feng's subordinates feel strange. Later on, they inquired and understood what was going on. It was said that this person was called Li Lin. He was a very important subordinate of Zhang Feng. Later on, Zhang Feng sent him out to complete a very important task. Because of this, he didn't appear by Zhang Feng's side. Now that the task was completed, he appeared by Zhang Feng's side. What was surprising was that this person's strength wasn't very strong. It seems like he hadn't even condensed his Dharma idol. However, such a person was very important to Zhang Feng. This was the reason why everyone was puzzled. Zhao Hai had already been by Zhang Feng's side for 7 days. During these 7 days, he was always by Zhang Feng's side. Zhang Feng wanted to let his subordinates know about Zhao Hai. At the same time, he wanted to establish Zhao Hai's position in Phoenix Cry Peak. Therefore, he had Zhao Hai by his side. Naturally, Zhang Feng would also let Zhao Hai manage things in the future. He had Zhao Hai by his side to let Zhao Hai familiarize himself with the business. In these 7 days, Zhao Hai had a better understanding of Zhang Feng's strength. Zhang Feng's subordinates were very strong. Moreover, they controlled some industries. However, Zhao Hai discovered that the income from these industries wasn't very high. The reason why Zhang Feng was so rich was partly because of these industries, but the other part was because of the gang leader's support. For Zhang Feng, this was also a weakness. Zhao Hai had been considering these past few days whether or not he should take out some things to let Zhang Feng do business and increase his income. The 4 essentials of cultivation were law, companions, wealth, and land. This wealth referred to money. If Zhang Feng couldn't become stronger financially, he wouldn't be able to rope in more people. It could be said that Zhang Feng was already living off his savings, and he wouldn't be able to live off it for long. Zhang Feng was also aware of his own situation. He knew that he was facing an economic crisis, but he had no way to deal with it. He couldn't compare to the other top 10 core disciples. The top 10 core disciples had the support of the big clans. These big clans had been in the Black Tiger gang for a long time, and had countless businesses in their hands. They had the money to support the core disciples, but Zhang Feng didn't. Even if he had Tai Zhantian's support, Tai Zhantian was still the leader of the gang. There were too many eyes watching him. If Zhang Feng was too biased, then he wouldn't be able to convince the others. When the time comes, the big clans would agitate him, and Tai Zhantian would become even more passive. Therefore, Zhang Feng was also worried about money because he was very clear that this time, he had to rely on himself to solve the money problem. After dealing with the matters at hand, Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How is it, little Hai? Did you find out anything after following me for a few days? Are you feeling a bit annoyed?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I'm not annoyed. But after looking at the information of senior brother's businesses, I found a problem. Senior brother seems to be unable to make ends meet. In other words, senior brother is now living off your savings. Moreover, I'm afraid that senior brother doesn't have much to eat." Zhang Feng stared, then he smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. You're right, I'm indeed living off my savings. Moreover, I don't have much to eat. I'm also worried about this matter. The Black Tiger Gang has always been famous for producing all kinds of beast cores. The beast cores refined by the Black Tiger Gang are very famous in the northern Strange region. However, these channels aren't in my hands, they are controlled by the big clans. Most of the businesses under my control are producing medicinal herbs. They can only provide some source materials to those people. Moreover, because of the suppression of those fellows, the income from my businesses isn't much." Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng's appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother, I have a way to make money. Moreover, this way of making money can be said to be unique in the cultivation world. As long as you have this way of making money, senior brother will surely be able to make a lot of money." Zhang Feng stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What way of making money? Kid, you really have a lot of ideas." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he said, "Senior brother, do you know who's the easiest to make money from in this world?" Zhang Feng stared. Although he was now in charge of a lot of businesses, he was still a cultivator. In the cultivation world, there were almost no merchant clans. Everything was based on strength. Therefore, Zhang Feng wasn't very good at business. Naturally, he didn't know what Zhao Hai meant. Looking at Zhang Feng's appearance, Zhao Hai didn't wait for him to answer as he continued, "Some people say that in this world, women and children are the easiest to make money from. In the cultivation world, it's not easy to make money from children. However, there are a lot of female cultivators in the cultivation world. It's not difficult to make money from them." Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "It's not difficult to make money from female cultivators? Why is that?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother, women love to be beautiful. You should know this. Cultivators have a long life, but people will slowly grow old. A lot of female cultivators rarely go out because of their age. Although there are a lot of beauty pills in the cultivation world, their effects aren't very good. If we can introduce a pill that can make women more beautiful, I think that female cultivators would buy it at all costs." Zhang Feng stared, he really didn't think of this. In fact, in the cultivation world, there was no consideration for the needs of women. This was an almost empty market. If he really took over this market, then not to mention the great clans, even the entire Black Tiger Gang wouldn't be able to compete with him in terms of financial resources. Rich enough to rival a country, this sentence suddenly appeared in Zhang Feng's mind. This was because Zhang Feng was very clear about the number of female cultivators in the cultivation world. If he really made those female cultivators crazy, then his wallet would start to bulge. However, Zhang Feng immediately thought of a problem. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What you said is very good, but all of this is based on the foundation of the pill. Without the pill, all of this would just be empty talk." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhang Feng. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Eldest brother, don't worry. How could I forget about this? Eldest brother's decision to send me to the extraterritorial space was right. Although the plants in the extraterritorial space look similar to the ones in the cultivation realm, the medicinal properties of the plants are completely different. I've already divided the medicinal properties of those plants. Those plants have a strong beautifying effect. As long as we do well, we can make a pill. This pill can make the young female cultivators more beautiful, it can also make them younger. Senior brother, if we really make such a pill, then wouldn't those female cultivators go crazy? Zhang Feng stared blankly at Zhao Hai. After some time, he let out a long breath and said, Junior brother, you're not lying to me, right? Does the outer realm really have these herbs? Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he turned his hand and took out a jade box. Then he placed the jade box in front of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng stared, but he still opened the jade box. Inside the jade box was a very common herb. This kind of herb was very common in the cultivation world. It was a kind of famous medicine called Xianxia. This kind of Xianxia was a grass-like plant. Its leaves and flowers could be used as medicine. The leaves had 7 leaves and the flowers had 7 petals. It grew mostly in the mountains, so it was called Xianxia. Every great sect grew this herb. It was a very common herb. Every cultivator would carry a few bottles of 7 mountain powder with them. It was specially used to treat external injuries. Zhang Feng looked at the 7 mountain in confusion. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, What's so special about this 7 mountain? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, This isn't our 7 mountain, it's the 7 mountain from the outer realm. I don't know if senior brother can perform alchemy. If you can, then you can try the characteristics of this herb. Its medicinal properties are completely different from the 7 mountain in the cultivation world. It's mainly used to remove wrinkles. Zhang Feng stared for a moment. Then he immediately tore off a leaf from the 7 mountain. Then he placed it in his mouth and gently chewed it twice. Although Zhang Feng didn't major in alchemy, as a cultivator, he was still able to identify the most basic medicinal herbs. As long as a cultivator used their mouth to identify medicinal herbs, they would be able to roughly identify the medicinal properties of the medicinal herbs. After all, medicinal herbs were also a form of energy, and cultivators were very sensitive to energy. After chewing the 7 mountain, Zhang Feng's expression changed. This was because he discovered that although this 7 mountain looked exactly the same as the 7 mountain in the cultivation world, its medicinal properties were completely different. This 7 mountain had a strong activity, but this activity wasn't used to treat injuries. It was another activity that he hadn't noticed before. It should be the wrinkle removal function that Zhao Hai talked about. After refining the 7 mountains' leaves, Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, The medicinal properties are indeed different. How much of this 7 mountain did you bring out? Can we plant it in the cultivation world? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I didn't bring out a lot. Moreover, I don't think it's a good thing to plant it here. Eldest brother, the environment in the outer realm is very similar to the cultivation world. However, the same herbs can have such a big change. This shows that the outer realm is different from the cultivation world. It's just that nobody noticed that if we plant the 7 mountain here, then I'm afraid that the medicinal properties of the 7 mountain would change. Therefore, I don't approve of planting 7 mountain here. Zhang Feng frowned and said, If we don't plant these herbs, then our raw materials will have problems. Even if we do this business, I'm afraid it won't last long. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said to Zhang Feng, Elder brother, did you forget about my other divergent ability? Zhang Feng stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and his eyes lit up as he said, You mean, space divergent ability? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Right, space divergent ability. Eldest brother, as long as I've been to a place, I can use my space divergent ability to go there again. The outer realm is no exception. Even if there's no realm gate, I can still go there whenever I want. My space divergent ability is different from other people's space divergent ability. Other people's space divergent ability might have strong defensive and offensive capabilities, but my space divergent ability doesn't. However, it can ignore the existence of space barriers. Therefore, we can treat the outer realm as our medicinal field in the future. We can get as many herbs as we want. Ha ha ha. As soon as Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai, his face lit up. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, When will you be able to come up with the formula for the face-preserving pill? Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, Give me 3 days. In 3 days, I can give you the formula and refining method. I can also give you a large number of herbs. But after this, I need to go into seclusion for some time. I also hope that senior brother can prepare some faith power for me. I want to condense my Dharma idol. Jiao Hai nodded and said, all right. Zhang Feng nodded and said, even if you didn't say that, I would still do it. Compared to other things, condensing your Dharma idol is the most important thing. You go and prepare it. I'll prepare the faith power for you. Jiao Hai nodded before he turned around and left. When Zhang Feng saw Jiao Hai leave, he couldn't sit still. He kept pacing back and forth in his room. After some time, he said, Little Xing, get your ass over here. Hao Xing was in his room dealing with things. He was Zhang Feng's most trusted subordinate. He had a lot of things to do every day. He couldn't be like Jiao Hai, following Zhang Feng around every day. In fact, he preferred his current life. Now that he heard Zhang Feng calling him, he couldn't help but stare. Although Zhang Feng seemed to be scolding him, Hao Xing knew that Zhang Feng was happy. If Zhang Feng was angry, then he wouldn't have scolded him. Hao Xing's figure moved and immediately appeared in Zhang Feng's room. When he saw Zhang Feng stomping around the room, his eyes almost popped out. Zhang Feng had always been calm. Today's performance was something he had never seen before. Hao Xing looked at Zhang Feng in confusion and said, Eldest senior brother, what's wrong with you? What's the matter? Zhang Feng looked at Hao Xing, then he waved his hand and closed the door. Then he told Hao Xing about Jiao Hai's plan. Then he looked at Hao Xing and said, Little Xing, you understand women the most. Tell me, if we follow Jiao Hai's plan, then wouldn't we be able to solve our financial problems? Hao Xing looked at Zhang Feng as if he was looking at an idiot. This was the first time Hao Xing looked at Zhang Feng like this. Then Hao Xing said, Eldest brother, I'll have to trouble you. Later on, when you're not cultivating, can you find some time to understand those women? If you really have this pill, then I dare say that you don't need to use anything else. You don't need to pursue women. As long as you take out this pill, then those women will line up to climb into your bed. If you really sell this pill, then I dare say that you will become the richest person in the cultivation realm. You'll be richer than those great sects. This is because this pill is just like what Jiao Hai said, it will make those women go crazy. When Zhang Feng heard Hao Xing, his face couldn't help but turn red. However, he quickly assumed the dignity of a senior brother and said, Don't waste your breath. I'm just asking you a few questions. It seems like if Jiao Hai really makes this pill, we won't be able to eat it. I'll go see Martial Uncle, we must count him in on this matter. Hao Xing nodded and said, It's not just the sect master, the Han family should also participate. Even if we make something, we don't have any sales channels. Although the Han family has been hiding behind the scenes for many years, their business isn't any less than the Hu family. We can use the Han family sales channels to sell our things. Hao Xing nodded and said, All right. Zhang Feng nodded, then she turned to Hao Xing and said, Don't let anyone disturb Jiao Hai for the next few days. Also, prepare more faith power. Jiao Hai wants to attack the Transcendence realm. Hao Xing nodded and said, I'll take care of this. Zhang Feng nodded, then she turned around and walked towards the room. Through the transmission formation in the room, she directly went to Tai Zhantian's study and discussed the new pill with him. Jiao Hai had no interest in the discussion between Zhang Feng and Hao Xing. As long as he gave the formula to Zhang Feng, it would be fine. As for condensing a Dharma idol, it was just an excuse. The reason why he was so anxious to condense a Dharma idol was because his current strength was too low. In the future, if he were to show this level of strength, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Jiao Hai didn't care about Zhang Feng and Hao Xing's discussion. Don't forget that he was now by Zhang Feng's side. The enemies he would face in the future would definitely not be weak. If he did not condense his Dharma form as soon as possible, he would inevitably be restrained when facing enemies in the future. Jiao Hai had already thought about the transcendence image that he would condense. This time, he was going to condense an elephant transcendence image. The reason why Jiao Hai wanted to condense an elephant transcendence image was to match his identity as Li Lin. Li Lin was a body cultivator, and a body cultivator who was famous for his strength. Jiao Hai would live as Li Lin for a long time in the future. In order to match Li Lin's identity, it was natural for him to use an elephant transcendence image. The transcendence image was compatible with a person. For example, if you were an assassin, then it would be best to use a snake transcendence image. If you use an elephant transcendence image, then you wouldn't be able to display 100% of your strength. On the contrary, for a cultivator who was famous for his strength, it was best to use the elephant form when practicing the Dharma form. The elephant itself was a symbol of great strength. People said that the strength of the dragon and the elephant was the strength of the dragon and the elephant, which meant that only the strength of the dragon could be greater than that of the elephant. It could be seen that the strength of the elephant was deeply rooted in the hearts of people in India. Therefore, Zhao Hai chose an elephant transcendence image. Of course, he couldn't use the elephant transcendence image right now. He would have to wait until he finished his retreat. Zhao Hai was too lazy to care about how Zhang Feng discussed with Tai Zhantian and the Han clan. He wasn't in his position, so he didn't care about politics. Those were things that Zhang Feng should be worried about, not him. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Hai came out of his room and went to Zhang Feng's room. Outside of Zhang Feng's room were 2 inner disciples. These 2 inner disciples weren't weak, they were already at the transcendence stage. Moreover, from their auras, one could tell that they had been in the transcendence stage for quite some time. Zhao Hai also knew that these 2 inner disciples weren't here to guard Zhang Feng's door. They were here to see Zhang Feng. However, Zhang Feng was currently busy, so she didn't have time to see them. They could only wait here. The 2 inner disciples also saw Zhao Hai. They knew Zhao Hai, so when they saw him, they nodded to him. Zhao Hai returned their greetings. Just as he was about to stand there and wait, Zhang Feng's door suddenly opened. Then Zhang Feng's voice was heard, "Li Lin, come in." Zhao Hai nodded, then he cupped his fist to the 2 inner disciples and went inside. The 2 inner disciples looked at Zhao Hai's back and couldn't help but feel jealous. They had been waiting for Zhang Feng to summon them for some time, but Zhang Feng didn't see them. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was summoned by Zhang Feng as soon as he arrived. From this point, it can be seen that in Zhang Feng's heart, Zhao Hai was much more important than them. However, the 2 only dared to be jealous of Zhao Hai, they couldn't have any other thoughts about Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was now very strong, moreover, Zhang Feng wasn't a good person. If they really offended Zhang Feng, then they would have to suffer. Zhao Hai entered Zhang Feng's room. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai with an eager expression and said, "How is it, little Hai? Do you have any idea?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he took out a jade slip and handed it to Zhang Feng. Then he said, "Eldest brother, this is the formula and refining method. If you follow it, then you won't be wrong." Zhang Feng took the jade slip from Zhao Hai's hand and used a spiritual force to explore it. He immediately saw the formula, followed by the refining method. When to put the herbs, how to deal with the herbs, and what kind of heat were written clearly. This was something that Zhang Feng didn't expect. Zhang Feng took the jade slip and looked at Zhao Hai in shock. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Disassembling and synthesizing a divergent ability isn't that simple. Although I can't directly tell you how to refine pills, elder brother shouldn't forget that I've turned a lot of waste materials into materials. In this process, I already know where the problems are with the waste materials. Slowly accumulating experience, I'll be able to learn how to refine pills and artifacts. I believe that the refining method I've written won't be wrong." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said. Zhang Feng nodded, then he received the jade slip and said, "Little Hai, I must thank you this time." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Elder brother is too polite." "Right, this is for you. There are enough materials to refine 10,000 face-preserving pills. Even if you account for the failure rate, you can still refine a few hundred pills. These pills should be enough for elder brother to use for a while. After I come out of seclusion, I'll break down the waste pills and then go to the outer realm to get the materials." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Elder brother is too polite." Zhang Feng received the spatial bag that Zhao Hai handed to him, then he nodded and said, "All right, leave this to me." "Right, this is for you. It contains 100 portions of faith power. It should be enough for you to condense your Dharma idol. There are some insights on condensing Dharma idols in the jade slip. It might be helpful to you. Take a look at it." Zhao Hai nodded and received the spatial ring. Then he bowed to Zhang Feng and said, "Then I'll be going into seclusion. Farewell." Zhang Feng waved his hand, allowing Zhao Hai to withdraw. After leaving Zhang Feng's room, Zhao Hai returned to his own room. Then he immediately took out a jade sword message and recorded some information before sending it out. This jade sword message was for Han Buili. Zhao Hai told Han Buili that he would be going into seclusion for some time. Zhao Hai had already told Han Buili when he was still Li Lin. Now, he just told Han Buili that he would be going into seclusion. Zhao Hai didn't hide his identity from Han Buili. Han Buili was his friend, and he also had the Han family behind him. This would be very helpful to him. And since the Han family and Zhang Feng were allies, there was no need to hide this matter from Han Buili. After informing Han Buili, Zhao Hai returned to the space. He took out the jade formation discs and gave them to Laura and the others so that they could absorb the faith power. Naturally, Laura and the others weren't polite. They also knew that Zhao Hai didn't lack faith power. Because of this, each of them received a lot of faith power and began to absorb it. There was no danger in absorbing faith power. However, Zhao Hai was very grateful to Zhang Feng. One must know that 100 portions of faith power was already a lot. In the Black Tiger Gang, an average inner disciple would only get 1 portion of faith power per month. But Zhang Feng actually gave Zhao Hai 100 portions. This showed how important Zhao Hai was to Zhang Feng. Following this, Zhao Hai calmly stayed inside the space as he looked at Zhang Feng and the others busying themselves outside. After Zhao Hai went into seclusion, Zhang Feng immediately went to find the alchemists under Zhao Hai and gave them the formula and the herbs. Because Zhao Hai made the refining process very detailed, and because the refining process wasn't very difficult, Zhang Feng was able to successfully refine the first batch of ageless pills 3 days later. The ageless pills were green in color and looked very beautiful. When Zhang Feng saw how beautiful this pill was, he named it the rejuvenation pill. The rejuvenation pill was successfully refined, but Zhang Feng still didn't know if this pill was effective or not. In the end, he gave Haoxing a rejuvenation pill and asked him to give this pill to an older female cultivator. Haoxing naturally understood what Zhang Feng meant. Therefore, he found a golden core stage female cultivator who looked around 50 years old and gave her the rejuvenation pill. He also said that he had spent a lot of effort to obtain this ageless pill and that it was very effective. Female cultivators had almost zero immunity to this pill. Moreover, although Haoxing was a playboy, he was very good to women. Therefore, the woman didn't have any doubts and ate the pill. The first day after eating the pill, there was no reaction. However, the white hair on the female cultivators had turned black overnight. The second day, the wrinkles on her face faded. On the third day, the female cultivator returned to her 20-years-old appearance. This matter caused a sensation among the female cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang. Almost all of the female cultivators called Haoxing, wanting to ask him where he got this pill. This was the first time that Haoxing had a headache when facing a woman. However, he still followed Zhang Feng's instructions and told the female cultivators that this pill was called the rejuvenation pill, and that he had inadvertently bought it from a pill store in the city. The pill store that he mentioned was naturally the Han clan's pharmacy, but no one knew that it was the Han clan's property. At this time, Zhang Feng joined hands with the Han family and Tai Zhantian to publicly auction 10 rejuvenation pills in a city far away from the Black Tiger Gang. These 10 rejuvenation pills weren't auctioned together, but were divided into 10 auctions. There was no need to talk about the female cultivators of other gangs. When the female cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang heard this news, they immediately went crazy. Almost all of the female cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang brought their belongings and ran to the city in order to bid for the rejuvenation pills. The commotion caused by them naturally alarmed the other gangs. However, when the people in the gangs heard that these women were here for the rejuvenation pill, they didn't care. After all, it was a pill for women to retain their youthful looks. It wasn't attractive to the masters of the large sections. Crazy, the female cultivators of the Northern Strange State were crazy. The female cultivators of the Northern Strange State were crazy for one thing, the rejuvenation pill. 10 days had passed since the auction organized by Zhang Feng and the Han family. In that auction, 10 rejuvenation pills were sold at the price of 30,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Such a price was definitely much more expensive than many of the older medicinal pills. In the beginning, only the female cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang were bidding, but later on, the female cultivators of other gangs would occasionally join in. However, once the price was high, they would withdraw. In the end, only a female cultivator of the spirit snake cave in the northern strange state won a rejuvenation pill. She bought this rejuvenation pill for her master to celebrate her master's birthday. The power of the rejuvenation pill also came from the spirit snake cave. The female cultivator gave the rejuvenation pill to her master as a birthday gift. Her master's lifespan was very long and she looked like an old woman. Her hair was all white and her face was full of wrinkles. Although she still had strength and a long lifespan, she looked very old. 3 days after the female cultivator's master ate the rejuvenation pill, she turned into a young woman in her 20s. This shocked all the female cultivators in the spirit snake cave. The spirit snake cave was a very special sect in the northern strange state. Their first sect master was a snake demon, so they got their name. However, the biggest characteristic of the spirit snake cave wasn't that they were founded by a demon cultivator, but that they only accepted female disciples. The spirit snake cave didn't accept a single male disciple. Therefore, the spirit snake cave was very famous in the northern strange state. The reason why the spirit snake cave was famous was that they didn't object to their disciples dual cultivating with other sections. It could be said that the spirit snake cave and many sects in the northern strange state were related by marriage. In the northern strange state, very few people would offend the disciples of the spirit snake cave. It was precisely because of this that the spirit snake cave was very well informed. The other sects also knew what was happening in the spirit snake cave. It was precisely because of this feature that the effect of the rejuvenation pill spread throughout the northern strange region in the shortest time possible. After the female cultivators of the northern strange region received the news, they immediately confirmed it. After confirming it, the female cultivators of the northern strange region immediately went crazy. They began to frantically search for the rejuvenation pill and inquire about it. Zhang Feng and the others took the opportunity to sell the hundreds of rejuvenation pills in their hands in an auction. The price of these hundreds of rejuvenation pills also began to rise steadily. The last rejuvenation pill was actually sold for a sky-high price of 50,000 mid-grade crystal stones. 50,000 mid-grade crystals. Even for a large gang like the Black Tiger Gang, an inner disciple would only receive a few thousand mid-grade crystals a year. In other words, a single rejuvenation pill was equivalent to 10 years of a normal inner disciple of the Black Tiger Gang. Although it was impossible for an inner sect disciple to only rely on the annual stipend to cultivate, such a high price had indeed frightened many people. Zhang Feng and the others were even more dumbfounded at this price. In the end, their hearts trembled as they put the large number of crystals into their pockets. At the same time, they were even more secretive about the origin of the rejuvenation pills. Because the Han family was in the intelligence business, they had always been the ones doing the secretive things. But after seeing this price, the Han family immediately sent more people to reorganize the distribution channels of the rejuvenation pills. They absolutely wouldn't let people know that the rejuvenation pills were from their hands. After the hundreds of rejuvenation pills were sold, not only did it not cool down the rejuvenation pill, but it also made the fire burn more and more. It even spread to several other regions. At this time, Zhang Feng regretted it. He regretted that he was too anxious to sell these pills. Now that Zhao Hai was still in seclusion, he didn't have the materials to refine the rejuvenation pills. The rejuvenation pills were officially out of stock. Zhang Feng couldn't bear it. Now, Zhang Feng couldn't wait to guard outside Zhao Hai's room every day. If he wasn't afraid of disturbing Zhao Hai's seclusion, he would have rushed in and grabbed Zhao Hai. After a month of Zhao Hai's seclusion, a very violent energy fluctuation came from his room. Zhang Feng was alarmed, but he wasn't surprised. This was because he was very clear that this energy fluctuation meant that Zhao Hai had succeeded in condensing the law idol. Sure enough, the energy fluctuation lasted for a while before it slowly disappeared. Then Zhao Hai's door opened and he walked out. As soon as Zhao Hai came out of his room, he heard Zhang Feng's voice, "Li Lin, come and see me." Zhang Feng couldn't help but be anxious. The rejuvenation pills had been out of stock for almost 10 days. Zhao Hai certainly knew about Zhang Feng's situation, but he still came out of seclusion after a month. He couldn't just come out of Zhang Feng's seclusion. Wouldn't it be too much of a coincidence? Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. After a month of seclusion, he created a fake spirit chi fluctuation formed by his Dharma power and then came out. Sure enough, as soon as he came out, Zhang Feng and Ma Ru summoned him. He didn't say anything, he just pretended to be surprised and immediately went to Zhang Feng's room. When Zhang Feng saw Zhao Hai, he immediately said, "How was it? Did you succeed?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I succeeded." Zhang Feng let out a long breath, then he immediately asked, "What law idol?" Zhao Hai replied, "Elephant law idol. You know that my current identity is Li Lin. He's a body cultivator, so I chose the elephant law idol." Zhang Feng frowned, then he sighed and said, "Little Hai, it's been hard on you. But since you've condensed the elephant law idol, it will affect your cultivation in the future. You don't have to do this. Body cultivators can also condense other law idols." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Elder brother, rest assured. When I was in the cultivation world, I also cultivated my body. Moreover, I'm not weak. It's just that very few people know about it. Therefore, condensing the elephant law idol doesn't have much impact on me. You don't have to worry about it. Right, elder brother, how's the refining of the face-preserving pill?" Zhao Hai knew that the reason why Zhang Feng was so anxious to see him was because of the rejuvenation pill. Therefore, he took the initiative to bring up the topic. Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng's expression changed. He smiled and said, "Good, very good. Now that all of the rejuvenation pills have been sold, we've made a lot of money. Ha ha ha. In such a short period of time, the income from those rejuvenation pills is almost equal to the annual income of a medicine field." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Good, very good. Now, all of the rejuvenation pills have been sold." Zhao Hai also smiled and said, "Elder brother, you named the pill the rejuvenation pill. It really lives up to its name. Elder brother, how many pills did you sell this time?" Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and said, "A few hundred. The rest were wasted. We've already run out of rejuvenation pills. Little Hai, what do you think?" Zhao Hai immediately said, "All right, I'll go and get some herbs. When I come back, I'll deal with the waste pills." "Elder brother, don't worry." Zhang Feng nodded. Zhao Hai kept his fist before his figure flashed and disappeared. Zhang Feng looked at the place where Zhao Hai disappeared and let out a long breath. Zhao Hai didn't go out of his room. This was exactly what he wanted. If Zhao Hai left outside, then he might be discovered. But now that his room was separated by his spiritual sense, no one would be able to discover what was going on inside. Therefore, Zhao Hai's departure was just right. Before long, Zhao Hai appeared with an air ring in his hand. It was the one that Zhang Feng gave him last time. Zhao Hai handed the space ring to Zhang Feng and said, "Elder brother, these are the materials needed to refine 10,000 rejuvenation pills. Elder brother, I think that we can't sell too many rejuvenation pills at once. If we sell too many, then they wouldn't be worth much. Elder brother should set a quota for the rejuvenation pills. For example, a monthly supply of pills. Only in this way can the rejuvenation pills be maintained at a high price. If we sell too many at once, then I'm afraid that the price will drop." Zhang Feng was stunned. This was the first time that he had heard of this method of starvation sales. However, he wasn't a fool. After thinking about it, he understood what Zhao Hai meant. He also felt that what Zhao Hai said was very reasonable. The rejuvenation pills were like high-grade artifacts. Because there were only a few of them, people would fight over them. If there were a lot of them on the street, then who would fight over them? Therefore, Zhang Feng nodded and said, "All right, I'll deal with this." Zhao Hai then said, "Then elder brother can give me the waste pills." "I'll deal with it." "Elder brother, the waste pills must not be leaked outside. We must collect all of them." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Don't worry, none of them have been leaked. All of them have been collected. How many pills were refined, how many succeeded, and how many failed? I can guarantee that there won't be any mistakes." While speaking, Zhang Feng took out several large jade bottles and handed them over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew that inside these jade bottles were the waste pills of the rejuvenation pills. Zhao Hai received the waste pills, then he gave Zhang Feng a salute and said, "Then I'll go and deal with these pills. Elder brother, I'll take my leave." Zhang Feng quickly called out to him and said, "Little Hai, you don't need to refine these waste pills. You just need to decompose them into materials. I'll let the alchemists refine them. This way, they can practice. 5 days later, there will be some duels on the death-deciding stage. You'll come with me. Zhao Hai froze for a moment, but he still nodded and said, all right, I understand. In 5 days, I promise to decompose these waste pills into materials. Zhang Feng nodded and waved her hand. Zhao Hai kept his fists towards Zhang Feng, then he turned around and left Zhang Feng's room. Just as Zhao Hai came out of Zhang Feng's room, Hao Xing came over. When Hao Xing saw Zhao Hai, he quickly greeted him and said, little Zhao Hai, you finally came out of seclusion. Come, I have something to discuss with you. Zhao Hai looked at Hao Xing and asked, what's the matter? Didn't you come to look for elder brother? Hao Xing shook his head and said, no, I came specifically to look for you. I recently got some materials for the revival good fortune pill. I want to ask you to help me with it. Do you think it's possible? Zhao Hai stared and said, revival good fortune pill? That's a high-grade pill. I can make it, but it will take a long time. I'll have to deal with elder brother's matter in the next few days, then I'll follow him to the death-deciding stage. When the time comes, I'll help you with it. Hao Xing nodded and said, all right, that's great. I'll also go to the death-deciding stage. When the time comes, you can help me with it. Let's deal with elder brother's matter first. Zhao Hai nodded, then he kept his fists towards Hao Xing and returned to his room. 5 days passed by in a blink of an eye. On the morning of the 6th day, Zhao Hai brought a storage ring to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was currently preparing to go to the arena. He was afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to make it. Just as he was about to send someone to call Zhao Hai, he discovered that Zhao Hai had already arrived. Zhao Hai handed the storage ring over to Zhang Feng and smiled, fortunately, I didn't fail you. Senior brother, these are the materials. Zhang Feng looked at the storage ring and nodded. Then she received the ring and said, the ship is ready. Let's go. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, let's go. Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Zhang Feng out. Before long, the two arrived at the treasure ship. Hao Xing was already waiting for them. When the two boarded, Hao Xing immediately notified the ship's crew. The ship then slowly left the Phoenix Cry Peak. Zhang Feng led Zhao Hai, Hao Xing, and Zhang Hao to the bow of the ship. Looking at the mountains below their feet, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel proud. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, take a look, this is my Black Tiger Gang. Sooner or later, I will eradicate the great clans and restore the Black Tiger Gang to its former glory. Zhao Hai and the others simultaneously bowed to Zhang Feng and said, we are willing to die for senior brother. Zhang Feng laughed and said, good, good. With your help, I believe that I will succeed. When the time comes, not only will I destroy the great clans, I will also conquer the Raging Flame sect and the Wandering Soul Gang. I will make them submit to my Black Tiger Gang. Zhang Hao and Hao Xing also had a longing expression on their faces. Zhao Hai also pretended to have the same expression as the two. However, he was much calmer than the two. He knew that it would be very difficult for Zhang Feng to accomplish this. Throughout the history of the Black Tiger Gang, there had been many outstanding leaders. However, even those leaders weren't able to eliminate the big guys in the Black Tiger Gang, let alone conquer the Raging Flame sect and the Wandering Soul Gang. However, Zhao Hai believed that if Zhang Fengji trusted him, then he would be able to help Zhang Fengji. Although this Black Tiger Gang was certainly not Zhao Hai's final destination, he still wanted to help Zhang Fengji, so there was no conflict. Zhang Feng glanced at the three of them and laughed. This is the first time I'm using a large artifact to participate in the deathmatch arena. Ha ha ha, I want to see how those fellows will react. However, you have to be careful when the time comes. I've received news that someone might want to deal with me. The moment the three people heard Zhang Feng say so, they were all stunned. Hao Xing's expression changed and he said, eldest senior apprentice brother, where did this news come from? Is it reliable? Zhang Feng nodded and said, it should be reliable. It might be the Wandering Soul Gang. However, there's also the shadow of the great clans behind this. It's just those old foxes from the fox nest who want to deal with me. I want to see how they can block my large artifact. Zhao Hai gently knit his brows and said, elder brother, it's better to be careful. After all, you don't have a lot of experts under you right now. The only true nascent soul expert is elder brother. Although our large artifacts are very strong, if the other side has too many experts, then it would be troublesome. Zhang Feng smiled and said, Little Hai, you can rest assured. I've already arranged everything. I've already told Martial Uncle about it. When necessary, Martial Uncle will send people to support us through the transmission formation of the ship. Nothing will happen. Jiao Hai nodded and said, that's for the best. But I didn't think that the great clans would collude with the Wandering Soul Gang. What good would that do for them? Zhang Feng coldly snorted and said, a group of short-sighted fellows. They always think that they can play with the Wandering Soul Gang. But they don't think about how they'll deal with the Wandering Soul Gang once they're injured. Do they really think that the Wandering Soul Gang is a vegetarian? Idiots, a group of idiots who are blinded by greed. Jiao Hai sighed and said, they're too greedy. They don't understand that if the skin doesn't exist, the hair can't be attached. If the Black Tiger Gang becomes weak, then not to mention the Wandering Soul Gang, even the Raging Flame sect wouldn't let go of this opportunity. When the time comes, they won't be able to get anything. Zhang Feng coldly snorted and didn't say anything. Naturally, he agreed with Jiao Hai's words. He also thought that the Hu family was the biggest tumor in the Black Tiger Gang. While the group was talking, they arrived at a remote mountain. Then Zhang Feng ordered the ship to stop. Jiao Hai and the others looked at Zhang Feng in confusion. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, did you really think that I would fly the ship directly to the death deciding stage? By the time we get there, I'm afraid that the death deciding stage would already be over. I've already had people build a transmission formation on the mountain. Let's use it to get there. When Jiao Hai and the others heard Zhang Feng, they chuckled. Then they waved their hands and a large rock flew up from the mountain. Below the rock was a transmission formation. This transmission formation wasn't big, it was only enough for 10 people. Then Zhang Feng said, shrink. The ship instantly shrank and landed on the transmission formation. Then a white light flashed as the ship disappeared. When the treasure ship appeared, Jiao Hai discovered that they had arrived at a barren mountain. This place was also barren, there wasn't even a single trace of human habitation. Grow. With Zhang Feng's command, the ship instantly shrank to its normal size and flew forward. After an hour, the ship finally stopped. Jiao Hai looked around and saw that he hadn't been here before. This was a death deciding stage that he didn't know about. This death deciding stage was located on a mountain. It wasn't a big stone platform, it was only about 10,000 square meters. It didn't look special at all. However, Jiao Hai noticed that there were piles of bones below the stone platform. This made the platform look ghostly and terrifying. Jiao Hai looked at this place and couldn't help but frown. This place didn't have any special aura, it also didn't look special. However, it gave Jiao Hai a heavy feeling of yin qi. Jiao Hai knew that this was because too many people had died here. But what was this place? How could an ordinary barren mountain become a death deciding stage? Moreover, there were so many people who died here. While Jiao Hai was puzzled, Zhang Feng's voice was heard, this is the first generation death deciding stage. The death deciding stage was here in the beginning. Those who fought on the death deciding stage were the experts of the great sects. This is the origin of the death deciding stage. Upon hearing Zhang Feng, Jiao Hai immediately understood. Then he said, no wonder the yin qi here is so heavy. So it turns out to be the first generation death deciding stage. Eldest brother, why do I feel that the spiritual energy here is even denser compared to the northern divergent continent? Zhang Feng turned to Jiao Hai and praised, Little Hai, you're really good. These two idiots have come to the first generation death deciding stage more than once or twice, but they never asked this question. The first generation death deciding stage isn't located in the northern strange continent, nor is it one of the 9 continents. The first generation death deciding stage is a huge floating island that floats on the sea. Nobody knows where it is. If you want to go to the island, you can only go through a transmission formation. The spiritual qi on the island is very rich, but every 5 days or so, an energy storm would sweep across the island. As long as you're a cultivator, as long as you still have energy in your body, then you would explode and die, no matter how strong you are. Because of this, this island has always been uninhabited, as well as having no beasts. Because of this, this island became the first-generation death-deciding stage. Zhao Hai nodded and said, the first-generation death-deciding stage isn't located in the northern strange region. Zhao Hai and Hao Xing were shocked. Aside from Zhao Hai, Hao Xing and Zhang Hao knew about the first-generation death-deciding stage. However, they didn't know that the first-generation death-deciding stage was located on a floating island. This made them very surprised. Zhang Feng looked at the group and said, Little Hai went to the first-generation death-deciding stage before. Strictly speaking, it was only the northern divergent continent's death-deciding stage. The participants there were only a few sects from the northern divergent continent. But this first-generation death-deciding stage is a stage that all the 9 continents can participate in. Its significance is extraordinary. Zhao Hai's group couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't think that the first-generation death-deciding stage was something that all the sects in the 9 continents could participate in. It was truly amazing. At this time, several black dots in the distance flew towards the death-deciding stage. Before long, they arrived. Zhao Hai focused his gaze and saw that these black dots were actually large artifacts. These large artifacts came in all shapes and sizes. Among them, there was even a large sword. This sword was extraordinarily large, it was even a bit longer than a treasure ship. Moreover, this sword wasn't like the other large artifacts that had rooms inside. It looked like an ordinary flying sword, not a large artifact at all. Although there were a lot of people on the sword, all of them were standing on top of the sword, making it look very ostentatious. What made Zhao Hai even more surprised was that when the sword appeared, the large artifacts around him actually moved to the side as if they were making space for him. From this point, one could see that the person on the sword wasn't ordinary. Zhao Hai couldn't help but ask Zhang Feng, eldest brother, who are those people on the sword? Why do they look so arrogant? Zhang Feng replied, lower your voice. Those are people from the Heavenly Sword sect. Naturally, they would be arrogant. Even if they were, no one would be able to do anything to them. Little Hao, hang up the black tiger flag. Zhang Hao complied and waved his hand. A flag that he had prepared beforehand flew out from his hand and was hung on the only flagpole on the ship. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's heart was churning because of Zhang Feng's words. He didn't think that he would meet people from the Heavenly Sword sect here. The Heavenly Sword sect was recognized as the #1 sect in the cultivation world. They had hundreds of millions of disciples and were incomparably powerful. The Heavenly Sword sect focused on sword cultivators. All the previous sect masters were sword cultivators. A single sword could break 10,000 techniques. Naturally, the Heavenly Sword sect also had many other powerful cultivators. There were even some Buddhist cultivators who would seek refuge with the Heavenly Sword sect. From this, one could see how great the temptation of the Heavenly Sword sect was. At this time, the sword of the Heavenly Sword sect finally stopped. The people on the sword glanced around and then closed their eyes. It was as if they didn't put anyone in their eyes. Zhang Feng looked at the people from the Heavenly Sword sect and said, Little Hai, did you see that? The large artifacts of the Heavenly Sword sect? Was it that big sword? That's actually not a large artifact. It's the flying sword of the Heavenly Sword sect's elder. After his flying sword is enlarged, it looks like a large artifact. Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed. He never thought that the sword would be the elder's personal flying sword. That flying sword was even bigger than the treasure ship. Wasn't that a bit too powerful? If Zhao Hai released liquid silver, then he would definitely be able to make it bigger than the sword. However, what was liquid silver? It was a product of the space's own laws. It wasn't bound by the laws of the space. Moreover, liquid silver could change its shape at will. That was why it was so big. For the Heavenly Sword sect to be able to refine a flying sword to such a degree, it was simply too powerful. All flying swords could change their size. However, there was a limit to this. For example, a 3-foot-long sword couldn't be more than 30 meters long. If it was any longer, then it would be limited by the materials and formations used. At that time, the flying sword would collapse. And that sword was several times longer than the treasure ship, yet it didn't collapse. This meant that the materials used in the flying sword and the spirit designs in the flying sword were definitely of the highest quality. Perhaps even the black tiger wouldn't be able to produce such materials. Seeing Zhao Hai's shocked expression, Zhang Feng said, "Do you know now? Those guys from the Sky Sword sect are not to be trifled with. Our Black Tiger gang can be considered a reputable gang in the northern Strange Continent, but compared to the Sky Sword sect, the difference is too great. The northern Strange Continent is a barren land. Compared to the Middle Holy Continent, the difference is too great. I'm afraid that the Sky Sword sect can casually send out a branch hall to annihilate our Black Tiger gang. Therefore, the Sky Sword sect is an existence that our Black Tiger gang cannot afford to offend." Zhao Hai nodded. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. To be honest, he was really shocked. The Heavenly Sword sect was too powerful. Zhao Hai felt that the Black Tiger gang was powerful enough. But the Black Tiger gang was only ranked in the top 100 in the northern Strange Continent. This made Zhao Hai raise the strength of the cultivation realm very high. However, after hearing Zhang Feng's description of the Heavenly Sword sect, Zhao Hai discovered that his estimation of the cultivation realm was still too low. Not to mention others, just the Heavenly Sword sect was already this powerful. Then how powerful would the entire cultivation realm be if they were added together? Zhao Hai didn't dare to imagine. At this moment, Sanskrit was suddenly heard from the distance. Everyone who heard this voice felt as if they were bathed in Buddhist light, making them feel tranquil. Then Zhao Hai saw a golden light rapidly approaching. When the golden light got closer, Zhao Hai discovered that the golden light was coming from a huge wooden fish. This wooden fish looked like a monk's wooden fish. It even had a handle at the back. A group of yellow-robed monks were standing on top of the wooden fish. Each of them held Buddhist beads in their hands as they chanted sutras with their heads bowed. The Buddhist chants were coming from their mouths. The monks of the Eastern Buddha continent's myriad Buddha temple have also come. I didn't expect the preaching elder to personally lead the team. Strange, it's just a battle on the deathmatch stage. Why are the Heavenly Sword sect and the myriad Buddha temple paying so much attention to it? While Zhao Hai was sizing up these monks, Zhang Feng couldn't help but reveal their identity. These monks were actually from the myriad Buddha's temple. The myriad Buddha's temple was the #1 sect in the Eastern Buddha prefecture. It was a great Buddhist sect, second only to the Heavenly Sword sect in the entire cultivation world. The number of monks in the sect numbered in the hundreds of millions. Zhao Hai turned to Zhang Feng and asked, "What's wrong, senior brother? Is there a problem?" Zhang Feng frowned and said, "I wasn't too surprised when the people from the Heavenly Sword sect appeared. Almost every elder of the Heavenly Sword sect can turn their sword into a large artifact. Moreover, the people of the Heavenly Sword sect seem to like this kind of battle. Almost every time there's an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, there would be a lot of people participating. However, the Million Buddhist sect is different. Because the disciples of the Million Buddhist sect are Buddhist cultivators, they have to abstain from greed, anger, and obsession. Gambling is something that Buddhist cultivators generally don't dabble in. Even if there are disciples of the Million Buddhist sect who come here, it's just because they heard about the strength of the battle slave and wanted to see if he could be accepted into the Million Buddhist sect. However, the people sent by the Million Buddhist sect for the first time were just some disciples of the Million Buddhist sect. This time, it's an elder, a famous chanting elder. It seems like this battle won't be simple." Just as he said this, a burst of music was heard from the distance. This music was very pleasant to the ears, just like the music of immortals. But upon hearing this sound, Zhang Feng's expression changed. Then he said, "Retreat." The treasure ship slowly retreated far away from the decisive death stage. Zhao Hai and the others looked at Zhang Feng in confusion. Zhang Feng looked at everyone and said, "We can't go there anymore. The Heavenly Sword sect, the myriad Buddha's sect, and now the wonderful Sound Pavilion. No matter which of these three sects, we can't afford to provoke them. If we stay there, we'll just be courting death." Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng in confusion. When Hao Xing and the others heard the name of the wonderful Sound Pavilion, their expressions changed and became very ugly. Zhao Hai looked at them and didn't know why they had such expressions. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The wonderful Sound Pavilion is different from the Heavenly Sword sect and the myriad Buddha's temple. The Heavenly Sword sect belongs to the orthodox Tao of the Sword. Although they are overbearing, in the end, they are still righteous sections. In this situation, they wouldn't make a move. But the Wonderful Sound Pavilion is the largest sect in the Western Ghost Province. And Ghost Sect. Ghost Sect. Zhao Hai stared. To be honest, he still had too little information about the cultivation realm. The information that Zhang Feng gave him only gave him a detailed description of the northern continent. There were no records about the other continents. Therefore, he didn't have a good understanding of the other continents. Zhao Hai had never heard of the Wonderful Sound Pavilion before. He didn't think that a sect with such a name would actually be a ghost sect. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The reason why the Wonderful Sound Pavilion has this name is because of their sect's secret technique, the Ghost's Wonderful Sound. The Ghost's Wonderful Sound technique is a sound attack technique. Its attack power is very strong. Moreover, it also has a spiritual attack ability. It's most suitable for ghost cultivators. The ghost cultivators of the Wonderful Sound Pavilion relied on this technique to dominate the Western Ghost Province and become the largest sect in the province." Speaking up to here, Zhang Feng paused for a moment. Then he continued, "Because the Wonderful Sound Pavilion is a ghost sect, they have always been unscrupulous. If we offend the Heavenly Sword sect or the Myriad Buddha's temple, they might not immediately make a move on us. But if we offend the Wonderful Sound Pavilion, then those guys from the Wonderful Sound Pavilion wouldn't let us off. They would immediately kill us on the spot." Zhao Hai stared, then he gently frowned and said, "Don't tell me that the Heavenly Sword sect and the Myriad Buddha's temple don't care? Don't they claim to be righteous sects? Why don't they eliminate demons and defend the Tao?" Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Eliminate demons and defend the Tao? Who are the demons? Is it our Black Tiger gang or the Wonderful Sound Pavilion? Do you think that the Heavenly Sword sect and the Myriad Buddha's temple would offend the Wonderful Sound Pavilion for us?" Moreover, the first leader of the Black Tiger gang was a Black Tiger demon. In the eyes of the Heavenly Sword sect and the Myriad Buddha's temple, the Wonderful Sound Pavilion and our Black Tiger gang belong to the evil Tao. If our two sects were to fight, then in their eyes, it would be an internal strife of the devil Tao. They wouldn't care about it and might even applaud it." Zhao Hai stared blankly for a moment. He didn't think that he would become an evil Tao cultivator in the eyes of the righteous Tao. But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. In the cultivation world, there was no such thing as the righteous Tao. If you were strong, then you were the righteous Tao. If you were weak, then you were an evil Tao cultivator. On the surface, the great sects seemed to be enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Their actions were also upright and aboveboard. However, it was hard to say what they were like behind the scenes. Perhaps they were even more evil Tao cultivators than the evil Tao cultivators. The appearance of the Wonderful Sound Pavilion made some sects like the Black Tiger gang retreat a certain distance. Only a few sects that weren't afraid of the Wonderful Sound Pavilion remained close to the first-generation deathmatch stage. At this time, Zhang Feng's expression became serious as she said, "Even the Western Barbarian Province's Myriad Beast sect and the Northern Unorthodox Province's Myriad Demon sect have arrived. Moreover, the Four Saints Academy has also sent people. This time's deathmatch stage is really extraordinary. But what is going on? Why didn't we receive any news before this?" The sects that Zhang Feng mentioned were all super sects that could cause the entire cultivation world to tremble with a stomp of their feet. Now, all of these super sects had gathered at the first-generation deathmatch stage. This was truly thought-provoking. Zhao Hai might not be familiar with the other sects, but he still knew a bit about the Myriad Demon sect. The Myriad Demon sect was a super sect that focused on demon cultivation. It was also the largest sect in the Northern Unorthodox Province. Compared to the Myriad Demon sect, the Black Tiger gang was nothing. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Eldest brother, what should we do now? Should we tell the gang master about this?" Zhang Feng nodded and said, "That's for sure. We must tell the sect master about this. Otherwise, if something really happens and the Black Tiger gang isn't prepared, then it would be even more troublesome." While Zhang Feng was speaking, a figure suddenly appeared on the first-generation deathmatch stage. This person wore a white robe and looked to be around 30 years old. However, he was very handsome and had an extraordinary aura. When Zhang Feng saw this person, his expression couldn't help but turn serious. Then he said, "It's actually him, the Heavenly Sword sect's core disciple, Unparalleled Sword." Of course, Zhao Hai hadn't heard of this name before. Upon hearing Zhang Feng, Zhao Hai immediately asked, "Is he very strong?" Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Very strong, more than just very strong. This guy's strength, even in the cultivation world, is definitely one of the top. His unparalleled sword rarely has an opponent. Since his debut, he has participated in more than 1,000 battles, big and small, without a single defeat. Among them, there are 153 battles where he fought against more than 10 people. Such a person can't just be described as very strong. Unparalleled sword was clearly a sword. Cultivator. He had a scabbard on his back. However, his sword wasn't in the scabbard. Zhang Feng immediately understood that this unparalleled sword was the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. His sword had turned into a large artifact and was being stepped on by the cultivators of the Heavenly Sword sect. After unparalleled sword appeared, he looked at the surrounding sects and said, "I know that a lot of people are wondering why our 9 great sects would appear here at the same time. We didn't mention this matter to anyone beforehand. This is a proposal from our 9 great sects. We plan to select 1,000 inner disciples from the 9 great sects to participate in this trial. Because of this, our 9 great sects gathered here." Everyone was stunned when they heard Ao Wushuang's words. 1,000 inner disciples would be selected for the trial? There's such a good thing? He was afraid that this time's trial wouldn't be so simple. The strength of the 9 great sects was very formidable. Not to mention 1,000 inner disciples, even if there were 10,000 inner disciples, they would still be able to select them. It must be because this time's trial was very dangerous. The people of the 9 great sects wanted to use the disciples of other sects as cannon fodder. Ao Wushuang glanced at the crowd and said in a low voice, "This time, a disciple of our Heavenly Sword sect accidentally found a space crack when he went out for a trial. Inside the space crack was a subspace connected to the cultivation world. It was also an extraterritorial space that had not been discovered by others. What was in that space? The disciple didn't dare to go too deep, because there were many powerful demonic beasts in that space, which were not inferior to the inner disciples of other sections." At this point, everyone understood that the place Ao Wushuang was talking about was simply a natural testing ground. It was specially prepared for the cultivators of the cultivation world. Suddenly, everyone began to discuss with the people around them. The entire arena was filled with buzzing sounds. Only the people from the 9 great sects didn't say anything. It was clear that they already knew about this matter. Unparalleled Sword looked at the people from the other sects who were discussing and coughed softly. His cough wasn't loud, but it completely covered the buzzing and clearly reached everyone's ears. When everyone had calmed down, Ao Wushuang said in a low voice, "As you all have heard, that place is an excellent place for training in the cultivation world, but there is a restriction. Masters above the Dharma stage cannot enter, and the demonic beasts there are very strong. If you are not in the Dharma stage, you will not be able to come out alive. Therefore, the 9 sects have discussed and decided to select 1,000 Dharma stage disciples from each sect to enter that new extraterritorial space for training. At the same time, they will also learn about the situation there. That is why the 9 sects are here. As for why we did not inform you in advance, I think you all know that even if we did tell you, you would not believe us. Moreover, this training is very important for each sect, and whether you can enter that space depends on luck. Therefore, in the future, only people from the various sects can enter that space for training. Those who are not here will not be included." Wow! There was an uproar at the scene. Ao Wushuang's words were too shocking. It was already surprising that the 9 great sects were willing to take out a new training ground. What was even more surprising was that they used this method to select the people who would enter the new space. This was even more surprising. At this time Ao Wushuang's voice sounded again. "Of course, even if 1,000 people are selected to enter the space, there will still be many people who can't enter. So today, the dueling stage will be used. All the sects, including the 9 sects, can send their inner disciples to participate in this dueling stage. The final 1,000 disciples, no matter which sect they are from, will have the right to enter the new space. Now, please select your disciples. Everyone, remember, there is no limit to the number of people who can enter." After saying that, he flashed back to the Sky Sword sect's camp. After Ao Wushuang finished speaking, the scene was completely different from the previous clamor. the whole scene was silent. Now, all the people from the sects understood the intention of the 9 sections. Everyone was cursing in their hearts. How could this be a good thing? It was obviously a trick of the 9 sections. They wanted to be whores and set up a memorial arch for their chastity. Zhang Feng also cursed in a low voice. I knew that the people from the 9 sects wouldn't be so kind. I didn't expect these guys to be so shameless. Zhao Hai also smiled bitterly. He now understood the 9 sects' intentions. To be honest, the 9 sects' table manners were really ugly. The 9 great sects did this as if they were giving all sects a chance to enter that space. But in fact, this was not the case. The 9 sects knew about this in advance and made full preparations. They brought many inner disciples of the Dharma stage to compete for the quota. The other sects didn't know about this, so of course, they were not prepared. Some sects didn't even bring any inner disciples of the Dharma stage, which was unfair. The second reason was that the Dharma stage disciples of the 9 sects were much stronger than the disciples of the other sections. It was unfair to let the Dharma stage disciples of the 9 sects compete with the Dharma stage disciples of the other sections. The 9 great sects had organized this competition so that their disciples could kill another batch of the 9 great sects' disciples. However, they obviously didn't want to push things too far. The total number of disciples that the 9 great sects brought out this time didn't exceed 900. They also left 100 spots for each sect. However, for 100 names, the number of sects present would add up to more than 100,000. Even if the sects that did not bring any Dharma stage disciples were excluded, the number of disciples that each sect could send out would still exceed 100,000. 100,000 people fighting for 100 spots. He was afraid that the 9 great sects wouldn't even need to make a move. The various sects would already be fighting to the death. Tyrannical, this was the tyranny of the 9 great sects, Zhao Hai sighed. He turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Eldest senior brother, let me fight. There is no suitable person on this ship." Zhang Feng's expression was also ugly. This time, the Black Tiger gang was completely unprepared. There was no suitable person on the ship. After thinking for a while, Zhang Feng shook his head and said, "No, you can't fight. I think we should use the transmission formation to send a message to the gang and have them send someone over." Zhao Hai looked around and shook his head. "No, I definitely won't agree. Eldest senior brother, have you thought about it? The Hu clan and the Wandering Soul gang are colluding to deal with you. The transmission formation on the ship was prepared for that time. If it is exposed now, the other party will be prepared. Then when they make a move, we will be in even more danger. Therefore, we can't use the transmission formation right now. Eldest senior brother, let me fight. I promise that if I can't do it, I'll just admit defeat. Is that all right?" When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but frown. After some time, he said, "All right, I'll let you fight. But Zhao Hai, you have to remember that if you can't do it, you should immediately admit defeat. We would rather give up the opportunity to enter the new space than have anything happen to you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Eldest senior brother, rest assured. If I can't do it, then I won't force myself. However, this quota is mine." Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I don't care about the quota. Compared to you, it's nothing." At this time, the incomparably arrogant voice once again sounded, "Next, I invite each sect to send the name list of your disciples to me. I will gather the representatives of the other sects of the 9 great sects and carry out the drawing of lots. Everyone, please." Zhang Feng coldly snorted, then he took out a jade slip and entered Li Lin's name into it. Then he sent the jade slip to Ao Wushuang. It didn't take long for Ao Wushuang to collect the jade slips from all the sections. With a flash of his body, he appeared on the first generation stage. At the same time, the other representatives of the 9 great sects also appeared on the first generation stage. After the 9 people went up the stage, they bowed to the crowd. Then the chanting elder took out a metal jar and showed it to everyone. Everyone was familiar with this jar. This jar was used by cultivators to draw lots. This jar could store a person's spiritual force. Then, the representatives of the 9 sects, except for the chanting elder, each of them took out a jade slip from inside. It was one jade slip, not one jade slip. In other words, all the cultivators whose names had been reported had been divided into 8 groups. Then, these 8 groups would draw lots to fight. This time, the 8 groups would fight at the same time. In the end, the 1,000 disciples who won would enter the outer space to train. Soon, the people in the groups got up. All of them were Dharma phase cultivators. As Zhao Hai expected, the disciples of the 9 sects didn't get into the same group. The disciples of the same sect didn't even get into the same group. The people of the various sects cursed in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. Zhao Hai looked at the Dharma phase cultivators. There were strong and weak Dharma phase cultivators. The strongest ones were the disciples of the large sections. Most of their Dharma phases were Dharma phases of the Dharma phase. This meant that their Dharma phases could move their upper body. They were only 1 step away from metal. There were even a few Dharma phases of the 9 sects that were Dharma phases of the metal phase. As for the disciples of the other sects, they were in a much worse situation. Most of the Dharma powers used by these disciples were wood avatar. Even those who had reached the Dharma powers were few and far between. With such a difference, how could they possibly defeat the disciples of the 9 great sects? The battles ended very quickly. All the disciples of the other sects who fought against the disciples of the 9 major sects were defeated without exception. After a few battles, it was finally Zhao Hai's turn. Zhao Hai's opponent was very interesting. It was a Dharma phase inner disciple of the Wandering Souls gang. This was really a case of enmity. Zhao Hai didn't expect that his first opponent would be a member of the Wandering Souls gang. Before Zhao Hai could do anything, the Wandering Souls gang member jumped out and shouted, "Kid from the Black Tiger gang, come out and face your death." This was a slap in the face. It was tantamount to falling out with the Black Tiger gang. Zhang Feng looked at the Wandering Souls gang's disciple and said, "Little Hai, if possible, kill him for me." Zhao Hai knew that Zhang Feng was really angry. He didn't say anything and just nodded. Then his figure moved and appeared in front of the Wandering Souls gang's disciple. Because he was playing the role of the cold-blooded and ruthlessly Lin, Zhao Hai didn't waste time. He took out 2 short halberds and pointed them at the Wandering Souls gang's disciple. Then the short halberd in his right hand was like a hand, gently waving it. When the Wandering Souls gang's disciple saw Zhao Hai's action, his expression couldn't help but change. He waved his hand and a white banner appeared in his hand. At the same time, his Dharma idol also appeared. This Dharma idol wasn't a beast, but a human. However, this Dharma idol looked like an evil ghost. This evil ghost was skinny, but surprisingly, it had a big belly. Its 2 eyes were strangely big, and from time to time, it would say, "Hungry, hungry." This was a hungry ghost Dharma idol. Moreover, looking at the Dharma idol, one could see that it was a Dharma idol. Zhao Hai lightly shouted. An elephant's roar was heard as a giant elephant appeared outside of Zhao Hai's body. However, this elephant just stood there, motionless. It looked like it was made of wood. Seeing Zhao Hai's Dharma idol, the Wandering Souls gang's disciple couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, "A trivial wood element cultivator dares to be my enemy? You must die today." Zhao Hai didn't move, he just stared at the Wandering Souls gang's disciple. When the Wandering Souls gang's disciple saw that Zhao Hai didn't speak, he felt bored. A war of words would only be interesting if there were 2 people cursing each other. There was no point in having 1 person cursing each other. The Wandering Souls gang's disciple stared at Zhao Hai. Then he roared and waved his banner. The hungry ghost Dharma idol cried out, "Hungry." Then its skinny skeleton-like claws went straight for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand and chopped with his halberd. Along with the movement of his halberd, the elephant Dharma idol also moved. The elephant's huge trunk went straight for the hungry ghost's claws. Boom! When the elephant trunk hit the hungry ghost's claws, everyone thought that Zhao Hai would suffer. After all, Zhao Hai's Dharma idol was a wood element cultivator while the opponent's Dharma idol was a motion element cultivator. There was a huge difference between them. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. After the elephant trunk hit the hungry ghost's claws, it actually scattered them. At the same time, the Wandering Souls gang's disciple's expression changed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, he was actually injured. The Dharma idol was closely related to the cultivator. If the Dharma idol was injured, then the cultivator wouldn't have it easy. At this time, Zhao Hai's figure took a step forward. This step was like an angry elephant that caused the earth to shake. He arrived in front of the Wandering Souls Gang's disciple and waved his halberd again. At the same time, he shouted, "Strength of 1,000 caddies." Along with his voice, the elephant trunk rose again. With the momentum of Mount Tai, it went straight for the Wandering Souls Gang's disciple's Dharma idol. The Wandering Souls Gang's disciple's expression changed. He knew that it was too late to dodge, so he could only try his best to meet the attack. He also shouted. The evil ghost Dharma idol also shouted, "Hungry." It opened its mouth and wanted to bite the elephant trunk. Boom. Puff. After a loud sound, the phantom image of the Wandering Soul Gang's disciple completely disappeared. At the same time, the Wandering Soul Gang's disciple was also killed on the spot. Looking at the Wandering Soul Gang's disciple's bloody appearance, it seems like he has already turned into a pile of meat paste. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and the corpse of the Wandering Soul Gang's disciple disappeared, turning into one of Zhao Hai's undead creatures. In fact, Zhao Hai had already shown mercy. Otherwise, the Wandering Soul Gang's disciple wouldn't have just turned into a pile of meat paste. Everyone who was paying attention to this battle couldn't believe what they saw, including Zhang Feng. Although Zhang Feng was very confident in Zhao Hai, he didn't underestimate himself. He was very clear that Zhao Hai had just condensed his phantom image a few days ago. On the other hand, the Wandering Soul Gang's phantom image had already been condensed for a long time. His phantom image was already a phantom image. It wasn't easy for Zhao Hai to not lose too quickly. Before, when Zhang Feng told Zhao Hai to kill the Wandering Soul Gang's disciple, he only said it out of anger. After saying it, Zhang Feng regretted it. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would really go all out against the Wandering Soul Gang's disciple. If something bad happened to Zhao Hai, then Zhang Feng would be in a lot of trouble. However, Zhang Feng didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually win. Moreover, he only used 2 moves to kill the Wandering Soul Gang's disciple. What kind of strength was this? Wasn't this too strong? There were a lot of people present with discerning eyes. They knew that the Wandering Soul Gang's disciple wasn't weak. The human phantom image was stronger than the beast phantom image. Moreover, the Wandering Soul Gang's disciple used the Hungry Ghost phantom image, which was one of the stronger human phantoms. Moreover, the Wandering Soul Gang's disciple used the Hungry Ghost phantom image to bite the elephant's trunk. This showed that the Wandering Soul Gang's disciple didn't intend to give up. In fact, this was his brilliance because the Hungry Ghost phantom image's strongest attack was the Hungry Ghost's mouth. But even so, he was still killed by Zhao Hai in 2 moves. This showed how formidable Zhao Hai's strength was. Everyone who was paying attention to this battle couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They no longer dared to underestimate Zhao Hai. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't show much in this battle. If there was one thing he showed, it would be his strength that exceeded ordinary people's strength. Strength was the most important thing for a body cultivator. Many body cultivators were synonymous with strength. Therefore, it wasn't strange for Zhao Hai to be so strong. Looking at Zhao Hai's weapon, one could see that he was a body cultivator. But for Zhao Hai's strength to be so strong, it was a bit excessive. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but think of a saying, "One person can defeat 10 people." This was indeed the style of a body cultivator. One person can defeat 10 people. After receiving the corpse of the Wandering Soul Gang's disciple, Zhao Hai didn't look at the crowd as his figure flashed and returned to the ship. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai with a strange expression and said, "Zhao Hai, are you really a body cultivator?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's true. When I was in the lower realm, I practiced a Buddhist body cultivation technique. This body cultivation technique is specialized in increasing one's strength. Because of this, my strength is very formidable." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good, very good. If you win 2 more rounds, then you'll be able to get a spot. But I'll still say the same thing. If you can't do it, then don't force yourself." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, the next round began. Zhao Hai's victory over the Wandering Soul Gang's inner court disciple was like a drop of water in the ocean. It didn't even cause a ripple. After a few rounds of battle, the first round of elimination had appeared. Among the people who were eliminated this time, except for a few who were injured and not dead, most of them were directly slaughtered. Although the first round was over, there were still tens of thousands of inner court disciples left. In other words, the next round would continue. Before long, the second round began. Zhao Hai also began his second round. His opponent in the second round was a disciple from a small sect. This disciple's Dharma idol was also a wood Dharma idol. However, his Dharma idol was in the form of a snake. The snake's agility was matched against Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator, and the cultivator also looked at Zhao Hai with a dignified expression. It was obvious that the cultivator had noticed Zhao Hai's performance in the first round. Because of this, the cultivator attached great importance to Zhao Hai. As soon as the two entered the stage, the cultivator immediately began to circle around Zhao Hai. His speed was very fast. Moreover, his circling speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Sometimes it was far and sometimes it was close, making it hard for people to grasp his rhythm. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator's appearance and immediately understood his intention. The cultivator wanted to use his flexible tactics to slowly exhaust him. It was a good idea, but unfortunately, he met Zhao Hai. On the third lap, Zhao Hai suddenly waved his halberd. The elephant trunk moved and directly whipped the cultivator's Dharma idol. The cultivator didn't even have a chance to resist. His Dharma idol was destroyed and he was directly whipped to death. Zhao Hai's Dharma idol didn't even have a chance to resist. His Dharma idol was destroyed and he was directly whipped to death. One move to defeat the enemy. This was even more unbelievable than the previous time when he defeated his opponent in 2 moves. This was too shocking. More and more people began to pay attention to Zhao Hai, including the people from the 9 great sects. The leader of the myriad demon sect of the northern strange province looked at Zhao Hai as he retreated back to the ship. Then he turned his head and said, "Immediately send people to investigate the origin of this Li Lin. How did he suddenly appear in the Black Tiger Gang? I've never heard of such a person in the Black Tiger Gang." Someone immediately complied and went to prepare. The people from the other 9 great sects also issued similar orders. It wasn't just them. Even some sects that were on the same level as the Black Tiger Gang, or those that weren't as strong as the Black Tiger Gang, moved. They must find out Li Lin's identity. It didn't take long for the second round of the competition to end. This time, there were less than 10,000 people left to fight. The third round of the competition began. The result of the draw surprised everyone. This was because this time, Zhao Hai actually drew a disciple from the 9 great sects. His opponent was an inner disciple from the southern barbarian province's Wanshou sect. This person fought twice in the previous 2 rounds. His Dharma idol was a flying eagle Dharma idol. Moreover, it had reached the peak of the Dharma idol and was about to turn into a golden idol. Its strength was very powerful. Seeing this result, everyone was stunned. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so unlucky to draw such an opponent. Although this Wanshou sect disciple's Dharma idol was a flying eagle Dharma idol, but this flying eagle Dharma idol was very agile and very fast. Most importantly, this flying eagle Dharma idol wasn't weak. In the previous 2 rounds, his opponent's Dharma idols were crushed by his golden eagle Dharma idol. The Wanshou sect disciple stood there looking at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Kid, I saw your previous performance. To be honest, it was really good, but unfortunately, you met me. Today, you can only go this far. Whether or not you can escape from me will depend on your ability." Zhao Hai looked at the Wanshou sect disciple and didn't say anything. He just tightly gripped his halberds and looked at the Wanshou sect disciple without blinking. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai's performance and couldn't help but nod. Facing such a strong Wanshou sect disciple, Zhao Hai still had the courage to fight. Whether he won or lost in the end, Zhao Hai had won everyone's good impression. The Wanshou sect disciple now had the same feeling as the Wandering Soul Gang disciple. He felt very sullen, very sullen. It was as if he had come on stage, but in the end, he had only performed a one-man show. He had turned a good show into a clown's performance. The Wanshou sect disciple angrily shouted as his flying eagle Dharma idol appeared. He didn't stop for even a moment and directly rushed towards Zhao Hai. His 2 incomparably huge eagle claws went straight towards Zhao Hai's Dharma idol. Zhao Hai raised his halberd and brandished his elephant trunk to meet the flying eagle Dharma idol's claws. Boom! After a loud explosion, Zhao Hai's figure was hurriedly pushed back, but the Wanshou sect disciple was also pushed back. They were evenly matched. This was beyond everyone's expectation. Previously, when the disciples of the 9 great sects fought against the disciples of the other great sects, they would always win by an overwhelming margin, but no one had expected that this time, the Wanshou sect disciple would actually lose. The Wanshou sect disciple was also taken aback. He also didn't expect such a result. This result made his face pale. He was very clear that even if he won this battle, it would leave a stain on his reputation, which would have a great impact on his future development in the Wanshou sect. Thinking of this, the Wanshou sect disciple couldn't help but become even angrier. He roared and rushed towards Zhao Hai. But Zhao Hai's expression was still calm. No matter how the Wanshou sect disciple attacked, he just waved his halberd to block the attacks. Although it seemed like he was being completely suppressed by the Wanshou sect disciple, he was still firmly defending himself. He didn't look like he was about to lose. This battle finally attracted everyone's attention, except for the cultivators who were still fighting. Everyone else's eyes were attracted by Zhao Hai's battle. After attacking Zhao Hai for more than 50 moves, the Wanshou sect disciple finally slowed down, but at this moment, Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He swung his halberd with all his strength. This time the power of the halberd was actually several times stronger than before. The Wanshou sect disciple didn't have time to defend himself and was sent flying back by Zhao Hai. At this moment, Zhao Hai began to attack. For a moment, the elephant's roar sounded again and again. The halberd's shadow filled the sky. The Wanshou sect disciple actually fell into a disadvantageous position. Although the Wanshou sect disciple roared again and again, but he still couldn't do anything. He was now completely suppressed by Zhao Hai. This result made everyone present stunned. Zhao Hai attacked for more than 50 moves in a row, but he didn't look like he was exhausted at all. He was still attacking, but the Wanshou sect disciple was unable to defend himself. On the 55th move, the elephant's trunk once again hit Fei Ying's body, and Fei Ying's body was directly smashed into pieces. Everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. They really didn't want to see the tragedy that was about to happen. Zhang Feng's heart was bitter. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so strong. This time Zhao Hai's victory made him happy, but it also made the Black Tiger Gang offend the Wanshou sect. This was definitely not a good thing for the Black Tiger Gang. When everyone opened their eyes again, they saw that Zhao Hai and the Wanshou sect disciple were both standing facing each other. They didn't seem to be injured at all. But the Wanshou sect disciple's face showed a trace of gratitude. Then he turned towards Zhao Hai and said, "I lost." Zhao Hai also bowed and said, "I apologize for offending you." This was the first sentence Zhao Hai spoke after going on stage, but as soon as Zhao Hai spoke, all the people present couldn't help but praise him in their hearts. Well done. Zhao Hai's move was really too beautiful. What everyone didn't expect was that Zhao Hai, who looked like a cruel and merciless person, would actually let the Wanshou sect disciple go. Not only did he not kill him, he even spoke politely to him. Because Zhao Hai was playing the role of Li Lin, he pretended to be very cold and didn't say a word, but at this time, he actually said a few words to the Wanshou sect disciple. Although he didn't say much, it clearly showed that in Zhao Hai's heart, the Wanshou sect disciple's position was different from the two people he met before. This made the Wanshou sect disciple's resentment towards Zhao Hai lessen a lot. After the two of them withdrew, all the people present looked at the Black Tiger Gang's treasure ship with a different expression. It was a kind of dignified expression, a trace of admiration, a trace of jealousy, and a trace of dread mixed together with a complex expression. If a sect wants to rise, it is impossible to have a strong disciple, but having a strong disciple is also not enough. A good soldier is not necessarily a good politician, but for a sect to rise, it needs both soldiers and politicians. Zhao Hai's performance before was like a good soldier, but after he spoke those words, he immediately became a good politician. Such a talent, no matter which sect he was in, was very worthy of attention. The people of the big sects were somewhat jealous of the Black Tiger Gang. Why did the Black Tiger Gang have such an outstanding disciple? This was really too unfair. After Zhao Hai returned to the treasure ship, Zhang Feng patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and laughed, but didn't say a word. Hao Xing and Zhang Hao also looked at Zhao Hai with an excited expression. Both of them were Zhang Feng's staunch supporters, and Zhao Hai's performance just now would play a crucial role in Zhang Feng's future development. This time's competition was to compete for the quota to enter the new foreign space. if Zhang Feng was successful, then it would bring huge benefits to the Black Tiger Gang. It would make Zhang Feng's reputation in the Black Tiger Gang rise, and she would be comparable to the top 10 core disciples. But if she didn't win the quota, or if she offended a big sect like the Wanshou sect, then Zhang Feng would become a sinner of the Black Tiger Gang. Before, Zhang Feng was afraid of this situation, so she didn't completely prevent Zhao Hai from participating in the competition, but when he fought with the disciples of the Wanshou sect, Zhang Feng was really worried to death. She wanted Zhao Hai to win, but she was also afraid of offending the Wanshou sect. She was really in a dilemma. But Zhang Feng didn't expect that Zhao Hai's simple words would solve this matter. Moreover, it was solved perfectly. Now, although the Wanshou sect had lost, they didn't blame Zhao Hai. After all, if they really wanted to calculate, they couldn't blame Zhao Hai. After all, Zhao Hai didn't kill the inner disciple of the Wanshou sect. He had already given them a lot of face. It can be said that Zhao Hai's approach made Zhang Feng's biggest worry disappear. This time, as long as Zhao Hai gets the quota to enter the new foreign space, then his status in the Black Tiger Gang would certainly be greatly improved. But Zhang Feng didn't only think about this point. If Zhao Hai can really enter the new foreign space, then it would be equivalent to a wreath behind his back. Everything in the new foreign space would belong to him. He could take it whenever he wants. It was very simple, because Zhao Hai was also a spatial divergent ability user. This made Zhang Feng very happy. Although all the major sects were now watching Zhao Hai, but the battles still had to continue. As long as the 1,000 people were not determined, the battles would not stop, and now the fourth round of battles had already entered. This would also be the last round. If it was really based on the number of people, then it would be impossible to select 1,000 people from the 4 rounds of battles, but in fact, it was very normal to select 1,000 people from the 4 rounds of battles, because in the first 3 rounds of battles, even the victors had to pay a great price. Some of them were even seriously injured and couldn't continue to fight. At most, it couldn't be counted as a victory. At most, it could be counted as a lose-lose situation, so it was very normal to select 1,000 people from the 4 rounds of battles, because lose-lose situations were not rare. Soon, Zhao Hai's opponent for the 4th round was selected. This time his opponent was the Eastern Sage Gang. The Eastern Sage Gang was a member of the Four Saints Gang, and the Four Saints Gang used to be the biggest gang in the entire cultivation world, spanning across 4 continents. There were also countless branches in other continents, fully deserving of the title of the #1 influence in the cultivation world. However, such a gang wasn't divided into 4 groups by outsiders. Instead, it was divided into 4 groups due to internal strife. They were Eastern Sage, Western Sage, Southern Sage, and Northern Sage respectively. A unified gang was divided into 4 groups. Although the Four Saints Gang was divided into 4 groups, their strength was still not to be trifled with, becoming the biggest gang in the Eastern Sage, Western Sage, Southern Sage, and Northern Sage continent. They were as famous as the Myriad Buddha Temple of the Eastern Buddha continent, the Myriad Beasts sect of the Southern Barbarian continent, the Myriad Demons sect of the Northern Strange continent, and Miao-Yin of the Western Ghost sect. But to be honest, any one of the 4 saint sects couldn't be compared to the Myriad Buddha Temple or the Myriad Beasts sect, but the difference wasn't too big. Moreover, although the 4 saint sects were divided, they were still of the same branch. When one side was in trouble, all 4 sides would come to help. Because of this, the 4 saint sects were a very special group. Even the Heavenly Sword sect didn't dare to provoke them. The core disciples of the 4 saint sects generally learned the cultivation methods of the Profound Gate, and each of them was very powerful. On the other hand, the inner disciples of the 4 saint sects didn't necessarily learn the cultivation methods of the Profound Gate. But this time, Zhao Hai met a disciple from the Eastern Sage continent who learned the cultivation methods of the Profound Gate. This inner disciple of the Eastern Sage continent didn't wear the robes of an ordinary cultivator. Instead, he wore a scholarly robe with a golden headband that tied his hair into a ponytail. He was holding a folding fan in his hand, looking very confident and extraordinary. The 4 saint sects were also known as the 4 saint academies in the cultivation world. Each academy of the 4 saint academies had their own specialties, namely zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. And the Eastern Sage continent was famous for calligraphy. Calligraphy. Many disciples of the Eastern Sage continent used brushes as weapons. However, the disciple that Zhao Hai met today didn't use brushes as weapons. Instead, the folding fan in his hand was a weapon. Kai and the others had paid attention to the battles of this disciple from the eastern sage continent. This disciple's combat strength wasn't weak. Firstly, it was because of his law idol, which was a book. Secondly, it was because of the folding fan in his hand. The folding fan in his hand was a very good magic treasure. Zhao Hai looked at this disciple from the eastern sage continent. He parted the folding fan in his hand and performed a warrior's salute. After that, he stood there motionlessly. The disciple from the Eastern Sage Academy looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and smiled lightly. He waved the folding fan in his hand twice and smiled, "This junior brother from the Black Tiger Gang, you are the most talented cultivator I've ever seen in my life. It's my honor to be able to fight with a genius like you. However, junior brother must be careful, I won't show any mercy." Zhao Hai looked at this disciple from the Eastern Sage continent and spoke in a low voice, "Please enlighten me." That cultivator from the Eastern Sage continent smiled, "Please." After speaking, he roared as a book appeared in front of him. After which, the disciple looked at Zhao Hai and spoke in a low voice, "Junior brother, receive my attack." After speaking, the disciple began to chant, "Fish playing with the lotus leaves to the east, fish playing with the lotus leaves to the west, fish playing with the lotus leaves to the south, fish playing with the lotus leaves to the north, fish playing with the lotus leaves to the center." As he spoke, 5 incomparably gigantic koi fish flew out from his book and swam towards Zhao Hai. As the fish swam, numerous pink lotus flowers and jade-green lotus leaves appeared behind them. These 5 koi fish swam towards Zhao Hai from all directions. As long as Zhao Hai wasn't an idiot, he would know that these 5 koi fish weren't just for show. Zhao Hai raised his halberds and before the 5 koi fish could surround him, he chopped down with the halberds towards one of the koi fish in front of him. Zhao Hai's Dharma idol let out a thunderous roar as the trunk in its hand smashed towards the koi fish in front of him. That koi fish swayed its tail and instantly shifted its body to the side, evading Zhao Hai's attack. At the same time, Zhao Hai's attack was like poking a horse's nest. The speed of the koi fish instantly increased as they rushed towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, the koi fish opened their mouths and shot out several streams of water towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's silhouette moved, he didn't retreat but chose to advance instead. His target was the disciple from the Eastern Sage Academy. At this moment, the lotus flowers and lotus leaves that appeared behind the koi fish instantly surrounded him, forming a line of defense between him and the disciple. At the same time, the koi fish also turned around and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's countenance changed as he spoke in a low voice, "Sound of the 8 directions." As the sound of Zhao Hai's voice faded, the trunk of the Dharma idol abruptly sucked in, causing the belly of the elephant to expand. After which, it opened its mouth and let out a thunderous roar, roar. Following the roar of the elephant, the space around the Dharma idol began to distort. This wasn't the real distortion of space but the distortion of the air around it due to the sound wave attack. Following the appearance of the roar, the movements of the 5 koi fish couldn't help but stop. As for the lotus flowers and lotus leaves, they couldn't help but lower their heads. At this moment, Zhao Hai's silhouette moved and directly rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the disciple from the Eastern Sage Academy. The halberds in his hands slashed down with all his might. The disciple from the Eastern Sage Academy obviously didn't expect Zhao Hai to rush here. However, he still reacted in the shortest time possible. He waved the folding fan in his hand and greeted Zhao Hai. Following this action, a huge fan shadow flew out from his hand and met the elephant trunk that was pressing down on him. Boom. With a loud bang, the elephant trunk smashed into the fan shadow. The fan shadow disappeared and the folding fan flew out from the disciple's hand. Following that, Zhao Hai's second attack came. The disciple from the Eastern Sage Academy hurriedly retreated. However, Zhao Hai followed closely behind, attacking the disciple with his halberds. Although the disciple's retreating speed wasn't slow, it was obvious that he wasn't a fast cultivator. In the end, he couldn't escape Zhao Hai's pursuit and was hit 3 times by Zhao Hai's halberds, causing his Dharma idol to tremble. At this moment, the koi fish from the disciple had already arrived behind Zhao Hai's Dharma idol. The koi fish didn't care about their lives and rushed towards Zhao Hai's Dharma idol. After a few bangs, Zhao Hai's Dharma idol also trembled slightly, as though it was about to break at any moment. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He continued to attack the Dharma idol of the Eastern Sage Academy. It was as though he wouldn't stop until the Dharma idol was broken. Experts like Zhang Feng couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration when they saw Zhao Hai's actions. These people were all experts. They naturally understood why Zhao Hai was in such a hurry to attack. It could even be said that Zhao Hai wanted to injure both sides. It was because this was where Zhao Hai's brilliance lay. Everyone could see that there was still a gap between Zhao Hai's strength and the disciple from the Eastern Sage Academy. Moreover, the disciple from the Eastern Sage Academy also had a weakness. His weakness was that his Dharma idol's attack was relatively slow. The Dharma idol's attack was the type that would slowly encircle the enemy like a net. It would slowly entangle the enemy and eventually kill him. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's fast reaction, he would have killed his way to the disciple from the Eastern Sage Academy. Moreover, he would rather lose both sides to break the Dharma idol. This step of Zhao Hai's could be considered correct. This was his only chance to defeat the disciple from the Eastern Sage Academy. At this moment, Zhao Hai's attacks became even faster. 5 consecutive strikes with the force of thunder smashed towards the Dharma idol of the disciple from the Eastern Sage Academy. After 5 strikes, the Dharma idol of the disciple from the Eastern Sage Academy finally shattered. The disciple's expression changed as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Zhao Hai's Dharma idol also shattered. However, the koi fish that attacked Zhao Hai also disappeared. Zhao Hai's halberd smashed towards the head of the disciple from the Eastern Sage Academy. The disciple from the Eastern Sage Academy looked at Zhao Hai with a ruthless expression. Suddenly, Zhao Hai's halberd stopped 3 inches above the head of the disciple from the Eastern Sage Academy. The fan that the disciple from the Eastern Sage Academy sent flying was also 3 inches away from Zhao Hai's head. This was truly a battle where both sides suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, both sides stopped in the end. Otherwise, both sides would have died here. Of course, this was the opinion of others. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't tell them that even if the fan of the disciple from the Eastern Sage Academy really hit Zhao Hai's head, nothing would happen to him. Of course, he wouldn't tell this to anyone. Moreover, although the previous battle seemed to be a battle of wits and courage, everything was actually under Zhao Hai's control. Zhao Hai's every attack, every reaction of his opponent, everything was within Zhao Hai's control. Although Zhao Hai didn't see the cultivator from the Eastern Sage Academy make a move, his every move couldn't escape Kair's eyes. Kair and the others had already recorded the process of the battle and analyzed it. No matter who became Zhao Hai's enemy, they could immediately pull out the battle data of that cultivator and analyze it. Then, they would design the most likely way to defeat the opponent based on Zhao Hai's current strength. This time, Zhao Hai wanted to draw in his battle with the cultivator from the Eastern Sage Academy. This was because after his analysis, if his battle with the cultivator from the Eastern Sage Academy ended in a draw, then the two of them would most likely enter a new space at the same time. It could be said that although this battle was a draw, it could also be called a win-win situation because the other cultivators had already won. This time, a total of 753 cultivators from the 9 great sects had obtained the qualifications to enter the extraterritorial space. As for the cultivators from the other sects, a total of 237 cultivators had obtained the qualifications to enter the new extraterritorial space. In other words, the number of cultivators entering the new space wasn't 1,000 but 990. Zhao Hai was also one of these 990 people. And this result was exactly what Zhao Hai wanted. He didn't offend the Eastern Sage Academy too much and obtained the qualifications to enter the new space. If this cultivator wasn't from the Eastern Sage Academy, then even if they had the same level of strength, Zhao Hai could still kill him. However, that would offend the Eastern Sage Academy. Zhao Hai wouldn't do that. As for whether this draw would offend the cultivator from the Eastern Sage Academy, Zhao Hai didn't care. So what if he offended that cultivator? As long as he didn't offend the Eastern Sage Academy, it was fine. Zhao Hai really didn't care about the attitude of a cultivator from the Eastern Sage Academy. Zhao Hai knew that if he killed a cultivator from the Eastern Sage Academy behind his back, as long as no one found out, then nothing would happen. But if he killed the cultivator from the Eastern Sage Academy in front of everyone, then he would offend the Academy. Therefore, Zhao Hai chose to draw this round. The reason why Zhao Hai dared to defeat the cultivator from the Myriad Beasts sect and only chose to draw with the cultivator from the Eastern Sage Academy was because Zhao Hai understood that the so-called great sects were sometimes even more narrow-minded than the demon cultivators. The people from the Myriad Beasts sect were also known as the barbarians in the cultivation world. They respected the strong and revered strength. As long as he used strength to defeat the other party wouldn't mind. Sometimes, civilized people cared more about face. But for some barbarians, they only cared about strength. To barbarians, face wasn't even worth half a dime. Zhao Hai slowly retracted his halberd and bowed to the cultivator from the Eastern Sage Academy. Many thanks for senior brother's mercy. After that, his figure flickered and returned to the treasure ship. As for the cultivator from the Eastern Sage Academy, he looked at Zhao Hai with a complicated expression. He knew that Zhao Hai had won this battle. Outsiders might not be able to see what happened, but he was very clear. When Zhao Hai swung his halberd down and was about to perish together with Zhao Hai, at the last moment, Zhao Hai retracted his hand. At the same time, the halberd in his left hand moved slightly. Although the movement was very slight, the cultivator from the Eastern Sage Academy saw it clearly. He understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai wanted to tell him that he could block his fan at the same time, but he didn't do so. He wanted a draw. Of course, the cultivator from the Eastern Sage Academy wouldn't say this out loud. He looked at Zhao Hai for a moment before turning around and returning to the Eastern Sage Academy's team. Sure enough, in everyone's opinion, this battle was a draw. Moreover, the result was a draw. Both he and Zhao Hai were judged to have the opportunity to enter the outer space. After the result was announced, the people from the Black Tiger gang cheered. Zhang Feng also let out a long breath. Zhang Feng was very clear that Zhao Hai's victory this time was very important to him. In the future, his position in the gang would be even higher. This was because in a big sect like the Black Tiger gang, if you want to have a position in the gang, it didn't only depend on your strength, but also your influence and contribution to the gang. This time, it can be said that he made a huge contribution to the gang. He won a spot to enter the outer space for the gang. This was very beneficial to the development of the Black Tiger gang. Every time a new outer space was discovered, the first cultivators to enter would be in great danger. But at the same time, the contribution of these cultivators to the gang would also be huge. Nobody knew what was inside the new space, nor did they know what kind of materials were inside. Those who entered the new space first would not only be able to obtain the most precious materials inside, they would also be able to record information about the new space. This would be used by their own sects when they enter the new space in the future. Naturally, for Zhang Feng, the most important thing was that as long as Zhao Hai enters the new space, it would immediately become his backyard. This was very important to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, Big Brother wants to thank you for today. Your spot is very important to me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother, you don't need to worry about it." As they were talking, Ao Wushuang appeared on the death-deciding platform. He looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, the quota has been decided. Now, I will give out the pass tokens. All the winners, please come here to collect your tokens." 990 winners came to the death-deciding stage one by one and received a jade token from Ao Wushuang. When it was Zhao Hai's turn, Ao Wushuang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're Li Lin from the Black Tiger gang, right? Not bad. To be able to break through to the Transcendence realm in such a short time and still have such strength, it's really rare." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I wouldn't dare. Senior is too polite." Ao Wushuang smiled faintly as he took out a jade token and gave it to Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai received the jade token, he bowed and returned to the ship. Zhao Hai took the jade token, but his expression changed. This jade token was the one that Zhang Feng gave him to record his identity. But it was obvious that this jade token had been reforged. Although it was still the same, its function had been completely changed. Zhao Hai looked at the jade token, and his expression changed. This jade token was the same as before, but its function had been completely changed. Although the jade token was used to record things, this jade token was now used to show one's identity. Originally, anyone could use their spiritual force to explore this jade token. But now, this jade token had a very special energy. This energy wasn't just spiritual force, it also contained other types of energy. It was clear that this jade token had been refined by an expert. The reason why Zhao Hai's expression changed was because of time. The person who made this jade token was able to refine 1,000 of them in such a short period of time. Obviously, it wasn't easy. This meant that the person who made this jade token was an expert, an absolute expert at the level of a refining grandmaster. It was strange that a blacksmith grandmaster would appear in this place. Generally, blacksmith grandmasters were treasures of their sections. It was impossible for them to come out easily. But now, there was only one explanation for this blacksmith grandmaster to appear here. This blacksmith grandmaster was also an expert of the blacksmith sect. There was absolutely no problem for him to protect himself. It seems like these great sects were really deep. Zhao Hai returned to Zhang Feng's side and handed over the jade token to her. At this time, everyone received their tokens. Ao Wushuang looked at everyone and said, "We don't know the exact time of entry and exit of the foreign space. We're asking people to calculate it. Everyone's tokens are also your contact tokens. As long as we have news, we'll send you a jade sword message. I hope you don't lose it. I believe that we'll receive news within a month." Zhao Hai looked puzzled at Zhang Feng and said, "Eldest brother, can we calculate when the foreign space opens and how long it's been open?" Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Right, we can calculate when the foreign battlefield will open and how long it will last. In our sect, we have people who specialize in this kind of calculation. Although their calculations can't be 100% accurate, they can still reach 90%. This is already very good. For foreign battlefields that are opened for the first time, they need to be even more careful when calculating. There won't be any mistakes. Their preparations can reach 95% and above. You can rest assured. You can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Eldest brother, are we going back now?" Zhang Feng nodded, then he looked around and said, "This isn't a place to stay for long. Let's go." After he said that, he immediately gave the order for the ship to slowly retreat. After a while, it turned around and sped up. Just as Zhang Feng's group was about to leave, a large artifact made entirely out of bones followed their footsteps. Moreover, this large artifact was chasing after Zhang Feng's group. This skull-shaped large artifact was very famous. It was called the Ghost Face Ship. It was the signature artifact of the Wandering Soul Gang. It was made from the bones of demonic beasts. Moreover, because each bone contained the soul of a demonic beast, the Ghost Face Ship could release hundreds of millions of ghosts to help it in battle. It was very powerful. Because the entire ship was made of demonic beast bones, it was very light and very fast. Its speed was enough to rank it among the top 10 large artifacts in the cultivation realm. One must know that this included the Heavenly Sword sect's flying swords. After the ship set off, Zhang Feng led Zhao Hai and the others to his room. After the group sat down, Zhang Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, you offended the Wandering Soul Gang this time. You need to be careful in the future. The Wandering Soul Gang aren't ordinary people. If they want to deal with you, they won't hesitate to do anything." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Eldest brother, there's no need to worry about the future. I'm afraid those fellows have already caught up with us." Zhang Feng stared, then he said, "Play the image." As Zhang Feng's voice fell, the painting in the living room that was used for surveillance immediately disappeared and turned into a huge screen. The screen also turned into a small screen. Zhang Feng continued, "Monitor the outside of the ship." The screen immediately turned green, and then the image was like a radar. A green light was drawn from one end to the other, and a green dot appeared on the screen. This light dot was right in the middle of the screen. It was the position of the treasure ship. Then, a red light dot appeared not far behind the treasure ship. It was flashing with red light. This scanning device wasn't installed by Zhao Hai. Instead, it was installed by a refiner with Zhao Hai's help. Although Zhao Hai could install a better scanning device than this, he didn't do so. He didn't want to be too omnipotent. His current performance was too dazzling, making him more and more important to Zhang Feng. The more important he was to Zhang Feng, the more jealous her subordinates would be of him. He didn't want to become the target of public criticism. Zhang Feng looked at the screen, then she coldly snorted and said, "Sure enough, it's the Wandering Soul Gang. Since they're courting death, we'll teach them a lesson." Jiao Hai replied, "This time, the Wandering Soul Gang came prepared to deal with us. We need to be careful. Otherwise, we might suffer a lot of losses. The Wandering Soul Gang also used large artifacts to deal with us." Zhang Feng nodded and took out a jade sword. After inputting some information into it, she released it. After a while, the transmission array on the ship flashed and several cultivators appeared. These cultivators were all nascent soul stage experts. With a glance, one could tell that they were sent by the gang to help Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng welcomed the group to her room. After asking them to sit down, she bowed and said, "Senior brothers, thank you for coming to help. This time, we must make those brats pay the price." These cultivators were Tai Zhantian's apprentices. They were all body cultivators. Since their body cultivators could reach the nascent soul stage, their combat prowess would naturally be stronger than ordinary nascent soul experts. However, Tai Zhantian's apprentices weren't the kind of people who could command the overall situation. Adding on to the fact that they were Tai Zhantian's apprentices, there were too many people paying attention to them. Therefore, they weren't suitable to sit in Zhang Feng's position. Therefore, Tai Zhantian decided to bring Zhang Feng out. Fortunately, these people were all cultivation maniacs. They weren't very keen on power, so they got along well with Zhang Feng. Although these people were body cultivators, except for two of them, the rest weren't very tall. Two of them were very thin, which was beyond Jiao Hai's expectations. One of them chuckled and said, "Junior brother Feng, you don't need to be polite with us. Those brats have been causing trouble for us all these years. If it weren't for Master, I would have already dealt with them. Now that there's an opportunity, how could I not properly deal with them?" Zhang Feng smiled and said, "This time, I'll make sure to let you senior brothers hide. After all, we have a ghost face ship behind us." Another person coldly snorted and said, "Today, I'll destroy their ghost face ship. Let's see how the Wandering Soul Gang will react. Do they really want to fight with our Black Tiger Gang? If they do, then I'll see what excuse the Hu family has to stop us from fighting with the Wandering Soul Gang." In the past few years, the Black Tiger Gang had always wanted to fight with the Wandering Soul Gang. However, the Hu family and the other great clans had always opposed this. Because of this, even Tai Zhantian couldn't do anything about it. This made Tai Zhantian's disciples very sullen. Zhang Feng said, "Senior brothers, don't be careless. This time, the Wandering Soul Gang will certainly send some experts to deal with us. It's better to be careful." At this time, Zhang Feng looked at the monitor, then he turned to the others and said, "Senior brothers, let's go out. Those guys have caught up. It seems like they want to keep me here." After he said that, Zhang Feng stood up and led the others outside. Before long, the group arrived at the stern of the ship. Jiao Hai and Hao Xing were standing there. When they saw the group arrive, the two immediately gave a salute. Zhang Feng didn't reveal Jiao Hai's identity, he just said to his senior brothers, "You should already know these two. This is Hao Xing and this is Li Lin. They're my two most capable subordinates. The other one is Zhang Hao. They're currently below." Zhang Feng's senior brothers nodded to the two. They weren't very good at expressing themselves. Moreover, Zhang Feng's subordinates had nothing to do with them. Therefore, they didn't show much enthusiasm. Jiao Hai and Hao Xing didn't care. These people were all nascent soul cultivators. Normally, when they see nascent soul cultivators, they wouldn't even bother to greet them. Zhang Feng and the others were now looking at the back of the ship. A black cloud was quickly approaching. Zhang Feng knew that it wasn't a black cloud, but ghost chi. Zhang Feng coldly snorted and said, "Turn around, we're going to meet them. I want to see how strong their ghost face ship is." Along with Zhang Feng's command, the ship turned around and went straight towards the ghost face ship. At the same time, the ship's speed was raised to its highest. The people on the ghost face ship also discovered Zhang Feng's plan. The ship didn't slow down and rushed forward with all its might. But at the same time, more ghost chi came out of the ship. The ghost chi was as black as ink, wrapping around the entire ship. As the two large artifacts approached each other, the ghost energy on the ghost ship directly flew out of the ship and turned into a ferocious ghost head that rushed towards the treasure ship. Zhang Feng snorted coldly, increase the protective shield with all your might and crash into it. I want to see how hard their ghost face ship is. Along with Zhang Feng's command, layers of golden light appeared on the ship. This layer of golden light finally turned into a golden shield that protected the ship. Just as the shield of the ship was set up, the ghost head that came from the ghost face ship hit the ship. With a bang, the shield of the ship shook twice before the ghost head was knocked away. When Zhao Hai was making the ship's shield, he added a lot of magic formations. Among them were light element magic formations. These magic formations contained yang energy, which was the opposite of the ghost qi yin attribute. Now that the ship's energy had been raised to its maximum, the ghost qi naturally couldn't compete with the ship. Therefore, the ship was able to smash the ghost qi into pieces. Then with a thunderous momentum, the ship crashed into the ghost face ship. At this time, the ghost face ship also raised its speed to its highest level. The two ships were very close to each other, so they collided in the blink of an eye. With a loud bang, the treasured ship and the ghost face ship collided head-on. The shield of the treasured ship broke with a bang, and the ghost qi outside the ghost ship dissipated at the same time. Then, the treasured ship and the ghost face ship collided head-on. Zhang Feng felt a huge force coming from the ship's hull, causing his body to jump up. But after a jump, the force disappeared. However, the ship's hull didn't change much. Only the bow of the ship was slightly dented. At the same time, the ghost face ship was also pushed back. At the place where the ship collided, several demon beast bones were directly broken. It should be known that the demon beast bones were carefully refined by the Wandering Souls gang. Each bone was as hard as a magic tool. But now, it was directly broken by the ship. This showed how powerful the collision was. The two large magic tools retreated, but they didn't collide with each other. Both sides had tested that the other's large magic tools were as hard as their own, and neither of them had an advantage in terms of strength. Both sides didn't want to cause too much damage to their large magic tools, so they tacitly stopped colliding with each other. Experts from both sides flew out of their large magic tools and rushed towards each other. It could be seen that the Wandering Souls gang had put in a lot of effort to deal with Zhang Feng. A total of 5 nascent soul stage experts and 10 gold core stage experts came out from the ghost face ship. This was not a weak force. A nascent soul stage expert would be a supreme elder in a small sect. Even a gold core stage cultivator would be an ordinary elder in a big sect. It seems like the Wandering Souls gang really wanted to kill Zhang Feng this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so many experts. However, they didn't expect Zhang Feng to be prepared. 8 nascent soul experts flew out of the ship. Although both sides were stunned when they saw the other side's lineup, they didn't have time to think about it. The two sides immediately clashed. At this time, the experts from both sides also rushed out of their large magic tools and returned to the battlefield. As soon as these people flew out, Zhang Feng's disadvantage was immediately revealed. Not only were they inferior in numbers, but they were also inferior in strength. It seems like the Wandering Souls gang was well prepared. They even inquired about Zhang Feng's subordinates. Fortunately, in terms of power, Zhang Feng and the others were able to suppress the other party. Zhang Feng and the 4 disciples of Tai Zhantian blocked the other party's 5 nascent soul stage experts. The other 3 nascent soul stage experts completely suppressed the 10 gold core stage experts of the Wandering Souls gang. The Wandering Soul gang sent out their elites this time. 10 golden core stage cultivators were able to hold back 3 nascent soul stage cultivators from the Black Tiger gang. One must know that although the difference between the nascent soul stage and the golden core stage was only 1 level, the difference in strength was more than 10 times. Under normal circumstances, a nascent soul stage expert could deal with 10 golden core stage cultivators without any problems. Only some of the top golden core stage cultivators could withstand the attacks of nascent soul stage cultivators for a while, or even escape with their lives. Such people would already be regarded as peerless geniuses. But now, the Wandering Souls gang's 3 golden core experts were actually able to hold back a nascent soul expert of the Black Tiger gang. It was clear that these 10 golden core experts were carefully selected from the Wandering Souls gang. However, Zhang Feng's subordinates weren't to be trifled with. This time, among the disciples that followed Zhang Feng, there were still several inner disciples of the Black Tiger gang. Like Haoxing, there were also 7 gold core stage experts. Because the golden core experts of the Wandering Souls gang were blocked by the 3 nascent soul experts, there were no golden core experts left to deal with Haoxing's group. Although the other Wandering Souls gang's disciples tried their best to resist, they were slowly falling into a disadvantageous position. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't do anything too conspicuous this time. He only fought with an inner disciple of the Wandering Souls gang. Although he was able to suppress his opponent, he wasn't able to immediately kill him. Although his performance was commendable, there wasn't anything special about it. The battle between the two sides also alarmed some people on the island. However, these people didn't think too much about it and didn't want to take advantage of the situation. After all, both sides were strong sects. Moreover, these two sects had enmity with each other, so they didn't want to offend these two sects. Therefore, the other sects only swept the battlefield with their spiritual force before immediately retreating. At this time, the nascent soul stage experts of the Black Tiger gang finally gained the upper hand, especially the 3 nascent soul stage experts who were fighting against the 10 golden core stage experts of the Wandering Soul gang. It was only a matter of time before they killed the 10 golden core stage experts. If the 3 nascent soul stage experts were to kill the 10 golden core stage experts, then the Black Tiger gang would have the upper hand. However, the nascent soul stage experts of the Wandering Soul gang were entangled by Zhang Feng and the others. They were even at a disadvantage. In this case, it was impossible for them to help the golden core stage experts. After about 20 minutes, the 10 golden core experts of the Wandering Souls gang were killed one after another. The 3 nascent soul experts immediately sent 2 people to support Zhang Feng and the others. The remaining nascent soul expert didn't help Zhao Hai and the others. Instead, he went straight towards the ghost face ship. He actually wanted to seize the ship. When the nascent soul experts of the Wandering Souls gang saw this, they couldn't help but roar again and again. Although there were some people guarding the ship, how could they compare to a nascent soul expert? If the nascent soul expert really killed his way onto the ship, then the consequences would be unimaginable. But even if they wanted to help, they were powerless. The 5 nascent soul stage experts of the Wandering Soul gang were surrounded by the 7 nascent soul stage experts of the Black Tiger gang. Not to mention rescuing them, it was difficult for them to even protect themselves. At this time, under the leadership of Haoxing and the other golden core experts, Zhao Hai and the others also cleaned up the low-level cultivators of the Wandering Souls gang. Moreover, the work was very smooth. After all, the death of the 10 golden core experts was a huge blow to the morale of the low-level cultivators. At this time, the nascent soul stage expert of the Black Tiger gang had already arrived in front of the ghost face ship. The people who were guarding the ship had already closed the entrance and exit of the ship. At the same time, they activated the ship's shield. However, because there were too few people controlling the ghost face ship, although the shield was set up, it wasn't very strong. Although the strength of the shield wasn't very strong, it wasn't weak for a Yuanying realm expert. After all, it was a shield of a large artifact. Even if it was ordinary, it wouldn't be weak. It wouldn't be easy for a Yuanying realm expert to break the shield and snatch the ghost face ship. At this time, Zhang Feng suddenly shouted, "Li Lin, return to the ship. Steer the ship and ram it." Zhao Hai complied, then he made 2 attacks. Then he retreated and returned to the ship. Then his figure flashed as he entered the ship. Unlike the Wandering Souls gang, Zhang Feng didn't leave anyone to guard the ship. In his opinion, it was the same whether he left anyone to guard the ship or not. If the Wandering Souls gang really wanted to rob the ship, Zhang Feng would just expose the fact that the ship could shrink and directly store it in his space. But now, it seemed that they had the upper hand, while the Wandering Souls gang couldn't even keep their ghost face ship, let alone seize the ship. However, if they don't break the shield of the Wandering Soul gang ship as soon as possible, there might be more problems. One must know that nascent soul stage experts can detonate their own nascent soul. If 2 of the Wandering Soul gang's nascent soul stage experts were ruthless enough to detonate their own nascent souls, then the encirclement of the 7 people would be broken. At that time, the Wandering Soul gang would be able to return to the ship. Then the Wandering Soul gang would be unable to seize the ship. Because of this, Zhang Feng thought of Zhao Hai. The ship was made by Zhao Hai, so he had the best understanding of the ship. Therefore, it wouldn't be a problem for him to steer the ship. Additionally, Xiaohai was a dark mage, so he had a lot of undead in his hands. If he wanted to steer the ship, then it would be impossible for him to rely on one person. If he sent Xiaohai, then Xiaohai would have his undead help him steer the ship. This would be a lot easier than sending other people. If he sent Xiaohai, then he would be able to handle it alone. It was precisely because of this idea that Zhang Feng sent Xiaohai back to the ship. Zhang Feng's order was very short, but the meaning was very clear. She sent Xiaohai to drive the ship and use it to ram the ghost face ship. Once the shield of the ghost face ship is broken, the nascent soul stage expert can take the opportunity to enter the ghost face ship, kill the people on board, and take the ghost face ship for himself. As long as the ghost face ship is in their hands, then even if the wandering soul gang managed to escape, then it would still be worth it. After all, the value of the ghost face ship was much higher than that of several nascent soul experts. Xiaohai also understood Zhang Feng's idea. Therefore, he immediately returned to the ship and entered the engine room. At the same time, he released a large number of undead to help him steer the ship. Originally, Xiaohai didn't need to do this. However, he still did it because he knew that when Zhang Feng and the others returned to the ship, they should be able to sense the aura of the undead. If he did everything himself and didn't use the undead, then it was possible that Zhang Feng and the others would be able to sense it. Zhang Feng and the others were nascent soul experts, each one of them was very strong. They were very sensitive to energy and aura. This time, Xiaohai used some ordinary undead. Their strength wasn't very strong. Therefore, Xiaohai didn't have the undead directly input energy into the ship. Instead, he had some of the undead open the door of the storage room and take out the crystals inside. Then he placed them into the ship's power formation and activated it. As soon as the power formation was activated, the treasure ship turned into a beam of light as it rushed towards the ghost face ship. With a loud bang, the ghost face ship's shield was immediately broken. The entire ship was pushed back by the impact. The nascent soul stage expert also took advantage of this opportunity and chased after it. Just as he was about to take a look and hit that place, he found that there was already a big hole in the ghost face ship. The nascent soul stage expert was overjoyed and directly went through that big hole. With the powerful spiritual sense of a nascent soul stage expert, he was like a tiger entering a pack of wolves when facing this completely unguarded ghost face ship. He had already discovered several members of the wandering soul gang, but the situation of these people was a bit strange. They were all lying there motionless. The nascent soul expert flew towards the wandering soul gang and looked at them. He discovered that the wandering soul gang had already fainted from the impact. The nascent soul expert didn't intend to take them captive. He waved his hand and directly killed the wandering soul gang. Then he flew out of the ghost face ship and joined the battle. At this time, a group of people flew out of the treasure ship. They entered the ghost face ship in a flash and took over the ship. The two large Dharma treasures slowly retreated. Zhang Feng naturally saw this situation, but he didn't care. Instead, he stepped up his attack. As he and the other nascent soul experts stepped up their attacks, the situation was completely under their control. The nascent soul experts of the wandering soul gang were just making their last struggle. As for the other ordinary disciples of the wandering soul gang, they were already slaughtered by the Black Tiger gang led by Hao Xing. Except for the nascent soul experts, the rest of the battlefield had calmed down. At this time, the nascent soul experts of the wandering soul gang knew that they couldn't escape death today. Several of them wanted to be ruthless. At this time, a jade sword fell in front of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was stunned, but he immediately used his spiritual force to scan the contents of the jade sword. Upon seeing the contents of the jade sword, Zhang Feng couldn't help but be surprised. Then his face became happy as he turned to the nascent soul experts of the wandering soul gang and said, "Everyone, you've seen the situation today. If you continue to fight like this, it won't be good for you. As long as you're willing to help me, I'll guarantee your safety. What do you think?" While speaking, Zhang Feng waved his hand. The other nascent soul experts slowly retreated, but they still surrounded the wandering soul gang's nascent soul experts. When the nascent soul experts of the wandering soul gang heard Zhang Feng, they stared blankly. But they also knew that in a situation where they had less than half of the enemy, it would be impossible for them to escape today. If they were really killed by Zhang Feng, then they would die and their Dao would disappear. Cultivators attached great importance to their own Dao. If possible, they hoped that their Dao could be passed down forever. Additionally, cultivators had a long life, so they were more afraid of death than ordinary people. As long as there was hope, they didn't want to die. Because of this, when they heard Zhang Feng's proposal, the nascent soul experts of the Wandering Soul Gang didn't show any disgust. They just stared blankly for a moment before they began to think. Zhang Feng looked at them and said, "You should know about the situation of our Black Tiger Gang. I'm asking you to help me, not to help the Black Tiger Gang as an elder. As long as you're willing, I can spread the news that you've died in battle while you're still alive with another identity. I guarantee that I won't send you to deal with your family members. What do you think?" The expressions on the faces of the Yuanying stage masters loosened a little. Zhang Feng looked at them and then said in a deep voice, "You may think that at worst, you can explode your Yuanying and then escape. But what I want to tell you is that now that the ghost face ship has been snatched by us, we have 2 large magic tools in our hands. Do you think you can be faster than the large magic tools? Even if you manage to escape, you'll still be responsible for the loss of the ghost face ship. Are you ready to be punished?" The nascent soul stage experts' faces changed. Zhang Feng's words hit the nail on the head. Yes, they were nascent soul stage experts, but in the Wandering Soul Gang, there were many nascent soul stage experts like them. They weren't that great in the Wandering Soul Gang. But the ghost face ship was a great existence in the Wandering Soul Gang. It was the face of the Wandering Soul Gang. If the Wandering Soul Gang really wanted to take responsibility for the loss of the large artifact, then they wouldn't be able to escape. Thinking about the punishment that the Wandering Soul Gang gave to the disciple who made a mistake, the nascent soul experts couldn't help but shiver. Zhang Feng looked at the group and said, "Everyone, if you wanted to self-detonate when we weren't on guard, then you might have a chance to escape. But now that we're on guard, do you think that your self-detonation would have a chance of success? Do you think that you can still escape? Of course, if you join me, then I won't just say that. I'll seal your spiritual qi and ask you to do 2 things as proof of your loyalty. Then you'll officially join us. I'll give you the respect you deserve and won't treat you like an ordinary disciple. What do you think?" The nascent soul experts looked at each other and saw a trace of hesitation in each other's eyes. If Zhang Feng didn't mention any conditions and just asked them to join, then they might think that Zhang Feng was plotting something. But now that Zhang Feng said this, they didn't have any doubts. Zhang Feng looked at the nascent soul experts and said, "What do you think? If you agree, then I'll seal your spiritual qi. I can also swear on my heart demon that I'll guarantee your safety." When the several nascent soul stage experts heard Zhang Feng's words, one of them finally opened his mouth and said, "Zhang Feng, you are also a reputable figure. If you are really willing to swear an oath with your heart demon, then we can rely on you. However, I hope that you can, as you said, show us the appropriate respect. And when necessary, bring our families under your rule. In the absence of guaranteeing the safety of our families, you must not disclose our identities. Can you do that?" Zhang Feng laughed and said, "I, Zhang Feng, am a man of my word. Naturally, I can do it. I, Zhang Feng, swear on my heart demon that I'll guarantee your safety and bring your clans under my rule as soon as possible. If I don't do that, then I won't reveal your identities and will give you the respect you deserve. If I violate this oath, then I'll be burned to death." In Zhang Feng's room, 13 nascent soul stage experts were sitting together. Zhao Hai, Hao Xing, and Zhang Hao were standing beside Zhang Feng. In front of Zhang Feng was a cup filled with spirit wine. Zhang Feng raised her cup and said to the Wandering Soul Gang's nascent soul experts, "Thank you for your trust in me. This is my spiritual wine, please have a taste." The few Yuanying stage masters had their spirit qi sealed, but they didn't have any excessive reaction. They all smiled and raised their wine glasses, clinked it with Zhang Feng's, and drank the spirit wine in the cup. Zhang Feng's spirit wine was brought out by Zhao Hai, so the taste was naturally very good. After drinking a cup, the group exhaled and said, "Good wine." Zhang Feng also exhaled a mouthful of wine and said with a smile, "If you like it, I'll ask Li Lin to send you a few jars later. You can also take a few jars back later. I want to thank you for your help today. Little Feng, there's no need to be so polite. but this wine really tastes good. Iron Eagle, haven't had such a good spirit wine in all these years. You have to prepare more for me. Zhang Feng laughed and said, that's not a problem. I'll prepare it for you. Iron Eagle was Tai Zhantian's eldest disciple, a body cultivator. His strength has reached the peak of nascent soul stage. His defense was unparalleled, and his strength was extraordinary. In the Black Tiger Gang, he was known as the Iron Feather Divine Eagle. Zhang Feng drank a few more cups with the group. Then he turned to Hao Xing and said, Little Xing, how's the arrangement? We have to go back before the energy storm arrives. Don't miss the time. Hao Xing smiled and said, it's been arranged. Senior brother, please rest assured. The ghost face ship has been dismantled and put into the treasure ship. We can go back immediately. Zhang Feng nodded and said, good, that's good. But Hao Xing's words made Iron Eagle and the others stunned, especially the people from the Wandering Soul Gang. When the nascent soul stage experts heard Zhang Feng, they couldn't help but have a change in expression. They said to Zhang Feng, Sect Master, what are you doing? The ghost face ship is a rare magic tool, isn't it too wasteful to take it apart like this? Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, everyone, don't worry. If we can take it apart, then we can put it back together. This time, the transmission formation that we'll be using is relatively small, so the ghost face ship can't enter it. Since we can't stay here, we can only use this troublesome method. Iron Eagle looked at Zhang Feng in confusion and said, put it on? That ghost face ship is not that easy to install. Xiao Feng, are you confident? Zhang Feng smiled and said, eldest senior brother, don't worry. It's definitely not a problem. If it's fixed in the future, I'll give you a ghost face ship as your ride. How about it? The reason why Zhang Feng said this was because a few generations ago, the Black Tiger Gang suddenly made a decision that greatly reduced the power of the gang leader. The disciples of the gang leader were not allowed to become one of the top 10 core disciples. They could only enjoy the treatment of ordinary core disciples. They were not allowed to open the mountain gate or use the tiger boats. In the past, the reason why the sect master of the Black Tiger Gang had so much power was because there were few core disciples among the sect master's disciples. These core disciples could open the sect master's gates and use large magic tools. In this case, the sect master could use more resources. The sect master was strong, so naturally, he had more say and more power. At that time, this proposal was strongly opposed by the sect master of the Black Tiger Gang. However, at that time, the sect master of the Black Tiger Gang was too strong. In the end, the proposal was passed. The passing of this proposal also officially symbolized that the sect master of the Black Tiger Gang's power was greatly reduced. The power of the sect master of the Black Tiger Gang was greatly increased. This became the biggest source of conflict in the Black Tiger Gang. It was precisely because of this reason that although Iron Eagle and the others were the sect master's disciples, they didn't have much power. They couldn't even open the sect master's gates. They could only exist as ordinary core disciples. Otherwise, with Iron Eagle's strength, the first place of the 10 great core disciples would be his. When Iron Eagle heard Zhang Feng's words, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He said, so, someone said before that you know a refining heaven material. Is it true? Zhang Feng smiled and said, you don't need to know how I got it. If you want to use it, I'll make one for you. Brothers, if you want to use it, I'll make one for each of you. However, you'll have to wait for a while. After all, this large artifact isn't easy to refine. When Iron Eagle and the others heard Zhang Feng's words, they understood that Zhang Feng knew a refining master. They didn't ask any more. Iron Eagle nodded and said, all right, then we'll wait for your large artifact. Zhang Feng faintly smiled and nodded. He then said in a deep voice, senior brothers, if you need anything for your cultivation in the future, don't hesitate to look for me. I've recently made a small fortune, and I also have several capable people under me. Whether it's medicinal pills or artifacts, you just have to ask. When he heard Zhang Feng, Iron Eagle's eyes lit up. Then he turned his hand and took out a huge demon beast. This demon beast was already dead. It was an eagle-shaped demon beast. It had blue wings, golden claws, and a sharp beak. At first glance, one could see that its combat strength was extraordinary. Iron Eagle looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Little Feng, I won't be polite with you. This is the golden wind eagle that I recently hunted. Take a look and see what you can refine for me. Other things aren't important. What's important is the pair of wings. You know that my speed isn't fast. I want the wings to refine a pair of artifacts that can increase my speed." Zhang Feng looked at the golden wind eagle awkwardly. Then he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Lin, you've also studied artifact refining. Can you see what this golden wind eagle can refine?" Zhang Feng asked Zhao Hai. Naturally, he wanted to see what Zhao Hai could refine. Zhao Hai looked at the golden wind eagle and said, replying to senior brother, "This golden wind eagle is a strong demon beast. Its entire body is a treasure. The ideal refining method is to refine the golden wind eagle into a full body armor. Not only can it increase speed, it can also increase defense. The wings on the back can increase speed, the claws can be made into weapons, and the eagle's eyes can also be refined into the armor. But I don't know what it can be used for. Naturally, this is the most ideal method. The difficulty of refining it is no less than refining a large artifact. Ordinary artifact refiners wouldn't be able to do it. If it's just refining a pair of wings, then it's possible. Although the success rate is higher than refining armor, it's more difficult than refining ordinary artifacts. This is because the difficulty of refining these wings is very high." When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Of course, he knew that Zhao Hai could refine the golden wind eagle into a full body armor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said it. Zhang Feng turned his head to Iron Eagle and said, "Senior brother, you heard it. This isn't easy. I can only try my best. But you can choose now. Do you want a full body armor or just a pair of wings?" Iron Eagle laughed and said, "This choice is too simple. Only a fool would want wings. Of course, I want a full body armor. You can rest assured that you can refine it. If you fail, then I'll just go and hunt another one." Iron Eagle didn't know how to refine artifacts, so he naturally didn't feel anything. However, a nascent soul expert from the Wandering Soul Gang wasn't a weak refiner. When he heard Zhao Hai's words, he was very surprised. A blacksmith's success rate wasn't the only thing that mattered. The design of a magic weapon was also very important. Sometimes, a good blacksmith could be seen from the design of a magic weapon. For a magic weapon like the Golden Wind Eagle, in the eyes of an ordinary blacksmith, they might take off its beak, claws, and wings and refine them into magic weapons. The other parts might be thrown away, or they might pluck off its feathers and refine them into offensive magic weapons. Such a blacksmith was already a very good blacksmith. But for a refiner like Zhao Hai, who said that he would use the Golden Wind Eagle to refine a full set of armor, he was definitely a grand refiner. Even an ordinary grand refiner wouldn't be able to make such a design. The Wandering Soul refiner looked at Zhao Hai with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. One must know that the level of a refiner was closely related to his strength. Even if a spirit refiner was very good, he wouldn't necessarily be inferior to an ordinary golden core refiner. This was because a golden core refiner could use core fire. Core fire was a type of flame produced by the golden core. This flame was very useful for refining artifacts and could increase the success rate of refining artifacts. Nascent soul cultivators could use true samadhi fire. True samadhi fire was more powerful than core fire. Not only could it increase the success rate of refining artifacts, it could also improve the quality of artifacts and even give artifacts special abilities. But Zhao Hai was only at the transcendent stage. How could he have such a high level of refining? The nascent soul expert of the Wandering Soul sect began to doubt Li Lin's strength. Zhang Feng didn't think of this. He said to Iron Eagle, "All right, with eldest senior brother's words, I'm relieved. I'll find someone to help eldest senior brother refine as much as possible. It would be best if they succeed, but don't expect too much." After saying that, he turned his head to look at the others and said, "If you guys have anything to say it as soon as possible. I'll get someone to do it for you." The others looked at each other. Then Tai Zhantian's third disciple, Tai Yi, took out a pile of herbs and said, "Junior brother, since you said so, I won't be polite. These are the materials for the dragon and tiger survival pill. There's a total of 10 portions. As long as you can help me refine one dragon and tiger survival pill, it'll be the greatest help you can give me. How about it? Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, no problem, leave it to me. Then he put away the materials and looked at the others. The others shook their heads. Tai Zhantian's second disciple, Tai Ling, smiled bitterly and said, we want to refine some things, but we don't have all the materials yet. Let's wait until we have all the materials. Hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile and said, give me the materials you have. I'll see if I can make up for the rest. If I can't, I'll let you know. The others loudly took out their things and gave them to Zhang Feng. They also told Zhang Feng about their requests. Zhang Feng agreed to them one by one. Zhang Feng was sitting in his room as he awkwardly looked at Zhao Hai. They had already returned to Phoenix Cry Peak. Iron Hawk and the others had also left. As for the people from the Wandering Soul Gang, they were still on the ship. Zhang Feng had given them a restricted area on the ship to prevent others from approaching them. Fortunately, cultivators had good patience. The nascent soul cultivators of the Wandering Soul Gang were already used to their seclusion. Naturally, they were also used to this lifestyle. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai with an embarrassed expression and said, Zhao Hai, I'm really sorry. You've taken on a lot of work. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, eldest brother is too polite. This is what I should do. I'll go back and study it. I'll deal with it as soon as possible. Zhang Feng nodded and said, you can go. I think it won't take long for the matter of the foreign space to be settled. When the time comes, you'll have to go. Don't worry if it's not done yet. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, elder brother can rest assured. You don't need to worry about this matter. It won't take long before everything is done. This is a good opportunity. Moreover, elder brother needs to prepare for the Wandering Soul Gang. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, elder brother, you don't need to worry about this matter. Zhang Feng nodded and said, rest assured, I'll take care of it. I didn't expect to get 5 nascent soul experts so easily. I didn't think that they would actually surrender. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, those nascent soul experts are also people. They have a lot of things to think about. That's why it's easy to win them over. Alright, eldest brother, I'll go to Invisible Valley for a few days. I'll be back in a few days. Zhang Feng nodded and said, go, I won't let you disturb you for the next few days. Zhao Hai stood up and gave Zhang Feng a salute. Then he took the things that Zhang Feng gave him and turned around to leave. When he arrived outside, he directly returned to the ship. Then his figure flashed as he returned to the space. After arriving at the space, Zhao Hai had Kyer deal with the materials. Then he sat down and looked at the monitor. On the monitor were the people from the Wandering Soul Gang. Laura sat beside Zhao Hai and said, what's wrong, brother Hai? You asked senior brother Zhang Feng to rope in those people from the Wandering Souls Gang, is there a purpose? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course I have an idea. These are nascent soul experts. If I can subdue them, it would be very beneficial for us. I think that they would be able to provide us with a lot of faith power. Laura and the others laughed, they knew Zhao Hai very well. They knew that Zhao Hai was a person who couldn't get up early. This was especially true for nascent soul experts, he had always been envious of them. While they were talking, Zhang Feng had already gone to Tai Zhantian and told him about what happened in the death arena. Tai Zhantian was also stunned when he heard it. He really didn't think that so many things would happen in the death arena this time. The new space, the Wandering Soul Gang's pursuit, the Yuanying Realm Masters, the ownership of the Ghost Face ship, all of these things happened in such a short time. He really didn't expect that so many things would happen in such a short time. After Zhang Feng finished, Tai Zhantian looked at Zhang Feng and said, this matter needs to be handled properly. Not only will it increase your prestige in the Black Tiger Gang, we can also use this matter to give you more power. When the time comes, I'll have your senior brothers help you. Those Hu clan fellows thought that by keeping your senior brothers out of the top 10 core disciples, they would be able to limit their development. I want them to stand out. Zhang Feng also understood Tai Zhantian's resentment. There was no need to mention Tai Zhantian's situation. He was the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, yet he couldn't give his disciples a good background. Because of this, he saw Zhang Feng's matter as an opportunity. Zhang Feng naturally did not have any objections. He was very clear about the strength of Iron Eagle and the others. To be able to get Iron Eagle and the others to help him, for Zhang Feng, there were definitely only benefits and no disadvantages. Naturally, he would not object. In the next few days, Zhang Feng participated in the death arena and won a spot for the Black Tiger Gang in the foreign battlefield. This matter was already known by some people. When this matter came out, it immediately caused a violent reaction in the Black Tiger Gang. For anyone in the cultivation world, a new foreign battlefield was very useful to the Black Tiger Gang. Moreover, it was a mid-level foreign battlefield. This was a huge benefit to any sect. Zhang Feng's contribution was unavoidable. Zhang Feng's contribution couldn't be avoided. Tai Zhantian took this opportunity to make things difficult for Zhang Feng. He gave Zhang Feng the authority to expand his sect. This authority can be big or small. If it's big, you can expand your sect, let your influence grow, and even recruit more cultivators to become your subordinates. If it's small, you can recruit 2 more people. This mainly depends on how much ability you have. Do you think it's easy to expand your sect? You need money and manpower. If you don't have money, who would want to join your sect? Those cultivators who want to join your sect naturally want to get more resources than what the gang distributes to them. If you don't have money, then you can't get more resources. Naturally, no one will join your sect. This was even more true for people. Take Zhang Feng's Phoenix Cry Peak for example. If Zhang Feng was the only one in charge, then it would be useless no matter how many outer disciples one recruited. 10 outer disciples couldn't compare to 1 inner disciple. 10 inner disciples couldn't compare to 1 core disciple. Therefore, the strength of a sect depended on the number of experts. In the beginning, the Hu clan didn't think that Zhang Feng's expansion of her sect was a serious matter. But after what happened, they regretted it. After Zhang Feng obtained the authority to expand her sect, Tai Zhantian sent 7 of his most prized disciples to Zhang Feng. This allowed Zhang Feng's Phoenix Cry Peak to have 7 nascent soul stage cultivators. This strength was stronger than any of the Black Tiger Gang's core disciple sects. However, this wasn't the end. Then Zhang Feng started to recruit a large number of inner and outer disciples. There was almost no limit to the number. This scared the Hu clan and the other great clans. They weren't afraid of Zhang Feng's crazy expansion. This was because even if Zhang Feng expanded, it would be impossible for her to catch up with their great clans. What they were afraid of was Zhang Feng's financial resources. Expansion required money. Where did Zhang Feng get so much money? This made the Hu clan and the others feel very strange. Originally, the Hu clan and the others thought that Zhang Feng's money was given to her by Tai Zhantian. Therefore, they immediately convened an elder council to investigate the Black Tiger Gang's finances. In fact, their main purpose was to investigate Tai Zhantian. They wanted to see if Tai Zhantian had embezzled public funds. However, the results of the investigation made them disappointed. They didn't expect that there would be no evidence of Tai Zhantian embezzling public funds. The Black Tiger Gang's financial situation was very good. But what made the Hu clan and the other great clans even more surprised was that Tai Zhantian wanted to use this opportunity to make the Black Tiger Gang's finances public. Every expenditure and income must be recorded clearly. Moreover, a detailed account must be made every month. This way, all the cultivators in the Black Tiger Gang would know how much the Black Tiger Gang earned and how much it spent. This would allow the Black Tiger Gang to have a better understanding of its finances. Tai Zhantian's proposal was tantamount to a heavy blow to the major clans. The major clans had been using some loopholes in the organization to make some illegal income and slowly strengthen themselves. Now that Tai Zhantian had made such a move, their future income would be greatly reduced. For the major clans, this wasn't a good thing. However, even if they wanted to object, they couldn't. This was because Tai Zhantian's proposal was made in front of all the members of the Black Tiger Gang. If they were to object, then they would lose the support of the Black Tiger Gang. This wasn't a good thing for them. The great clans didn't think that Tai Zhantian's proposal was actually given to him by Zhang Feng. Moreover, Zhang Feng also got this proposal from Zhao Hai. It can be said that the person who was truly swindling the great clans was Zhao Hai. 10 days after returning from the arena, Zhao Hai returned to the treasure ship from the space. In these 10 days, Zhao Hai only did one thing, and that was to turn the 5 nascent soul experts into his subordinates. Refining was very simple for Zhao Hai. He just needed the processing machine to process it, he didn't need to do it himself. Refining pills was also the same. However, there was one thing that was very difficult, and that was to turn the nascent soul experts into his subordinates. Zhao Hai could use the simplest method to do this, and that was to kill the nascent soul experts and turn them into undead. Then the nascent soul experts would naturally become his subordinates. However, doing this would be discovered by Zhang Feng, which was absolutely unacceptable. Zhang Feng could allow Zhao Hai to have more authority, even more authority than the inner sect disciples. However, if the 5 nascent soul experts were also under Zhao Hai's control, then Zhang Feng would absolutely not agree to it. Therefore, this method couldn't be used. The second method was more difficult, and that was to use the enlightenment technique to convert the nascent soul experts. He would have them completely brainwashed, making them think of Zhao Hai as a god, and have them produce faith in Zhao Hai. This wasn't an easy thing to do. Although the nascent soul experts had their spiritual chi sealed, and their spiritual force was also greatly affected, they were still nascent soul experts. Each of them had a heart as hard as stone. If Zhao Hai wanted to convert them, then it would be easier said than done. However, Zhao Hai still decided to do this. He didn't want to lose this opportunity. This was a very good opportunity. If he were to give it up, then it would be a pity. These were 5 nascent soul experts. If he were to give up, then who knows when he would get another opportunity in the future. Most importantly, he wanted to control this power in order to increase his ability to protect himself. When Zhao Hai used the enlightenment technique on the nascent soul cultivators, it was very subtle, making it hard for people to feel. Slowly, the enlightenment technique was used on the nascent soul cultivators. Fortunately, the treasure ship was built by Zhao Hai, so how could he not have a backup plan? Additionally, the nascent soul experts had their spiritual chi sealed, so their reactions were too slow. Naturally, they didn't notice Zhao Hai's actions, and unknowingly fell into his trap. 10 days later, Zhao Hai finally completed his control over the 5 nascent soul experts. He had them completely brainwashed and turned them into his most loyal subordinates. After converting the 10 nascent soul experts, Zhao Hai finally came out of the space and returned to the treasure ship. Then he came down from the ship and went to look for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was currently very busy. Because the sect was being expanded, he had a lot of things to deal with. Although Iron Eagle and the others were helping him, he was still very busy. When Zhao Hai went to look for Zhang Feng was in the middle of dealing with the sect's matters. When he heard that Zhao Hai had come, he immediately put down the matter at hand and called Zhao Hai to his room. The people waiting outside Zhang Feng's room were all puzzled as they looked at Li Lin. They didn't know the identity of this Li Lin. How could he be summoned by Zhang Feng as soon as he arrived? Later on, they found out that Zhao Hai was always the first to be summoned. Even Hao Xing had to wait for him. This made some of the new members of the Phoenix Cry Peak speculate about Zhao Hai's identity. Naturally, none of them were reliable. Zhao Hai followed Zhang Feng to his room. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How is it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's all done." After he said that, he took out one item after another. First, it was an eagle-shaped armor. This armor was a full-body armor made of eagle feathers. On the head was an eagle beak helmet, on the back were eagle-feathered wings, and on the feet were eagle-feathered boots. As for the hands of the armor, one couldn't see anything special. However, after Zhao Hai poured a bit of spiritual chi into it, a pair of eagle claws appeared. The golden eagle claws had extraordinary attack power. This set of armor was really beautiful. Even if Zhang Feng knew that this set of armor already had an owner, he still couldn't help but stare at it. He wished that he could take it for himself. Of course, Zhang Feng wouldn't really do that. If he did, then he wouldn't be able to become the mountain lord of the Phoenix Cry Peak. Aside from the armor, the most eye-catching items were the 10 Longan-sized pills. These 10 pills were golden in color. Each pill was placed in a jade box. Faint cries of dragons and tigers could be heard coming from the pills. These were the 10 Dragon Tiger life-saving pills. The Dragon Tiger life-saving pill was a very famous pill in the cultivation world. This pill had two effects. First, it could heal injuries. For ordinary injuries, the Dragon Tiger life-saving pill could allow you to recover in the shortest amount of time. Even for internal injuries, its healing effect was several times better than other pills. Even if your inner mansion was destroyed, as long as you ate the Dragon Tiger life-saving pill, you could live for another month. If you could find those legendary treasures within a month, then you might be able to save your life. The second was to increase one's combat strength. If you met an opponent stronger than you, the Dragon Tiger life-saving pill could instantly increase your combat strength, increasing your combat strength by several times. This would increase your chances of defeating your opponent, and it would also have the effect of saving your life. The Dragon Tiger life-saving pill could be used for two purposes. It was divided into Dragon Force and Tiger Force. When it healed injuries, it used Dragon Force, and when it increased spiritual chi, it used Tiger Force. This was the origin of the name Dragon Tiger life-saving pill. Iron Eagle and the others were stunned as they looked at the items in front of them. In front of Iron Eagle was a set of armor called the Golden Eagle armor. The Golden Eagle armor's defensive capabilities were very strong and its speed was even faster. Moreover, whether it was long-distance flight or short-distance teleportation, it was very good and had very good effects. With the addition of the eagle claws that could automatically spring out from the arms, the attack power of these eagle claws was very strong. It was very suitable for body fusion cultivators. It can be said that with these eagle claws, Iron Eagle's combat strength would increase by more than one level. The armor also had an ability that made people envious. These were the eagle eyes that had been refined by Xiao Hai. These eagle eyes had been refined into glasses by Xiao Hai. The usefulness of this thing was even greater. It could see the strength of the enemy as well as the flaws in the enemy's moves. It was absolutely practical. Iron Eagle fondly touched this set of armor. The benefits of this set of armor were beyond Iron Eagle's expectations. It was of great help to Iron Eagle. Most importantly, this armor could be refined into the body and slowly nourished. The longer it was nourished, the more powerful the armor would be. On the other hand, Tai Yi was looking at a row of 10 Dragon Tiger life-saving pills in front of him. The Dragon Tiger life-saving pills' effect was very strong, but because of this, it was very difficult to refine. Because of this, Tai Yi had been preparing the materials for a long time, but he didn't dare to find someone to refine it. Later, when he heard Zhang Feng's words, he gave the medicinal pills to Zhang Feng, hoping that Zhang Feng could help him refine the medicinal pills successfully. He was already satisfied if she could refine 1 out of 10 pills, but he didn't expect that she could refine all 10 pills successfully. As for the other senior and junior brothers, the things that they requested had also been successfully refined, completely meeting their requirements. The materials that they lacked were naturally supplemented by Zhang Feng. Iron Eagle looked at the armor for a while before putting it away. Then he turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Little Feng, big brother won't say any more words of thanks. Just like I told you, you didn't need to be so polite with us before, and now we don't need to be so polite with you. We are a family. If you need anything in the future, just say the word. As long as your senior brother can do it, I will definitely help you." Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Senior brother is too polite. Just like you said, we're a family. There's no need to be so polite. Put everything away. If you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to look for me. As long as I can do it, I'll help you." Tai Ying and the others nodded. After Tai Yi received the Dragon Tiger survival pill, he looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Little Feng, how are those guys? Did you cause any trouble?" Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "Third senior brother can rest assured. Those guys are very honest. They didn't cause any trouble, and they wouldn't dare to cause any trouble. In the past few days, I've already given them the 5 poison goo. Even if they don't want to listen to me in the future, they won't be able to." Tai Yi nodded and said, "Although this method isn't very good, it's very useful. The 5 poison goo is very difficult to refine." "How did you refine it?" Zhang Feng smiled and said, "This time, in order to refine the 5 poison goo, I spent a lot of effort. It wasn't easy to gather the 5 poisonous insects. Fortunately, I have the ability in my hands. In the end, I succeeded. Now that the 5 poison goo is in their stomachs, I can guarantee that there won't be any problems. Tai smiled and said, I heard that this kind of 5 poison goo, as long as the people who are poisoned don't have any second thoughts, not only will they not be harmed, but it will also help their cultivation. But once they have second thoughts, the goo master can poison them to death. No matter how strong the goo master is, it's useless. Is it true? Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and said, to be honest, I really don't know. I only know the refining method of this goo. It's very insidious. I'm also using it for the first time. As for the effect, it will depend on the situation in a few days. Tai frowned and said, if there's a chance in the future, we'll give them the antidote. After all, using this method to control people is not a long-term solution. Those guys are nascent soul stage powerhouses. If we really push them too far, they'll fight to the death. It's enough to give us a headache. Zhang Feng nodded and said, as long as we bring their family members to us, then we won't have to be afraid of their betrayal in the future. At that time, we'll have to get rid of their goo. Tai said in a deep voice, Little Feng, you said some time ago that you can prevent a new ghost face ship. Is that true? Can you really do it? You should know that the ghost face ship is a famous large artifact in the cultivation world. It's very fast. Zhang Feng smiled and said, don't worry, it's true. In fact, the prevention of the ghost face ship has already begun. You don't have to worry. Tai nodded and looked at Zhang Feng and said, how? About your refiner friend? Is he trustworthy? This is very important. He's an extraordinary existence. If he's poached, then the loss will be great. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, don't worry, that won't happen. That person is absolutely reliable and won't be poached. You haven't seen him, so you don't know what kind of person he is. But I can't take you to see him now. When there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to see him. Tai didn't say anything. Zhang Feng looked at the group and said, I've already issued a task in the mission hall. The main task is to collect all kinds of complete demon beasts. The higher the level, the better. The more complete the preservation, the better. The time to kill them must not exceed 30 days. As long as the number of demon beasts is enough, then we can make a large number of ghost face ships. Tai frowned, then he looked at Zhang Feng and said, really? You should know that the ghost face ship isn't easy to build. Whether it's the refining method or the formation engraved on it, it's the Wandering Soul Gang's secret. It's said that the Wandering Soul Gang used to be one of the great sects in the cultivation world. But because they offended too many people, they were besieged by several great sects. At that time, the ghost face ship was a symbol of their status in the cultivation world. This shows how powerful it is. I heard that many great sects want the refining method of the ghost face ship, but they haven't been able to get their hands on it. From this point, we can see the importance of the ghost face ship. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, don't worry, I don't think it'll be a problem. There's no need for you to worry. But this time, the outer space will be open for 5 days. After 5 days, the realm gate will close. After 1 year, the realm gate will open for another 5 days. In other words, it will take 1 year for a cultivator to enter the outer space. Our Black Tiger gang has 1 quota. But because this is the first time we are sending a large number of cultivators, we can't send anyone else. It seems like only Li Lin can go this time. There's still 1 month before the realm gate opens. After 1 month, we will send Li Lin to the new outer space. Upon hearing Zhang Feng, Tai and the others frowned. Then Tai said, a year? This is a big test for cultivators. Moreover, Li Lin is one of the cultivators that you favor. It would be a pity if he died in the outer realm. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, Senior brother, you can rest assured. I'm confident in Li Lin's strength. I guarantee that he'll be fine. In fact, when Zhang Feng heard about the outer realm, she was very confident in Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was different from other cultivators. The realm gate was the only passage for other cultivators, but for Zhao Hai, the realm gate was useless. Zhao Hai can enter and exit as he pleases. Therefore, his safety in the outer realm was guaranteed. Tai frowned and said, what about Li Lin? Do you trust him? Is he reliable? That person has a gloomy aura, I don't like it. When Zhang Feng heard Tai Yi, he laughed and said, "Third brother, you can rest assured. Li Lin won't have any problems. I can guarantee this." Tai Yi nodded and said, "All right." Iron Wing nodded and said, "That's good. This is definitely an opportunity for you. If Li Lin can really figure out the situation of the foreign space, and if the foreign space is very useful to the gang, then your status and prestige will rise. This is very important for you." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll give you a chance." Iron Wing nodded and said, "I'll give you a chance." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Yes. Third brother, you can rest assured. I won't let this opportunity go. Brothers, I have some matters to discuss with Li Lin, so I won't be accompanying you." The others nodded. Then Zhang Feng stood up and left. When Zhang Feng arrived at the large artifact, she went through the transmission formation and arrived at the Invisible Valley. The Invisible Valley was worthy of being called a forgotten place by the Black Tiger Gang. Aside from Elder Hu of the Odd Job Hall, nobody would remember the place, let alone the name Jiao Hai. Because of Zhang Feng's recent actions, everyone's attention was focused on her. Jiao Hai, an insignificant outer court disciple, had long been forgotten. Only Elder Hu, who knew some inside information, knew about Jiao Hai's identity. At this time, Zhang Feng was very popular in the Black Tiger Gang. Others might not know, but Elder Hu knew that Jiao Hai was a very important subordinate of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng had visited Jiao Hai several times. Now that Zhang Feng's status had risen, Jiao Hai's status would naturally rise as well. Because of this, only Elder Hu remembered about Jiao Hai, so he paid attention to the Invisible Valley. But in the end, the Invisible Valley was very safe. Zhang Feng and the others didn't appear. Elder Hu was puzzled for a while. Later on, he discovered that the Invisible Valley seemed to be empty. There were only a few undead moving garbage. Even so, he didn't dare neglect them and paid attention to the situation in the Invisible Valley. While Jiao Hai was studying the ghost face ship inside the space, he had to admit that the design of the ghost face ship was very good. The entire ship was made from the bones of demonic beasts, and each bone contained the energy of a demonic beast. It can be said that after the refinement, the bones would be equivalent to the demonic beast in its prime, very powerful. Jiao Hai was very satisfied with the results of the refinement. Jiao Hai didn't know what to do with the ship, but he didn't know what to do with it. After putting the bones of the beasts together, he used a kind of energy thread to connect the bones together, turning them into a whole body. That was how the ghost face ship was formed. The ghost face ship could be powered by crystals, and it could also be powered by the spirit chi absorbed by the demon soul in the bones. However, most of the spirit chi absorbed by the demon soul would become its own power, and only a small amount could be used as the power for the ghost face ship. Therefore, when it came to a real battle, the ghost face ship still needed to use crystals as its power. As for the monster souls inside the bones of the beasts on the ghost mask ship, they weren't just absorbing spiritual chi for nothing. It was also a way for the monster souls to cultivate. When using the ghost mask ship to fight, the monster souls would become a means of attack and defense. According to this theory, the longer the time, the stronger the combat effectiveness of the ghost face ship. However, the actual situation was not like this. When the ghost face ship was made, the strength of the demon beasts used was not equal. Some of the demon beasts were very powerful, while some were very ordinary. However, after the ghost face ship was made, the power of all the demon beasts would be evenly distributed to each bone because of the energy thread. Therefore, after the ghost face ship was made, the strength of the demon beasts would be almost the same. However, demonic beasts also had talents. The quality of the talent directly determined the strength of a demonic beast. Therefore, after the ghost face ship was completed, some demonic souls would absorb energy very quickly, while the other demonic souls would absorb energy very slowly. Although there was the energy thread to distribute the energy, after a long time, there would still be a situation where the energy between the two demonic beasts' bones was uneven. If the energy between the two bones wasn't balanced, then it would have a huge impact on the ghost face ship. In the end, the ghost face ship would collapse. Because of this, in order to ensure the ship's fighting strength, the ghost face gang would make a large-scale energy absorption every year. This method of absorption was to draw a line on all the demon souls' energy. The energy that passed the line would be extracted, and the energy that didn't reach the line would be replenished. This method caused the demon beasts on the ship to have a slow cultivation speed, causing their fighting strength to be weak. After Zhao Hai analyzed the ghost face ship, he came to a conclusion. The reason why the ghost face ship had such a problem was because of the Yin energy thread. And this Yin energy thread was the biggest secret of the ghost face gang. The so-called Yin energy thread was actually a dark energy that was completely materialized. It was like a wire that could conduct electricity. The production of this Yin energy thread required a very strong dark energy. Not only did the dark energy need to be strong, it also needed to be very pure. If there were too many impurities in the dark energy, then the Yin energy thread wouldn't be able to be produced. Previously, in the territory controlled by the Wandering Soul Gang, there was a piece of land called the Juyang Valley. The dark energy in the valley was very pure. Not only could it produce a large amount of dark energy, it was also very suitable for the Wandering Soul Gang's cultivation. At that time, the Wandering Soul Gang could dispatch more than 100 ghost face boats at any time. Moreover, the ghost face boats had been nourished by the dark energy for a long time, so their fighting power was very strong. In addition, there were many disciples in the gang, and with the help of the Juyang Valley, they were all very strong. At that time, the ghost face gang was in existence that gave everyone a headache. But it was precisely because of this reason that the ghost face gang was very arrogant and domineering. In the end, they angered everyone and were defeated by the joint forces of several major sects in the cultivation world. The terrain of the Juyang Valley directly changed. It could no longer gather dark energy, which was called Yin energy in the cultivation world. Because of the news about the Juyang Valley, the ghost face gang's strength was greatly reduced. Moreover, the powerful ghost face ships were destroyed, so the ghost face gang's strength was greatly reduced. The Wandering Soul Gang's current location wasn't their original location. They moved here later because the Wandering Soul Gang's current location had a Yin ground that could produce Yin Qi. Although it wasn't as good as the Yin Qi in the Yin ground, it was still better than nothing. However, because of the impurities in the Yin ground, the Yin Qi produced wasn't very pure. Therefore, the Wandering Soul Gang had to inspect the ghost face ship every year. If the Yin Qi was pure, then the power of the ghost face ship would be evenly distributed. This would greatly increase the strength of the ghost face ship. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't know all of this from the analysis of the ghost face ship. Even if he was exhausted, he wouldn't be able to analyze all of this. The reason why he knew all of this was from the mouths of the cultivators of the Wandering Soul Gang. In the previous battle between Zhang Feng and the Ghost Face Gang, besides the 5 nascent soul experts, the other cultivators were all killed. Naturally, the cultivators that were killed became Zhao Hai's undead. Naturally, Zhao Hai also knew about this matter. To be honest, Zhao Hai was very happy to hear this news. This was because the dark energy was present in his space. In his space, where the undead were, there would be dark energy. The best Yin thread could be refined there. As long as he had these Yin threads, the ghost face ship wouldn't have any problems. Just as Zhao Hai was about to remake the ghost face ship, Kaier suddenly reminded him that Zhang Feng was here. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he immediately reacted. His figure moved and appeared in the cave residence in the valley. At this time, Zhang Feng came out of the transmission formation. Zhao Hai immediately greeted him. Zhang Feng waved his hand, he didn't let Zhao Hai give a salute. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I came this time to inform you about the new Foreign Realm battlefield. In a month, you can go in. Let me ask you again, can you really come out whenever you want?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Can you really come out at any time?" Zhao Hai stared, he looked at Zhang Feng and asked, "Elder brother, why do you ask? Did something happen?" Zhang Feng followed Zhao Hai into the cave mansion as she said, "The extraterritorial space this time is different from the last time you went there. The last time you went there, the realm gate was open for a month. During this month, you can come out at any time. But this time, the extraterritorial space will only be open for 5 days at a time. After 5 days, it will close again a year later, and then it will open again after 10 years. In other words, other cultivators will have to stay inside for at least a year. During this time, the extraterritorial space would be very dangerous. Not only would there be unknown beasts inside, there would also be cultivators from other sects who would be your enemy. I don't want any accidents to happen to you. Therefore, if you can't come out, then it's best if you don't go to the extraterritorial space. Zhao Hai stared, then he said, Elder brother, rest assured, I can come out at any time. I can even go in with you. As long as you're on the ship, I have a way to bring you in. When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai, he let out a long breath and said, that's for the best. You have to remember, I don't care what you find inside. In short, you have to protect your own life. If there's any danger, you can come out at any time. Don't hesitate. Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, Zhang Feng was already sitting on the transforming cloud. She looked at the demon beast bones on the ground. These demon beast bones were naturally part of the ghost face ship. They were broken off from the ship. Zhao Hai placed these things here to tell Zhang Feng that he was studying them. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and then smiled, don't study these things for now. You should prepare for the operation in a month. There's no need to worry about these things. Right, elder brother and the others were very satisfied with the artifacts that you refined. However, I didn't tell them about your identity. I have a lot of people under me right now, your identity can't be exposed. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it doesn't matter, this is what I should do. My identity can't be revealed. Otherwise, not only the Hu clan would come looking for me, even the other great sects wouldn't let me go. I don't want to become a tool for refining pills and artifacts. When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile. Then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, you're right. You can rest assured that I won't turn you into a tool for refining artifacts. You have to believe in your elder brother. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course I believe in elder brother. Elder brother, you're thinking too much. Elder brother can rest assured, I'll make sure that the situation in the foreign space is clear. Elder brother, do you think that we can occupy the foreign space and make it our base? Zhang Feng stared, then he shook his head and said, I'm afraid it won't be possible. This is because other than you, no one else can freely enter and exit the foreign space. Even if you use a transmission formation, you still wouldn't be able to enter the foreign space. Someone tried it before, but in the end, that person disappeared inside the transmission formation. Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled bitterly and said, I'm just taking it for granted. If it's that easy to occupy a foreign space, then the other great sects would have already taken action. Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and said, you're wrong. In the past, there were a lot of great sects that occupied those outer space. But later on, those outer space suddenly closed for 100 years. When the outer space reopened 100 years later, all the cultivators there were already dead. Moreover, they had been dead for a very long time. Most importantly, those cultivators weren't attacked, nor were there any traces of battle. Because of this, no sects dared to occupy the outer space. When Zhao Hai heard Zhang Feng, he frowned and said, so that's how it is. It seems like we really can't occupy the outer space. However, eldest brother, you should also choose a base. The nascent soul experts of the Wandering Soul Gang all have large clans behind them. If you want to bring their clans over, then you need to find a good place. If you don't bring their clans over, then they won't be able to help you. If they turn against you when you need them the most, then it would be troublesome. Zhang Feng frowned and said, this is really a problem. Right now, there are a lot of people watching the Phoenix Cry Peak. If we send people there, they would immediately be discovered. That would be even more troublesome. But where should we build this base? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he smiled faintly and said, eldest brother, I have a good base. However, it will take a long time to build it. When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare, a good base? Where? Is it safe? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, absolute safety, far away on the horizon, close in front of you. Then Zhao Hai pointed to the monster bones on the ground. Zhang Feng stared, then her eyes lit up. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, you mean, a large artifact? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, right, it's a large artifact. I don't have a way to shrink the ghost face ship, but the ghost face ship can shrink a lot of people. If we shrink the treasure ships and put them inside the ghost face ship, then the ghost face ship would be able to fit countless treasure ships inside. It would form a miniature world, and elder brother would be the master of that world. Wherever you go, that world would follow. Moreover, everything in that world would be under your control. What do you think? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's right. What do you think? Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. She couldn't sit still. She stood up from the cloud and walked around twice. Then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, do you think it will work? If it does, then how many people can I have? Zhao Hai smiled and said, it certainly won't be a problem. If it succeeds, then eldest brother can have as many people as you want. You might even be able to develop 2 holy disciples to provide you with faith power. Zhang Feng stopped and looked at Zhao Hai with bright eyes. After a while, she said, if it really works, then it would be a good thing. To be honest, after Zhao Hai spoke for a long time, the last sentence moved her the most. The holy disciple realm was a place where holy disciples stayed. The so-called holy disciples were those who provided great sects with faith power. They only knew how to pray. The great sects had strict control over their holy disciples. It was impossible for someone like Zhang Feng to have a holy disciple. And the faith power that the holy disciples could provide was the most important cultivation resource in the cultivation realm. Moreover, Zhang Feng couldn't get her hands on this resource. She could only get her faith power from the Black Tiger Gang. This was what she was most worried about. If the Black Tiger Gang's faith power had a problem, then her Phoenix Cry Peak would collapse. In fact, it wasn't just the Phoenix Cry Peak. All the disciples of the Black Tiger Gang who had opened their sect would immediately collapse once their faith power was cut off. However, if she did as Zhao Hai said and turned her large artifacts into a holy disciple realm, then she would have her own source of faith power. In that case, even if she wanted to go against the Hu clan in the future, she would have more confidence. Although Tai Zhantian was the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, he couldn't provide Zhang Feng with too much faith power. Zhang Feng felt more and more that faith power would become the biggest obstacle to her development. If she really did as Zhao Hai said, then this matter would be solved. Her biggest obstacle would disappear. This was very important for her development. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng and said, elder brother, I think you should think about where to get the saint map. Large artifacts aren't a problem. As long as the matter of the outer realm is solved, then I'll think of a way to get the large artifacts. But to build them, you need holy disciples. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, Zhao Hai, you know too little about the cultivation realm. In the cultivation realm, there are people who specialize in selling holy disciples. You don't need to worry about this matter. Zhao Hai stared, he was puzzled and said, selling holy disciples? How much do you sell them? Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, holy disciples are very important materials in the cultivation realm. Naturally, there are people who sell them. Big sects like the Black Tiger Gang have their own holy disciple training system. But some small sects don't have their own holy disciple training system. Therefore, people who sell holy disciples naturally came into being. Zhao Hai was puzzled, so he asked, how did holy disciples come into being? How can there be people who sell them? Zhang Feng sighed and said, those people are also pitiful. Saints are no different from slaves, they're even worse than slaves because they've been brainwashed. They're just a group of walking corpses. They were cultivators in the beginning, but due to various reasons, they became saints. They don't have any other abilities besides reproduction and prayer. Some people specifically target low-level cultivators and turn them into idiots. Then they make them give birth to children. After their children are born, they're immediately brainwashed and become saints. Slowly, this became an industry. Zhao Hai sighed. In fact, this wasn't the first time he heard about this. Similar things happened in the space, so he couldn't do anything about it. Zhao Hai immediately adjusted his mood and said, then let's do it this way. Senior brother, after I'm done with the matter in the space, I'll come back and focus on making large artifacts. When the time comes, you can sell more faith. What do you think? Zhang Feng nodded and said, that's fine. But before you enter the outer space, you should get me some rejuvenation pills. If I don't have enough rejuvenation pills, I won't have the money to sell the saints. Zhao Hai laughed and said, all right, senior brother can rest assured. Leave this matter to me. Zhang Feng nodded and said, this matter shouldn't take up too much time. Cultivate well and save your life first. Since we've decided on this strategy, there's no need to be anxious. Let's take it slow. Zhao Hai nodded. Then Zhang Feng waved his hand and went outside. Then he went to the transmission formation and left. After Zhang Feng left, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the space. The materials needed to make rejuvenation pills were already inside the space. At this point, Zhao Hai only needed a little time to make a large number of them. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about the rejuvenation pills at this time. What he wanted to make was the ghost face ship. For Zhao Hai, making a ghost face ship was much easier. There were all kinds of beasts in the space. Moreover, he could use the bones of these beasts to make a ghost face ship. This way, the ghost face ship wouldn't have an imbalance in strength. Additionally, the yin energy threads that he made were the purest. Because of this, it was very easy for him to make a ghost face ship. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to be too ostentatious right now. He wanted to first repair the ghost face ship. After he returns from the space, he would make a large number of ghost face ships. When the time comes, he can just say that the bones were taken from the space. In any case, nobody would know about it. Even if he wants to repair the ghost face ship, he doesn't need to do it himself. He has the processing machine, he can just hand it over to it. After taking care of everything, Zhao Hai returned to the space. Laura and the others were currently looking at the monitor. On the monitor were the nascent soul experts of the Wandering Soul Gang. These cultivators had now become Zhao Hai's subordinates. They were also fed the 5 poison goo. Laura and the others were now looking at the reactions of the cultivators. The reactions of the cultivators were very normal. Besides providing Zhao Hai with a large amount of faith power, they didn't seem to have any changes. This made Laura and the others very happy. When Laura and the others saw that Zhao Hai had returned, they immediately went forward to greet him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, why did you ask senior brother Zhang Feng to sell the saints today? Do you want to get the magic formations that collect and distribute faith power?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I can't hide anything from you. Right, I want those magic formations. There's too much faith power in the space right now, I can't use it at all. There's still a lot of faith power that I can't use. If I can gather all of this faith power on you, then I believe it would be very beneficial for you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, this is too troublesome. Even if we don't have faith power, aren't we still living well? Why do you want to give us faith power? You see, we absorbed the faith power that senior brother Zhang Feng gave us, but we didn't feel anything special about it. I think we should just forget about it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "When you have faith power, then you'll know how good faith power is. In any case, it doesn't take a lot of effort. You don't need to worry about it." Laura nodded and didn't say anything. She just leaned her head on Zhao Hai's shoulder. After living with this man for so long, how could she not know what kind of person he was? Zhao Hai's way of loving them might not be as obvious as other men, but he would always give them the best. She could understand Zhao Hai's way of doing things, and she also liked it. Unknowingly, a month passed by inside the space. Zhao Hai had already repaired the ghost face ship. At the same time, he also made a ghost face ship that belonged to the space. Moreover, the ghost face ship was very well made, it was even more successful than the original. As for the rejuvenation pills, Zhao Hai didn't make too many of them. After a month, he only made 10,000 pills. For the space, this amount of pills only took less than an hour to produce. After a month, Zhao Hai arrived at the ship. After coming out of his room, he went to Zhang Feng and gave her 10,000 rejuvenation pills. He didn't give the ghost face ship to Zhang Feng, it wasn't the right time. Then he went with Zhang Feng and the others to the floating island where the first-generation deathmatch stage was located. This was also the rule of the large sections. Everyone who was going to the foreign battlefield had to gather at the floating island. Then, the sects of the cultivators who were going to the floating island would send an elder to lead them to the place where the spatial gate opened. Other people weren't allowed to do so. When Zhang Feng arrived at the floating island, the people from the other sects had already arrived. It can be seen that the other sects attached great importance to this matter. A lot of large artifacts had already arrived at the floating island. Of course, the ones that attracted the most attention were the people from the 9 great sects. They had the largest number of people. Compared to the 9 great sects, the number of people from the other sects was too shabby. Not long after Zhang Feng and the others arrived, the large artifacts from the other sects also arrived. After waiting for everyone else to arrive, Ao Wushuang appeared on the first-generation deathmatch stage. He looked around and announced, "Now, all the 990 cultivators who are qualified to enter the new extraterritorial space have arrived. Now, let's invite the cultivators of each sect who are qualified to enter the extraterritorial space and their elders to come to the deathmatch stage. We're ready to leave." Zhang Feng turned to Iron Hawk and said, "Eldest brother, I'll have to trouble you this time. As long as you send Li Lin to the foreign battlefield, you can come back immediately. There's no need to wait for him." Iron Hawk nodded and said, "All right, junior brother can rest assured. I'll guarantee that Li Lin will be safely sent to the foreign battlefield." "Do you really not need me to wait for him to come out?" Zhang Feng smiled and said, "No need. You can do a lot of things in 1 year. There's no need to waste your time there. Li Lin, you have to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded, then followed Iron Eagle and flew to the death-deciding platform. Zhao Hai nodded, then flew to the death-deciding platform. Aside from the people from the 9 great sects, most of the other sects were like the Black Tiger Gang, where an elder led a cultivator, and that elder was generally at the nascent soul stage. Occasionally, there would be a few sects where an elder would lead 2 or 3 cultivators. Therefore, if a sect brought more than 1 cultivator, that elder would appear to have a lot of face, causing Iron Eagle to secretly curse. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Ao Wushuang said in a deep voice, "All right, everyone is here. You can go back now. Those who want to go, please follow me." With that, he led the 1,000 or so people to the other side of the floating island. The 9 great sects' large artifacts immediately blocked the large artifacts of the other sects that wanted to follow. Although the other sects cursed inwardly, there was nothing they could do. Under Ao Wushuang's lead, the people from the various sects flew forward for more than an hour before stopping at a mountain. This mountain was no different from the other mountains on the floating island. There were some malnourished plants growing on it, and piles of rocks could be seen everywhere. There was really nothing worth paying attention to. When they arrived at the mountain, Ao Wushuang waved his hand. A gust of wind blew, causing the rocks on the ground to roll. Before long, a huge transmission formation appeared in front of everyone. This transmission formation was very large, enough to accommodate about 2,000 people. After the transmission formation appeared, Ao Wushuang turned to everyone and said, "Everyone, please get on the transmission formation. It will directly send you to the realm gate. Once you're there, you can set up the transmission formation and return to your sections. I guarantee that there will be enough space." Naturally, no one had any objections. They entered the teleportation formation one after another. After everyone had entered, Ao Wushuang entered the teleportation formation. With a flash of white light, everyone disappeared into the teleportation formation. When everyone appeared, they were already on top of a mountain. This mountain looked very high, but when they looked down, they couldn't see the path down. Below their feet, there were only white clouds, pure and flawless. Zhao Hai and the others weren't at the top of the mountain, but halfway up the mountain. There was a huge platform here, but it can be seen that this platform was cleared out by someone and wasn't naturally formed. In the innermost part of the platform, there was a cave, a very large cave. Just the entrance of the cave was more than 10 meters high. At this time, Ao Wushuang's voice was heard, "Everyone, this platform is the place where you will establish the transmission formation. Everyone, please help yourselves. In about a day, the realm gate will open. Everyone who wants to enter the outer space, please prepare yourselves." Iron Eagle turned to Li Lin and said, "Li Lin, Little Feng told me that after I send you in, I'll be leaving. You need to be careful. First, I need you to help me build the transmission formation. Remember the coordinates of the transmission formation and then make some changes to it. When you come out, you can restore the transmission formation to its original state and then take it back. Is that okay? Is that okay?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, senior brother Iron Eagle can rest assured. I know what to do." Iron Eagle nodded, then he led Zhao Hai to a corner of the platform and began to build the transmission formation. This transmission formation wasn't going to lead to the treasure ship, but to the Phoenix Cry Peak. Moreover, it was a small transmission formation. At most, it could seat about 5 people. For cultivators, building a teleportation formation was their life instinct. All cultivators had to build a teleportation formation that was connected to their own sect in case of emergencies. Transmission formations were divided into 2 types. One was a permanent transmission formation. This kind of transmission formation was usually built in the transmission plaza of the major sections. Most of the time, it was made of metal. It had been used for a long time, so it wouldn't be damaged under normal circumstances. The second type was the one-time use transmission formation. This kind of transmission formation would have several special talismans added to it. These talismans weren't very helpful to the magic formation, but they also wouldn't hinder the magic formation's operation. Once the magic formation was used and people were sent away, the talismans would explode and destroy the magic formation. The teleportation formation that Zhao Hai and the others were building was between a permanent teleportation formation and a one-time teleportation formation. Generally, teleportation formations were made of stone. Although they weren't easily damaged, they weren't as sturdy as permanent teleportation formations. They needed to be repaired from time to time. Before long, the 2 finished building the transmission array. Iron Eagle and Zhao Hai stood in front of the transmission array and looked around. The transmission arrays of the 9 great sects had not yet been built, but they seemed to be permanent. All the array glyphs were made of metal, and the transmission array was very large, so it would naturally take a long time to build it. Iron Eagle and Zhao Hai stood in front of the transmission array and looked around. The transmission formations of the other sects were almost finished. Iron Eagle and Zhao Hai looked at the people from the 9 great sects building their own transmission formations. Iron Eagle looked at the people from the wonderful sound pavilion, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Li Lin, remember, you must not offend the people from the 9 great sects. Especially the people from the wonderful sound pavilion. Those fellows are unreasonable. Your main purpose in entering this time is to understand the situation of the foreign battlefield. If you see those fellows, don't provoke them. Of course, if those fellows provoke you, you don't need to be polite." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, senior brother can rest assured. I'll be careful." Iron Eagle nodded and said, "Rest for a while. I don't know if their calculations are accurate or not." Zhao Hai nodded, then he slowly closed his eyes. 7 hours later, Ao Wu Shuang's voice was heard, "The realm gate is about to open. All cultivators who want to enter the foreign space should get ready." Zhao Hai opened his eyes, then he turned to Iron Eagle and gave him a salute. Just as he was about to go forward, Iron Eagle stopped him and took out a pill and said, "This pill is for you. This is the Dragon Tiger Survival Pill. It can be used in times of crisis." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that Iron Eagle would give him a Dragon Tiger Survival Pill. He was the one who refined the Dragon Tiger Survival Pill. Naturally, he knew how powerful this pill was. Although this pill couldn't bring the dead back to life, it was still very precious when it came to treating injuries. Iron Eagle had equated this pill with Iron Eagle's Golden Eagle armor. Now that Iron Eagle gave it to him, Zhao Hai was very surprised. However, from this point, Zhao Hai could see that Iron Eagle and the others were really thinking about Zhang Feng. This made Zhao Hai feel moved. In the cultivation world, you could hardly see any true friendship or kinship. Everything was for the sake of cultivation and longevity. In this case, kinship and friendship could almost be given up. However, the relationship between Iron Eagle and Zhang Feng was different. Iron Eagle and Zhang Feng had a trace of senior brother and junior brother. Their relationship wasn't as simple as senior brother and junior brother. It was more like they were blood brothers. This was what made Zhao Hai feel moved the most. Zhao Hai has always believed that no matter where a person goes, as long as they stick to their nature and maintain their purest emotions, then they can be considered a complete person. If you only know how to cultivate, then you can't be considered a person. Perhaps you can only be regarded as a cold machine that only knows how to cultivate. Iron Eagle saw that Zhao Hai was in a daze and thought that Zhao Hai didn't dare to accept. He couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Come, take it." This is the Dragon Tiger survival pill that Iron Eagle asked Little Feng to refine. This pill isn't easy to make, but its life-saving effect is very good. I didn't expect that the alchemist that Little Feng asked to refine would have extraordinary strength. He was able to refine a few more pills. This time, you will be entering the foreign space, it will be very dangerous. Take it with you. When Zhao Hai heard Iron Eagle, he couldn't help but look deeply at Iron Eagle. Then he reached out and received the Dragon Tiger survival pill. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Thank you, senior brother." Iron Eagle waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be polite. You are Little Feng's subordinate. This time, not only are you doing this for yourself, for Little Feng, but also for the entire Black Tiger gang. No matter what, you need to come back alive." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, a violent energy fluctuation came from the cave. Then the entire mountain trembled. Then a spatial rift appeared in the cave. This spatial rift was like a heavy door that was slowly being pushed open. A huge amount of energy overflowed, causing people's robes to flutter. In the blink of an eye, the entire cave turned into a huge realm gate. The inside was pitch black and nothing could be seen. It was as if there was a fog that covered everyone's eyes. At the same time, it also blocked everyone's spiritual sense. Ao Wuxuan glanced at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "All cultivators who have been selected to enter the extraterritorial space, go in immediately. If you want to come out within 5 days, you can still come out. After 5 days, you can only stay inside for a year." All the cultivators who were qualified to enter the outer realm didn't make a sound. Instead, they all rushed towards the realm gate. Before long, everyone had rushed in. Zhao Hai didn't stand out this time. He followed everyone through the realm gate and entered the outer realm in the blink of an eye. After entering the outer realm, Zhao Hai immediately left the group. He knew that the cultivators who entered the outer realm wouldn't be so obedient. They might even attack the people around them. He didn't want to get involved in this mess. Just as Zhao Hai thought, after the cultivators entered the space, the cultivators led by the 9 great sects immediately surrounded and killed the cultivators from the other sections. The cultivators from the 9 great sects were well prepared this time. They gave their cultivators a lot of high-grade artifacts in order to increase their fighting strength. The cultivators from the other sects weren't to be trifled with either. The people from their sects also thought of this point, so they prepared a large number of high-grade artifacts and talisman treasures for those cultivators. The so-called talisman treasures were actually talismans. Talismans were the most commonly used artifacts. Ordinary talismans were single-use artifacts. However, some talisman treasures weren't. They could be used repeatedly. There were 2 types of talisman treasures. One type was made of paper. This paper talisman treasure couldn't be used more than 10 times. After 10 times, the talisman treasure would become useless. The other types of talisman treasures were higher. For example, some water-type talisman treasures were generally made of crystals. Iron-type talisman treasures were made of metal. In addition to these types of talisman treasures, there were also some special talisman treasures. These special talisman treasures referred to talisman treasures with special diagrams or special attributes. These talisman treasures were generally made of jade. Of course, it didn't contain any attributes. The lifespan of these talisman treasures was very long. Of course, the number of times it could be used in a day was also limited. After it was used, as long as it was placed there, it would automatically restore its energy. Therefore, this talisman treasure was a necessary artifact for many cultivators. Talisman treasures were very convenient. Of course, in addition to some high-level talisman treasures, some ordinary talisman treasures had limited power. Now, the talisman treasures that the cultivators took out were naturally high-level goods. In addition to these talisman treasures, there were also a lot of artifacts. These artifacts were high-level artifacts that the inner disciples of the sects wouldn't be able to use. This time, the sects also took out their artifacts. But even so, the cultivators of the various sects slowly fell into a disadvantageous position. This was because the cultivators of the various sects had their own ulterior motives. They simply couldn't use their full strength. Naturally, they weren't a match for the cultivators of the 9 great sects. Moreover, the cultivators of the 9 great sects blocked the realm gate. Even if the cultivators wanted to escape, they wouldn't be able to. In the end, only a few cultivators were able to escape the encirclement of the cultivators of the 9 great sects. Most of the cultivators died there. After this time, the number of cultivators left in the foreign battlefield was less than 700. Zhao Hai sat inside the space and coldly looked at what was happening in the space. This situation was very normal. In the foreign battlefield, there were no rules at all. Everything was based on strength. The reason why the 9 great sects wanted to kill the cultivators of the other sects was to prevent them from reporting the situation inside the space to their superiors. This way, the other sects wouldn't be able to get first-hand information. In the future, their development in the foreign battlefield would fall behind the other sects. This way, the other sects would be able to maintain their advantage over the other sections. The cultivation world was the most ruthless place. Here, if you're weak, then you'll be beaten. This was because if you're defeated, then you'll be able to obtain more resources. With more resources, their strength would increase and they would be able to live longer. Zhao Hai didn't care about these things. After the cultivators left, he received their corpses into the space and turned them into undead. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Hai immediately released silver needles to investigate the foreign space. This time, the investigation wasn't the same as the investigation of the Black Tiger Gang. The Black Tiger Gang had a lot of experts. Even small things like silver needles couldn't escape the detection of these experts. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very careful when using silver needles. But since there weren't any experts in the foreign space, Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about anything. Because of this, he didn't need to be careful. He released the silver needles and went all out to explore the foreign space. This extraterritorial space was very large, and the demonic beasts here were not weak. Most of the demonic beasts were almost at the transcendence stage, and a small number of demonic beasts were at the gold core stage. Such a place was indeed very suitable for some Dharma stage practitioners to train here. Not only could they gain experience in life and death battles here, but they could also obtain a lot of resources. Not to mention, just the items that the practitioners obtained after killing the demonic beasts were already very impressive. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. The realm gate was officially closed. Iron Eagle looked at the slowly closing realm gate with mixed feelings. He knew that Zhang Feng valued Li Lin very much. Although Zhang Feng didn't say it out loud, her attitude towards Li Lin gave Iron Eagle some clues. He knew that Zhang Feng valued Li Lin more than Hao Xing and Zhang Hao. Regarding this point, Iron Eagle was also very curious. Needless to say, Zhang Hao was only a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Although his ability to do things was very strong, his strength was too weak. Zhang Feng did not attach importance to him, but it was nothing. But Hao Xing was different. Taiying and the others had some understanding of Hao Xing. Hao Xing was personally protected by Zhang Feng. Moreover, she had always relied heavily on him. Usually, when Zhang Feng wasn't at the Phoenix Cry Peak, Hao Xing would take care of the matters of the Phoenix Cry Peak. This showed how much Zhang Feng trusted and valued Hao Xing. But now, Zhang Feng's attitude towards Li Lin was very important. Although Zhang Feng seemed to be concealing this degree of importance, Iron Eagle, this 100-year-old wily fox, still discovered it. This was also what Iron Eagle was most curious about. He really didn't understand why Zhang Feng valued Li Lin so much. It was precisely because Li Lin was valued by Zhang Feng that Iron Eagle gave the Tiger Dragon survival pill to Li Lin. This was because Iron Eagle was very clear that Li Lin was valued by Zhang Feng. There must be something extraordinary about him. Now that the portal was closed and Li Lin didn't come out, Iron Eagle felt relieved. However, he was also worried. He immediately activated the formation and a white light flashed as he disappeared from the platform. At the same time, a transmission formation on the ship flashed and Iron Eagle appeared on the ship. As soon as he appeared, he saw Zhang Hao standing on the side. Zhang Hao seemed to be waiting for him. When he saw Iron Eagle, he immediately bowed and said, "Senior brother Iron Eagle, eldest senior brother is waiting for you in his room." Iron Eagle nodded and followed Zhang Hao to Zhang Feng's room on the ship. Upon entering the room, Iron Eagle couldn't help but stare. This was because only Zhang Feng, Hao Xing, and Li Lin were present. Only Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao were present. The reason why Iron Eagle was stunned was because he saw Li Lin. He saw Li Lin enter the foreign space and didn't see Li Lin come out. How did Li Lin suddenly appear here? Just as Iron Eagle was puzzled, Zhang Feng chuckled and said, "Come, eldest senior brother. Come, I'll introduce you to someone." Iron Eagle looked at Li Lin in confusion. However, he still sat down. He believed that Zhang Feng knew what was going on. After Iron Eagle sat down, Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "Zhao Hai, why haven't you greeted him yet?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then his figure moved and returned to his original appearance. Then he bowed to Iron Eagle and said, "Zhao Hai has seen senior brother Iron Eagle. This is the Dragon Tiger life-saving pill that senior brother gave me. I'll return it to you now." Iron Eagle stared, but he still said, "So it's actually a face-changing technique. But I can see that your technique isn't any worse than Han Buli's. This pill is yours since I gave it to you. You can keep it." Zhang Feng laughed and said, "Eldest senior brother, you can keep it. To tell you the truth, this pill was refined by Zhao Hai. Your pill really doesn't have any attraction to him." Iron Eagle stared, then he looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled expression. Zhang Feng smiled and told Iron Eagle about Zhao Hai's identity. Iron Eagle looked at Zhao Hai with a dumbfounded expression. He couldn't believe that this ordinary-looking cultivator in front of him was the one who built the treasure ship, made the Golden Eagle armor, and refined the Dragon Tiger life-saving pill. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, Iron Eagle's eyes shined as he looked at Zhao Hai. "I really didn't think that it would be you. Everything was actually done by you." "Good, good, very good." Zhao Hai nodded and said. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "In addition to this, Zhao Hai is also a spatial divergent ability user. As long as he enters the outer realm once, he can go in and out at any time. The realm gate is just a decoration for him. That's why he appeared here." Iron Eagle nodded and said, "So that's how it is. No wonder. Little Feng, why didn't you tell Iron Wing and the others about this?" Zhang Feng sighed and said, "Eldest senior brother, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I need to be careful. Zhao Hai's identity is too sensitive. If the Hu family knows about Zhao Hai's identity, then we'll be in big trouble. Not to mention the Hu family, if the great sects know about Zhao Hai's abilities, what do you think will happen?" Iron Eagle stared, then he nodded and said, "Yes, we need to be careful about this matter." Zhang Feng said, "Today, I introduced Zhao Hai to you in order to let you know about his identity. You don't need to worry about him in the outer realm. You need to be careful." Iron Eagle nodded, then he said, "I know. With Zhao Hai's ability, I have nothing to worry about." "Zhao Hai, what's the situation in the outer realm?" Zhao Hai replied, "It's not good. The cultivators from the great sects are now divided into 9 groups. They are currently investigating the space. The cultivators from the other sects have already been killed by them. There are only a few fish that managed to escape the net. However, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. It's hard to say if those people can survive for more than a year. The strength of the beasts in the space isn't weak, moreover, there are a lot of them." Iron Eagle looked at Zhao Hai and said, "So you're saying that the space is very dangerous? You shouldn't go in." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. "No, this is an opportunity. There are a lot of demonic beasts there. I'm preparing to slaughter a few of them and refine them into demonic soul bones, which can be used to make ghost surface ships." Iron Eagle stared, then his eyes lit up as he said, "You can make ghost face ships now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Yes, I've already figured out the ghost face ship situation. If it wasn't for the lack of time, I would have already fixed the ghost face ship. Now is a good opportunity. I've already released a large number of undead to the outer space in order to have them record the situation there. I'll use this year to fix the ghost face ship so that people wouldn't doubt my identity." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Yes, I've already figured out the ghost face ship situation." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "That's good. Do you want to stay on the ship or go to the Unseen Valley?" Zhao Hai replied, "I'll go to the Unseen Valley. After I finish repairing the ghost face ship, I'll decompose as many materials as I can in order to make more ships." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng immediately understood what he meant. She nodded and said, "All right, then I'll leave this matter to you. I'll prepare everything, we're just waiting for your ghost face ship and your treasure ship." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave it to you." Jiao Hai nodded, then he gave Iron Eagle a salute and said, "Eldest brother, senior brother Iron Eagle, I'll take my leave first." The two nodded, then Jiao Hai's body flashed and disappeared from the room. Upon seeing Jiao Hai's departure, Iron Eagle let out a long breath. Then he turned to Zhang Feng and laughed, "Little Feng, you really have some means. Even a capable person like Jiao Hai can become your subordinate. You really have a lot of luck." Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "It's also because of my good luck. After Little Hai's first battle, I talked to him and he told me about his abilities. Therefore, I immediately got him into the gang and sent him to the Unseen Valley. It didn't take long for him to give me this treasure ship as a gift." Ha ha ha. Iron Eagle smiled faintly and said, "No wonder you're suddenly so confident. With Little Hai who can refine artifacts and alchemy, what else do you have to worry about?" "Good, as long as Little Hai is here, I'm afraid that the Hu family won't be able to survive for more than a few days." Zhang Feng coldly said, "The Hu family actually dared to collude with the Wandering Soul gang to deal with me. This is a big taboo in the gang, it's the same as betraying the gang. Just wait, sooner or later, I'll make them pay." Iron Hawk replied, "It's better to be careful. The Hu clan isn't easy to deal with. Moreover, you've killed a lot of people from the Wandering Soul gang. With their temperament, they wouldn't let you off. Therefore, no matter where you go, you have to be careful. You can't let anything happen to you right now. The core disciples have been too quiet recently, this isn't their style. I'm afraid that they might be plotting something." Iron Hawk replied. Zhang Feng nodded, his face was also filled with worry. In the Black Tiger Gang's Hu clan's conference hall, several people were currently sitting down. These people didn't look young. One of them had white hair and beard, but his spirit was very good. Moreover, he wasn't young anymore, but he still gave people the feeling of an old handsome man. One look and one would know that he was a handsome man when he was young. This person was the Hu clan's patriarch, Hu Liangchen. Although the Hu clan was a member of the Hu clan, their clan practiced a type of dual cultivation technique. This technique was generally practiced by a man and a woman at the same time. Once the two of them practiced it, they would live and die together. Their hearts and minds were connected, making it very overbearing. It was precisely because of this technique that the men of the Hu clan were very handsome, and the women were very beautiful. They were all rare handsome men and beautiful women. The Hu clan's dual cultivation technique wasn't only useful to the Hu clan. As long as one practiced dual cultivation with a member of the Hu clan, no matter which clan they belonged to, they would benefit a lot. Because of this, every time the Hu clan wanted to marry a suitable cultivator, outsiders would fight over it. However, the Hu clan had its own set of marriage methods. Outsiders simply couldn't do anything about it. Even if there were a few political marriages, they would be marrying into the Hu clan. The Hu clan wouldn't pass on their dual cultivation technique to outsiders. It was precisely because of this that the Hu clan's cultivators were very difficult to deal with. This was because they would generally act together as husband and wife. Whether the opponent was one person or 10 people, they would always move together and wouldn't separate. The current patriarch of the Hu clan, Hu Liangchen, was a transcending tribulation expert. Since he was a transcending tribulation expert, his wife was also a transcending tribulation expert. Because of this, outsiders were very afraid of the Hu clan. Of course, Hu Liangchen wasn't famous for his cultivation speed. To be honest, his cultivation speed in a large clan like the Hu clan was above average. He wasn't a top genius. Hu Liangchen was famous for his resourcefulness. He was known as the Black Tiger Gang's #1 strategist. From this point, one could see how famous he was for his resourcefulness. However, right now, the #1 sage of the Black Tiger Gang was tightly frowning. He had a worried expression on his face. The reason why he had such an expression was because of Zhang Feng's recent performance. Zhang Feng opened the mountain gate and absorbed many young experts from the Black Tiger Gang. Tai Zhantian even sent Taiying and the others to Zhang Feng's side. This made Hu Liangchen feel a very serious sense of crisis. First of all, Hu Liangchen thought that even if Zhang Feng was given the power to expand the mountain gate, he would not cause any trouble. After all, he knew how much money Zhang Feng had. In his opinion, with Zhang Feng's financial resources, it was impossible to expand the mountain gate even if he wanted to. However, he did not expect that Zhang Feng would actually have the money to expand the sect. He thought that the money was given to Zhang Feng by Tai Zhantian, so he immediately sent people to check the accounts. As long as they found that Tai Zhantian had misappropriated public funds, they would immediately remove him from his position. However, the result made him disappointed. Not only did they fail to get hold of Tai Zhantian's weakness, they even gave him an opportunity to make trouble. This caused the great clans to suffer heavy losses. This was like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. What made him even more worried was that he asked the Wandering Soul Gang to deal with Zhang Feng. However, there was still no news from the Wandering Soul Gang. This made him have a bad premonition. Previously, he made an agreement with the Wandering Soul Gang to wait for Zhang Feng to participate in the first-generation decisive battle before making a move against Zhang Feng. Later on, Zhang Feng came back safely and even obtained a spot in the foreign domain battlefield. He thought that it was because of the foreign domain battlefield that the Wandering Soul Gang didn't make a move against Zhang Feng. But later on, he found out that something was wrong. This was because the Wandering Soul Gang's people who participated in the first-generation decisive battle didn't return. This was absolutely abnormal. When Hu Liangchen received this news, his first feeling was bad. If the Wandering Soul Gang's people didn't return, then there was only one explanation: something happened to them. And the reason for this was Zhang Feng. The Wandering Soul Gang's people must have gone to deal with Zhang Feng when something happened. In other words, Zhang Feng must have killed them. Although he came to this conclusion, Hu Liangchen wasn't happy at all. He knew that the Wandering Soul Gang weren't reasonable people. Cooperating with the Wandering Soul Gang was like asking a tiger for its skin. Hu Liangchen was very clear about this. The Wandering Soul Gang had been looking for excuses to control him, but they were all blocked by Hu Liangchen's means. But this time, the Wandering Soul Gang's incident wasn't good news for Hu Liangchen. The Wandering Soul Gang wouldn't let Zhang Feng go. After all, even if there was no evidence, Zhang Feng was the one who did it. At the same time, the Wandering Soul Gang wouldn't let him go. They had been looking for excuses to control him for a long time. Now, there was no better excuse than the Wandering Soul Gang being attacked. If the Wandering Soul Gang let go of this opportunity, then they wouldn't be members of the Wandering Soul Gang. And just as Zhao Hai thought, the Wandering Soul Gang was now pressuring him. If he didn't deal with it well, then the Wandering Soul Gang wouldn't let him go. He was very clear about his position in the hearts of the Wandering Soul Gang. He was just a dog in the eyes of the Wandering Soul Gang, a dog that betrayed its master. Now, the Wandering Soul Gang needed this dog to bite the Black Tiger Gang and weaken them. Then they would wait for an opportunity to swallow the Black Tiger Gang in one fell swoop. If this dog doesn't listen to them, then the Wandering Soul Gang wouldn't let him go. This was because the Wandering Soul Gang didn't need a disobedient dog. Hu Liangchen pondered for a moment before he turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone, you should know the current situation. I'm afraid the Wandering Soul Gang can't wait to force us to make a move. Does anyone have any opinions?" The people present were all famous clans of the Black Tiger Gang. It can be said that they represented the majority of the Black Tiger Gang's strength. If they really joined the Wandering Soul Gang, then the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't be their opponent. Although these clans usually followed the Hu clan's lead, they were still an alliance after all. Because of this, Hu Liangchen needed to ask for everyone's opinion. The people from the great clans were all silent. Nobody spoke as they lowered their heads. It seems like they had a lot on their minds. When Hu Liangchen saw their appearance, he couldn't help but get angry. He continued, "I'm afraid that the matter of us asking the Wandering Soul Gang to deal with Zhang Feng has been exposed. The Wandering Soul Gang won't let us go, but Zhang Feng won't let us go either. Everyone, it's time to make a decision. Are you going to cut off all ties with the Wandering Soul Gang and wholeheartedly become a member of the Black Tiger Gang? Or are you going to overthrow the Black Tiger Gang and become a member of the Wandering Soul Gang?" The patriarchs of the great clans were shaken. They didn't think that the matter would reach this point. It seems like the Wandering Soul Gang was ready to make a move. To be honest, nobody was prepared. They still haven't decided what to do. Yes, they have been fighting with Tai Zhantian all these years. However, that was only an internal matter of the Black Tiger Gang. Although they borrowed some of the Wandering Soul Gang's strength, they only used the Wandering Soul Gang as a hired thug. If they really joined the Wandering Soul Gang and helped them destroy the Black Tiger Gang, then they wouldn't be willing to do so. The people from the great clans weren't stupid. They knew that the reason why the Wandering Soul Gang valued them was because they were members of the Black Tiger Gang. Once they become members of the Wandering Soul Gang, they wouldn't know if the Wandering Soul Gang would still be polite to them. The Wandering Soul Gang also had its own old forces. If they joined the Wandering Soul Gang, then what would those old forces think of them? When the time comes, they would certainly have a conflict with the old forces of the Wandering Soul Gang. This didn't mean that they were willing to have a conflict with them, but it was because of benefits. Once the people from the Black Tiger Gang joined the Wandering Soul Gang, the higher-ups of the gang wouldn't feel at ease with them. This was because they were traitors. They were too united in the Black Tiger Gang. In the end, the Black Tiger Gang's leader was just a figurehead. The Wandering Soul Gang would certainly learn from this and try to divide them. When that time comes, would they still be able to maintain their current status? Moreover, the Black Tiger Gang's territory wasn't smaller than the Wandering Soul Gang. The old forces of the Wandering Soul Gang wouldn't let go of this fat meat that was already in their mouths. At the same time, the people from the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't give up on their own benefits. Naturally, conflicts would arise. At that time, they wouldn't have the Black Tiger Gang as their backing. This meant that they would have a direct conflict with the Wandering Soul Gang. The final result wouldn't be good. If they didn't join the Wandering Soul Gang, then they would have to cooperate with Tai Zhantian and make preparations to deal with the Wandering Soul Gang. With their current strength, if they cooperated with Tai Zhantian and gave up some benefits and power, they would be able to protect themselves and their families. In addition, they were members of the Black Tiger Gang after all. They were deeply rooted in the Black Tiger Gang and were very familiar with everything in the Black Tiger Gang. Even if they gave up a part of the benefits, they could still live freely in the Black Tiger Gang. It seems like staying in the Black Tiger Gang was a good choice. However, they didn't know what Tai Zhantian's attitude towards this matter would be. The patriarchs of the great clans had already thought about this. In fact, Xianxia had the same thoughts as them. However, he didn't say it out loud because he wasn't sure about the opinions of the great clans. Seeing that no one was speaking, Xianxia was about to speak when the Xi family patriarch suddenly said, "Since no one wants to speak, then I'll say a few words. Our Xi family doesn't agree with joining the Wandering Soul Gang. Instead, we will use our current strength to negotiate with Tai Zhantian." Although Tai Zhantian is a crafty person, he's still a body cultivator. He likes to be straightforward when it comes to solving problems. What I mean is that we will openly negotiate with Tai Zhantian. Now that the Wandering Soul Gang is about to attack us, if Tai Zhantian agrees, then we will still be a member of the Black Tiger Gang. However, we have our own conditions, that is to maintain the status of the great clans. He can't suppress us too much, but if he doesn't agree and wants to exterminate us, then it would be a different matter. When the Xi family patriarch said this, a lot of people immediately reacted. They were all in favor of the Xi family patriarch's proposal. To be honest, they still wanted to be the overlords of the Black Tiger Gang. They didn't want to be dogs of the Wandering Soul Gang. Xianxia looked at everyone and understood their thoughts. However, he still tried to probe everyone. It's not easy to negotiate with Tai Zhantian. Don't forget, we had a lot of conflicts with him in the past. Even if Tai Zhantian says that he won't suppress us now, what will happen in the future? This is something that can't be determined. While speaking, Xianxia was also paying attention to the reactions of the patriarchs. The patriarchs of the great clans were frowning. Only one person had a happy expression on his face. Xianxia immediately noticed this person. It was the Ma family patriarch, Ma Feng. In the Black Tiger Gang, the Ma family could only be considered a medium-sized family. However, their family's rise was very fast. Moreover, when they rose, they had already sided with the Hu family. Even the Hu family and the Wandering Soul Gang were connected by the Ma family. It can be said that among all the clans, the Ma family was the closest to the Wandering Soul Gang. In the past, Liangchen suspected that the Ma family was a chess piece that the Wandering Soul Gang had placed in the Black Tiger Gang. Now, it seems like his guess was correct. Liangchen's eyes flashed, he had already made up his mind. However, he still said, "Are you sure?" At this time, Ma Feng stood up, he looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, you need to think carefully. Tai Zhantian isn't a magnanimous person. If Tai Zhantian really wants to deal with us in the future, then what should we do? Let ourselves be trampled upon? But joining the Wandering Soul Gang isn't the same. Now that we have a lot of strength, the Wandering Soul Gang will certainly take care of us. When the time comes, we will be able to enjoy endless glory and wealth. Your clans will also prosper for a long time." Just as Ma Feng finished speaking, the expressions of the other patriarchs changed. Ma Feng thought that he had moved everyone, so he continued, "Everyone, the Wandering Soul Gang has promised us before. As long as we join the Wandering Soul Gang, they will certainly treat us well. If we don't agree, then when the Wandering Soul Gang's army arrives, we will all perish together." The faces of the patriarchs changed, their eyes flashed with killing intent. When Liangchen saw this, he knew that the time was right, so he immediately said, "Everyone, this isn't a trivial matter. Please return to your clans and discuss it with your family before making a decision. What do you think?" The patriarchs nodded and said, "What do you think?" Everyone nodded and stood up. Then Liangchen turned to Ma Feng and said, "Brother Ma, please stay for a moment. I have something to say to you alone." When Ma Feng heard Liangchen, his face immediately lit up and he nodded. On the other hand, the eyes of the other patriarchs flashed. They didn't say anything as they turned around and left. Liangchen looked at Ma Feng, then he smiled faintly and said, "Brother Ma, take a seat. I also think that what you just said is very reasonable. Now that we're unhappy with Tai Zhantian certainly wouldn't let us off in the future. The reason why I asked everyone to make a choice was to see what kind of reaction they would have. However, their reactions made me disappointed." When Ma Feng heard Liangchen, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Brother Hu, the situation is very serious. Those fellows are still thinking about the Black Tiger Gang. Do you think we should take action?" Liangchen shook his head and said, "We can't do that now. If we make a move now, then those fellows would turn to the Black Tiger Gang. What we need to do now is to wait. If they really want to join Tai Zhantian, then we can sabotage them. 2 days later, we can hold a meeting and have them express their stance. If they still want to join Tai Zhantian, then I'll pretend to agree. When we talk to Tai Zhantian about betrayal, then I'll put forward some excessive demands. Tai Zhantian definitely won't agree. I want to provoke Tai Zhantian into making a move on them first. As long as Tai Zhantian makes a move first, then they would definitely side with the Wandering Soul Gang. When the time comes, the Wandering Soul Gang would know that you and I have contributed a lot to the gang." Ma Feng's eyes lit up as he listened to Liangchen. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh at how astute Liangchen was. He quickly nodded and said, "I'll listen to Brother Hu's instructions." Liangchen nodded and said, "Good. After 2 days, don't send people to monitor those fellows. That would only cause the opposite effect. I'll contact them and see how they react in 2 days." Ma Feng nodded and said, "All right, I'll listen to Brother Hu." Liangchen nodded and said, "All right, then you can go back first. Call them back later and persuade them. Then 2 days later, we'll wait for the results. You can also contact the Wandering Soul Gang and tell them not to act rashly. If the Wandering Soul Gang were to attack at this time, then they would definitely side with the Black Tiger Gang. When that time comes, it would be even more troublesome." Ma Feng nodded, then he stood up and bowed to Liangchen. Then he turned around and left. Liangchen watched Ma Feng leave, then he coldly snorted. Then he took out a jade sword and inputted some information into it. Then he released it. Before long, all the patriarchs of the great clans arrived. After everyone sat down, Liangchen said, "Everyone saw what happened just now. Ma Feng is bent on joining the Black Tiger Gang. I believe that the Ma family's rapid growth in the past few years is due to the support of the Black Tiger Gang. Now that I've stabilized Ma Feng, I told him to wait for news in 2 days. I'm going to talk to Tai Zhantian tomorrow. If Tai Zhantian agrees, then we'll slaughter the Ma family and give him half a gift. If Tai Zhantian doesn't agree, then we'll contact the Black Tiger Gang through Ma phone. What do you think? When the patriarchs heard Hu Liangchen's words, they stared blankly. However, they immediately reacted. These great clans really can't place all their bets on one person. Following Hu Liangchen's words was the safest method. Everyone immediately nodded in agreement. Hu Liangchen looked at everyone and said, "Since everyone has agreed, then I won't be polite. Let's discuss the conditions that we will propose. I think that the first condition is the issue of the core disciples. I think that Tai Zhantian will certainly raise the issue of the core disciples because the core disciples can open the mountain gates. Tai Zhantian certainly won't give up on the core disciples because his disciples are very powerful. If they really compete, then the current 10 core disciples might not necessarily be his opponents. Regarding the issue of the core disciples, we need to make some concessions, but we also need to preserve some of our strength. I think that we should divide the core disciples into 2 groups. Tai Zhantian can send people to compete for the number of core disciples, but he must ensure that our 5 families control at least 5 core disciples. If he doesn't agree, then there's no room for discussion. If he doesn't agree, then he won't agree." When everyone heard Hu Liangchen, they couldn't help but stare blankly. Then the faces of the great clans changed. Although core disciples were called disciples, they had a lot of authority. In the Black Tiger Gang, core disciples had a lot more authority compared to ordinary elders. Moreover, because they can open the sect, core disciples can use a lot of resources. If they were to give up 5 core disciples, then it would be the same as cutting off their flesh. Naturally, they wouldn't agree. But just like what Hu Liangchen said, if they didn't make concessions on the issue of core disciples, then Tai Zhantian wouldn't agree to this rebellion. The issue of core disciples was related to the struggle between the clan leader and the major clans. If they didn't make concessions, then Tai Zhantian would still be a figurehead. Tai Zhantian certainly wouldn't agree to this. Hu Liangchen looked at everyone, he knew what they were thinking. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone, it's already a lot that we can control 5 core disciples of the Black Tiger Gang. If the Black Tiger Gang really controls the Black Tiger Gang's core disciples, do you think that we can still control the Black Tiger Gang's core disciples? If we talk about betrayal with Tai Zhantian, then we can still keep 5 core disciples. This is taking a step back in order to advance. Also, have you thought about why Tai Zhantian's disciples are so united right now? It's because they don't have authority. Once they have authority and know the benefits of it, would they still be as united as they are now? If things go wrong, then they might even fight. This is also a way to divide Tai Zhantian's forces." When everyone heard Hu Liangchen, they couldn't help but stare. Then they nodded, they thought that Hu Liangchen's words were correct. The Si family head nodded and said, "All right, I agree with Patriarch Hu's proposal." The others also expressed their agreement. Hu Liangchen looked at everyone and said, "Since everyone agrees, then let's talk about Zhang Feng's matter. Now that Zhang Feng has made such a big move, even if we don't want to recognize his position, we can't do anything about it. My idea is to promote Zhang Feng to one of the top 10 core disciples and give him the corresponding authority. However, in the future, if a core disciple makes the same contribution as Zhang Feng, then the gang would have to follow Zhang Feng's example. What do you think?" When the various patriarchs heard Hu Liangchen's words, they stared, but they immediately reacted. Making Zhang Feng one of the top 10 core disciples, on the surface, seemed to be good for Zhang Feng. But in fact, this wasn't the case. Although Zhang Feng wasn't a core disciple, he already had the strength and status of a core disciple. Moreover, because he was a special case, the rules of the gang didn't apply to him. If he became a core disciple, then the gang could use these rules to pressure him. Most importantly, if Zhang Feng became a core disciple, then he would take one of the core disciples' positions. In any case, they had to give up 5 spots. Now that Zhang Feng took one of the spots, Tai Zhantian would only have 4 spots left. Tai Zhantian might not have any opinion about this, but what about his disciples? Wouldn't they have any opinion? This was yet another way to divide the enemy's forces. After thinking about this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Worthy of being called the wisest person in the Black Tiger Gang. This plan was done without leaving any traces, making the enemy think that they had taken advantage of the situation and unknowingly fell into a trap. When the patriarchs thought about this point, they naturally nodded in agreement. When Hu Liangchen saw that everyone had agreed, he immediately said, "Third, we need the gang to guarantee that our businesses won't be taken back by the gang. At most, our businesses will have to pay a tax to the gang every year. This tax won't exceed 30% of our income. Everyone, if the Black Tiger Gang wants to expand, and if our families want to develop, then we can't just rely on our own calculations. To be honest, we can't compare to Tai Zhantian in this regard. Tai Zhantian is much better than us in this regard. Now that the Black Tiger Gang has a formidable enemy, the Wandering Souls Gang, it's time for us to bleed a little." Everyone stared. They didn't think that Hu Liangchen would say something like this. In the past, Hu Liangchen was very serious about his businesses. It was precisely because of this that he had many conflicts with Tai Zhantian. Now, why did he suddenly have to pay 30% of the taxes? This was too unreasonable. Hu Liangchen looked at the patriarchs, then he sighed and said, "If the skin doesn't exist, then what can the hair attach to? When the Wandering Souls Gang gave me their last warning, I finally understood that we are members of the Black Tiger Gang. The reason why the Wandering Souls Gang gave us some face is precisely because we are members of the Black Tiger Gang. If the Black Tiger Gang was still united and strong, then the Wandering Souls Gang wouldn't dare to talk to me like that. These years, we have been wholeheartedly thinking about developing our own families. As for the matters of the gang, we have been delaying as much as we can. The gang is no longer as strong as it used to be. If this continues, then we will be in danger. The entire Black Tiger Gang will be in danger." Everyone nodded in agreement. These years, the Black Tiger Gang's influence had declined. Even the Raging Flame sect dared to provoke them. If it was in the past, when would the Raging Flame sect dare to provoke the Black Tiger Gang? Hu Liangchen sighed and said, "Now that the Black Tiger Gang has reached a point of life and death, the Wandering Soul Gang will certainly make a move against us. Although we've been fighting against Tai Zhantian all these years, the Black Tiger Gang is still the foundation of our ancestors. Our conflict with Tai Zhantian is a matter of the Black Tiger Gang. If outsiders want to meddle with the Black Tiger Gang, then I, Hu Liangchen, won't allow it." Although Hu Liangchen had a cultured and refined appearance, when he said these words, it was resolute and decisive, making people feel his determination. Everyone's heart couldn't help but warm up when they heard this. Most of their ancestors were from the Black Tiger Gang. Naturally, they didn't want the Black Tiger Gang to perish. Because of this, they could empathize with Hu Liangchen's words. Hu Liangchen looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, although Tai Zhantian has a lot of problems, he is still very concerned about the Black Tiger Gang's development. As long as we make some concessions, Tai Zhantian wouldn't disagree." The Sikh clan patriarch and the others also nodded. Hu Liangchen said in a deep voice, "Everyone, tomorrow we will be discussing the rebellion with Tai Zhantian. I hope that everyone can put aside the interests of their clans and think more about the Black Tiger Gang. Together, we can get through this difficult time." Everyone agreed in unison. Cultivators were calculative, but at the same time, they didn't lack hot-bloodedness. It could be said that a cultivator's heart was filled with hot-bloodedness. With this hot-bloodedness, they would dare to fight against the heavens, the earth, and people. Although the great clans had been opposing Tai Zhantian all these years, they still considered themselves as part of the Black Tiger Gang. Now that the Black Tiger Gang was in trouble, they naturally had to stand up. Every 2 days, Tai Zhantian was in his study dealing with the Black Tiger Gang. He also received some news about the Wandering Soul Gang's situation. He also knew that Zhang Feng dealt with the Wandering Soul Gang. Because of this, he began to prepare to deal with the Wandering Soul Gang. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard from outside, "Gang Lord, the Hu family patriarch, the Si family patriarch, and the other patriarchs are here to see you." When Tai Zhantian heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "Invite the patriarchs to the study." Tai Zhantian tidied up his things and then sat down in the study to wait for Hu Liangchen and the others. Before long, Hu Liangchen and the others arrived. Hu Liangchen and the others gave Tai Zhantian a salute. Tai Zhantian also stood up and returned the salute. The two sides usually met like this, there was nothing special about it. After everyone sat down, Tai Zhantian opened his mouth and said, "May I know why the patriarchs came to see me today?" Hu Liangchen looked at Tai Zhantian and asked, "Do you know that the Wandering Soul Gang is going to attack us?" Tai Zhantian gawked, then he looked at Hu Liangchen with a puzzled expression. He didn't know why Hu Liangchen would bring this up. After some time, Tai Zhantian reacted, but he didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Hu Liangchen with suspicion. He didn't know what Hu Liangchen meant. Tai Zhantian's first thought was that Hu Liangchen was plotting something. Tai Zhantian looked at Hu Liangchen and said carefully, "I've received some news, but it hasn't been confirmed yet." Hu Liangchen looked at Tai Zhantian and said, "Gang leader doesn't need to be so careful. I can tell you that this information is very accurate. I'm afraid that the Wandering Soul Gang will make a move on us soon." Tai Zhantian was stunned. He looked at Hu Liangchen in confusion. He didn't know why Hu Liangchen was telling him this. Seeing Tai Zhantian's puzzled expression, Hu Liangchen continued, "Gang leader, we came today to negotiate with you." Tai Zhantian stared, then he looked at Hu Liangchen with a puzzled expression. He really didn't understand what Hu Liangchen meant. Hu Liangchen looked at Tai Zhantian and said, "Gang leader, in the past, our great clans fought with you, but those were all internal matters of the Black Tiger Gang. But now, the Wandering Soul Gang actually dared to interfere. They even want to destroy the Black Tiger Gang. This is something that we can't agree to. So today, we came to negotiate with gang leader on behalf of our great clans. As long as you agree to some of our conditions, our great clans are willing to cooperate with you to deal with the Wandering Soul Gang." Finished speaking, Hu Liangchen took out a jade slip and handed it over to Tai Zhantian. Tai Zhantian took the jade slip with a dignified look on his face. He thought that Hu Liangchen would put forward some excessive demands in the jade slip, but this was indeed an opportunity for the Black Tiger Gang to unite and face the outside world. After receiving the jade slip, Tai Zhantian scanned it with his spiritual force. He was stunned. He thought that he had misread it. He looked at it again, but the contents of the jade slip were still the same. He couldn't help but look at Hu Liangchen in shock. Hu Liangchen looked at Tai Zhantian's shocked expression. He didn't know why, but he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Seeing Tai Zhantian's shocked expression gave him a sense of accomplishment. Hu Liangchen pretended to be calm and said, "I know that gang leader likes to be straightforward. So I won't be polite with you. What's written in the jade slip is our bottom line. If you don't agree, then there's nothing to talk about." Tai Zhantian took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. Then he looked at Hu Liangchen and said, "If these are your demands, then I can agree to all of them." Hu Liangchen looked at Tai Zhantian and said, "If gang leader agrees to these demands, then there's nothing more to say. Gang leader, please give the order." Tai Zhantian took a deep breath, then he looked at Hu Liangchen and said, "We need to do a few things right now. First, we need to do all of the things you proposed. Second, we need to prepare for war. We need to clean up all of the gang's members who are hell-bent on following the Wandering Soul Gang. Don't be polite. Third, all of the experts of the great clans will be under the command of the gang. The patriarchs of the great clans can form a group of elders and work with me to command the experts. But during the war, if I give the order, you must not disobey." Hu Liangchen said, "Gang leader, please rest assured. We are also members of the Black Tiger Gang. Now that the Black Tiger Gang has reached a point of life and death, I can still distinguish between what's important and what's urgent." Tai Zhantian stood up and bowed to Hu Liangchen and the others. "I, Tai Zhantian, would like to thank all of you for standing up at this time and helping the Black Tiger Gang overcome this crisis. I, Zhantian, am not as magnanimous as you. I hope that all of you will continue to help Zhantian in the future so that the Black Tiger Gang can dominate the Northern Outlander region and dominate the cultivation world." Hu Liangchen smiled faintly and said to Tai Zhantian, "Gang leader is too polite. The Black Tiger Gang has been busy with internal strife these past few years. It's time to let those fellows know how powerful the Black Tiger Gang is." Tai Zhantian nodded, then he said, "If the Wandering Soul Gang makes a move against us, then I'm afraid that the Raging Flame sect wouldn't stop either. Therefore, not only do we need to be on guard against the Wandering Soul Gang, we also need to be on guard against the Raging Flame sect. Everyone, go back to the family and clean up the spies of the Wandering Soul Gang and the Raging Flame sect. Even if you can't clean them up, you can't just let them leak the information. Tai Zhantian nodded, then he said, all right. Hu Liangchen nodded and said, don't worry about that, I know what to do. There's one thing I need to tell you, it's the Ma family. The Ma family has been rising very quickly these past few years. At first, I thought that the sect leader was supporting them, but later on, I discovered that it wasn't the case. The reason why the Ma family rose so quickly was because of the Wandering Souls gang. Yesterday, when we told the sect leader that we wanted to see you, the Ma family's reaction was very fierce. Since Li Shou joined the Wandering Souls gang, it seems like the Ma family can't be allowed to stay. I've already calmed them down yesterday. I think we should eliminate the Ma family in 2 days. Otherwise, if we fight with the Wandering Souls gang, it would be troublesome if Ma family were to cause trouble. Tai Zhantian nodded and said, I also know a bit about the Ma family. They do have the support of the Wandering Soul gang. In fact, the Ma family's elders are members of the Wandering Soul gang. In their residence, there's a transmission formation that connects directly to the Wandering Soul gang. If we want to deal with them, we need to seal their transmission formation first. Otherwise, we won't be able to eliminate them in one fell swoop. When Hu Liangchen heard Tai Zhantian, his heart couldn't help but move. He didn't know that the Ma family had a transmission formation that connects directly to the Wandering Soul gang, yet Tai Zhantian knew about it. It seems like he underestimated this gang leader. Hu Liangchen knit his brows and said, this matter is difficult to deal with. The Ma family's transmission formation must be in a very hidden place. I'm afraid that it would be difficult for us to find it. Tai Zhantian thought for a moment before he said, I'll think of a way to deal with this matter. You wait a moment. Then Tai Zhantian took out a jade sword message and sent it out. Zhang Feng was currently on the treasure ship dealing with the Phoenix Cry Peak. There were a lot of things happening in the Phoenix Cry Peak. Moreover, Zhang Feng also heard that the Wandering Soul gang might deal with him. Because of this, he paid attention to the Wandering Soul gang's matters. At this time, Zhang Feng suddenly received a jade sword message. His spiritual force probed inside and couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. This was because this jade sword message was sent by Tai Zhantian. Moreover, Tai Zhantian also told him that he had made peace with the great clans and that he had something to discuss with them. Upon seeing this jade sword message, Zhang Feng's first reaction was that Tai Zhantian had been kidnapped by the great clans. However, after thinking about it, Tai Zhantian was very guarded against the great clans. Moreover, Tai Zhantian was very strong. The great clans have been wanting to deal with Tai Zhantian for a long time. If they could kidnap Tai Zhantian so easily, then Tai Zhantian would have been kidnapped a long time ago. But what was going on with this jade sword message? Was Tai Zhantian really alright? If he was alright, then why would he send this jade sword message? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Zhang Feng immediately invited Iron Eagle and the others over and showed them the jade sword message. When Iron Eagle and the others saw the jade sword message, their expressions changed. Iron Eagle stood up and said, no, Master must have been forced to send this jade sword message. Let's go and save Master. Tai Yi frowned and said, Elder brother, don't be impulsive. With Elder brother's strength, the great clans don't have the ability to force Master to send this jade sword message. However, it seems like something is wrong. Zhang Feng frowned and said, the most important thing right now is to confirm whether Martial Uncle is safe or not. If he is, then everything will be fine. You wait here, I'll have someone check on him. If Martial Uncle is alright, then that's good. If he's not, then we'll have to make other plans. When Zhang Feng arrived in another room, he immediately took out a jade sword. After inputting some information, he released it. Moreover, the person he was looking for was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was currently inside the space, paying attention to the foreign battlefield. He didn't know what happened to Tai Zhantian and Hu Liangchen. This was because that place was a restricted area. His silver needles didn't dare to enter. The people inside were all transcending tribulation experts. Even nascent soul experts wouldn't be able to detect his needles, let alone transcending tribulation experts. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't know what was going on. Although Zhao Hai was inside the space, he still left a trace of his spiritual force in the valley. He was afraid that Zhang Feng or Han Buili would send him a jade sword message. While Zhao Hai was paying attention to the foreign battlefield, Kair suddenly came in with a jade sword message. Then Kair said to Zhao Hai, "Brother Hai, senior brother Zhang Feng sent you a jade sword message." Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately took the jade sword message and scanned it with his spiritual force. His complexion changed as he turned to Kair and said, "Help me pay attention to the foreign battlefield. I'll go to senior brother's place. It seems like there's an important matter." Kair complied. Then Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared on the ship. He didn't appear in the room where Iron Hawk and the others were, instead, he appeared in Zhang Feng's room. This didn't mean that Zhao Hai didn't want to go to that room, but Zhang Feng did. He just wrote in the jade sword message, "There's an urgent matter. Hurry, quiet room." It was a very simple message, but it clearly indicated where Zhao Hai wanted to go. It was his quiet room on the ship. But because there were very few words, Zhao Hai knew that Zhang Feng had encountered an urgent matter. Therefore, he immediately went to Zhang Feng's quiet room on the ship. Before, Zhang Feng was in the study room dealing with the matters of the Phoenix Cry Peak. When Iron Hawk and the others were invited, they went to the ship's living room. At this time, Zhang Feng was waiting for Zhao Hai in the quiet room. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Zhang Feng didn't hide anything from him. She immediately told Zhao Hai about Tai Zhantian's letter as well as the things that they didn't understand. After that, Zhang Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, take my appearance and go to Marshal Uncle Tai's place to see what's going on. If Marshal Uncle Tai is fine, then that would be the best. If Marshal Uncle Tai is in trouble, then use your spatial ability to come back." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll go." Then his figure turned into Zhang Feng's appearance. Even his aura was the same as Zhang Feng's. When Zhang Feng saw Zhao Hai's appearance, she couldn't help but be surprised. Then she said, "All right, come with me now. Outside of elder brother Iron Eagle, no one else knows your identity. Don't talk to anyone else, even elder brother Iron Eagle. Don't talk to him, and don't communicate with him. You can't let the other elder brothers know your identity." Zhao Hai complied, then followed Zhang Feng out of the room. Iron Hawk and the others were sitting outside the quiet room. They were puzzled as they looked at the room. They didn't understand what Zhang Feng was doing inside. Fortunately, Zhang Feng didn't go in for a long time. Before long, Zhang Feng came out. Iron Hawk immediately said, "Little Feng, what happened?" But speaking up to hear, he couldn't help but stop. Then he looked behind Zhang Feng in horror. It wasn't just him, everyone in the room looked behind Zhang Feng in horror. There was another person behind Zhang Feng, another Zhang Feng. At this time, Zhang Feng, who came out first, said, "Senior brother, rest assured. This is the person I invited. Let him go to Marshal Uncle and see if there are any problems." Then Zhang Feng turned her head to Zhao Hai and nodded. Zhao Hai also nodded. Then he followed Zhang Feng to the transmission formation outside the treasure ship. Zhang Feng adjusted the talisman on the transmission formation. Then Zhao Hai entered the transmission formation. A white light flashed as they disappeared. As soon as Zhao Hai disappeared, Iron Hawk immediately said, "Little Feng, what's going on? Where did you find such a person? Isn't it too similar?" Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to ask. Just remember that this person is one of my subordinates. Let's go in." Then she led everyone back to the living room and waited for news. "Let's not talk about Zhang Feng, let's talk about Zhao Hai." A white light flashed as Zhao Hai found himself in a room. When he opened his eyes, he saw that there were people in the room. The first person was Tai Zhantian. Although Zhao Hai hadn't seen Tai Zhantian, Zhang Feng had given him a jade slip. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to recognize Tai Zhantian at a glance. Zhao Hai looked at the others and saw that he actually knew all of them. These people were the patriarchs of the Black Tiger Gang. These patriarchs were Zhang Feng's most valued subordinates. How could Zhang Feng not let Zhao Hai know what these people looked like? Zhao Hai's complexion changed. Naturally, in the eyes of outsiders, it was Zhang Feng's expression that changed. Then Zhao Hai gave Tai Zhantian a salute and said, "I've seen Marshal Uncle." Then he turned to the other patriarchs and said, "I've seen patriarchs." Tai Zhantian didn't feel any change in Zhang Feng. He immediately turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Little Feng, I called you here today because I have something to tell you. Please sit down." Zhang Feng respectfully complied, then she sat down. Tai Zhantian immediately told Zhao Hai about the agreement he had with Hu Liangchen. Then he said, "Little Feng, I heard that you have a person who can change his appearance, as well as a person who can use spatial abilities. Can you ask these two people to follow Patriarch Hu to the Ma family's transmission formation and destroy it? This way, we'll be able to get twice the result with half the effort." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that Tai Zhantian would have such an idea. Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he said, "Since Martial Uncle said so, then I have no reason to refuse. Martial Uncle, please wait a moment. I'll go and prepare." Then he stood up and gave a salute to Tai Zhantian and the other patriarchs. Then he turned around and returned to the transmission formation. Then a white light flashed as Zhao Hai returned to the ship. When he got on the ship, he immediately went to the living room. As soon as he arrived, Zhang Feng immediately asked, "How is it? Did something happen?" Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Elder brother, please come to the room. I have something to tell you." Zhang Feng nodded, then he followed Zhao Hai to the room. After arriving at the room, Zhao Hai immediately told Zhang Feng about what Tai Zhantian told him. Zhang Feng listened to Zhao Hai. He didn't think that in just a few days, the Black Tiger Gang would undergo such a change. The other great clans had actually reached an agreement with Tai Zhantian to deal with the Wandering Soul Gang. In the end, they even wanted to borrow his strength to deal with the Ma family. When he thought of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel his blood boil. He laughed as he stood up and said, "Good, very good. My Black Tiger Gang is finally going to act. Let's go. Zhao Hai, I have to tell elder brother and the others about this. You can appear as Li Lin." Zhao Hai nodded, then he transformed into Li Lin and followed Zhang Feng to the living room. Iron Eagle was already suspicious of Zhang Feng's identity. Now that he saw Li Lin and Zhang Feng appear, he immediately understood who Zhang Feng was. He couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Feng being able to get Zhao Hai's help was truly a stroke of luck. After Zhang Feng sat down, she immediately told Iron Hawk and the others about what happened to Tai Zhantian. When Iron Hawk and the others heard Zhang Feng, they stared blankly, then they were overjoyed. To be honest, they hated the Black Tiger Gang's internal strife. However, the Black Tiger Gang's internal strife didn't stop for even a moment. This was their biggest headache. Now that the Black Tiger Gang was finally united against the outside world, they were naturally happy. Their faces were filled with excitement. Zhang Feng looked at them and smiled faintly. "Senior brothers, our first step is to deal with the Ma family. I'll bring Li Lin over first." It was Li Lin who disguised himself as me and went to see Martial Uncle. "This time, I'll have to ask Li Lin for help." Zhao Hai replied, "Elder brother, you're too polite." Zhang Feng nodded, then he turned to Iron Eagle and the others and said, "Elder brothers, you have to prepare. We might attack the Ma family at any time. When the time comes, we'll teach them a lesson." Iron Eagle and the others nodded. Then Zhang Feng took Zhao Hai through the transmission formation and appeared in Tai Zhantian's study. Tai Zhantian and the others were waiting for Zhang Feng in the study. Now that they saw Zhang Feng appear with Li Lin, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Tai Zhantian knew that Zhang Feng had a variant Esper who could change his appearance, as well as a space divergent ability user. However, he didn't expect that Zhang Feng would only appear with one person. Moreover, this person was Li Lin. Regarding Li Lin, Tai Zhantian and the others still had some impressions. He was a subordinate of Zhang Feng. It seems like he was taken in by Zhang Feng before. However, they didn't know what kind of mission he was sent to. Later on, he came to Zhang Feng's side and immediately became Zhang Feng's confidant. This person seemed to be a body cultivator. There was nothing special about him. He only made a name for himself in the first-generation deathmatch stage. Moreover, they heard that he went to the extraterritorial space some time ago. Zhang Feng bowed to Tai Zhantian and said, "Martial Uncle, this is my subordinate who can change his appearance. At the same time, he also has a spatial divergent ability. Li Lin has already gone to the extraterritorial space, so it's not time for him to reveal his true appearance. I ask for Martial Uncle's forgiveness." When Tai Zhantian heard Zhang Feng, He understood that the person behind Zhang Feng wasn't the real Li Lin. He didn't think much about it and just nodded. Then he turned to Hu Liangchen and said, Patriarch Hu, what do you think of my plan? Hu Liangchen already knew about Tai Zhantian's plan. Tai Zhantian's plan was actually very simple. He would have Zhao Hai follow Hu Liangchen to the Ma family's transmission formation. After they return, he would have Zhao Hai use his spatial divergent ability to sneak into the Ma family's transmission formation and destroy it. After that, they would attack the Ma family. Hu Liangchen nodded and said, the plan is very good. Leave it to me. Then he stood up and gave Tai Zhantian a salute before he said, Patriarch, I'll go and prepare. I'll immediately head to the Ma family. Tai Zhantian nodded. Then Hu Liangchen turned to Zhao Hai and said, come with me. Zhao Hai nodded and then followed Hu Liangchen outside. Tai Zhantian immediately discussed with the other patriarchs and prepared to attack the Ma family. Although the Ma family looked insignificant in the Black Tiger gang, their strength couldn't be underestimated. Additionally, they had the support of the Wandering Soul gang. And now that the Wandering Soul gang was about to attack the Black Tiger gang, it was possible that they would send reinforcements to the Ma family. Because of this, Tai Zhantian didn't dare to underestimate the Ma family. After Hu Liangchen led Zhao Hai to the Hu family's residence, he immediately called his eldest grandson over. His eldest grandson was also a handsome man from the Hu clan. Hu Liangchen looked at his eldest grandson and said, Hua Qian, find a place and don't come out. I'm going to take him to the Ma family. He's going to dress up as you, so you can't expose yourself. When Zhao Hai heard this name, he felt like fainting. This man was actually called Hua Qian. This name was even more shocking than Hu Liangchen. Hu Huaqian curiously looked at Zhao Hai and nodded, but didn't say anything. Hu Liangchen turned to Zhao Hai and said, you're going to take on Huaqian's appearance. When I tell you something, don't say anything, just agree. Zhao nodded, then with a turn of his body, he turned into Hu Huaqian. Hu Liangchen and Hu Huaqian looked at Zhao Hai's magnificent transformation technique and felt that it was inconceivable. They really didn't think that there would be such a miraculous technique in this world. Hu Liangchen looked at Zhao Hai and nodded, this matter is urgent, there's no time for you to know too much. You just need to know that Hua Qian has a gentle temperament. He smiles when he sees people. It's just that he rarely shows himself in front of others. When you arrive at the Ma family's residence, pay attention to your words. Just remember to smile. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, yes, grandfather can rest assured. Looking at Zhao Hai's smile, Hu Liangchen had an illusion that the person in front of him was his grandson. This was because his smile was too similar to Hu Huaqian's, it was simply the same. Hu Liangchen let out a long breath, his expression was somewhat complicated as he looked at Zhao Hai. Then he said, let's go. Then he turned around and walked out. To be honest, if Hu Liangchen knew that Zhang Feng had such an expert by her side, then he would have thought of a way to eliminate him as soon as possible. But now, Hu Liangchen couldn't do it. He was very clear that the Black Tiger gang had Zhao Hai. For the Black Tiger gang, it would be very beneficial for them. Hu Liangchen took Zhao Hai through the transmission formation to the Ma family's residence. In order to facilitate communication, Hu Liangchen also had the coordinates of the Ma family's transmission formation. Therefore, going to the Ma family's residence was very convenient. When the two appeared at the Ma family's transmission formation, a person from the Ma family immediately noticed Hu Liangchen. He immediately ran over and bowed to Hu Liangchen and said, we have seen Patriarch Hu. Hu Liangchen nodded and said, go and tell your patriarch that I have something to discuss with him. The Ma family member nodded, then he turned around and ran away. Another Ma family member immediately came over and politely invited Hu Liangchen to the Ma family's residence. Hu Liangchen's status wasn't ordinary, especially in the Black Tiger gang. In the Black Tiger gang, almost all the big clans only knew about Hu Liangchen and not Tai Zhantian. All the big clans would give Hu Liangchen face, but Tai Zhantian's face wasn't necessarily useful in the big clans. Hu Liangchen led Zhao Hai to follow the Ma family's person inside the Ma family's residence. The three didn't even take a few steps before Ma Feng came forward to greet them. Ma Feng gave Hu Liangchen a salute and was about to speak when Hu Liangchen waved his hand and said, let's talk inside. Ma Feng nodded and then led Hu Liangchen and Zhao Hai inside. Before long, the three arrived at a study room. This was one of Ma Feng's study rooms. When the three entered the study room, Hu Liangchen looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Hua Qian, go take a look around with the Ma family's people." Then he turned to Ma Feng and said, "This is my eldest grandson, Hu Hua Qian. This time, I brought him here to take a look around. Brother Ma, please don't take offense." Ma Feng laughed and said, "Brother Hu, what are you talking about? So this is your other grandson. Normally, I wouldn't be able to invite him over. I'll immediately have someone bring Hua Qian around." Hu Liangchen smiled and said, "Then I'll have to thank Brother Ma." Zhao Hai bowed to Ma Feng and said, "Thank you, Patriarch Ma. Grandfather, I'll be taking my leave." Hu Liangchen nodded, then Zhao Hai went outside. Ma Feng immediately called over a Ma family member and had him bring Hu Liangchen around while Hu Liangchen stayed behind. Hu Liangchen waited for Zhao Hai to leave before he turned to Ma Feng and said, "Today, we went to see Tai Zhantian and tested his attitude. I didn't think that Tai Zhantian would be so tactless. Even now, he's still so unyielding. It seems like we need to prepare early. I brought Hua Qian here today because I hope that he can stay with you for a while. Brother, you should also make some preparations." As soon as Ma Feng heard Hu Liangchen's words, he immediately understood Hu Liangchen's meaning. In his opinion, Hu Liangchen was afraid that the Hu clan would suddenly be attacked, so he left the Hu clan a backup. At the same time, he also had the intention of treating Hu Huaqian as a hostage. Ma Feng immediately said, "Brother Hu, the situation hasn't reached that point yet. When the Wandering Soul Gang's army arrives, Tai Zhantian won't be a threat anymore. Let's hide for a few days." Hu Liangchen nodded and said, "I'm afraid that Tai Zhantian has already noticed it. Brother, you shouldn't make any big movements in the next 2 days, lest you provoke Tai Zhantian. If he finds out something and starts to act in advance, it would be very disadvantageous for us. Even if we go to the Wandering Soul Gang, if we don't have any strength, then I'm afraid we won't have any status." Ma Feng nodded, he also understood this. Although the Ma family was established with the support of the Wandering Soul Gang, the Wandering Soul Gang also supported the Ma family in order to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. Once the Black Tiger Gang was gone, then the Ma family's strength would be greatly reduced. The Wandering Soul Gang wouldn't let the Ma family off. If a dog was too weak to bite, then it would be slaughtered and eaten by hunters. Because of this, they agreed with Hu Liangchen's suggestion to preserve their strength. Therefore, Ma Feng nodded and said, "All right, I'll pay attention to it." Hu Liangchen looked at Ma Feng and said, "We should avoid contact for the next 2 days. Tai Zhantian might have noticed something, so we should keep a low profile. I want Hua Qian to stay in the Ma family so that we can communicate more easily." Ma Feng had his own plans. He wanted to contact the Wandering Soul Gang, so it wouldn't be convenient for him to leave Hu Huaqian here. Therefore, he shook his head and said, "Brother, I understand what you mean. But there's no need for that. If you have any movements, just send me a jade sword and I'll do my best to cooperate." When Hu Liangchen heard Ma Feng's words, he pretended to be very grateful and said, "Brother, since you said so, then I won't say anything else. Let's set it this way. If anything happens in the future, we must advance and retreat together. Only in this way can we guarantee our benefits to the greatest extent." Ma Feng nodded. Hu Liangchen turned to Ma Feng and said, "All right, Brother Ma, I won't stay here any longer. If I stay here for too long, I might be discovered by Tai Zhantian. If I have any plans, I will immediately inform Brother Ma." Ma Feng nodded. Ma Feng nodded, then he said, "Go and invite the Hu family's young master back." A servant outside the door immediately complied, then he turned around and left. Before long, Zhao Hai followed a Ma family member back to the study. Hu Liangchen casually said, "How was it, Hua Qian? The Ma family's gardens are very famous in our Black Tiger Gang. Did you broaden your horizons today?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's really amazing. With the 9 palaces as the foundation, it contains the changes of the 8 trigrams. It's extraordinary. This junior's knowledge is shallow, so to be able to see 1 or 2 of the changes is already very fortunate." Hu Liangchen laughed out loud and said, "You're such a child. Whenever you see something related to formations, you become obsessed. How can it be so easy to understand your Grandpa Ma's garden?" Ma Feng laughed and said, that's right. Hua Qian is really talented. You can see the difference in my garden at a glance. If my family's disappointing ones had half of Hua Qian's ability, I would be satisfied. Hu Liangchen smiled and said, Brother Ma, let's stop flattering each other. I'll be leaving first. If there's anything, I'll send you a letter. Ma Feng nodded, then he stood up and sent Hu Liangchen and Zhao Hai to the transmission formation. Hu Liangchen then led Zhao Hai to the transmission formation before he turned around and left. After Hu Liangchen left, a person beside Ma Feng said, Patriarch, why do you think that old fox came here today? Ma Feng sneered and said, he must have been rebuffed by Tai Zhantian. Now that he knows that the Black Tiger Gang and the Ma family are close to the Wandering Soul Gang, he wants to join us. He even wants to keep his grandson as a hostage. How could I let him do as he wishes? This time, we'll definitely take the credit. In the future, the Ma family will be a great family in the Wandering Soul Gang while the Black Tiger Gang's great families will be suppressed. Then Ma Feng turned to the person beside him and said, Second brother, what about the Wandering Soul Gang? How many days do we have left before the Wandering Soul Gang arrives? Ma Feng's second brother immediately replied, they'll arrive in 5 days. The transmission formation has already been prepared. They wouldn't know that our entire garden is a huge transmission formation. Ma Feng nodded. He pulled his saber and said to his second brother, that Hu Huaqian didn't discover anything, right? Ma Feng's second brother smiled faintly and said, absolutely not. The transmission formation in the garden is underground, it's impossible for him to discover it. However, that kid does have some knowledge about formations. Most of the formations in our garden are from the Wandering Soul Gang, it's normal that he doesn't recognize them. Ma Feng nodded and said, it's good that he didn't discover them. Before the Wandering Soul Gang arrives, we mustn't let anyone discover the secret of the transmission formation. Even if it's Hu Liangchen, we can't let him discover it. Ma Feng's second brother nodded. Then Ma Feng looked at his second brother and said, the Ma family's prosperity will depend on this. Hu Liangchen brought Zhao Hai back to Hu Liangchen. Zhao Hai immediately transformed back into Hu Huaqian. Hu Liangchen looked at Zhao Hai and said, Li Lin, what's the situation? Did you figure it out? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's clear. Patriarch who doesn't need to worry. Hu Liangchen nodded and said, let's go, we'll go to the Iron Gang's place. You can explain the situation to him. Zhao Hai nodded, then the two sat on the transmission formation and headed towards Tai Zhantian's place. At this time, the other patriarchs had already returned to their respective clans. Only Zhang Feng, Tai Ying, and the others were left with Tai Zhantian. When Tai Zhantian and the others saw Zhao Hai return, they immediately asked, how is it? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there's no problem. I didn't expect the Ma family to make such a big decision this time. Underneath their garden is a huge transmission formation that can transport large artifacts. It seems like the Wandering Soul Gang will send large artifacts to deal with us. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. When Tai Zhantian and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, did you figure it out? Are there other transmission formations in other places? Zhao Hai replied, I've already figured it out, there's no mistake about it. But I can see that they're also preparing. It wouldn't be long before they make their move. If we want to make our move, we'd better be quick. There are a lot of people watching their transmission formations. Therefore, if we want to seal their transmission formations, we'd better do it before we make our move. This way, it wouldn't be easy for them to unseal it. I'll be responsible for the largest transmission formation. As for the other transmission formations, I'll have the undead self-destruct and destroy them. Zhang Feng nodded and said, alright, I'll leave the transmission formations to you. Make sure to destroy them so that they won't be able to use them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, elder brother can rest assured. Tai Zhantian turned to Zhang Feng and said, little Feng, can Li Lin do it? Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, if Li Lin says he can, then he can. He wouldn't lie, martial uncle can rest assured. Tai Zhantian looked at Zhao Hai, he couldn't understand why Zhang Feng trusted him. However, he didn't ask much. He didn't know who Zhao Hai was, but he understood Zhang Feng very well. Zhang Feng never did anything that she wasn't competent in. Since she said so, then there shouldn't be any problems. Hu Liangchen also looked at Zhao Hai with some surprise. He didn't think that Zhang Feng would have such a high evaluation of Zhao Hai. He couldn't help but pay more attention to Zhao Hai. Tai Zhantian turned to Hu Liangchen and said, "We've already agreed that we'll act tomorrow. We must eradicate the Ma family as soon as possible. First, we'll break the claws of the Wandering Soul Gang." Hu Liangchen nodded and said, "That's right. Leaving the Ma family alive would certainly be a disaster. I just don't know how the Wandering Soul Gang colluded with the Ma family." Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "That's easy. Let's kill the Ma family and then hand him over to me. When the time comes, we might be able to give the Wandering Soul Gang a big surprise." Everyone looked at Zhang Feng in confusion. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "I have a way to make the dead Ma family members speak the truth. When the time comes, we'll have Li Lin pretend to be a Ma family member and lure the Wandering Soul Gang over. Then we'll wait there and give them a good beating." A day passed by in a blink of an eye. For a cultivator, a day's time was too short. However, for Zhang Feng and the others, it was a long time. This was because they were going to attack the Ma family in a day's time. Zhang Feng was sitting inside the ship. Opposite him were Zhao Hai, Zhang Hao, and Hao Xing Taiying, and the others had already been transferred back by Tai Zhantian. Therefore, Zhang Feng could only discuss with Zhao Hai and the others. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, are you sure? You should know that those transmission formations are very powerful. If the Ma family really manages to get reinforcements from the Wandering Soul Gang, then we'll be in trouble." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother, you can rest assured. I can guarantee that nothing will happen." "Right, senior brother, I have good news for you." "Do you want to hear it?" Zhang Feng stared, then he laughed and said, "Kid, you actually learned how to keep me in suspense? Tell me, what good news? If it isn't good news, then I won't let you go." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Of course it's good news. I've already repaired the ghost face ship that we stole last time. It can now be used in battle. Isn't that good news?" Zhang Feng stared, then he was overjoyed as he said, "Really? The ghost face ship can be used in battle? It's done. Take me to see it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's go. It's in the Invisible Valley. Nobody would go there, so naturally, it wouldn't be discovered." Zhang Feng and the others nodded. Then they took the ship's transmission formation and went to the Invisible Valley. When they arrived at the Invisible Valley, Zhang Feng didn't see the ghost face ship. He just felt that the garbage in the valley seemed to be piled up higher. Seeing Zhang Feng and the others looking around, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile and said, "Senior brother, don't look around. It's right here." After saying that, Zhao Hai whistled. Then, Zhang Feng saw a group of big rats running out of the valley. These big rats quickly rushed to the garbage dump, and then a lot of garbage was moved away by these rats. In a short while, the whole garbage dump had disappeared. Zhang Feng and the others stared at all this with their mouths agape. They had never thought of such a scene. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng, then he smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, eldest brother. I don't know how many years these gold-eating rats have been here. They are very smart. Not long after I came here, they came looking for me. Fortunately, these fellows were very reasonable, so there was no conflict. Later on, I used some means to subdue these rats. They now listen to me." Zhang Feng nodded, then he looked at the rats and said, "These are gold-eating rats. I didn't think that there would be so many of them here. However, these rats are too low level. It would take a lot of effort to cultivate them. There's no need to let them stay here and clean up the garbage." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's go, eldest brother. Let's go and take a look. That's the ghost face ship. I didn't think that the inside of the ship would be so beautiful." Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Really? Then I'll have to take a look." Then he took the lead and entered the ghost face ship. Zhao Hai didn't make too many changes to the design of the ghost face ship. This was because he discovered that the design of the ghost face ship couldn't be easily changed. Every wall and every floor of the ghost face ship was like a meridian that connected the power of the ghost face ship. This was something that his treasure ship couldn't do. The reason why the treasure ship was able to tie with the Ghostface ship was because the Wandering Souls gang had made some changes to the ship. Now that the meridians on the ship were broken, the ship was no longer able to connect to the energy of the Ghostface ship. Later on, Zhao Hai asked the cultivators of the Wandering Soul gang what was going on. When the Wandering Soul gang migrated, they lost a lot of important information. This information was very important, and this information included information about the Ghostface ship. Because of this, a lot of people from the Ghostface gang thought that the design of the ship could be changed. Therefore, strictly speaking, the Ghostface ship's combat strength had regressed a lot compared to before. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't tell Zhang Feng about this. Zhang Feng hadn't been to the Ghostface ship before, so naturally, she didn't know what it looked like. The three of them took a look around the Ghostface ship and discovered that the design of the ship wasn't as good as the treasure ship. However, it was still very good. Zhang Feng looked around happily before she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Good, Zhao Hai, you've made a great contribution. I'll give this ship to Brother Iron Eagle later." Zhao Hai nodded. He understood that Zhang Feng was now trying to win over Iron Eagle. However, Iron Eagle was indeed worth it, so he didn't oppose Zhang Feng's actions. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Eldest brother, I think we should leave the Ghostface ship here. Let Brother Iron Eagle familiarize himself with the ship. Then we can use it tomorrow to deal with the Ma family." Zhang Feng nodded, then she said, "You stay here and watch. I'll go look for eldest brother." Zhao Hai nodded, then Zhang Feng turned around and left. Before long, Zhang Feng and Iron Eagle arrived at the Ghostface ship. Iron Eagle looked at the ship with excitement. After some time, he let out a long breath and laughed. "I, Iron Eagle, also have my own large artifact." One couldn't blame Iron Eagle for being so excited. Although he was Tai Zhantian's eldest disciple, he wasn't one of the top 10 core disciples. Tai Zhantian knew that Iron Eagle was very strong, but Tai Zhantian told him that because of his strength, it didn't matter whether he became one of the top 10 core disciples or not, he could just give it to his fellow disciples. Iron Eagle was a very filial person, so he naturally agreed. However, he wasn't very happy in his heart. Looking at his fellow disciples, each and every one of them had their own large artifact, he was naturally very envious. He didn't expect that he would have his own large artifact this quickly. Zhang Feng could have also been assigned a tiger ship, but he didn't want it. He was already used to riding a treasure ship. Moreover, a treasure ship can be equipped with a transmission formation, making it more convenient to use. However, a tiger ship couldn't, so Zhang Feng didn't want it. Iron Eagle familiarized himself with the use of the Ghostface ship. After a day passed, Zhang Feng and the others arrived at Tai Zhantian's place. Tai Zhantian looked at everyone and said, "It's almost time. Li Lin, get ready. 5 minutes after you move, we'll move." "Is that enough time?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's enough. We don't need 5 minutes, 1 minute is enough. I'll go to the transmission formation. You can attack immediately. 5 minutes is too long, I can't withstand the Ma family's attack for 5 minutes." Tai Zhantian nodded and said, "Alright, it's now 8:30. We'll attack at 9 o'clock. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai went to find a place to adjust his breathing. Actually, he was just doing it for the others to see. He was just monitoring the Ma family's movements in his mind. The Ma family didn't realize that they were facing a disaster. They were still doing what they were doing. For a great family like the Ma family, aside from some weak disciples who were outside managing the family's businesses, most of the other members were inside the family's headquarters. This was because the spiritual qi in the Black Tiger Gang's territory was very rich, making it easier for them to cultivate. Because there weren't any trial missions recently, most of the Ma family's disciples were inside the family. Some disciples were refining artifacts while others were in seclusion. Originally, one of the top 10 core disciples was a disciple of the Ma clan. But now, because of the special situation, the Ma clan's core disciple had returned to the clan. Of course, his subordinates had also followed him back. It can be said that the Ma clan's strength was now concentrated in the clan. The Ma family did this in order to welcome the Wandering Soul Gang and prepare for their next move against the Black Tiger Gang. However, they didn't expect that this would give Tai Zhantian and the others the opportunity to eliminate them in one fell swoop. Time passed by little by little. In the blink of an eye, it was already 9 o'clock. Zhao Hai stood up and looked at Tai Zhantian and said, "Gang Lord, I'll take action now." Tai Zhantian nodded. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, his figure moved and then disappeared from Tai Zhantian's study. Tai Zhantian immediately said, "Inform the other families to move out." Along with Tai Zhantian's order, the entire Black Tiger gang moved. At least 20 large artifacts flew up. 18 of them were Tiger ships, one was Zhang Feng's treasure ship, and the last one was the Wandering Soul Gang's ghost ship. The Ma family had a lot of spies in the Black Tiger gang. At this time, these spies discovered that something was wrong. They immediately sent out jade swords to remind the Ma family to pay attention. However, at this time an explosion occurred inside the Ma family's residence. All of the transmission formations in the residence were destroyed. At this time, the Ma family didn't see anyone attacking their transmission formations. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let the undead attack the Ma family's transmission formations. The transmission formations had already become coordinates in the space. If Zhao Hai wanted to attack them, it would be very simple. Not only did Zhao Hai destroy the transmission formations, he also intercepted all of the jade swords that the Ma family sent to the outside. All of the jade swords that were sent to the Ma family were also intercepted. At this time, the Ma family had become blind and deaf. However, the Ma family also felt that something was wrong. After all, their family's transmission formations were destroyed. If they didn't feel that something was wrong, then they wouldn't be qualified to stay in the Black Tiger gang. 2 large artifacts immediately flew up from the Ma family. One was the Tiger ship that was given to the core disciples, while the other was the ghost ship that belonged to the Wandering Soul gang. The Wandering Soul gang gave the Ma family a ghost ship in order to deal with Tai Zhantian. However, they didn't expect Tai Zhantian to make a move first. When the Ma family saw that things weren't going well, they had no choice but to use their biggest secret weapon. Ma Feng's face paled as he looked at the 20 large artifacts that were slowly approaching. He recognized several of them, they were the large artifacts of the other clans. At this point, Ma Feng understood why Hu Liangchen brought Hu Hua here. They weren't here to deliver the hostages, they were here to find the transmission formation between the Ma family and the Wandering Soul gang and destroy it. Obviously, they succeeded. They found the transmission formation and destroyed it. Thinking of this, Ma Feng's heart couldn't help but turn cold. He thought that he would hide the transmission formation under the garden so that nobody would be able to see it. He didn't expect that it would be destroyed. The transmission formation was now useless, the Ma family had lost their last hope. At this time, the 20 large artifacts surrounded the Ma residence. Behind them were the cultivators of the Black Tiger gang, completely surrounding the Ma residence. Ma Feng stood on top of the Ma family's ghost ship. He looked at the Black Tiger gang and said, "Tai Zhantian, Hu Liangchen, do you have the guts to talk to me?" "Ha ha ha, Ma Feng, what's there to talk about at this time?" "Alright, I'll listen to your last words." Along with the voice, a tall figure appeared on top of the tiger boat. This person was Tai Zhantian. Tai Zhantian stood on top of the tiger's head and loudly said, "Patriarch Hu, this person wants to see you. You should come out and say a few words to him." Hu Liangchen's voice sounded, "Hee, since the gang leader has spoken, and clan leader Ma is so sincere, I naturally have to give you face." After saying that, Hu Liangchen appeared on the head of another tiger boat. Seeing the two of them appear, Ma Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Despicable and shameless Hu Liangchen, you actually worked with Tai Zhantian to scheme against me. To think that I trusted you so much, you despicable person." Hu Liangchen looked at Ma Feng and coldly snorted, "I'm despicable. Ma Feng, you traitor. Although our clans have some conflicts with gang leader Tai, we're still members of the Black Tiger gang. Our roots are in the Black Tiger gang. But you actually joined forces with the Wandering Soul gang to seize our foundation. A traitor like you doesn't have the qualifications to shout in front of me. Killing you is just a way to quell the rebellion." Hearing Hu Liangchen, Ma Feng couldn't help but hate him even more. He shouted, "The Black Tiger gang is already at the end of the road. You still don't want to let them go. Sooner or later, you'll die with the Black Tiger gang. Just wait." As soon as the Wandering Soul Gang's army arrives, you will die without a grave. Humph. Tai Zhantian coldly snorted, then he looked at Ma Feng and said, Ma Feng, I remember that you were just a janitor disciple. Later on, the old gang leader saw that you had potential and promoted you to an outer disciple. After that, the old gang leader passed away and I took over the Black Tiger gang. I don't think I treated you badly. But you actually turned to the Wandering Soul Gang and are hell-bent on dealing with our Black Tiger gang. How can an untrustworthy person like you exist in this world? Ma Feng didn't care at all. He snorted and said, the path of cultivation is to go against the heavens. There's no such thing as a gentleman or a villain. A gentleman won't live long in the cultivation world. If I don't join the Wandering Souls gang, why can't I join the Wandering Souls gang when the Ma family has such a big family business and can get so many benefits? Tai Zhantian coldly snorted and said, the Wandering Soul gang is just a bunch of stray dogs being chased by the big sections. How could they be better than our Black Tiger gang? You'd rather join the Wandering Soul gang than stay in the Black Tiger gang? Ma Feng sneered and said, stay in the Black Tiger gang? Why don't you take a look at the Black Tiger gang now? You're fighting with each other. Over the years, the Black Tiger gang's strength hasn't improved much. Instead, it's regressing little by little. What hope is there if you follow such a gang? How can a wise man follow a gang that has no hope? I, Ma Feng, have calculated everything, but I didn't think that Hu Liangchen and the others would be so loyal to the Black Tiger gang. Tai Zhantian coldly snorted and said, our Black Tiger gang has been around for tens of thousands of years. Who knows how many big and small storms we've been through? How could we collapse so easily? Ma Feng, I've said enough today. You must die. Hu Liangchen looked at Ma Feng and said, are you still thinking about the Wandering Soul Gang's reinforcements? There's no need to wait. The Jade Sword messages you sent out have already been intercepted. The Wandering Soul Gang won't be able to receive any news about you being attacked. Tai Zhantian coldly said, kill. Kill all traitors. Don't leave a single one alive. Then Tai Zhantian's figure moved as he rushed towards Ma Feng. Although large artifacts were awe-inspiring, using them to deal with nascent soul stage experts wasn't necessarily effective. Nascent soul stage experts were all very strong and their movements were very fast. Although large artifacts weren't slow, they couldn't be as flexible as small artifacts. It was like a person, if you saw a tank rushing towards you from a distance, you could avoid it in advance. But the tank couldn't change its direction, so it wouldn't be easy for it to catch up with you. A nascent soul stage expert against a large artifact was like an ordinary person against a tank. In fact, it was even easier than an ordinary person against a tank. After all, the strength of a nascent soul stage expert was incomparably powerful. It was not easy for a large artifact to directly kill a nascent soul stage expert. Large artifacts were already difficult to deal with nascent soul experts, let alone transcending tribulation. Experts. Whether it was Tai Zhantian or Ma Feng, both of them were transcending tribulation experts. In the cultivation world, transcending tribulation experts were considered the top existences. Just one of them could directly tear apart a large artifact and kill the person inside. Therefore, large artifacts were completely useless against these transcending tribulation experts. Because of this, only transcending tribulation experts could deal with transcending tribulation experts. Jiao Hai had been hiding inside the space, watching the battle outside. He wanted to know what a transcending tribulation expert would look like. Tai Zhantian directly rushed towards Ma Feng, and with a slight movement of his body, a shadow of a ferocious tiger appeared around his body. Following that, Tai Zhantian punched out. The tiger phantom outside his body roared. Then Ma Feng pounced forward. The tiger's pounce wasn't small. Along with the tiger's figure, the surrounding winds and clouds surged. It was as if a tiger was roaring in the forest. At this time, Ma Feng also made his move. He coldly snorted as his figure flashed. A whirlwind slowly appeared outside his body. The whirlwind's speed was getting faster and faster. Ghostly howls could be heard coming from the whirlwind. Then the whirlwind disappeared as a malicious spirit appeared outside Ma Feng's body. This malicious spirit had a green face and fangs. It had 8 arms. Each of its arms was as soft as an octopus tentacle. However, at the front of each of its 8 arms was an eagle's claw. When this malicious spirit appeared, it immediately let out a roar. Then it moved its 8 claws towards Tai Zhantian's body. The two of them had just started to fight, and they were already using their killing moves. Zhao Hai was inside the space, looking at the battle between the two with a dignified expression. Although the two hadn't really clashed yet, he could tell from their momentum that they were much stronger than him. Their casual attacks were actually more terrifying than his full-strength attack. At this time, Tai Zhantian and Ma Feng were already fighting. One ghost and one tiger, 2 huge shadows were constantly tearing each other apart in midair. At this time, the other people also made their moves. Although the Ma family had some experts, they weren't Hu Liangchen's opponent. In a short time, the Ma family had fallen into a passive situation. At this time, inside the Ma family's cave, several astonishing auras suddenly came out. When these auras came out, everyone on the battlefield couldn't help but be shaken. This was because these auras were too astonishing. They were all transcending tribulation experts. Upon feeling these auras, Hu Liangchen's expression changed. Then he roared, "Good, the Ma family. You're actually hiding experts from the Wandering Soul Gang here. I can't let you live. Black Tiger Gang, listen to my order. Kill the Ma family." Sure enough, as soon as Hu Liangchen's voice fell, several transcending tribulation experts came out of the immortal cave. These transcending tribulation experts were emitting a dense demonic aura. It was clear that they weren't from the Black Tiger Gang. Moreover, their auras were very strong. They were transcending tribulation experts, so they weren't easy to deal with. However, when these transcending tribulation experts appeared, they were immediately blocked by the Black Tiger Gang's transcending tribulation experts. Then more and more transcending tribulation experts joined the battle. When Tai Zhantian, who was fighting with Ma Feng, saw this, he snorted coldly and roared, "Ma Feng, you dog of the Wandering Soul Gang, today I will tear you apart." Tiger's Roar. The fist technique used by Tai Zhantian was actually not a particularly profound martial art in the Black Tiger Gang. It was the signature fist technique of the Black Tiger Gang, the Black Tiger Divine Fist. Almost all of the disciples of the Black Tiger Gang would practice this fist technique once or twice. However, only a few of them would be able to master this fist technique to a profound level. Tai Zhantian's Black Tiger Fist had already reached the realm of returning to simplicity, the realm of great unfairness. Every move of his contained the way of the fist, and this tiger's roar in the forest was one of the killing moves of the Black Tiger Divine Fist. Tai Zhantian sent out a punch, and the tiger phantom on his body seemed to have grown a bit bigger. It fiercely pounced forward. Although the tiger's pounce looked simple, as if there were a lot of ways to avoid it, but when you really meet the tiger, you will find that the tiger's pounce sealed all your escape routes. You can only stand there and receive the attack head-on. Now, Ma Feng had this feeling. He felt that Tai Zhantian's attack had sealed all his escape routes. Now, he could only face Tai Zhantian head-on. To be honest, this was the method that he didn't like the most. This was because Tai Zhantian was a body cultivator. Facing a body cultivator head-on wasn't a wise choice. But now, he had no choice but to face Tai Zhantian head-on. Ma Feng also knew that he had no choice but to go all out today. Tai Zhantian's strength was beyond his imagination. He had thought that Tai Zhantian's cultivation would definitely be affected after being in the position of gang master for so many years. However, he hadn't expected that Tai Zhantian's cultivation would advance again. This was something that Ma Feng hadn't expected. However, Ma Feng wasn't an easy person to deal with. His eyes turned sharp as he shouted, "Demon sweeping 8 desolations." The ghost phantom on Ma Feng's body also roared. Then it stretched out its 8 claws towards Tai Zhantian's tiger. One ghost and one tiger collided head-on. As the tiger pounced, it swung its right paw forward and slapped the evil ghost's 8 claws to the side. Then, the tiger stretched its head forward and bit the evil ghost's head. Although it looked like a fight between a tiger and a ghost, the truth was that Tai Zhantian had already arrived at Ma Feng's side. His fist blocked Ma Feng's attack and his fist landed on Ma Feng's body. Just like what Ma Feng thought before, fighting head-on with a body cultivator wasn't a good thing. He now had a deep understanding of this. Although he fought with Tai Zhantian, he didn't let Tai Zhantian get close to him. Instead, he used guerrilla tactics to entangle Tai Xiantian. And because his ghost attack wasn't weak, Tai Xiantian didn't want to take the risk of defeating him. However, when the Ma family's hidden transcending tribulation experts appeared, Tai Xiantian was furious. He didn't think that the Ma family and the Wandering Soul Gang would have made such an arrangement. If Hu Liangchen didn't betray him and negotiate with him, then the Black Tiger Gang would have been in danger. Because of this, Tai Xiantian finally used his killing move, Tiger's Roar. This was one of the Black Tiger Divine Fist's killing moves. This move was powerful because of its concept. The Tiger's Roar could silence all the beasts in the forest. This domineering aura was the fist intent of this move. When a tiger attacked, it would often pounce and then knock down its prey with a punch. Then, it would bite the bones of the prey and directly bite the prey to death. That kind of domineering aura was even more terrifying. Although Ma Feng's ghost was very powerful, it was still inattributed. Although he was able to fight Tai Xiantian to a draw, he wasn't Tai Xiantian's opponent in a frontal battle. Additionally, Tai Xiantian's Black Tiger Fist was a Yang attributed fist technique. The tiger itself was a Yang attributed creature, it was the bane of Ma Feng's ghost. Because of this, Ma Feng's defense was broken by Tai Xiantian and his fist landed on Ma Feng's chest. The sound of bones cracking was heard as Ma Feng spurted out a mouthful of blood. This blood contained his internal organs. He knew that he wouldn't be able to survive. However, with the vitality of a transcending tribulation expert, he still had the strength to strike. His eyes stared at Tai Xiantian as his chest muscles contracted, clamping Tai Xiantian's fist. Then he ferociously attacked Tai Xiantian's head. This attack contained all of his strength. If this attack landed, then even a physique cultivator like Tai Xiantian wouldn't be able to escape death. Tai Xiantian also understood what Ma Feng wanted to do. This wasn't the first time he had encountered such a situation. Tai Xiantian coldly snorted as he shook his hand. His fist broke free from Ma Feng's attack. At the same time, he turned his body and dodged Ma Feng's attack. Ma Feng's all-out attack landed on empty air. After Tai Xiantian turned around, he hit Ma Feng's head heavily with his hand. Ma Feng's primordial orifices spurted out blood at the same time, and his body fell straight down. He was already dead. Ma Feng was dead, a transcending tribulation expert had fallen. However, the battle was still going on. The wandering souls were still fighting. If they didn't fight, they could only wait for their deaths. If they fought, they would be replaced. Therefore, they had to fight. But in the face of absolute strength, this kind of resistance was obviously futile. The Black Tiger Gang went all out to deal with the Ma family. Together with the several experts of the Wandering Souls Gang, they had an overwhelming advantage. The Crossing Calamity stage experts of the Wandering Souls Gang were just cornered beasts fighting for their lives. It was clear that the Black Tiger Gang didn't intend to let the Wandering Souls Gang go back alive. Each of the Wandering Souls Gang's members were transcending tribulation experts. They were a force to be reckoned with no matter where they went. If these transcending tribulation experts were to hide in the Black Tiger Gang, then when the Black Tiger Gang and the Wandering Souls Gang fight, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now that these fellows were cornered beasts, Tai Xiantian felt that he would be letting himself down if he didn't deal with them at this time. After killing Ma Feng, Tai Xiantian turned to deal with the transcending tribulation experts of the Wandering Souls Gang. However, the transcending tribulation experts of the Wandering Souls Gang were very strong. Therefore, Hu Liangchen and the others couldn't do anything to them. Tai Xiantian saw that he couldn't intervene even if he wanted to. Even if he intervened, it wouldn't change the outcome. Tai Xiantian looked at the battlefield and coldly snorted. Then he turned his head and looked at the battlefield. Besides the Wandering Souls Gang's cultivators, everyone else had been killed. In less than an hour, the battle was over. The transcending tribulation experts of the Wandering Souls Gang were all killed. Although the transcending tribulation experts were strong, they couldn't deal with the Black Tiger Gang. Even if they were strong, they still couldn't stop the Black Tiger Gang. When the battle was over, Tai Xiantian looked around and said in a deep voice, "Tai Ying, bring some people to clean up the battlefield. Don't worry about those corpses, someone will take care of them. Restore this place to its original state. The rest of you, follow me." At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly appeared. With a wave of his hand, the corpses were wrapped up by black qi. In the blink of an eye, the corpses disappeared. At this time, Zhang Feng also saw Zhao Hai. He quickly flew to Zhao Hai's side and said to Zhao Hai, "Li Lin, where did you go?" Zhao Hai said calmly, "Eldest senior brother, I can't help you with the battle here, so I'll hide first." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "All right, it's fine. This kind of occasion is really not suitable for you to participate. Let's go back." Zhao Hai complied and followed Zhang Feng back. Tai Zhantian and the others also knew about Zhao Hai's ability. Seeing Zhang Feng talking to Zhao Hai, they didn't say anything. They just nodded to Zhao Hai and led everyone back to the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters. Tai Zhantian and the others' actions were unintentional. They knew about Zhao Hai and how strong Zhao Hai was. Therefore, they nodded to Zhao Hai. However, in the eyes of the other cultivators, this action didn't mean anything. What was Zhao Hai's current status? Li Lin, an ordinary inner disciple. It was only because Zhang Feng was in the limelight recently that some people knew about Li Lin's existence. For these cultivators, Li Lin was a lucky fellow. He was able to rely on Zhang Feng early on. Otherwise, with his strength, even among the inner disciples, he would be at the bottom. But now that they saw Tai Zhantian and the others' attitude towards Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but be surprised. They didn't think that Tai Zhantian and the others would actually know Zhao Hai. Moreover, they were also very polite to Zhao Hai. This made them change their attitude towards Li Lin, who was snatched by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't have any thoughts about this. Instead, he followed Tai Zhantian and the others back to Tai Zhantian's study. In addition to Tai Zhantian, there were also Hu Liangchen and the other patriarchs of the great clans, Zhang Feng, Tai Yi, and the other core disciples. Because Tai Zhantian and the others hadn't announced that they would give up 5 core disciple positions, these core disciples were still participating in this meeting as the top 10 core disciples. After everyone sat down, Tai Zhantian said, "I didn't expect that the Ma family would have a transcending tribulation expert from the Wandering Soul Gang. Fortunately, we made full preparations and didn't let things get out of our control. This time, we've cut off the claws of the Black Tiger Gang. The Wandering Soul Gang definitely wouldn't let that happen. Now, there are a few things we need to do. First, we need to block the news. We can't let the news of the Ma family's destruction spread out. From now on, no one is allowed to send messages outside the gang. Those who violate this order will be treated as traitors. Second, we need to be fully alert. We can't give the Wandering Soul Gang a chance to attack the Black Tiger Gang. Third, Little Feng, this is up to you. I saw Tying using a ghost face ship. Is it the one you snatched before? I heard that the ship was destroyed by you. Did you find someone to repair it? You should immediately ask for help to repair the large artifacts that were damaged during the battle with the Ma family. If there's any conditions, just ask them. Fourth, Li Lin, it's your turn to perform. Tell us what information you got from the undead. Tai Zhantian turned his gaze to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. This was because he was currently disguised as Li Lin, and Li Lin's most important characteristic was his coldness. Therefore, when he heard Tai Zhantian, he immediately replied, "Yes. In about 5 days, the Wandering Soul Gang will officially attack the Black Tiger Gang. This time, they will attack from 2 sides. The first side will be the Ma family's transmission formation. They will have 10 ghost face ships as their main force, 15 transcending tribulation experts, 5 transcending tribulation experts from the Ma family, and Ma Feng's group. Their strength is very formidable." Tai Zhantian nodded, then he said, "Yes." Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he looked around and said, "The second way is to use the 20 ghost face ships as a base and gather the majority of the Wandering Soul Gang's fighting strength. Then we'll attack the Black Tiger Gang from the inside and outside. This will make it even more difficult for the Black Tiger Gang." After Zhao Hai said this, Tai Zhantian and the others' expressions changed. They didn't think that the Wandering Soul Gang would use so much strength to deal with them. This was something that they didn't expect. Zhao Hai looked at Tai Zhantian and said, "Besides these 2 sides, the Wandering Soul Gang has also contacted the Raging Flame sect. They are preparing to attack the Black Tiger Gang together. This way, they can form 3 sides and attack the Black Tiger Gang together. The situation will become even more dangerous. Tai Zhantian and the others frowned, their expressions were gloomy. They didn't think that things would reach this point. After some time, Tai Zhantian coldly snorted and said, "Our Black Tiger gang has been around for so many years, we've seen all kinds of storms. This time, it's just two sides attacking us, what can they do to us? Everyone, there's no need to hide anything. Show us everything you have. If Xiaofeng can repair those large artifacts, then I can take out 15 of them." Naturally, this includes Xiaofeng's ship, the Iron Eagle's Ghost Face ship, the Ma family's Ghost Face ship, and the Tiger ship. As for transcending tribulation experts, I can mobilize 15 of them. When Hu Liangchen heard Tai Zhantian's words, he knew that Tai Zhantian really wanted to show off his family's resources. He didn't hold back and said, "Since the Hu clan can take out 6 large artifacts, then my Hu clan can provide 6 transcending tribulation experts." Tai Zhantian nodded. He also knew that the Hu clan was going all out this time. Moreover, the 6 transcending tribulation experts of the Hu clan were much stronger than ordinary transcending tribulation experts. The Hu clan's transcending tribulation experts were all dual cultivators. Therefore, the Hu clan's 6 transcending tribulation experts were 3 against 6. If they were to fight against 6 ordinary transcending tribulation experts, then they would certainly have the upper hand. The other clans also revealed their strength. The Black Tiger gang didn't reveal their strength before, but now that they did, Zhao Hai was startled. The Black Tiger gang truly had a lot of resources. If the Black Tiger gang were to go all out, then dealing with the Wandering Soul gang and the Raging Flame sect wouldn't be a problem. The Raging Inferno sect has always been on bad terms with our Black Tiger gang. This time, they came together with the Wandering Souls gang to take advantage of us. I think the Raging Inferno sect's group is easier to deal with. The third group is the Wandering Souls gang's main force. I think the Hu family and the Si family will deal with the Ma family's group in the shortest time possible. The Han family will lead the other 4 families to deal with the Raging Inferno sect. As for the rest, come with me to deal with the Raging Inferno sect. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone knew that the Black Tiger gang was in a life-and-death situation, so nobody objected. Everyone just shook their heads, indicating that they had no objections. Tai Zhantian nodded, then he turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Little Feng, do you have anything to say?" Hu Liangchen and the others were also looking at Zhang Feng. To be honest, Hu Liangchen and the others still valued Zhang Feng very much. Under the suppression of the top 10 core disciples, Zhang Feng was still able to create such a big career. This was not something an average person could do. Zhang Feng replied, "No, I'll listen to the gang master's orders." Tai Zhantian nodded and said, "All right, then I'll have to ask everyone to prepare. We'll be fighting the other gangs to the death in the coming days." Then everyone nodded before they turned around and left. Tai Zhantian left Zhang Feng alone. Naturally, Zhao Hai also stayed behind. Tai Zhantian looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and said, "Are you Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng stared. Zhang Feng didn't tell Tai Zhantian about Zhao Hai's identity as Li Lin. But now, Tai Zhantian revealed it. Could it be that Taiying told Tai Zhantian? That shouldn't be possible, right? Taiying was a person who valued morale very much. Zhao Hai's identity wouldn't pose any threat to Tai Zhantian. In this case, Taiying wouldn't tell Tai Zhantian about it. Did Tai Zhantian discover it himself? Zhang Feng and Zhao Hai were puzzled as they looked at Tai Zhantian. They really hoped that Tai Zhantian knew about Zhao Hai's identity, not because he guessed it himself, but because Iron Eagle told him. If he guessed it himself, then it would mean that Hu Liangchen and the others also knew about Zhao Hai's identity. For Zhang Feng, this wasn't a good thing. However, Zhang Feng and Zhao Hai were destined to be disappointed. Tai Zhantian looked at the two and smiled faintly, "You don't need to pretend. In fact, I'm not the only one who guessed Zhao Hai's identity. I'm afraid that Hu Liangchen and the others have also guessed it." When Zhao Hai was in the lower realms, he was a spatial divergent ability user. But Li Lin suddenly appeared after Zhao Hai appeared. He was also a spatial divergent ability user. Isn't this too strange? Therefore, we naturally guessed Zhao Hai's identity. However, Hu Liangchen and the others didn't know that Zhao Hai had another divergent ability. Therefore, little Feng, you don't need to hide it anymore. you can directly promote Zhao Hai to an inner disciple. Zhang Feng nodded, then she said, alright, tomorrow, I'll have Zhao Hai restore his original appearance and let him follow me. Right, martial uncle, you can't send anyone else to Bugu. Tai Zhantian nodded, then he waved his hand and said, you can go. Little Feng, remember, after this matter, you'll be a core disciple. Moreover, you'll be stronger than the other core disciples. You don't need to be so timid. The Hu clan and the others have made a big concession this time. It seems like they also understand the importance of the Black Tiger Gang's development. This is for the best, you don't need to worry about anything. You can boldly show your strength. The stronger you are, the more I can speak for you. Zhang Feng nodded, then she led Zhao Hai back to the ship. Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and said, I thought that our plan was flawless, but I didn't expect those old foxes to find out about it. But this is also good, you can now openly appear by my side. Little Hai, you have a lot of things to do. Right, let's finish the large artifacts first. Can you finish them in a few days? Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhang Feng and said, don't worry, I don't think that those old foxes would be able to find out about it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, no problem, senior brother doesn't need to worry. I guarantee that I'll finish them in the shortest time possible. Zhang Feng nodded and said, alright, you can go. This time, don't go to Bugu. Once your identity is exposed, a lot of people will go there to observe. You should go somewhere else to cultivate. Zhao Hai said, the Black Tiger Gang's territory is very large. There are also a lot of barren hills in their territory. It won't be difficult to find a place where people rarely go. Zhang Feng nodded and said, you can go. I'll open up a cave for you in the future. But you'll have to wait until this matter is over. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and left. In fact, he had already found the place that Zhao Hai mentioned. It wasn't far from Bugu, but it was very remote. Moreover, the spiritual energy there was very thin, so no one would be willing to go there. Zhao Hai quickly arrived at the valley. The valley was even more empty than before. There was even some garbage in the valley. Besides some stones, there was nothing else. Zhao Hai made a simple cave in the valley. Then he immediately returned to Zhang Feng's place. Then he took the damaged large artifacts and stored them inside his space. After knowing that Zhao Hai was a spatial divergent ability user, Zhang Feng wasn't interested in how big Zhao Hai's space was. Just as Zhao Hai said, his space divergent ability didn't have a lot of energy. There were only two things that he could use. One was the spatial passage, which allowed him to go anywhere. The other was storage. Zhao Hai's space was almost never full. However, this ability wasn't very useful to Zhang Feng. After arriving at the valley, Zhao Hai immediately entered the space. Repairing the large artifacts wasn't a problem. At this time, Zhao Hai focused his attention on the undead transcending tribulation experts. As soon as the undead entered the space, the feeling of the space immediately changed. The faith power that the undead transcending tribulation experts provided to Zhao Hai was comparable to hundreds of immortal experts. Moreover, they didn't only provide Zhao Hai with faith power. When Zhao Hai fights, they can also provide him with spiritual power. When they're inside the space, their spiritual power can be transferred to Zhao Hai's designated artifacts. This was equivalent to having a transcending tribulation expert controlling an artifact. This made Zhao Hai's attack even more formidable. Besides Zhao Hai's faith power and spiritual qi, the transcending tribulation experts were also very helpful to Zhao Hai's cultivation. The cultivation world was different from the cultivation world. This was especially true when it came to the usage of faith power. These transcending tribulation experts had reached a very high level in their usage of faith power. When Zhao Hai asked the transcending tribulation experts about the usage of faith power, the answers of the transcending tribulation experts were very beneficial to Zhao Hai. In the next 5 days, besides asking the transcending tribulation experts about cultivation, Zhao Hai also observed the Black Tiger Gang. Everything in the Black Tiger Gang was normal. They looked relaxed on the outside but were tense on the inside. They were fully prepared for battle. In addition to repairing large artifacts, Zhao Hai also had another task, which was to send a letter to the Wandering Soul Gang. He had to send a letter on time to report the situation of the Black Tiger Gang. He couldn't let the Wandering Soul Gang discover anything wrong. Originally, Xianxia didn't think of this. However, Zhao Hai did. He knew from the undead that the Wandering Soul Gang had a rule that Ma Feng and a transcending tribulation expert had to send a letter to the Wandering Soul Gang on time. If they didn't send a letter, then it would mean that there was a problem. Moreover, the letter must contain the spiritual force of Ma Feng and the transcending tribulation expert. If it didn't contain their spiritual force, then the Wandering Soul Gang wouldn't believe it. In this case, only Zhao Hai could use the sealing jade sword. This was because other people simply couldn't imitate the spiritual force of the two. 5 days passed by quickly. Finally, it was time to meet the Wandering Soul Gang. 2 days ago, Zhao Hai gave the large artifacts to Zhang Feng and had her hand them over to Xianxia. This made Xianxia, who was still worried, feel relieved. Xianxia was very clear that this matter was very important to the Black Tiger Gang. The Black Tiger Gang had already taken out all of their capital. If they lost this time, then the Black Tiger Gang would be finished. For the Black Tiger Gang, they had to win this battle. Not only do they have to win, they have to win beautifully. Xianxia knew that although the Hu family was now acting with him and listening to his commands, if he made a mistake and caused the Black Tiger Gang to suffer losses, then the Hu family would immediately turn against him. They might even force him to abdicate his position. When that time comes, the Black Tiger Gang would be in even more trouble. Because of this, Xianxia was under a lot of pressure. He didn't have any time to rest as he was constantly dealing with various matters. He also patrolled the area from time to time, afraid that something would go wrong. Because of the tense atmosphere before the big battle, Zhao's identity didn't attract too much attention from the Black Tiger Gang. For them, it was just another outer court disciple being transferred to the inner court. Compared to the upcoming big battle, it was a far cry from what was about to happen. 5 days later, Zhao Hai was standing behind Zhang Feng. Beside them were other people from Zhang Feng's faction. Besides Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng's faction also had several nascent soul cultivators. They were the strongest among the core disciples. At this time, Zhang Feng's people were gathered on the treasure ship. Their eyes were fixed on Ma Feng's garden. Ma Feng's garden had already been destroyed. All that was left was a huge transmission formation. This transmission formation could send a large artifact at a time. Zhang Feng and the others were now waiting for the Wandering Soul Gang's large artifact. Time passed by little. Soon, it was 8 o'clock in the morning. This was the time that Ma Feng and the Wandering Soul Gang agreed to meet. As soon as 8 o'clock arrived, a white light flashed on the transmission formation as a huge shadow appeared. The shadow that appeared on the transmission formation was the Wandering Soul Gang's ghost ship. As soon as the ghost ship appeared, it immediately flew up. Then a second ghost ship appeared on the transmission formation. There was no delay in the appearance of these ghost ships. It seemed like they couldn't wait to fly out of the transmission formation. Before long, 10 ghost ships appeared above the Ma family's courtyard. At this time, the Wandering Soul Gang's people were staring blankly at the incoming large artifacts. They couldn't react for a while. The reason why the Wandering Soul Gang was so anxious was because they thought that there was no problem with the Ma family's residence. Moreover, they were afraid that they would be discovered by the Black Tiger Gang if they were late. Because of this, they couldn't wait to teleport over. They wanted to transport all of their forces before the Black Tiger Gang could react. Then they would attack the Black Tiger Gang. However, they didn't expect that the Black Tiger Gang was already waiting for them there. Therefore, it was already too late when the people on the Ghostface boats at the front wanted to warn the people behind them. 10 Ghostface boats of the Wandering Souls Gang had already entered the territory of the Black Tiger Gang. When the ghost ships entered the Wandering Soul Gang's territory, the Ma family's transmission formation exploded. Then Hu Liangchen, who was standing on a tiger ship, shouted, "Kill!" The Black Tiger Gang's large artifacts immediately rushed over. Among all the large artifacts, Zhang Feng's treasure ship was the fastest. In an instant, it reached its maximum speed. Then with a bang, it hit one of the ghost ships of the Wandering Soul Gang. Although the refining method of the ghost face ship was special, these newly refined ghost face ships were still different from the famous ones of the Wandering Soul Gang. It can be said that they couldn't be compared at all. Moreover, These ghost face ships had just appeared, so the energy of their shields hadn't been raised to the highest level. Therefore, when the treasure ship collided with the ghost face ship made a big hole in the middle and directly fell down, unable to be used anymore. With the collision between the treasure ship and the ghost ship, the battle finally began. When the treasure ship collided with the ghost ship, the tiger ship of the Black Tiger Gang also officially faced the ghost ship. Although the ghost ship's power was greatly reduced, it wasn't weak in general. Although the tiger ship was very famous in the northern strange state, it wasn't a particularly famous large magic tool in the entire continent. Therefore, the tiger ship and the ghost ship were evenly matched for a while. However, the biggest variable was the treasure ship. After the treasure ship destroyed the first ghost ship, it continued to ram the other ghost ship. Because it didn't have enough energy, the treasure ship didn't do anything to the ship that it hit. It only changed the ship's course a little. The ghost face ship originally wanted to avoid the tiger ship's attack, but it changed its course and met the tiger ship's attack head-on. Under the pincer attack of the treasure ship and the tiger ship, the ghost face ship was seriously damaged. Wu Luan from the Wandering Soul Gang didn't expect that Zhang Feng would destroy two ghost face ships in one blow. Similarly, Zhang Feng's actions also attracted the attention of the Crossing Calamity stage experts of the Wandering Soul Gang. Two Crossing Calamity stage experts suddenly appeared on top of the two ghost face ships. Then they roared and several huge ferocious ghosts appeared on their bodies. One of them had 3 heads and 4 claws, while the other had 4 long fangs and claws. Their claws were as long as spears. At first glance, one could tell that their attacks were extraordinary. As soon as the two Transcending Tribulation stage cultivators appeared, they immediately grabbed the treasure ship. Zhang Feng's expression couldn't help but change. But at this moment, the treasure ship suddenly seemed to lose gravity and fell straight down. When it was about to hit the ground, the treasure ship shook and stopped. Then the treasure ship suddenly stood up with its bow pointing to the sky. Then the treasure ship was like a rocket with its butt on fire. With a boom, it hit one of the ghost ship. The ghost ship directly flew up and then fell down. It wasn't like the treasure ship that was deliberately controlled to fall. It was really damaged. The third ghost ship was destroyed. Then, the treasure ship seemed to be doing a somersault. It flipped in the air and retreated at a speed faster than when it was flying forward. As soon as the treasure ship retreated, 2 huge ghost claws fell on the treasure ship's original position. The treasure ship was actually able to avoid the attacks of the 2 Transcending Tribulation stage experts. Both sides stared blankly at the ship. This ship's operation was simply godly. The ship was a large artifact. To be able to control a large artifact like a small artifact, what kind of person could do this? Aren't those people who operate magic tools too godly? At this moment, Zhang Feng was staring blankly at Zhao Hai. This was because he was very clear that all of this was done by Zhao Hai. Before the battle, Zhao Hai told him that he and his undead would be in charge of controlling the artifact. All of the ship's crew would be gathered on the deck while the rest of the ship would be left to his undead. Although Zhang Feng didn't understand why Zhao Hai did this, he still trusted Zhao Hai and agreed. After getting along with him for a long time, Zhang Feng knew that Zhao Hai was the same as him. If he wasn't confident, then he wouldn't make such a request. Now that Zhao Hai made such a request, there was only one explanation: he was confident in controlling the treasure ship. Originally, Zhang Feng was still worried. But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. This treasure ship was made by Zhao Hai, naturally, he would be able to control it better. However, Zhang Feng didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to control the treasure ship to this extent. This wasn't just controlling a large artifact, it was simply too monstrous. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this. The treasure ship quickly withdrew from the battle and immediately landed on the ground. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this. He waved his hand and the left side of the ship suddenly flipped over. Then a huge metal plate flew out of the ship. Zhang Feng looked at it and noticed that this metal plate was carried out by some undead. While Zhao Hai didn't know what happened, the ship's bow suddenly fell down. Then the undead that were carrying the metal plate flew to the bow and placed the metal plate there. Then the undead moved their bodies horizontally as they moved forward and backward. It was as if they had turned into human hammers. After a few bangs, the bow was stabilized. Then the undead carried the deformed bow into the cabin. The entire process only took 10 minutes before the ship was restored to its peak state. After replacing the bow, the treasure ship flew up and directly rushed towards the battlefield. At this time, the situation on the battlefield had changed. 5 tiger ships had withdrawn from the battle. Only 2 ghost face ships were left. Moreover, both of them were riddled with scars and looked as if they would fall apart at any time. However, 10 ghost face ships were able to fight against 5 tiger ships. Moreover, 3 tiger ships were destroyed by Xianxia. From this, one could see how strong the ghost face ships were. When the Black Tiger gang saw Xianxia's group rushing towards them, they couldn't help but cheer. At this time, the main characters of the battlefield had changed to humans. Whether it was the tiger ships or the ghost face ships, they were large artifacts. Moreover, there were transcending tribulation experts here. If these transcending tribulation experts were to be destroyed by the large artifacts, then the losses would be huge. Although the tiger ships and the ghost face ships were damaged, the casualties of the cultivators inside weren't very high. The strength of the cultivators was very strong. Ordinary attacks were useless against them. The cultivators who lost their large artifacts weren't completely powerless. Naturally, they would jump out to kill. Because of this, the main characters of the battlefield had changed to humans. The previous performance of the treasure ships made the eyes of the Black Tiger gang light up. They had never seen such flexible use of large artifacts in their lives. Because of this, when they saw the treasure ships returning to the battlefield, they couldn't help but cheer. However, Xianxia didn't have time to cheer. Instead, he loudly said to Zhang Feng, elder brother, have everyone input their energy into the treasure ships. Quickly. When Zhang Feng heard Xianxia, he immediately shouted, everyone, input your spiritual energy into the treasure ships. Quickly. Along with his command, everyone began to input their spiritual energy into the treasure ships. The treasure ships suddenly emitted bursts of golden light. Then the treasure ships rushed forward towards one of the ghost face ships. The ghost face ship looked shabby as it rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia coldly snorted, causing the speed of the treasure ships to increase. At this moment, the ghost face ship's body suddenly emitted a black gas that covered the treasure ships. However, the treasure ships didn't have any reaction and continued to rush towards the ghost face ship. Just as the treasure ships were covered by the black gas, the ghost face ship underwent another change. From the ghost face ship came out a huge evil spirit. This evil spirit was even more terrifying than the ghost face ship. Upon seeing this evil spirit, Xianxia's expression couldn't help but change. He shouted, not good, human boat fusion. Little Feng, retreat. As the Hu clan's patriarch, Xianxia knew a lot more than Zhang Feng. In the past, when the Wandering Soul gang ran amok in the world, in addition to their cultivation methods and the Yang Valley, they also had a secret technique called human boat fusion. This so-called human boat fusion required a nascent soul cultivator or above to use their own blood and their own nascent soul as the foundation to fuse with the ghost face ship. This way, the ghost face ship could greatly increase the cultivator's combat strength. This allowed the cultivator's Dharma idol to fuse with the ghost face ship, creating a new and more powerful Dharma idol. This was the true meaning of the human boat fusion. Naturally, this human boat fusion wasn't completely useless. After a battle, if the cultivator who uses the human boat fusion won, their cultivation would be crippled. If they lost, then both the cultivator and the ship would perish. However, ever since the Wandering Soul gang was defeated by the Great Sex, no one in the gang used the human boat fusion again. Because of this, Xianxia and the others only saw records of the human boat fusion from ancient documents. They didn't think that they would be able to see it one day. What Xianxia didn't know was that there weren't many people in the Wandering Soul gang who knew how to use the human boat fusion. This was because the quality of the ghost face ship wasn't up to standard. Moreover, because of this, the requirements for using the human boat fusion had become higher. In the past, nascent soul cultivators could use it, but now, nascent soul cultivators couldn't. Only transcending tribulation cultivators could use the human boat fusion. Moreover, as long as the human boat fusion was used, the battle would only last for 2 hours. After 2 hours, the Transcending Tribulation cultivator's lifespan, essence blood, and spiritual chi would be exhausted, and they would naturally die. A Transcending Tribulation cultivator could only fight for 2 hours. Even great sects like the Heavenly Sword sect couldn't afford this kind of consumption. Because of this, very few people in the Wandering Soul gang knew how to use the human boat fusion. This time, one of the elders of the Wandering Soul gang who came with the team happened to know how to deal with the ship. He also saw the ship's fighting strength. Just when he wanted to deal with the ship had already withdrawn from the battle. Because it wasn't the last moment yet, the elder didn't use the human boat fusion. But now that Zhao Hai's group had joined the battle, the elder didn't hesitate to use the human boat fusion. In his opinion, the person on the ship must be an important person in the Black Tiger gang. Otherwise, the ship wouldn't be this strong. So he decided to use the human boat fusion. Even if he dies, it would be worth it. Because of this, when the elder saw the treasure ship rushing towards him, he was already prepared to use the human boat fusion. However, he didn't show any intention of using the human boat fusion. This was because he knew that the person on the other ship had reached a superb level of piloting. If the person on the other side found out that he was using the human boat fusion, then the other party might run away. And once the other party runs away, then the situation would become more troublesome. First, Zhao Hai used the ghost chi on the ghost ship to cover the treasure ship. This way, the people on the ship wouldn't be able to see the situation outside. Moreover, the ghost chi also hindered the use of spiritual force. At that time, Zhao Hai could easily use the human boat fusion to eliminate the other party in one fell swoop. Just as Hu Liangchen's voice came out, the huge ghost with the ghost face ship as its center stretched out its 2 huge claws and slapped the ghost chi that covered the treasure ship. Clap. A loud sound was heard. It was as if a giant was slapping. In fact, it was almost the same. However, the giant looked like a ghost, and the ghost face ship was slapping. That's right, it was just slapping. It didn't hit anything, it just slapped its hands together. The ghost face ship stared. Because of the human boat fusion, this ghost face ship was equivalent to the Transcending Tribulation stage elder of the Wandering Souls gang. It wasn't like an ordinary Dharma idol, it was just like a robot. Because of this, the ghost face ship stared blankly. While the ghost face ship stared blankly, the treasure ship suddenly came out of the black mist and hit the Dharma idol. The treasure ship was now covered in a golden light. When the ship hit the Dharma idol, 2 buzzing sounds were heard. The first buzzing sound was when the ship hit the Dharma idol. When the golden light came in contact with the Dharma idol, it was like a piece of hot iron and butter. It melted a big hole in the Dharma idol. Then the ship hit the ghost face ship. This was out of everyone's expectations. No one thought that the treasure ship would directly collide with the ghost face ship. In fact, that wasn't all. This time, when the treasure ship collided with the ghost face ship, it didn't just break the ship or push it back like before. Instead, it directly smashed the ghost face ship into pieces, and the great Dharma idol also disappeared. Then the ship slightly adjusted its angle and hit another ghost face ship. The ghost face ship was also smashed. The large artifacts that the Wandering Souls gang sent all disappeared. At this time, the ship also withdrew from the battle. Zhao Hai sat on the ship with a tired expression on his face. He turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Elder brother, have everyone rest for a while. I don't think we'll be needed up there." Just as Zhao Hai said, they weren't needed anymore. The Transcending Tribulation experts of the Wandering Souls gang weren't much stronger than the ones Tai Zhantian killed. Now that they were surrounded by Transcending Tribulation experts of the Black Tiger gang, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. As for the ordinary Wandering Soul gang cultivators, they weren't a match for the Black Tiger gang cultivators. This was the Black Tiger gang, after all. Many Black Tiger gang cultivators rushed over when they saw the battle. Although these cultivators weren't very strong, their sneak attacks were enough to deal with the Black Tiger gang cultivators. Additionally, the large artifacts of the Black Tiger gang were idle. These large artifacts weren't just for show. Although they couldn't deal with Transcending Tribulation experts, they were still useful against ordinary cultivators. Even Golden Core cultivators were afraid of large artifacts. In this case, the ordinary cultivators of the Wandering Souls gang were completely at a disadvantage. they could only wait for death. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and the others were very tired. Naturally, Zhao Hai was just pretending. The others weren't. In the last attack, Zhang Feng and the others poured their spiritual qi into the ship. Because of this, they needed to rest more than the others. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes and saw Zhang Feng and the others surrounding him. Zhang Feng and the others had already finished adjusting their breathing. They were now protecting Zhao Hai. If Zhang Feng was only interested in Zhao Hai's ability to decompose and synthesize, then after this battle, Zhang Feng's opinion of Zhao Hai had changed. There were many people who could control large celestial devices. In fact, many large celestial devices were designed to be simplified in order to make it more convenient for the controller to control them. On the battlefield, if your reaction was 1 second faster than your enemy, the final result would be that you would live while your enemy would die. That was why Zhang Tai was able to control the large celestial devices. Zhang Tai was able to control the large celestial devices. Although there were a lot of people who could control large artifacts, there weren't a lot of people who were good at it. Large artifacts could never be controlled by a single person. Because of this, large sects would train people who specialize in controlling large artifacts. These people would be able to control large artifacts much faster than people who were temporarily assembled. Generally, these people would work in teams. Moreover, they were very popular in large sections. Of course, the Sky Sword sect was the only sect that could enlarge their swords and use them as large artifacts like the Sky Sword sect. In fact, the Sky Sword sect didn't do this often. They also had their own large artifacts and their own large artifact operators. Zhao Hai's ability to control large artifacts was truly amazing. To be able to control large artifacts as if they were his own arms, such a person would be a treasure no matter which sect he was in. Zhang Feng wasn't surprised that Zhao Hai had this ability. He investigated Zhao Hai and learned that Zhao Hai was famous for his large artifacts back in the 100 Treasures realm. Additionally, Zhao Hai used his undead to control large artifacts. Because of this, it was natural for him to be adept at controlling large artifacts. But it was precisely because of this that Zhang Feng took a liking to Zhao Hai. In his opinion, Zhao Hai's ability to control large artifacts meant that he had a trump card. After all, he was able to kill a transcending tribulation expert with it. Zhao Hai's ability to control large artifacts meant that he had a trump card. Now that the battle in the Ma family was over, none of the people from the Wandering Soul gang managed to escape. All of them were slaughtered. At this time, Xianxia was arranging for people to clean up the battlefield. However, nobody came to disturb the ship. Everyone had seen the performance of the ship today. These people couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration for the people on the ship. In this battle, the treasure ship alone destroyed 5 ghost face ships, which was half of the total number of ghost face ships sent out by the Wandering Souls gang. This kind of fighting power was too shocking, so they couldn't help but admire the people on the ship. Although the cultivation world was more advanced than the cultivation world, in the end, they were just cultivators. They also worshipped strength and respected the strong. Seeing Zhao Hai get up, Zhang Feng quickly turned to him and said, "Little Hai, how are you feeling? Are you all right?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Eldest brother doesn't need to worry. The battle was too fierce, so I wasn't able to adapt." Zhang Feng nodded, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Good job, you're really good. I didn't think that the large artifacts would become like this in your hands. That's really rare." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I took advantage of the undead. With those things, I can make them work with just a thought. It's like I'm driving the ship alone. Naturally, it's more comfortable than driving the ship with everyone." Zhang Feng nodded, then he turned his head to look at the scene and said, "The scene has been cleaned up by those guys. However, the large artifacts will still be returned to the gang. I'm afraid you'll have to take care of them when the time comes." "Right, I told them to keep the dead, do you still want them? If you don't want them, then just burn them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I want them. I want as many undead as there are." Zhang Feng pointed to the side. Zhao Hai looked and saw the corpses of the Wandering Soul gang. Zhao Hai immediately turned the corpses into undead and received them into the space. Just as Zhao Hai finished dealing with the corpses of the Wandering Soul gang, Xianxia arrived on the ship. After arriving, Hu Liangchen looked at the ship and smiled at Zhang Feng. Little Feng, you're really formidable. This ship's fighting strength is quite good. When do you have time? Introduce me to your Grandmaster Refiner. Zhang Feng nodded, then she looked at Hu Liangchen and said, Little Feng, you're really formidable. Zhang Feng smiled and said, Uncle Hu, are you praising me? Who doesn't know that your Hu clan's blacksmith grandmaster is famous in the Black Tiger gang? My subordinates shouldn't come out and make a fool out of themselves. Naturally, Hu Liangchen knew that it was impossible for Zhang Feng to take out her treasures, so he just said it casually. Now that he heard Zhang Feng, Hu Liangchen couldn't help but smile faintly and said, Forget it, you're not honest. Compared to the blacksmith grandmaster, my family's blacksmith grandmaster can't even be compared to him. Let's not talk about this. I just received news that the gang leader's situation isn't good. Let's go. When Zhang Feng heard that Tai Zhantian was in trouble, she immediately complied. Then she organized her people and followed Hu Liangchen to Tai Zhantian's location. Tai Zhantian and the others were currently fighting with the Wandering Soul Gang in the Black Tiger Mountains. The Black Tiger Mountains had always been the front line against the Wandering Soul Gang. The Black Tiger Mountains were divided into two mountain ranges, the Inner Black Tiger Mountains and the Outer Black Tiger Mountains. The Inner Black Tiger Mountain was the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters. As for the Outer Black Tiger Mountain, it was called the Black Tiger Gang's defensive line. It was the border between the Black Tiger Gang and the Wandering Soul Gang. At this time, the Black Tiger Gang's defensive line wasn't in a good situation. The Wandering Soul Gang had spent a lot to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. They sent out a total of 70 large artifacts as well as several hundred transcending tribulation experts. Although Tai Zhantian and the others had already received the news that the Black Tiger Gang was coming to deal with them, they didn't think that the Wandering Soul Gang's attack would be so powerful. The Black Tiger Gang's preparation was somewhat insufficient, their defensive line was tight. Just as Tai Zhantian thought that the Wandering Soul Gang would break through the defensive line, Hu Liangchen suddenly sent him a message telling him that the battle with the Ma family had ended. Tai Zhantian didn't expect the Ma family's battle to end so quickly. He was very clear that the Black Tiger Gang was inferior to the Wandering Soul Gang in terms of strength. The Black Tiger Gang wasn't weak, but the Wandering Soul Gang was stronger. Although the Wandering Soul Gang was defeated by the Great Sects in the past, losing their territory as well as a lot of important things, they didn't lose their most important inheritance. Coupled with their strong foundation, they quickly gained a firm foothold in the Northern Strange region and became one of the Great Sects. After destroying some small sects, the Wandering Souls finally developed their influence to the Black Tiger Gang. The Black Tiger Gang was also a talented force in the Northern Strange region. Although it wasn't the strongest, it wasn't weak either. It was almost impossible for the Wandering Souls to destroy the Black Tiger Gang because they wouldn't be able to bear such losses. In the end, the Wandering Soul Gang used another method, which was to slowly divide the Black Tiger Gang. Then they would support several forces within the Black Tiger Gang. This way, they would be able to slowly control the Black Tiger Gang. Originally, this plan went smoothly, and they managed to cultivate a force like the Ma family. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai's appearance would cause Zhang Feng to suddenly rise. Zhang Feng's rise destroyed their plan. Then they had no choice but to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. What they didn't expect was that the Black Tiger Gang would band together to deal with the Wandering Soul Gang. At this point, the Wandering Soul Gang had no choice but to use all of their strength to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. They even pulled the Raging Flame sect along with them. They wanted to destroy the Black Tiger Gang in one fell swoop. At worst, they would deal with the Raging Flame sect after dealing with the Black Tiger Gang. In the Wandering Soul Gang's view, the Black Tiger Gang wasn't prepared. It would be easy to deal with the weakened Black Tiger Gang. However, they didn't expect that the Black Tiger Gang was already prepared. The Wandering Soul Gang's frontal assault was met with the Black Tiger Gang's all-out resistance. Up until now, the Wandering Soul Gang had been unable to take down the Black Tiger Gang's defensive line. This made the Wandering Soul Gang feel ashamed. Of course, the most important thing was that they had lost contact with the elite soldier that entered the Black Tiger Gang's territory. There was only one explanation for this: the elite soldier was finished. This made the Wandering Soul Gang even more anxious and angry. Because of this, their attacks became even more intense. Tai Zhantian was also in a dangerous situation. He was worried that Hu Liangchen's reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. If Hu Liangchen's reinforcements didn't arrive, then they would be in great danger. At this point, several parts of the Black Tiger Gang's defensive line had been destroyed by the Wandering Soul Gang's large artifacts. If this continues, then the Black Tiger Gang's defensive line wouldn't last much longer. After the Wandering Soul Gang revealed their strength, Tai Zhantian knew how powerful they were. They had more than 70 large artifacts. On the other hand, Tai Zhantian only had about 40 large artifacts, which was only half of what the Wandering Soul Gang had. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to block the Wandering Soul Gang's attacks. Most importantly, Tai Zhantian had to divide some of his forces to block the Raging Flame sect. He couldn't use all of his strength to deal with the Wandering Soul Gang. What made Tai Zhantian even more worried was that even if Hu Liangchen's reinforcements arrived, he would only have about 20 large artifacts. This was a lot less than the Wandering Soul Gang. It wouldn't be easy for him to repel the Wandering Soul Gang. At this point, both sides' large artifacts were damaged. Tai Zhantian originally had 40 large artifacts, but now he only had 19 left. He had lost more than half of his forces. On the other hand, the Wandering Soul Gang wasn't having a good time either. They were using large artifacts to attack the Black Tiger Gang's defensive line. The Black Tiger Gang had already set up a large number of powerful formations and artifacts. With the help of these formations and artifacts, it wasn't easy for the Wandering Soul Gang to attack. Of the 70 ghost face ships, only 40 were still usable. Their losses weren't any less than the Black Tiger Gang, perhaps even greater. While the two sides were still fighting, Hu Liangchen's group finally arrived. This time, Hu Liangchen's group brought a total of 8 large artifacts. Originally, they had 13 large artifacts, but after losing 5 to the Ma family, they only had 8 left. Zhang Feng stood on the ship and looked at the defensive line. Zhang Feng's complexion couldn't help but sink as he coldly snorted and said, "These guys really think that they'll win. Zhao Hai, what's your situation? Everyone on the ship will listen to you. Teach those guys a lesson." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Yes, senior brother can rest assured." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as the ship went straight towards the Wandering Soul Gang's ghost face ships. One of the Wandering Soul Gang's ghost face ships immediately discovered Zhao Hai's group. A jade sword immediately flew out from the ghost face ship. Then the other 2 ghost face ships followed behind as they closed in on Zhao Hai. The 3 ghost face ships have been working together for a long time. They formed an inverted triangle as they surrounded the ship. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 ships and coldly snorted. Then the speed of the ship increased to its maximum. At the same time, the bow of the ship slightly adjusted its angle in the air as it rushed towards the ghost ship on the left. The 3 ghost face ships didn't expect the ship to be this flexible. They could already see the ship, but the ship could still adjust its angle. This was something that the ghost face ships couldn't do. However, the 3 ghost face ships immediately made some changes. The one in the middle and the one on the right increased their speed and adjusted their angle to crash into the treasure ship. The one on the left, which was about to collide with the treasure ship, immediately sped up and increased its speed to its maximum. Looking at this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. According to Kair's calculations, if he were to hit the ghost face ship on the left, then the 2 ghost face ships behind it would also hit the treasure ship. When the time comes, the treasure ship would be pincered from 3 sides. The situation wouldn't be good for the treasure ship. However, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to do this. Just as he was about to collide with the ghost face ship on the left, the ship suddenly stopped as if it was nailed by a huge nail. Because of the powerful inertia and the ship's rudder, the ship's bow was like a bat that was swung to the right. The ship's stern swung and hit the ghost face ship on the right. The ghost face ship didn't expect Zhao Hai to use this move. It was originally rushing towards the ship. Now that the ship hit the side of the ghost face ship, the ship on the right deviated from its course and collided with the ghost face ship in the middle. The ghost face ship in the middle didn't expect Zhao Hai to use this move. It simply didn't have time to react as it was hit by the ghost face ship on the right. Boom! The 2 ghost face ships collided with each other. The ghost face ship in the middle deviated from its course and collided with the ghost face ship on the left. The 3 ghost face ships collided with each other. The scene was really hot. However, this wasn't over yet. Zhao Hai wasn't satisfied with making the three ghost-faced ships collide with each other. Instead, he turned the ship around and appeared behind the three ghost-faced ships. Then, the ship used its full power to collide with the three ghost-faced ships. Boom! 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 With three loud noises, the three ghost-faced ships were hit by the ghost-faced ship. This was really ruthless. Due to the previous collision, the shields of the three ghost-faced ships were broken. Now that they were hit by the ghost-faced ship, more than half of the ghost-faced ships were destroyed. They fell straight down and completely lost the ability to fight. On the other hand, the treasure ship was only slightly damaged at the stern and there were some dents at the bow of the ship. After destroying the three ghost-faced ships, the ghost-faced ship immediately rushed towards the other ghost-faced ship. This short collision between the ghost-faced ship and the three ghost-faced ships was noticed by everyone on the battlefield. The Black Tiger Gang's Black Tiger Mountain defense line was very long. However, the Wandering Souls Gang's main attack wasn't very long. This was because the Wandering Souls Gang knew that it was impossible for them to attack the entire Black Tiger Mountain defense line. As long as they break through one part of the defense line, the entire Black Tiger Mountain defense line would be finished. Because of this, the actual battlefield in the Black Tiger Mountain defense line wasn't very large. Everything that happened on the battlefield couldn't be hidden from the transcending tribulation experts of both sides. The treasure ship was able to deal with the three ghost-faced ships at such a low price. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Perhaps only the magical treasures of the 9 great sects could do this. No one else could do this. Tai Zhantian looked at the large artifact with excitement. He didn't expect Zhongfeng's large artifact to be this good. This made him very happy. At this time, the ghost-faced ship had already clashed with the other large artifacts of the Wandering Souls Gang. Although the ghost-faced ships were very powerful, they still weren't Zhao Hai's opponent. 2 more ships were destroyed by Zhao Hai. Naturally, the ghost-faced ship also suffered some damage, especially on the right side of the ship. Because Zhao Hai intentionally attacked the right side of the ship, the damage to the right side was more serious. The transcending tribulation experts of the Wandering Souls Gang couldn't sit still. Several of them rushed towards the ghost-faced ship. At the same time, several transcending tribulation experts from the Black Tiger Gang also rushed towards the transcending tribulation experts. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he immediately drove the ship out of the battle. He landed at the back of the Black Tiger Mountain's defensive line. Then he had the undead replace the right side of the ship. The ship side wasn't like other magic artifacts, it was a piece by piece. In the ship storage room, there were replacements, so it didn't take long for Zhao to replace the ship side. At the same time, he turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Elder brother, there aren't a lot of parts left on the ship. I'm afraid that we can only use them for one more large-scale battle. Moreover, we've already become the target of those transcending tribulation experts. You must cooperate with me. When I tell everyone to inject their spiritual qi into the ship, everyone should immediately do so. This way, even if we encounter a transcending tribulation expert, we'll still be able to fight them." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Elder brother, we don't have many parts left on the ship." Zhang Feng nodded. They used this method to kill a transcending tribulation expert before. Naturally, he believed in Zhao Hai's words. When the ship appeared on the battlefield, it immediately attracted the attention of the transcending tribulation experts. It couldn't be helped, it was impossible for these transcending tribulation experts to ignore them. The ship's damaged starboard side was now completely intact. If these transcending tribulation experts didn't notice this, then they wouldn't be able to stay here any longer. Tai Zhantian was naturally happy. Because of the arrival of Hu Liangchen and the others, as well as the destruction of the enemy's 5 ghost-faced ships, the pressure on their side had decreased a lot. Although they still couldn't launch a counterattack against the Wandering Soul Gang, they could rely on the Black Tiger Gang's defensive formation to block the attacks of the Wandering Soul Gang. On the other hand, the Wandering Soul Gang's situation wasn't very good. Not only did Hu Liangchen and the others bring large artifacts, they also brought a group of transcending tribulation experts. The Wandering Soul Gang didn't have much more transcending tribulation experts compared to the Black Tiger Gang. Now that Hu Liangchen and the others joined, the Wandering Soul Gang had no way to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. As soon as the ship appeared, the Wandering Soul Gang's large artifacts noticed it. The gang immediately sent out 5 ghost face ships to meet the ship. However, these ships weren't very fast and seemed to be very cautious. The Wandering Soul Gang had no other choice. The ship's strength was too strong, they had no choice but to be careful. At this time, Zhao Hai had Zhang Feng and the others pour their spiritual qi into the ship. The ship's speed suddenly increased by a lot. Not only did it increase in speed, but it also increased in strength. The ship rushed towards the 5 ghost face ships and directly knocked one of them away. Then the ship began to rampage on the battlefield. Whether it was facing large artifacts or cultivators, the ship crashed straight into them. Wherever it went, large artifacts would be destroyed. As for cultivators, as long as they were transcending tribulation experts, they couldn't escape death. The ship's actions attracted everyone's attention. The Wandering Soul Gang sent out a transcending tribulation cultivator to stop the ship. The Black Tiger Gang also sent out transcending tribulation experts to protect the ship. Slowly, the entire battlefield turned into a battle that revolved around the ship. Zhao Hai was naturally aware of this situation, but he didn't say anything. He just commanded the 100 treasures to fly around the battlefield. Since he replaced the ship's railings, he had already caused 7 ghost face ships to lose their fighting strength. He also killed 5 nascent soul experts. As for the other Wandering Soul Gang members, he didn't know how many were killed. Seeing the ship rampaging, the Wandering Soul Gang couldn't help but send out transcending tribulation experts to stop it. However, the Black Tiger Gang had fewer transcending tribulation experts compared to the Wandering Soul Gang. Because of this, they weren't able to stop the transcending tribulation experts this time. 3 transcending tribulation experts rushed towards the ship. Zhao Hai also noticed the transcending tribulation experts, so he didn't say anything and just turned around to leave. However, the 3 transcending tribulation experts were very fast. In the end, 2 transcending tribulation experts managed to catch up to the ship. Zhao Hai didn't say anything and just turned around to leave. When Zhao Hai saw this, he immediately had Zhang Feng and the others pour their spiritual qi into the ship. Then the ship's speed increased once more as it headed towards the Black Tiger Gang's defensive line. The 2 transcending tribulation experts were originally trying to keep up with the speed of the treasure ship. Now that the treasure ship had sped up, the transcending tribulation experts were unable to keep up. They could only watch as the treasure ship ran into the depths of the Black Tiger Gang's defensive line. Roar! Just as Zhao Hai and the others entered the Black Tiger Gang's defensive line, a tiger's roar was suddenly heard. This tiger's roar was so loud that it could be heard clearly by the entire Black Tiger Gang's defensive line. This tiger's roar carried an endless domineering aura. Therefore, people who heard it felt as if an angry tiger was roaring towards the sky. Anyone who angered it would have to pay the price. This shocking momentum was definitely much stronger than the average crossing calamity stage powerhouse. When a Yuanying stage powerhouse like Zhang Feng felt this momentum, she had a feeling of unconsciously bowing her head and surrendering. The aura of an expert was incomparably powerful, especially for a cultivator. Cultivators often don't believe in their own feelings, they believe in their own aura. It was precisely because they believed in their own aura that this incomparably powerful aura would have a greater impact on a cultivator. However, Zhang Feng wasn't surprised. Instead, he was happy as he said, "The Supreme Elder finally came out." When Zhao Hai heard Zhang Feng, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Senior brother, who is the Supreme Elder? Why are you so happy?" Zhang Feng turned to Zhao Hai and happily said, "Of course you haven't heard. I heard that the Supreme Elder went into seclusion more than 1,000 years ago. The Supreme Elder is the last surviving member of our Black Tiger Gang. Although he's the youngest, I'm afraid that he's still tens of thousands of years old. His cultivation is unfathomable. He has always been the mainstay of our Black Tiger Gang. But since 10,000 years ago, the Supreme Elder rarely took care of things. He only took action when the Black Tiger Gang was in a critical situation. More than 1,000 years ago, the Supreme Elder went into seclusion and didn't come out. Outsiders thought that he had already passed away. It was precisely because of this that the great clans dared to act recklessly. I didn't expect the Supreme Elder to still be alive, so my Black Tiger Gang has nothing to worry about." Just as Zhang Feng's words fell, a dark shadow slowly approached from the distance. His speed didn't seem fast, but his imposing aura made everyone hold their breath. Xiaohai was also affected by this aura. But just as he was about to surrender to the other party, a burst of spiritual fluctuations came from the space inside his body. This counteracted the aura so that Zhao Hai's mind wouldn't be affected by it. However, Zhao Hai still pretended to lower his head. He didn't want to be targeted by this old monster who had lived for God knows how many years. That would only bring him endless trouble. After a while, Zhao Hai felt the huge shadow above his head. Then, the oppressive aura disappeared. Just like the others, Zhao Hai breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he peeked up. What he saw left him dumbfounded. There was a person standing on his head. This person was dressed in a black robe and had a sturdy figure. Although his hair and beard were already white and his face was covered with age spots, his eyes were not confused at all. On the contrary, his eyes were filled with endless wisdom, as if they could see through everything in the world. The old man stood on the head of a huge black tiger. The tiger looked very majestic. It wasn't any smaller than a tiger boat. Its fur was shiny and its eyes were looking forward. Although it didn't move, its imposing aura made people not dare to look at it directly. The old man stood there casually, but he attracted everyone's attention. When they looked at the old man, the first feeling they had was submission. It was as if they had seen a king. The old man glanced at the wandering soul gang and said, "So it's the descendants of that old bastard. Fine, I had some friendship with that old bastard in the past. Today, I won't make things difficult for you because of that old bastard. Scram, if you dare to cause trouble in my Black Tiger gang, I'll destroy your ghost lair." The transcending tribulation experts of the Wandering Soul Gang were stunned. Some of them had heard about the old man's identity, but they weren't sure. After all, it was said that the old man had already passed away. They didn't think that he would appear here alive. Although they weren't sure about the old man's identity, the aura he exuded made the Wandering Soul Gang not dare to act rashly. Therefore, they looked at each other in dismay. These people were unwilling to give up. At this point, the Wandering Soul Gang could be said to have suffered heavy losses. If they retreated, then their losses would be in vain. Such losses would be enough to make the Wandering Soul Gang feel pain for a long time. But should they fight? Looking at the old man, the transcending tribulation experts of the Wandering Souls Gang didn't have the courage to do so. For a moment, they were in a dilemma. The old man looked at the Wandering Soul Gang and coldly snorted. This snort was very loud, causing the space to buzz. Some golden core stage cultivators of the Wandering Soul Gang were shaken to the point of vomiting blood. As for those below golden core stage, they were shaken to death. The ghost face boats that were floating in the air started to fall down like dumplings. When the transcending tribulation experts of the Wandering Soul Gang saw this, they were stunned. Then their expressions didn't change as they bowed to the old man and turned around to leave. They also abandoned the ghost face boats. When the other cultivators of the Wandering Soul Gang saw this, they immediately turned around and ran. In the blink of an eye, they had all disappeared. The cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang couldn't help but cheer. They looked at the old man with eyes full of worship. The old man looked at the cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang, then he turned to Tai Zhantian and said, "Are you the gang leader today?" Tai Zhantian didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly bowed and said, "The 57th leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Tai Zhantian greets the Supreme Elder." The old man coldly snorted and said, "My dignified Black Tiger Gang is actually being attacked at our door. This is truly a disgrace. However, seeing that you still have some backbone, I'll let you be the gang leader. In the future, if anyone dares to disobey orders, come and find me." When Tai Zhantian heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he excitedly said, "Yes. Many thanks to the Supreme Elder." The old man nodded. Then he glanced at Hu Liangchen and the others. Hu Liangchen and the others lowered their heads even more. In front of the old man, Hu Liangchen didn't dare to act arrogantly. He believed that if he were to act recklessly, then the old man would just casually exterminate his entire family. However, the old man didn't do anything to Hu Liangchen and the others. Instead, he turned his head to the treasure ship and smiled faintly. "Finally, I can see that my Black Tiger Gang still has a talent. The one who drives the ship, come to me." When Zhao Hai heard the old man, he couldn't help but stare. However, he didn't dare say anything. The old man could kill countless cultivators with just a snort. This kind of strength was beyond Zhao Hai's imagination. Zhao Hai wasn't sure if the old man would be able to break through the barrier and enter the space. Because of this, Zhao Hai quickly flew up from the treasure ship and stood in front of the old man. Then he gave the old man a salute and said, "Black Tiger Gang's disciple Zhao Hai greets the Supreme Elder." The old man nodded and said, "You're not bad. Come and cultivate with me for a while." With a wave of his hand, Zhao felt a strong force pull him onto the back of the black tiger. Then the huge black tiger looked up to the sky and roared, then flew straight into the Black Tiger Gang and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The old man appeared quickly and left even faster. He waved his sleeve and only took Zhao Hai with him. The other members of the Black Tiger Gang looked at each other, not knowing what to say. However, the eyes of the Black Tiger Gang members turned red as they looked at the direction where the old man disappeared. Naturally, they weren't moved, they were envious of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was able to gain the favor of the old man and was even able to cultivate with him. This was a great honor. Tai Zhantian was the first to react. He immediately shouted, "Tai Yi, lead the people to clean up the battlefield. Repair the formations in the defensive line. Everyone else, come with me. We're going to the Raging Flame sect to take a look. I want to see how those fellows who play with fire are doing." When everyone heard Tai Zhantian, they suddenly remembered that the Raging Flame sect had yet to be cleaned up. They immediately complied and followed Tai Zhantian to the transmission formation in the defensive line before flying towards the Raging Flame Valley. On the other hand, Zhang Feng immediately arranged people to drive the treasure ship and follow behind Tai Zhantian and the others. In the Black Tiger Mountain defensive line, there was a large transmission formation that could be used to transport large artifacts. It was used to facilitate the support of the gang. Now, it was time to use it. However, Zhang Feng's expression was bitter. This was because he knew that the maintenance of large artifacts was inseparable from Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai was taken away by the Supreme Elder, it wouldn't be easy to repair large artifacts in the future. Let's not talk about Tai Zhantian and the others, let's talk about Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai followed behind the old man as the old man stood on the back of the black tiger and flew forward. Upon arriving on the back of the black tiger, Zhao Hai knew that although the black tiger looked like a real tiger, it wasn't actually a living being. This black tiger was actually a body of energy. And this energy was very familiar to Zhao Hai, it was the energy of an aspect. It can be said that this black tiger was the old man's aspect, an incomparably solid aspect. Zhao already had a certain understanding of the Dharma aspect. He knew that even in the metal aspect, the Dharma aspect was still in a translucent state. He had never seen a Dharma aspect like the old man, which was no different from a living being. Before long, Zhao Hai and the old man arrived at a forbidden area in the mountain behind the Black Tiger Gang. This forbidden area was the highest level forbidden area in the Black Tiger Gang, even the gang's leader couldn't enter. After the old man entered the forbidden area, the black tiger slowly descended into a canyon. On the walls of this canyon, there were many caves. The black tiger flew towards one of the caves and then disappeared. At the same time, the old man stepped into the cave with Zhao Hai following closely behind. This cave was very big, it was very different from the other caves that Zhao Hai had seen before. Generally, a cultivator's cave would have several rooms. Some permanent caves would have a quiet room, a cultivation room, a lounge, an alchemy room, a crafting room, and so on. But the old man's cave was just a big room, there was nothing else. There were no furnishings inside the room, only a thick layer of hay was placed in the middle of the room. Compared to the old man's status, this cave was very simple. The old man walked to the hay and slowly sat down. His every movement was slow, as if he was afraid that he would waste too much energy if he moved too quickly. After the old man sat down, he let out a long breath. Then he looked up at Zhao Hai and said, "You're very good. Although I don't know who you are, I can see that you have more holy power than the entire Black Tiger Gang. You must have had a fortuitous encounter." When Zhao Hai heard the old man, his expression couldn't help but change. His faith power was very strong, he was very clear about this. However, he didn't learn how to hide his faith power. Because of this, he had no way to hide his faith power. This was what he was worried about. He was afraid that he would meet someone who could see his faith power. If that happened, then his faith power would certainly be coveted by the other party. But after being in the cultivation realm for so long, whether it was Zhang Fingliao, Tai Zhantian, or even the old fox Hu Liangchen, none of them noticed anything different about his faith power. This made Zhao Hai think that he was the only one who could see his faith power. He didn't think that the old man would be able to see his faith power. The old man looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to be afraid, I don't have any intention to harm you. You're now a member of the Black Tiger Gang. If you become strong, then the Black Tiger Gang will only benefit. You should have noticed that I'm already at the end of my life. I don't have any other wishes, I just hope that you can help me protect the Black Tiger Gang in the future." Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He didn't dare to casually accept the old man's words. He also didn't believe the old man's words. Prison Heart's words were even better than his, but in the end, it was all for the sake of seizing his body. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't believe the old man's words. However, he didn't feel any disgust towards the old man. This was because he didn't feel any hostility from the old man. Zhao Hai could feel hostility from Prison Heart, so he didn't believe the old man's words. However, he didn't feel any hostility from the old man. Even so, Zhao Hai didn't believe the old man's words. This was because the old man's cultivation was too high, making it impossible for him to feel any hostility from him. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I know what happened to the Black Tiger Gang in the past few years. However, I didn't make a move. Do you know why?" Then without waiting for Zhao Hai's reply, the old man continued, "It's because I want to preserve my life. I want to live longer. Only in this way can the Black Tiger Gang continue to exist. More than 1,000 years ago, I discovered that my lifespan was running out. Without any other choice, I went into seclusion and coldly watched everything that happened to the Black Tiger Gang. Although I knew that the development of the great clans wasn't a good thing for the Black Tiger Gang, I couldn't make a move against them. This was because as long as I made a move, my lifespan would be consumed faster. If something happened to the Black Tiger Gang, then I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to make a move." After speaking up to here, the old man sighed and said, "The heavens didn't let me down. I actually met this matter at the last moment of my life. Not only did I solve the Black Tiger Gang's crisis, I also established Tai Zhantian's position. Then, I met you. The heavens really treated me well." When Zhao Hai heard the old man, he couldn't help but stare. Alarm bells rang in his heart as he became alert. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, "You don't need to worry. This old man has already reached the end of his life. Unless the laws of the world change, this old man wouldn't be able to separate his nascent soul from his body. In order to extend his life, this old man had already fused his nascent soul with his body. If I die, then my body and Tao would disappear." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry." Zhao Hai looked at the old man carefully and didn't speak. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and sighed, "Looking at your appearance, it seems like you've been deceived before. It's alright, you can sit down." Zhao Hai sat opposite the old man. The old man looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and was very satisfied. Then he let out a long breath and said, "My Black Tiger clan was originally a branch of the White Tiger clan. But in the end, we fell to the cultivation realm. The spiritual chi in the cultivation realm is thin, making it impossible for us to practice our clan's cultivation methods. In the end, our ancestors could only rely on their own strength to establish the Black Tiger clan in order to collect faith power, hoping that one day we can return to the immortal realm." Zhao Hai stared blankly at the old man. Although the old man didn't speak much, Zhao Hai was able to understand a lot of things. First, the old man wasn't born in the cultivation realm. Instead, he came from a higher realm. For Zhao Hai, the cultivation realm was rich in spiritual qi. But according to the old man, the spiritual qi was thin. He even said that the cultivation realm had fallen to the cultivation realm. Second, the old man came from a place called the immortal realm. Moreover, he was a branch of the White Tiger clan. Zhao Hai hadn't heard of the White Tiger clan, but he knew about the White Tiger clan. In China, there were 4 divine beasts. And the white tiger was one of the 4 divine beasts. Third, faith power could help them cultivate. It could even allow them to return to the immortal realm. If this was the case, then Zhao Hai would have the opportunity to go to the immortal realm in the future. The old man's words allowed Zhao Hai to understand these things. However, the old man clearly didn't want to hide it from Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young man, my lifespan is coming to an end. I want you to help me. I'm the only one left of the Black Tiger clan in the cultivation realm. Our clan won't be able to return home for the rest of our lives. The Black Tiger's blood's blood." Zhao Hai looked at the old man in confusion, then he said, "Supreme Elder, this kid's strength is too weak. How can I help you protect the Black Tiger clan?" The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, "My Black Tiger clan is a branch of the White Tiger clan. Naturally, we have countless cultivation methods. Among them, there's one cultivation method that's most suitable for the current situation. It's called enlightenment. This method allows a cultivator to imbue their cultivation as well as their cultivation methods into another cultivator's body. When the time comes, as long as that cultivator digests all of these things, then their strength wouldn't be any weaker. My current strength isn't the same as before, but if I imbue you with my cultivation method, then you can reach the nascent soul stage in a short time. You can even reach the transcending tribulation stage. At the same time, you can also obtain my cultivation experience. How about it? Are you willing?" Zhao Hai stared blankly at the old man. To be honest, Zhao Hai only believed half of the old man's words, which was the part about his identity. As for the rest, Zhao Hai didn't believe it, especially the enlightenment method. Generally speaking, the enlightenment method required a cultivator to perform it on another cultivator. A lot of them were done by masters to their disciples. Naturally, the person who received the enlightenment method would receive a lot of benefits. However, the person who received the enlightenment method would suffer a lot of harm. Because of this, cultivators wouldn't use this method. Although Zhao Hai hadn't heard of anyone using the enlightenment method in the cultivation world, he could still guess. Therefore, he didn't know whether to believe the old man or not. After thinking for a while, Zhao Hai finally decided to believe the old man's words. This was because the old man's strength was obvious. Although the old man looked like he was about to die, he wasn't weak at all. If Zhao Hai didn't agree, then the old man would use force. Zhao Hai feared that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to resist. Most importantly, Zhao Hai didn't want the old man to discover the secret of the space. Zhao Hai was very clear that if he wanted to escape the old man's pursuit, then he would have to use the space. However, this wouldn't be good for Zhao Hai. Not to mention whether or not he could hide from his teacher, even if he could, then he wouldn't be able to mix with the Black Tiger gang in the future. He was afraid that in the end, he would become a rogue cultivator who would be chased by the Black Tiger gang. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't want to see. Zhao Hai looked up at the old man and said, "Elder, I'm willing. As long as I'm still in the cultivation world, then I will protect the Black Tiger gang. Moreover, I will do everything in my power to strengthen the Black Tiger gang. I promise." The old man nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You need to swear to your heart's demon." Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he said, "Yes, I, Zhao Hai, swear to my heart's demon. As long as I, Zhao Hai, am in the cultivation world, then I will be a member of the Black Tiger gang. I will protect the Black Tiger gang and strengthen it. If I violate this oath, then may my heart's demon burn me to death." The old man smiled and nodded, then he said, "Close your eyes." Zhao Hai closed his eyes, but his heart was still uncertain. The old man gently placed his hand on Zhao Hai's head, then he slowly closed his eyes. At this time, Zhao Hai felt an incomparably powerful spiritual energy enter his body. Although this spiritual energy was powerful, it was very gentle. It didn't cause any harm to Zhao Hai's body. Along with the influx of spiritual energy was a large amount of information. However, this information was all about cultivation. There were no personal feelings in it at all. At this moment, Zhao Hai finally believed that the old man was really going to give him an enlightenment. Before, when the old man made him swear the Great Heart Demon Oath, Zhao Hai believed in the old man. First, the Great Heart Demon Oath was very important for a cultivator. No one would easily swear the Great Heart Demon Oath, because it would have a huge impact on their future. If the old man really wanted to seize Zhao Hai's body, he certainly wouldn't make him swear the Great Heart Demon oath. Even if the old man succeeded in seizing Zhao Hai's body, he might still be affected by the Great Heart Demon oath. The second was Zhao Hai's discernment technique. He didn't feel any hostility from the old man, which surprised Zhao Hai the most. The Heart's Demon oath was a Buddhist art. And because it was an auxiliary technique, no matter how strong a person was, as long as they were hostile to Zhao Hai would be able to feel it. However, the old man's performance was too strong. Because of this, Zhao Hai thought that the old man might have used some method to prevent him from feeling any hostility. But now, Zhao Hai could clearly feel that the old man's aura wasn't as strong as it was during the battle. At that time, the old man's aura was like a giant beast. But now, the old man's aura was slowly decreasing. In other words, the old man's life was coming to an end. In this case, if the old man was plotting against him, then Zhao Hai believed that the old man would be able to sense it. However, Zhao Hai still wasn't completely relieved. After all, the old man he was facing was an old monster who had lived for countless years. He had countless techniques and unfathomable strength. If the old man was deceiving him, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to reason with him. However, ever since the old man sent the spiritual energy and information into Zhao Hai's body, Zhao Hai believed the old man's words. The spiritual energy was very gentle, and the information contained the old man's tens of thousands of years of experience. For a cultivator, spiritual energy wasn't the most important thing. Instead, it was the old man's experience and cultivation method that was the most important thing. Zhao Hai quickly guided the spiritual energy to circulate inside his body. Because of Zhao Hai's special situation, after the spiritual energy entered his body, Zhao Hai felt the little person inside his body become more solid. Moreover, the golden core inside his body had completely fused with the little person. In the future, there would no longer be a golden core inside his body, only an incomparably solid little person. Along with the little person, the Tao Lotus had also grown a lot. The magic cube on the little person's head was also slowly becoming bigger. Little by little, it absorbed the information that the old man sent into Zhao Hai's mind. Finally, the starlight on the little person's head became brighter. Zhao Hai felt that the energy that the old man sent into his body was like an ocean. It seems like he couldn't digest it no matter how hard he tried. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai finally felt that there was no more energy entering his body. Zhao Hai felt relieved. After he converted all the spiritual energy into his own spiritual energy and stored all the information in his mind, he finally opened his eyes. But when he opened his eyes, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be startled. This was because the old man sitting in front of him had completely changed. The old man's face was full of wrinkles, his hair was blood white, and his incomparably wise eyes were completely confused. The vitality of his body seemed to be disappearing little by little. When the old man saw that Zhao Hai had woken up, his incomparably old face finally showed a smile as he said, "Good, you woke up faster than I thought. If you didn't wake up, then I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to see me for the last time. Zhao Hai, you can be considered my disciple. Remember what you promised me, you must protect the Black Tiger Gang." Zhao Hai's expression was somewhat complicated as he looked at his teacher. Then he clenched his teeth and waved his hand as he received the old man into the space. Before, Zhao Hai was wary of the old man, so he didn't receive him into the space. But now that the old man was about to die, Zhao Hai wanted to let the old man, who had been a great help to him, know his greatest secret in his last moments. No one understood how much the old man helped him more than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was sure that the old man's strength had reached the nascent soul stage. Moreover, the old man's combat strength was much stronger than the nascent soul experts of the cultivation realm. Additionally, the old man's tens of thousands of years of cultivation experience was an endless wealth for Zhao Hai. Just as the old man was received into the space, a prompt was heard, "Discovered a dying monster. Would you like to use the laws of space to revive it? If the host is willing to revive it, it will automatically recognize the host as its master. It can provide the host with strength as well as help the host fight inside the space. However, it cannot leave the space. Otherwise, it would be affected by the laws of space and die." Zhao Hai stared, then he said, "Revive it." Just as his voice fell, a white light flashed inside the space. When the white light disappeared, the old man was already standing there, looking much better. Zhao Hai stood in front of the old man. The old man immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I've seen the young master." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "What's your name?" The old man replying to the young master, "I'm called Hu Dingshan." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Kai Er." Kai Er immediately appeared beside Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai turned to Kai Er and said, "Kai Er, send Hu Dingshan to the asteroid. Arrange for him to be revived inside the space. Let him enjoy the same treatment as Grandpa Green and the others." Kai Er complied, then she sent the old man away. Zhao Hai returned to the villa and looked at the monitor. At this time, the monitor was showing the situation of the Black Tiger gang. Zhao Hai asked, "How is the situation? How long have I been in meditation?" Laura smiled and said, "Big brother Hai, you've been in meditation for 7 days. The situation outside is very good. The Black Tiger gang has repelled the Raging Flame sect's attack. Now, the Black Tiger gang has entered a period of peace. However, Zhang Feng was sent by Tai Zhantian to repair the large artifacts, so she had no choice but to tell Tai Zhantian about your situation. Your status in the Black Tiger gang is no longer ordinary. Now that you're outside, even Tai Zhantian wouldn't dare to be disrespectful to you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "With my current strength, I don't need to be afraid of anyone in the cultivation realm. I need to go into seclusion for some time to digest the things that Hu Dingshan passed on to me. After that, I'll go out." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Laura and the others naturally didn't have any objections. They also hoped that Zhao Hai would become stronger. Therefore, the group nodded. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, do you need to arrange a place for you to close up?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "All right, arrange a new background. I don't want anyone to disturb me." Laura and the others nodded and then immediately arranged a place for Zhao Hai. Before long, Zhao Hai was given a very beautiful background. The scenery was very good and there was nothing that would disturb Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also had Laura and the others place a variety of magic beasts in the background before he went into seclusion. This time, Hu Dingshan gave him a lot of things. The help that he received was unimaginable. Because of this, Zhao Hai received Hu Dingshan into the space. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't treat Hu Dingshan like a servant. Instead, he treated Hu Dingshan as an elder. In the space, Green and the others enjoyed the highest level of treatment. They can do whatever they want. If they want to do research, they can do it. If they want to meet up with their old friends, they can do it. Each and every one of them was free and unfettered. However, these old people were also people who couldn't stay in seclusion. Each of them had their own things to do. Moreover, each and every one of them was very relaxed. Zhao Hai gave Hu Dingshan the same treatment. However, he still hoped that Hu Dingshan would educate the people inside the space. At this time, the education system of the space was very developed. Moreover, the creatures inside the space, except for those who were specially designated, were all cultivating and living for a very long time. However, Zhao Hai also used the space's laws to restrict the reproduction of the creatures inside. Although they could reproduce, it was very difficult for them to do so. And with the background of the space, even if there were only a few deaths, the space was still able to accommodate them. However, the space didn't have a lot of knowledge about cultivators. Most of the cultivators inside the space were at the level of divine refinement stage. There weren't any that were too high. Compared to the creatures inside the space, the level of the undead was very good. This was because there were more and more experts among the undead. Because of this, the undead's cultivation speed was also getting faster and faster. Although the undead were very strong and could give guidance to the cultivators, they were still far behind Hu Dingshan, who had been cultivating for 10,000 years. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted Hu Dingshan to give some guidance to the cultivators inside the space. Although Zhao Hai allowed Hu Dingshan to live, Hu Dingshan still couldn't leave the space. However, this was also good. In the future, Hu Dingshan wouldn't need to worry about the outside world. Moreover, with such a powerful expert in Zhao Hai's space, Hu Dingshan would feel much safer. Most importantly, Zhao Hai would be able to use a lot of his methods after coming out of seclusion. Nobody would suspect that his methods were from the space. He can just push all the blame onto Hu Dingshan. Zhao Hai was sitting alone on the planet. While he was adjusting his spiritual qi, he was also carefully digesting the things that Hu Dingshan stuffed into his head. He didn't know that Hu Dingshan had stuffed a lot of things into Zhao Hai's head. Some of them were cultivation methods, some of them were cultivation methods. Zhao Hai carefully sorted them out and then digested them little by little, completely forgetting about the time outside. The things that Hu Dingshan stuffed into Zhao Hai's head were very useful. There were all kinds of cultivation methods. There were even some cultivation methods that belonged to the demon race. There were even some cultivation methods that didn't belong to this world. While Zhao Hai was digesting these cultivation methods, he was also comparing them with his myriad stellar transformations yin-yang technique. After comparing them, he discovered that his myriad stellar transformations yin-yang technique wasn't any worse than the cultivation method that Hu Dingshan gave him. The myriad stellar transformations yin-yang technique was like an endless treasure trove. As Zhao Hai's strength increased, the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang technique's level also slowly increased. Most importantly, Zhao Hai discovered that the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang technique's biggest feature was that it could absorb and upgrade. The myriad stellar transformations yin-yang technique can absorb cultivation methods and then automatically evolve. This ability was too heaven-defying. Zhao Hai couldn't understand what was going on with this cultivation method. If this cultivation method was so heaven-defying, then why would it appear in a place like the lower realm? What was the secret behind it? All of this was a mystery to Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai also knew that now wasn't the time to think about these things. He should properly study the benefits that he obtained. First of all, his current strength had reached the nascent soul stage. Moreover, the number of Dharma idols that he could use had reached an astonishing 108. Although these Dharma idols weren't as solid as Hu Dingshan's Dharma idols, they had reached the level of metal idols. If he released his Dharma idols, then his combat strength would be even higher. However, the benefits that Hu Dingshan gave him weren't only these. There were even more offensive and defensive cultivation methods that Zhao Hai hadn't completely digested. As long as Zhao Hai digested those things, then he would be able to reach a certain realm. Just like Hu Dingshan, every move that he made would be in accordance with the heavenly Tao. He could switch between offense and defense at any time. However, these things weren't easy to digest. Even if Zhao Hai's spiritual force was strong, he still wouldn't be able to digest them in a short period of time. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had the patience to digest these things bit by bit. Every time he digested a cultivation method, his cultivation would increase, and his spiritual force would also increase. As his spiritual force increased, his digestion speed would also increase. Zhao Hai slowly became intoxicated with this feeling. He didn't know how long he had been in seclusion. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai finally woke up. At this point, the number of avatars he could use had reached an astonishing number of 360. Moreover, the first avatar also had a set of cultivation methods that he could use. This made his fighting strength comparable to transcending tribulation experts. Zhao Hai didn't lose out in the slightest. Moreover, Zhao Hai could now openly use his liquid silver. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't dare to use his liquid silver. Liquid silver was too heaven-defying. Even if he told others that liquid silver couldn't be used by others, no one would believe him. Because of this, he didn't dare to use liquid silver in the past. He was afraid that others would covet it. But now, he wasn't afraid because he had the strength. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with a wise and far-sighted light. His entire body exuded an aura of wisdom, as if he was a wise man. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he took a deep breath. His aura disappeared in a blink of an eye, making him look like an ordinary person. Besides this ability, Zhao Hai could now see how much faith power other people had. At the same time, he could also converge his own faith power. Zhao Hai stood up and stretched his body. Then his figure flashed as he appeared inside the Space's villa. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because above the villa, there was an asteroid. Zhao Hai stared blankly at the asteroid, he couldn't react. At this time, Kai and the others came out of the space and threw themselves onto Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also hugged them tightly. Laura and the others had tears on their faces. Zhao Hai knew that his seclusion wouldn't be short. It took a lot of effort to support the women. Then under the escort of the women, Zhao Hai returned to the Space's villa. After arriving at the villa, Zhao Hai sat down and said, "Laura, how long have I been in seclusion? How come there's an extra planet outside?" Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You actually went into seclusion for 10 years. Really, the 100 spirits tree should have already borne 100 spirits fruits." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You've been in seclusion for 10 years. Zhao Hai stared, then he muttered, 10 years? This is really like the saying, a day in heaven is 100 years in the human world. Zhang Feng stood on the ship and looked at the scenery outside. Hao Xing was standing behind Zhang Feng. Their appearances didn't change, but their temperaments had become more mature. Zhang Feng also had a faint sense of majesty. After some time, Zhang Feng sighed and said, "Little Hai has been following the Supreme Elder for 10 years. I don't know how he's doing, but I'm still worried about him." Hao Xing nodded, then he said, "But if Little Hai comes out of seclusion, then his status would be different. I didn't think that he would be able to enter the Supreme Elder's eyes." Zhang Feng sighed and said, "The Supreme Elder's actions have both advantages and disadvantages for our Black Tiger gang. The advantage is that with Little Hai following him, his future achievements would be limitless. The Black Tiger gang would have one more expert. The disadvantage is that in the past 10 years, the Black Tiger gang has been lacking a lot of materials. The repair of our large artifacts is also very slow. The Black Tiger gang's development has been limited to a certain extent." Hao Xing nodded and said, "I hope that Little Hai comes out of seclusion soon. This way, we can minimize the impact." In the past 10 years, although the Wandering Soul gang didn't make any moves, they still stood in front of our Black Tiger gang. The Raging Flame sect has also become honest. However, this honesty isn't a good thing. A lot of newcomers have already forgotten about this enmity. This isn't a good thing for our Black Tiger gang. Zhang Feng nodded, then he sighed and said, "Right, this isn't necessarily a good thing. The gang's development has been very smooth these years. The great clans are also no longer causing trouble. If we can take this opportunity to attack the Raging Flame sect, then we might be able to eliminate them. In that case, our Black Tiger gang's strength would be greatly enhanced." "What do you mean by greatly enhanced? Can senior brother tell this junior brother?" A voice suddenly sounded. Zhang Feng stared, then he turned his head and saw Zhao Hai standing there, looking at him with a smile. Zhang Feng stared blankly for a moment before he was overjoyed. He opened his arms and walked towards Zhao Hai. Then he hugged Zhao Hai and laughed, "Little Hai, I've finally come out of seclusion. I was just thinking about you." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "I came out to see you. I didn't think that I would be in seclusion for such a long time. Elder brother, I have to go to the sect leader first. I have some things to tell him." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I've been in seclusion for a long time." Zhang Feng laughed and said, "Of course. Let's go, let's go." After he said that, Zhang Feng immediately gave the order for the ship to slowly sail towards the Black Tiger gang's headquarters. After the ship left, Zhang Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you really came out at the right time. The gang still has a lot of large artifacts that haven't been repaired. The Wandering Soul gang's large artifacts have also not been repaired. The gang has been wanting to deal with the Raging Flame sect all these years. But in the last war, the gang lost a lot of large artifacts. Even if we wanted to deal with them, we didn't have the ability to do so." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Once I'm done with my matters, I'll immediately repair those large artifacts. When the time comes, we'll deal with the Raging Flame sect." Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that easy. The Raging Flame sect relies on the Raging Flame Valley. Their control over flames has reached a very high degree. At the same time, the Raging Flame sect is also one of the most famous refining sects in the Northern Strange Continent. The Raging Flame war chariots that they produce are among the top 5 large artifacts in the Northern Strange Continent." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Isn't that even better? Let's take their things and make them ours. When the time comes, we'll become the best refining sect in the Northern Strange Continent." Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. She really didn't know what to say. In their eyes, things were very difficult, but in Zhao Hai's eyes, they weren't difficult at all. This was why Zhang Feng admired Zhao Hai very much. Zhao Hai's confidence was what Zhang Feng admired the most. At the same time, Zhang Feng also understood that Zhao Hai's confidence came from his ability to deal with this matter. In other words, his confidence came from his own strength. Before long, the ship arrived at the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters. Although there weren't any changes to the building, there were a lot more people here. It looked very lively. This wasn't strange. Since Hu Dingshan appeared 10 years ago and established Tai Zhantian as the gang leader, Tai Zhantian's authority had been growing. Under Tai Zhantian's leadership, the Black Tiger Gang's development was very fast. If it weren't for the large artifacts, then Tai Zhantian would have already sent troops to the Raging Flame sect. When Zhang Feng's ship arrived outside the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters, it immediately stopped. Then Zhang Feng and the others flew down from the ship and landed on the square outside the headquarters. There were a lot of Black Tiger Gang members in the square. When they saw Zhang Feng, they immediately saluted her. Zhang Feng nodded to these cultivators, then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "The new batch of people in the gang have grown up. However, some of them have already forgotten about our enmity with the Raging Flame sect and the Wandering Soul gang. This is what I'm worried about." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It seems like we should attack the Raging Flame sect as soon as possible. If this continues, then I'm afraid that people will forget what the Raging Flame sect and the Wandering Soul gang did to us." Zhang Feng nodded, then she said, "As long as we deal with the large artifacts, we can immediately deal with the Raging Flame sect. I'll leave it to you." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, Zhang Feng led Zhao Hai into the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters and had someone inform Tai Zhantian. Just as the two left the square, the cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang immediately started discussing. Some of them didn't know Zhao Hai, so they asked a person next to them, "Did you see that person who followed senior brother Zhang Feng? Senior brother Zhang seems to be very polite to him. Could he be an expert from another gang? Why does he look so ordinary? There's nothing special about him. Compared to senior brother, he's much worse." The person shook his head and said, "I don't know him either. I don't think I've seen him before." At this time, a voice came from the side, "If you don't know, then don't talk nonsense. That person is a member of our Black Tiger Gang. 10 years ago, he was quite famous in the gang. Do you remember that 10 years ago, when the Black Tiger Gang was facing a crisis, he used a large artifact to destroy more than 10 large artifacts of the Wandering Soul Gang? In the end, he was taken away by the Supreme Elder, Zhao Hai. That person just now was Zhao Hai." Upon hearing that that person was Zhao Hai, everyone stared before an uproar broke out. When the Black Tiger Gang faced a crisis 10 years ago, there were only two notable events. One was the appearance of Hu Dingshan. This Supreme Elder hadn't appeared in the gang for more than 1,000 years. As soon as he appeared, he scared away the Wandering Soul Gang. This kind of strength made the entire Black Tiger Gang excited. The other thing that people remembered was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was a battle slave, but in a short time, he became an outer disciple, then an inner disciple. In the end, he was taken away by the Supreme Elder to cultivate. This experience made the cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang jealous. Because of this, Zhao Hai's fame in the Black Tiger Gang was very big. However, most people had only heard of Zhao Hai's name, they hadn't seen Zhao Hai's face. Now, they finally got to see him. Zhao Hai's appearance quickly spread throughout the Black Tiger Gang. The entire gang was boiling. Everyone wanted to know about Zhao Hai, they wanted to know about Zhao Hai's current strength. Tai Zhantian also received the news. He immediately called Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng to his study. At the same time, he also invited Hu Liangchen and the other great clans. Although the influence of the Black Tiger Gang's major clans wasn't as great as before, their foundation was still there. Moreover, their relationship with Tai Zhantian had improved greatly. Therefore, the influence of these major clans in the Black Tiger Gang was still very great. After everyone arrived, Tai Zhantian looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, how is the Supreme Elder?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The Supreme Elder is doing very well. However, because of some reasons, the Supreme Elder can't easily show himself. Therefore, he took me with him and taught me for a few years." Tai Zhantian felt relieved. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. Good, you reached the nascent soul stage in 10 years. Good, it seems like you're very diligent. Does the Supreme Elder have any other instructions? Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, he didn't have any instructions. The Supreme Elder just said that because of his lifespan, he can't make a move often. Therefore, he wants me to protect the Black Tiger Gang as much as possible. Naturally, my current strength isn't enough. However, my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. Therefore, the Supreme Elder wants me to come out and gain experience. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Tai Zhantian and the others stared. Then they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. It seems like the Supreme Elder can't make a move as he pleases. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Zhao Hai with him and made him protect the Black Tiger Gang. Tai Zhantian let out a long breath, then he said, everyone, don't spread what Zhao Hai said today. Zhao Hai, since you've returned, I can only give you a task. You need to repair the large artifacts as soon as possible. As long as you do that, we will immediately attack the Raging Flame sect. Although our Black Tiger Gang has been developing well these past few years, our reputation outside is not as good as before. After all, we were attacked in the past and we didn't retaliate. This made the other sects think that our Black Tiger Gang is on the verge of collapse. Therefore, we need an opportunity to show our strength to the outside world. Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't worry, Gang Master, I'll deal with the large artifacts as soon as possible. Tai Zhantian nodded, then he said, if we can destroy the Raging Flame sect, the Black Tiger Gang will gain a lot of benefits. But at the same time, we need to pay attention to the reactions of the other parties. This time, we need to act quickly. You should know that the Raging Flame sect has a lot of allies. It'll be good if they can react. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Sect Master, I think we should use the same method as last time. After I repair the large artifacts, I'll immediately enter the Raging Flame sect and investigate. It would be best if I destroy their transmission formations. This way, our attack would be much easier. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Sect Master, I think we should use the same method as last time. Tai Zhantian's eyes lit up, then he thought for a moment and said, 10 years ago, I've already sent people to investigate the Raging Flame sect. At this time, we've already figured out the location of their transmission formations. However, their defenses are very strong, it would be very difficult to destroy them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, leave it to me. After I go to the Raging Flame sect, I'll seal their largest transmission formation. As for the smaller ones, I can also send my undead over. When the time comes, we can seal the transmission formations of the sect in a short time. If possible, I can also install transmission formations in some important places of the sect. This way, we can directly transport the people of the sect. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, let's go to the Raging Flame sect. Let's go to the Raging Flame sect. Tai Zhantian nodded, then he turned to Hu Liangchen and said, Old Hu, what do you think of Tai Zhantian's situation? Hu Liangchen smiled faintly and said, the method is very good. However, Little Hai will have to work a bit harder. If we can do as Little Hai said, then we'll be able to destroy the Raging Flame sect. Tai Zhantian coldly snorted and said, the Raging Flame sect has been arrogant these past few years. It's time to teach them a lesson. After we return, we'll immediately begin our secret preparations. Little Hai, if you need anything, just tell us. The sect will fully support you. As long as you can repair the large artifacts, we'll give you whatever you want. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, then I'll have to thank the sect master. After I understand the situation, I'll report it to the sect master. Tai Zhantian nodded, then he said, right now, we only have one main task. Prepare for the battle with the Raging Flame sect. At the same time, we need to be on guard against the Wandering Soul Gang. Although they were scared away by the Supreme Elder, I'm afraid they won't give up so easily. We still need to be careful of them. Everyone nodded. Then Tai Zhantian turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, I think you'll need an identity this time. For the time being, you can be a core disciple. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'll follow the sect master's decision. Tai Zhantian nodded, then he turned to Zhang Feng and said, Little Feng, you have a good relationship with Little Hai. This time, Little Hai's task is very important. You need to help him. If you need anything, just tell me immediately. Zhang Feng chuckled and said, Martial uncle can rest assured. I'll help Zhao Hai. Tai Zhantian looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, Little Hai, you can choose a place now. How about I give you a mountain? When Tai Zhantian said this, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but stare. This was because Tai Zhantian was asking Zhao Hai to open the mountain. This was a big matter in the Black Tiger gang. However, nobody objected to this. First, it was because of Zhao Hai's strength and ability. He was now a nascent soul expert. In the Black Tiger gang, it was possible for him to become one of the top 10 core disciples. Therefore, it wasn't impossible for him to open the mountain. Additionally, Zhao Hai was a person who was personally trained by the Supreme Elder. This was equivalent to adding a halo to his body. Such a halo was extraordinary in the Black Tiger gang. Because of this, nobody objected to Tai Zhantian's suggestion. When Zhao Hai heard Tai Zhantian's proposal, he couldn't help but stare blankly. He didn't think about opening the sect, so he quickly said, Gang leader, this isn't very good. Although I'm a core disciple, I can't be assigned to a mountain. Otherwise, people would gossip about me. How about this, since I've been living in Invisible Valley, gang leader can give me the valley. It would be more convenient for me to do things. Zhao Hai already knew that Tai Zhantian already knew about his ability to decompose and synthesize divergent techniques. Therefore, he made this request. First, it was because Invisible Valley was the Black Tiger gang's garbage dump, so it would be more convenient for Zhao Hai. Second, because it was a garbage dump, the spiritual chi there was thin. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to live there. Hearing Zhao Hai, Tai Zhantian couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned and said, Naturally, I can give you the valley. But the spiritual chi there is too thin. It would be very detrimental to your cultivation. Zhao Hai nodded and said. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Gang leader doesn't need to worry. I'm now a nascent soul cultivator. The spiritual chi density doesn't affect me that much. I just need an opportunity to make a breakthrough. Although Invisible Valley isn't very good, it's suitable for me. When Tai Zhantian heard Zhao Hai, he pondered for a moment before he nodded and said, All right, from now on, Invisible Valley is yours. Without your order, nobody can enter the valley. What do you think? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Then I'll have to thank gang leader. Tai Zhantian waved his hand and laughed, All right, you can go do what you need to do. Zhao Hai nodded and then left with Zhang Feng. After Zhao Hai left, Tai Zhantian couldn't help but turn to Hu Liangchen and said, Old Hu, what do you think about this kid? Hu Liangchen smiled faintly and said, Supreme Elder's eyes are sharp. This child's strength is extraordinary. What's even rarer is that his thoughts are very meticulous. With him around, our Black Tiger gang will have a successor. Tai Zhantian nodded and said in a deep voice, That would be for the best. However, what do you think are our chances of success in dealing with the Raging Flame sect? Hu Liangchen knit his brows and said, This is hard to say. If Little Hai's plan succeeds, then our chances of winning would be very high. If the plan fails, then we still have a chance of winning. Tai Zhantian nodded and said in a deep voice, All right, everyone, please go back and prepare. If we can really destroy the Raging Inferno sect, it will be very beneficial to our Black Tiger gang. Everyone nodded. They naturally understood the meaning behind Tai Zhantian's words. Since the Black Tiger gang had a lot of benefits, then naturally, it would also be beneficial to the big families. Tai Zhantian's meaning was that he wanted them to do their best. In fact, these great clans were very interested in attacking the Raging Flame sect. This was because the Raging Flame sect had joined forces with the Wandering Soul gang to attack the Black Tiger gang. This made the great clans of the Black Tiger gang hate the Raging Flame sect. The Black Tiger gang had always been stronger than the Raging Inferno sect. Even when the Black Tiger gang was at its most chaotic, the Raging Inferno sect had more victories than losses. Therefore, the people of the Black Tiger gang had a natural sense of superiority over the Raging Inferno sect. In their view, the Raging Inferno sect was a sect formed by a group of cultivators who couldn't compare to them in any way. Such a sect wasn't worth their attention. Because of this, when the Raging Flame sect joined forces with the Wandering Soul gang to attack the Black Tiger gang, the Black Tiger gang hated the Raging Flame sect even more than the Wandering Soul gang. This was also human nature. If you were bullied by someone stronger than you might hate him, but you had to admit that the other party was indeed stronger than you. You would work hard to improve yourself and find a way to defeat him. Defeating him would be an honor. However, if you were bullied by someone weaker than you, then it would be a disgrace. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to bear this kind of humiliation and wouldn't forget it. Cultivators were humans too. They had normal thoughts too. Because of this, the cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang hated the Blazing Flame sect even more than they hated the Wandering Soul Gang. The various clans of the Black Tiger Gang had a deeper feeling about this matter. Although the Black Tiger Gang was made up of countless cultivators, the elites of the Black Tiger Gang were more or less related to these clans. These clans could be considered as the mainstay of the Black Tiger Gang. The Raging Flame sect actually dared to attack them last time. This made these clans very dissatisfied. Even if it wasn't for the sake of benefits, they still wanted to teach the Raging Flame sect a lesson. Not to mention, destroying the Raging Flame sect would bring them great benefits. The Black Tiger Gang produced all kinds of herbs and refined demon beast pills, while the Raging Flame sect focused on refining artifacts. In addition, they created the Raging Fire Valley, so they had an endless supply of earth fire. Although the earth fire couldn't compare to pill fire, it was still a naturally occurring true fire. The artifacts refined by the Raging Flame sect were quite good. The artifacts refined by the Raging Flame sect were very famous in the northern Strange region. If the Black Tiger Gang destroyed the Raging Flame sect, then the refining method of the Raging Flame sect would naturally fall into their hands. This was very beneficial to the Black Tiger Gang. At that time, the big families would naturally benefit a lot, so they were naturally enthusiastic. Xianxia looked at everyone and nodded. Then he waved his hand and had everyone withdraw. After everyone left, Xianxia let out a long breath and muttered, "Raging Flame sect, I want to see how long you can last." After Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng left the main hall, they immediately boarded the ship. Upon arriving, Zhang Feng led Zhao Hai to her room. 10 years have passed, but Zhang Feng's room hadn't changed much. Only a few things were added to the ship. It can be seen that Zhang Feng was very satisfied with the ship. After the two sat down, Hao Xing and Zhang Hao came up to give their greetings to Zhao Hai. Naturally, the group chatted and laughed. After Zhang Feng's new subordinates gave their greetings to Zhao Hai, only the 4 of them remained in Zhang Feng's room. Then Zhang Feng opened her mouth and said, "Zhao Hai, Martial Uncle wanted you to open the sect today. Why didn't you do so?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "Now is not the time. I don't want to compete for the position of gang leader. I don't lack cultivation materials. I don't want to open the sect and deal with all kinds of things. I don't want to do that." Zhao Hai shook his head. "That's not the right time." Zhang Feng shook her head, then she smiled bitterly and said, "If other people knew about your thoughts, then I'm afraid they would be angered to death. Those people don't even have the opportunity to open the sect. You had such an opportunity, yet you gave it up." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, senior brother, don't talk to me about this. Take out the wine, let's have a good drink." At this time, a loud voice came from outside, "Want to drink? Why didn't you call me?" Then a person came in without waiting for Zhang Feng's call. Zhao Hai looked and saw that it was Iron Eagle. Zhao Hai quickly stood up and gave Iron Eagle a salute, "Greetings, senior brother Iron Eagle." Iron Eagle laughed, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Good, it's good that you're back. Come, sit down and have a few drinks." Zhang Feng looked at Iron Eagle and said, "Senior brother, you're not being honest. You came here to drink wine. I don't have much left." Iron Eagle laughed and said, "If I don't come here to drink, then where else can I go to drink? Hurry up, don't bother with those useless things." Zhang Feng couldn't help but ask Zhang how to bring some wine. Then the group drank to their heart's content. After drinking several cups of wine, Iron Eagle turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I knew that Master would use you as soon as you came back." Sure enough, as soon as you came back, the gang immediately made a big move. I received Master's order to make a move against the Raging Flame sect. Kid, are you going to be busy? Tell me, what do you need Big Brother to help you with? Iron Eagle wasn't an idiot, he just didn't like to fight for power. Moreover, he knew some things that others didn't. Therefore, when Zhao Hai came back, Tai Zhantian immediately made a move against the Black Tiger gang. Because of Iron Eagle's goodwill towards Zhao Hai, his relationship with Zhang Feng became closer. Therefore, Iron Eagle also knew about Zhao Hai's ability to decompose and synthesize divergent abilities. Zhao Hai's ability was a huge secret among the higher-ups of the Black Tiger gang. Only Tai Zhantian, Hu Liangchen, and a few other people knew about it. But these people were all old foxes, so they naturally knew how important Zhao Hai's ability was to the Black Tiger gang. Therefore, everyone consciously forgot about this matter. Iron Eagle was also the same. But when he saw Tai Zhantian's order, he immediately knew what was going on. Therefore, he asked Zhao Hai about it. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother Iron Eagle can rest assured, I can deal with it. Now, how is your large artifact? Is it broken?" "Ha ha ha, Lil Hai, you've asked the right question. Senior apprentice brother Tai Ying really likes that large dermic item. He has to have it repaired every year. Let alone being broken, that large dermic item is probably even newer and easier to use than when it was given to him." Zhang Feng laughed. Iron Eagle's love for large artifacts had already become a joke in the Black Tiger gang. Iron Eagle didn't care about it and continued to do things his own way. Now that he heard Zhang Feng, Iron Eagle didn't care. He just smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong with that? At least my ghost face ship can be used to fight." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Large artifacts are different from other things. If you don't check them properly, there might be problems during battle. I think brother Iron Eagle did a good job. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Big artifacts are different from other things. If you don't check them properly, there might be problems during battle. When Iron Eagle heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Did you hear that? Little Hai really understands me." Zhao Hai looked at Iron Eagle and smiled. Then he turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Senior brother, I think we should talk to the gang leader and have the gang establish a complete set of large artifacts as soon as possible. In this regard, the Black Tiger gang isn't as good as the Wandering Soul gang." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "It seems like this matter should be done. I'll find time to talk to Martial Uncle about it. This time, Little Hai, you have a lot of things to do. You'll have to work hard for a bit." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. The teleportation plaza of the outer sect was the busiest place in the Blazing Flame sect. There would be countless disciples entering and exiting the teleportation plaza every day. Therefore, the defense of the teleportation plaza was the weakest compared to the other teleportation plazas. White light flashed from an inconspicuous teleportation formation, and an extremely ordinary-looking cultivator wearing the standard red attire of the Scorching Inferno sect emerged. The cultivator looked around before choosing a direction and walking away. The teleportation plaza was filled with people, so no one would pay attention to such an ordinary person. Although this person was a new face, for a large sect like the Raging Inferno sect, there were countless outer disciples. It was impossible to guarantee that one would know every single one of them, so it was nothing special to see a new face. Soon, the cultivator arrived at a mission office next to the transmission plaza. He was clearly here to submit a mission like the other cultivators. The cultivator went to the mission office and took out a jade card and a jade box. He handed them to the receptionist and said in a deep voice, "Mission number 133 is complete." The receptionist received the jade token and placed it on a formation. The formation flashed and displayed the contents of the jade token. This was an identity jade token. The owner of the jade token was called Jiangyu, an outer disciple of the Raging Flame sect. The mission he received this time was to find a kind of herb for refining pills. Although this herb wasn't easy to find, it wasn't very difficult to find. Of course, it wasn't dangerous either. He only needed to spend a bit of time to find it. Because of this, the reward wasn't very high. There were countless missions like this in the Raging Flame sect every day. The receptionist took Jianyu's jade box and opened it. Then he nodded and said, "It's Heavenly Star Grass. Mission complete." After he finished speaking, he fiddled with the teleportation array. Jianyu's contribution points on the jade token increased by a few points. Then the receptionist returned the jade token to Jiangyu and put away the jade box. Jiang Yu took the jade token and walked out. Then he took a few turns and returned to his cave residence. This was a very ordinary cave residence of an outer disciple. It wasn't very big and only had 2 rooms. One was used as a lounge while the other was used as a meditation room. After Jiang Yu entered the cave residence, his figure flashed and disappeared. This Jiang Yu was naturally Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai came out of seclusion, he repaired all the large artifacts of the Black Tiger Gang. Then he left for the Raging Flame sect. The Black Tiger Gang had already announced that Zhao Hai was a core disciple. They also made it clear that the valley belonged to Zhao Hai. Without Zhao Hai's permission, no one was allowed to approach it. This order naturally caused an uproar in the Black Tiger Gang. They didn't want Zhao Hai to become a core disciple. If a nascent soul expert couldn't become a core disciple, then the Black Tiger Gang's requirements would be too high. But what made people surprised was that Zhao Hai actually wanted the valley. Nobody suspected that someone was plotting against Zhao Hai. This was because they knew that Zhao Hai was a disciple of the Supreme Elder. With such a status, even Tai Zhantian wouldn't dare to make a move against Zhao Hai, let alone plotting against him. If the Supreme Elder were to know that someone dared to plot against Zhao Hai, then who knows what would happen. It was precisely because they knew that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to be plotted against that the Black Tiger Gang was surprised. The valley wasn't a good place, so they didn't think that Zhao Hai would want it as his own sect. This was too strange. However, it didn't take long before people stopped thinking about it. The Black Tiger Gang continued to throw their trash in the valley. However, the valley had become a forbidden area. This was because a large number of undead appeared there. As long as these undead saw someone approaching, they would immediately stop them. If the person didn't stop, then they would immediately attack. Although these undead weren't very strong, their numbers were very large. Tens of thousands of undead were dispatched together, giving everyone a headache. When the cultivators saw Zhao Hai enter the invisible valley, they didn't come out for a long time. Moreover, they also sent a large number of undead to guard the place. Slowly, people began to die. Slowly, no one paid attention to the invisible valley anymore. At this time, although Zhao Hai was in the Raging Flame sect, there were still undead guarding the valley. Moreover, the valley was inside the Black Tiger Gang's territory. Therefore, safety wasn't a problem. Nobody would know that Zhao Hai wasn't in the valley. Of course, in addition to Zhao Hai, there were also several people who entered the invisible valley that wouldn't be attacked. Zhang Feng and the others were naturally one of them, as well as Han Buli. Zhao Hai's relationship with Han Buli was very good. After 10 years of cultivation, Han Buli was now a nascent soul expert. But because of his special identity, he was only a core disciple in name. He was still very busy every day and couldn't be seen. When Zhao Hai came out this time, he naturally told Zhang Feng and the others. Zhang Feng and the others were currently preparing for war. As long as Zhao Hai was ready, they would immediately send their troops to the Raging Flame sect. When he was about to go to the Raging Flame sect, Zhao Hai had already chosen a target. This target was Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was an ordinary outer disciple of the Raging Flame sect. Because of his ordinary appearance, his strength wasn't very strong, and his personality was quite reclusive. People like him wouldn't have a good future in any sect. However, he was a good match for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai directly killed Jiang Yu and turned him into an undead. Then after asking about Jiang Yu's situation, he went to the Raging Flame sect as Jiang Yu. After staying in Jiang Yu's cave mansion for a day, Zhao Hai went to the mission office. This time, he was prepared to accept a mission. Jiang Yu was only an outer disciple, so he didn't know much about the Raging Flame sect. Zhao Hai wanted to use the identity of an inner disciple to walk around the Raging Flame sect. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to accept a mission was because he had an excuse to leave. At the same time, he could openly walk around the Raging Flame sect without being suspected. Zhao Hai was aware of the Raging Flame sect's situation. He didn't dare to let the Silver Needles enter the sect to investigate. There were a lot of experts in the sect, it wouldn't be good if they discovered him. Because of this, Zhao Hai could only use this stupid method to kill the people of the Raging Flame sect and then use his identity to move around the sect. However, Jiang Yu's current identity wasn't enough. An outer disciple didn't have any status in the Raging Flame sect. There were a lot of places that he couldn't go. Because of this, Zhao Hai needed a higher identity. After walking around the mission office for a while, Zhao Hai finally chose a mission. This mission wasn't anything special, it was to hunt a snake-shaped beast and obtain its gallbladder to concoct medicine. This beast's rank wasn't very high, and its fighting strength wasn't very strong. It completely met Zhao Hai's requirements. Although it wasn't a lot of contribution points, Zhao Hai didn't come here for contribution points. Therefore, he didn't care about it. Accepting the mission went very smoothly. After Zhao Hai received the mission and registered Jiang Yu's name, he left the mission office and took the transmission array to the Raging Flame Sect's Greenfield Mountain. The Greenfield Mountain was a huge mountain next to the Raging Flame Sect. In this mountain, not only were there people from the Raging Flame Sect hunting demonic beasts, there were also people from other sections. Even the Black Tiger Gang would come here to hunt demonic beasts. The Greenfield Mountain was nearly 1,000,000 miles long, spanning more than half of the northern Strange Province. There were countless sects that hunted beasts and collected herbs on the mountain. However, these cultivators wouldn't go too far. They would only move around the mountain range where their sects were located. Because the Black Tiger Gang and the Raging Flame Sect were relatively close to each other, the two sects would often encounter each other on the mountain. Naturally, conflicts were unavoidable. The reason why Zhao Hai came to the Greenfield Mountain was because it was chaotic enough. There wouldn't be any problem for him to kill a few inner disciples of the Raging Flame Sect. Now that Zhao Hai has used Jiang Yu's identity to investigate the situation of the Raging Flame Sect's outer court, as long as he understands the situation of the inner court and the main hall, it would be much easier to deal with the Raging Flame Sect. Moreover, Jiang Yu's identity had another advantage. He can approach the transmission formation of the Raging Flame Sect at will. When the time comes, he can easily seal the transmission formation of the Raging Flame Sect. At the same time, he can also walk around the outer court of the Raging Flame Sect. As long as he can find a good place and arrange a transmission formation, it would be much easier to deal with the Raging Flame Sect. The Raging Flame Sect has a transmission formation on the outskirts of the Greenfield Mountain. It was made up of several transmission formations and several cultivation areas. The transmission formation was arranged with a large number of formations. Even a nascent soul expert would need some time to break through. Additionally, there weren't any powerful beasts in the outskirts of the Greenfield Mountain. Therefore, the transmission formation was very safe. Zhao Hai didn't stay for long and immediately rushed towards the Green Mountains. It didn't take long for Zhao Hai to appear in the Green Mountains, but there weren't any great monster beasts in the periphery of the mountain. Most of them were just low-level monsters. Aside from their skin and meat, they were useless, so they weren't worth his time to deal with. Only some of the weaker janitor disciples would hunt them for a good meal. Other than that, the stronger cultivators wouldn't even bat an eye at them. The Greenfield Mountain was very high. There were all kinds of trees growing on the mountain. There were all kinds of demon beasts hiding among them. Sometimes, one would even encounter some adult tree demons. Of course, it was impossible to encounter these things in the periphery of the Greenfield Mountain. Those powerful demon beasts and tree demons generally only appeared in the depths of the Greenfield Mountain. Zhao Hai hasn't been to the Greenfield Mountain before. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel curious. He flew in the air and looked around. However, he didn't see any cultivators. This made him feel strange. Zhao Hai swept the area with his spiritual force and immediately found something wrong. In the Greenfield Mountain, one's spiritual force was greatly restricted. Even with his current strength, his spiritual force couldn't reach more than 10,000 meters away. Moreover, because he was flying above the forest, he found that his spiritual force couldn't reach into the forest. This made Zhao Hai even more curious about the Greenfield Mountain. Since he couldn't use his spiritual force, Zhao Hai landed on the ground and slowly walked up the mountain. Zhao Hai's body was very strong, so climbing up the mountain wasn't a problem for him. While walking up the mountain, Zhao Hai also paid attention to the plants around him. From time to time, he would take some plants that he hadn't seen before into the space. Even if he had seen them before, he would take some of them into the space. He wanted to see if there were any differences between these plants and the ones in the space. But this time, Zhao Hai was somewhat disappointed. These plants were very common, and since the space already had them, Zhao Hai gave up on the idea of taking them into the space. Zhao Hai slowly walked forward, but he was already using the Cosmos technique. Although he was in a dense forest, the forest couldn't stop Zhao Hai's Cosmos technique. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll, but his speed was very fast. If an ordinary cultivator were to see him, they would only see a faint shadow. The deeper he went into the Green Mountain, the more lush the forest became. There were also more and more beasts. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about these beasts, so he didn't take any of them into the space. After walking for about 2 hours, with Zhao Hai's speed, he was already very deep into the Green Mountain. Along the way, he encountered several cultivators. However, these cultivators didn't have high cultivation. Zhao Hai didn't want to bother them and just went around them. With Zhao Hai's ability, it was impossible for these cultivators to discover him. While Zhao Hai was hurrying along, a loud explosion was suddenly heard, followed by the roar of a beast. Zhao Hai stared for a moment. This was because the place where the roar came from was beyond the range of his spiritual force. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't know what was going on. However, from the roar of the beast, he knew that it wasn't weak. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he rushed towards the direction of the roar. After some time, Zhao Hai was able to sense the situation of the beast. It was a bull-shaped beast, but it was very tall, about 5 meters tall. It had green fur and 2 curved horns. One could see that it wasn't easy to provoke. The cultivator who was fighting the bull-shaped beast surprised Zhao Hai. It was a female cultivator. She wore an emerald green robe and had black hair. She had a ring-shaped artifact around her body, protecting her. At the same time, she was also commanding a green flying sword to fight the bull-shaped beast. The bull-shaped beast didn't only have a strong defense, its attack wasn't weak. Moreover, it could control the surrounding plants. Its strength wasn't inferior to a golden core stage cultivator. One could see that it wasn't easy to provoke it. As for the female cultivator, she was also at golden core stage. Her 2 artifacts weren't easy to deal with. However, Zhao Hai didn't go up to help her. In the cultivation world, if you see a stranger fighting a beast, you shouldn't help them even if they're at a disadvantage. This was because it was taboo. In the cultivation world, casually helping someone wasn't a good thing, especially if you don't know them. If you go up to help them, they might think that you're here to steal their prey. Not only would they not be grateful, they might even treat you as an enemy. So if you don't want to become enemies with them, it's best not to help them. Zhao Hai looked at the female cultivator and saw that it would take some time for her to kill the bull-shaped beast. Moreover, she might not even be able to kill it. Zhao Hai didn't care about the life and death of the female cultivator. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly felt another cultivator not far from him. This cultivator was also at the golden core stage. He wore a fiery red robe and was unexpectedly a disciple of the Raging Inferno sect. Moreover, he was an inner disciple of the sect. In the great sects of the cultivation realm, golden core cultivators were generally inner disciples of the sect. Some of them might even be core disciples. Therefore, when Zhao Hai saw a golden core cultivator, he immediately knew that this person was an inner disciple of the Raging Flame sect. This was because a core disciple wouldn't come to a place like this. Zhao Hai was sure that the inner disciple didn't notice him. He had concealed his aura just now. Not to mention an inner disciple, even a transcending tribulation expert wouldn't be able to notice him. Zhao Hai looked at the inner disciple of the Raging Flame sect and couldn't help but think, sure enough, wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find it without any effort. This guy seems to have bad intentions towards that female cultivator. When I deal with him, I'll use his identity. After another half an hour, the battle between the female cultivator and the bull-shaped beast came to an end. In the end, the bull-shaped beast was no match for the female cultivator. There were many wounds on its body and it looked like it wouldn't be able to last much longer. The female cultivator's situation wasn't any better. She was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. However, she still held on and finally found an opportunity to kill the bull-shaped beast. Just as she let out a sigh of relief, a fiery red flying sword suddenly flew towards her. The female cultivator clearly didn't expect a sneak attack at this time. Moreover, she was already very tired. She couldn't dodge even if she wanted to. The red sword directly pierced her shoulder. She cried out and fell to the ground. Ha ha ha, Li Tsueyun, to think that you would have such a day. While speaking, the Raging Inferno School cultivator appeared. When Zhao Hai heard this, he was stunned. He didn't think that the Raging Inferno School cultivator would know that female cultivator. Moreover, it seems like they had a grudge. When Li Tsueyun saw the Raging Inferno School cultivator, her expression couldn't help but change. She said, Wei Tianchen, it's actually you. You despicable villain, you actually dared to plot against me. Don't you blame our Medicine King Peak for taking revenge? When Zhao Hai heard Li Tsueyun, he immediately understood her identity. Li Tsueyun actually came from the Northern Strange Region's Medicine King Peak. This Medicine King Peak was a force that wasn't inferior to the Black Tiger Gang. They mainly refined pills, and the pills they refined were very famous in the cultivation realm. Additionally, the Medicine King Peak would often refine pills for cultivators from other sections. Because of this, their reputation in the Northern Strange Region was very good. Most cultivators in the Northern Strange Region would give them some face when they hear the Medicine King sect's name. Li Tsueyun, aren't you very arrogant? Ha ha ha, I'll rape and kill you today. Wei Tianchen looked at Li Tsueyun and smiled. Li Tsueyun's expression changed. She clenched her teeth and looked at Wei Tianchen. Wei Tianchen, you beast. If it wasn't for my master refining pills for you, how could you become a golden core cultivator? How dare you treat me like this? Wei Tianchen laughed and said, Li Tsueyun, you're too naive. Yes, it was your master who helped me refine the pill, allowing me to become a golden core cultivator. But you shouldn't have treated me like that. Li Tsueyun looked at Wei Tianchen and coldly said, Wei Tianchen, you flirted with me behind my master's back. I didn't tell my master about this and let you go. But you still dare to treat me like this. If my master finds out, he won't let you go. Wei Tianchen laughed and said, Li Tsueyun, you're really naive. Don't forget where you are right now. Even if you die here, who would know that it was me? But don't worry, I'll let others know that you died in the hands of the Black Tiger Gang. I'm very obedient in front of your master, I'm sure he'll believe me. Li Tsueyun's expression immediately turned ugly. Perhaps others didn't know, but she was very clear that Wei Tianchen was gentle and refined in front of her master. Because of this, her master trusted Wei Tianchen. It was precisely because of this that she didn't tell her master when Wei Tianchen took liberties with her. This was because she was only one of her master's many disciples and wasn't very favored. She was afraid that her weight in her master's heart wasn't even as high as Wei Tianchen. If Wei Tianchen really killed her and pushed the blame onto someone else, then her master would definitely believe him. She would be used even if she died. Sigh. Just as Li Tsueyun's heart was in despair, a sigh was suddenly heard. This sigh was very sudden, startling both Li Tsueyun and Wei Tianchen. Li Tsueyun was fine, Wei Tianchen's sword sealed her spiritual qi. It was normal for her to not be able to sense someone. However, Wei Tianchen's senses were different. He was on full alert, but even so, he didn't notice where the sigh came from. Wei Tianchen's expression changed. His figure flashed and appeared beside Li Tsueyun. Then he said, Who's there? Come out. I wanted to kill you, but your words just gave me another reason to do so. The people of the Raging Flame sect are really despicable and shameless. After saying that, a figure slowly walked out of the woods. He walked very slowly, but step by step, he gave people a very steady feeling. The person stopped 10 steps away from Wei Tianchen. Only then did Wei Tianchen see this person's appearance. This person's appearance was very ordinary. He was wearing a black cultivator's robe. His aura was restrained, making it impossible for Wei Tianchen to see his strength. However, this made Wei Tianchen even more cautious. This meant that this person was stronger than him. Wei Tianchen looked at the person and said, May I know who you are? Do you have a grudge with me? The person smiled faintly and said, There's no grudge. Today is the first time we met. How could there be a grudge? Wei Tianchen looked at the person in confusion. This person's words were very casual, without a trace of anger. It was as if he was chatting with a good friend. However, this person said that he wanted to kill Wei Tianchen. Did Wei Tianchen hear it wrong? seeing Wei Tianqian's confusion, the person smiled faintly and said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhao Hai from the Black Tiger Gang. Now do you know why I want to kill you?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wei Tianqian couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he stared at Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't expect you to be a member of the Black Tiger Gang." Zhao Hai, I seem to have heard of this name before. Zhao Hai looked at Wei Tianqian and smiled faintly. 10 years ago, your Raging Flame sect colluded with the Wandering Soul Gang to attack our Black Tiger Gang. That was the biggest disgrace of our Black Tiger Gang. The gang leader ordered that anyone from the Raging Flame sect must be killed. Wei Tianqian looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so." After knowing that Zhao Hai was a member of the Black Tiger Gang, Wei Tianqian knew that today's matter wouldn't be settled peacefully. Looking at Wei Tianqian, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Nobody can stop you from resisting. If you can kill me, then that's your ability. If I kill you, then that's just your bad luck." Wei Tianqian couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but laugh and said, "You're right." After he said that, his foot moved as the fiery red flying sword flew towards Zhao Hai. This move was very sudden. Just a moment ago, he looked like he wanted to talk to Zhao Hai. But in the next moment, he was already attacking Zhao Hai. Just as the flying sword was about to stab Zhao Hai, the image of a lion appeared on Wei Tianqian's body. Wei Tianqian's figure moved forward as the lion pounced towards Zhao Hai. Seeing Wei Tianqian's movements, Zhao's eyes flashed with killing intent. He reached out with his left hand and grabbed the red flying sword. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand, and a huge palm flew out of his hand and grabbed Wei Tianqian's neck. Wei Tianqian's Dharma idol immediately disappeared. Wei Tianqian was still alive, but he looked at Zhao Hai with a face full of shock. He didn't think that he wouldn't be a match for Zhao Hai. This made Wei Tianqian feel an unprecedented shock. Zhao Hai looked at Wei Tianqian and said, "You really are despicable. But this is also good. Now that I've killed you, you won't be able to harm others in the future." Then Zhao Hai exerted his strength and crushed Wei Tianqian's neck. Wei Tianqian didn't even dream that a golden core stage expert would die like this. After killing Wei Tianqian, Zhao Hai waved his hand as Wei Tianqian entered the space and became an undead object. However, Zhao Hai didn't immediately go to see Wei Tianqian. Instead, he looked at Li Tsuiyun, who was sitting on the ground. Li Tsuiyun's spiritual energy was sealed by Wei Tianqian. She was prepared to explode her golden core and perish together with Wei Tianqian. However, she didn't expect Zhao Hai to suddenly appear and save her. Now that the flying sword that Wei Tianqian used to seal her spiritual energy was in Zhao Hai's hand, her spiritual energy was naturally restored. Spiritual energy was very important for a cultivator. With spiritual energy, Li Tsuiyun can stop the bleeding on her shoulder and heal her injuries. Seeing Zhao Hai looking at her, Li Mengyun struggled to stand up. Then she gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Li Tsuiyun thanks senior brother from the Black Tiger Gang. If senior brother didn't make a move today, then I would have been killed by that thief." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to be polite. Everyone from the Raging Flame sect is an enemy of the Black Tiger Gang. I killed him because he was from the Raging Flame sect. Saving you was just a matter of convenience. However, I hope that junior sister can forget about this matter, forget about it forever. Just treat it as if nothing happened today. Treat it as if you didn't see Wei Tianqian or me." Although Li Tsuiyun didn't understand, she still replied, "I'll do as senior brother says." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, remember your words." Then his figure flashed and disappeared, leaving Li Tsuiyun standing there in a daze. Zhao Hai appeared in the inner court of the Blazing Flame sect with Wei Tianqian's identity. He now had a complete understanding of Wei Tianqian's situation, including some of Wei Tianqian's habits and even the people he knew. And with Wei Tianqian's undead inside the space, Zhao Hai was able to disguise himself as Wei Tianqian. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to pass off as the real Wei Tianqian. This time, Wei Tianqian didn't go to the Green Field Mountain to look for Li Tsuiyun. Meeting Li Tsuiyun was just a coincidence. The reason why he appeared there was because he needed to complete a mission. This mission was to find a strange herb called chilling ice grass. Although the Blazing Flame sect was an expert in playing with fire, the might of the earth fire wasn't something that ordinary cultivators could withstand. And because the Blazing Flame sect had been dealing with the earth fire for a long time, a lot of cultivators were infected with fire poison. Fire poison was actually a kind of fire toxin. Those who were infected with it would feel hot all over their body. In the end, their blood would evaporate and they would die. It was a very vicious poison. Since the Blazing Flame sect had been dealing with fire for so many years, it was impossible for them to not have good medicines to treat fire poison. However, these medicines required the addition of a special herb, the chilling ice grass. The chilling ice grass was a very special herb. It grew on top of the green field mountain. Because of the high altitude of the mountain, the green field mountain was covered in ice all year round. Very few plants could grow there. However, the chilling ice grass was able to grow there. Because of the environment, the chilling ice grass was white and had a very strong cold attribute. If an ordinary person were to eat this chilling ice grass, their blood would immediately freeze and they would die. However, this kind of overbearing herb was the best medicine to treat fire poison. Because of this, the Blazing Flame sect needed a certain amount of chilling ice grass every year. Since chilling ice grass couldn't be grown in ordinary places, they could only go to the mountains to pick it. Because of this, the Blazing Flame sect would issue a lot of missions to pick chilling ice grass every year. This time, Wei Tianqian was on his way to pick the chilling ice grass when he accidentally bumped into Li Tsuiyun. He had evil thoughts and was about to make a move on Li Tsuiyun, but unfortunately, he bumped into Zhao Hai and was easily eliminated by Zhao Hai. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had the chilling ice grass in his space. As long as he handed it over, his mission would be complete. Because of the high reward for the chilling ice grass, Zhao Hai wouldn't need to do any missions for a long time. This way, no one would suspect him if he went around the Raging Flame sect. However, in order to not arouse suspicion, Zhao Hai still used the identity of Wei Tianqian to wander around the green field mountain for a long time. Then he went down the mountain and caught some demon beasts before going down the mountain. When Zhao Hai appeared in the inner court of the Raging Flame sect, no one doubted his identity. There were even some cultivators who were similar to Wei Tianqian who greeted him. Naturally, Zhao Hai imitated Wei Tianqian and returned their greetings. Speaking of Wei Tianqian, he wasn't a very scheming person. In front of others, he was a cultured and refined person. However, inside, he was a sinister and cunning person. It's just that he was very careful when doing bad things over the years, so no one noticed him. It was precisely because of his disguise that his status in the inner court of the Raging Flame sect was very good. He was able to talk to a lot of cultivators in the sect. However, Wei Tianqian didn't treat these people as friends. He only made friends with them in order to maintain his image. Because of this, he was able to talk to these people. Although they were familiar with each other, they weren't close. After Zhao Hai disguised himself as Wei Tianqian, he also acted like Wei Tianqian and didn't deliberately get close to these people. In front of others, he was very easygoing, which was in line with Wei Tianqian's style. After returning to the inner court, Zhao Hai immediately went to the mission office to turn in the icegrass mission. He also received some contribution points along the way. Naturally, these things weren't very important to Zhao Hai. What was important was Wei Tianqian's identity. Because Wei Tianqian was able to talk to a lot of inner disciples, he was able to walk around the inner court of the Raging Flame sect without anyone suspecting anything. In the next few days, Wei Tianqian continued to walk around the inner court of the Raging Flame sect. Of course, in order to not arouse suspicion, he was doing this in the name of visiting the inner court. The effect was very good. Now that Zhao Hai had a clear understanding of the inner court of the Raging Flame sect, he only needed to do the last step. He needed to understand the situation of the Raging Flame sect's main hall as well as the 10 core disciples of the sect. The status of a core disciple of the Raging Flame sect was similar to that of a core disciple of the Black Tiger Gang. A core disciple of the Raging Flame sect could open a sect or recruit other disciples. It can be said that in any sect, a core disciple who could open a sect represented a force that couldn't be underestimated. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai wanted to understand the situation of the core disciples of the Raging Flame sect. However, it was clear that this wasn't going to be easy. Core disciples, especially those who could open a sect, were generally nascent soul experts. Although these nascent soul experts weren't as strong as Zhao Hai, they still had a good understanding of their strength. If Zhao Hai were to wander around the sect for no reason, then he would certainly be discovered by the core disciples. Even if he used silver needles, he would still be discovered. Wanting to enter the sect of a core disciple wasn't an easy matter. Moreover, the core disciples of the Raging Flame sect were very careful. Their identity jade tokens were also specially made. If a core disciple were to die, then their identity jade tokens would shatter. Every core disciple would have a divine sense jade token in their sect. If a core disciple were to die, then their sect would immediately discover that their core disciple had died. The death of a core disciple was a big deal to any sect. When the time comes, they would certainly go all out to investigate, which would make things even more troublesome. Although the defenses of the inner and outer doors weren't weak, they weren't the strongest. However, the main hall and the other sects were different. They were generally the core of a sect, their defenses were very strong. It wouldn't be easy for Zhao Hai to investigate these two places. After wandering around for a day, Zhao Hai still couldn't find a way to enter the main hall. Therefore, he could only return to Wei Tianxin's cave residence and then enter the space. Kai and the others were already waiting for Zhao Hai inside the space. When they saw that Zhao Hai had returned, Kai and the others immediately went forward to greet him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, are you still worried about entering the main hall?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "If I don't figure out the situation of the main hall, then I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy to enter the sect in the future." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, "Brother Hai, you seem to have forgotten about the main hall. If you don't figure out the situation of that place, then it wouldn't be good for you to enter the Raging Flame sect." Zhao Hai stared and said, "What place?" Laura smiled and said, "The Raging Flame Valley. Don't forget that the Raging Flame sect relied on refining artifacts. The Raging Flame Valley is the place where they refine artifacts. How could they not send people to guard that place? Moreover, I believe that the strength of the guards there wouldn't be any worse than the main hall. If you neglect that place, then it wouldn't be good for you to attack the Raging Flame sect in the future." Zhao Hai patted his head and said, "That's true. If you didn't mention it, then I would have forgotten about it. But since the Raging Flame Valley's guards are very strong, then I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy to enter." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Brother Hai, how could you forget that you're now an inner disciple? Moreover, Wei Tianxin's jade token has a lot of contribution points. These contribution points can be used to refine artifacts. As long as you can take out a decent piece of ore and send it to the Raging Flame Valley, then you can refine an artifact according to your requirements. When the time comes, wouldn't you be able to enter the Raging Flame Valley? Even if you can't enter the Raging Flame Valley, you can still put liquid silver into the ore. When the time comes, you'll naturally be able to see the situation of the Raging Flame Valley." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, that's a good idea. I have no use for Wei Tianxin's contribution points, so I might as well use them all. Kai, what metal do you think I should use this time?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's a good idea." Kai smiled faintly and said, "Ancient sand would be the best." Zhao Hai stared. Ancient sand was something he obtained from the lower realms. He had almost forgotten about it, so he didn't expect Kai to actually ask him to use it. Zhao Hai looked at Kai and said, "Kai, isn't ancient sand obtained from the world of cultivation? It shouldn't be a good thing, right? Do you think that thing will be of any weight?" Kai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you're wrong. Who said that eternal sand isn't a good thing? Not only can eternal sand break the spiritual force of artifacts, it's also very heavy. It can be used to refine artifacts, it's a rare material." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to Kai and said, "But I still need a plan. What do you think I should use ancient sand to refine?" Kai smiled faintly and said, "Gloves, they're best for refining. When facing an enemy, you can use them to grab the enemy's weapon and erase the enemy's spiritual force from the artifact. Moreover, they're very heavy and have a good understanding of close combat. Wei Tianxin has a certain amount of close combat ability, but he doesn't have a good close combat artifact. If you take out the eternal sands to refine a pair of gloves that can be used in close combat, it wouldn't arouse any suspicion. Perhaps the eternal sands would even attract the attention of the higher-ups of the Raging Flame sect. When the time comes, you won't need to find a way to enter the Raging Flame sect's upper echelons, they would come looking for you." Zhao Hai thought for a moment and realized that this was indeed the case. His eternal sands might not be worth much in the space, but in the eyes of other cultivators, it would have infinite uses. One must know that in the cultivation realm, although there were specialized body cultivators, even ordinary cultivators attached great importance to the cultivation of the body. Most cultivators would have several close combat techniques. After all, when cultivators fight, they would use everything they can. If you don't have any close combat techniques, then you would be at a disadvantage. It would be easier for the enemy to grasp your weakness and directly eliminate you. Weapons refined from the eternal sands were definitely sharp weapons in close combat. The entrance of the Raging Flame sect's Raging Fire Valley. The Raging Fire Valley was a base that the Raging Flame sect spent several hundred years to complete. This base had 5 entrances. 4 of them were in the open while 1 was in the dark. Only a few people knew about the dark entrance while the other 4 were open to the public. The 4 public entrances of the Raging Fire Valley's refining base were all in one building. These 4 buildings were almost identical. They were all 10 floors high stone buildings. Although they looked squarish from the outside, there was nothing special about them. However, the people of the Raging Flame sect knew that these 4 buildings were extraordinary existences. There were a lot of formations inside these buildings. These formations were very powerful. Not only can they be used for defense, they can also be used for counterattack. Most importantly, the source of energy for these formations wasn't crystals, but the earth fire of the Raging Fire Valley. The fire in the Raging Fire Valley was constant all year round. This provided the 4 stone towers with an inexhaustible supply of energy. Because of this, although the 4 stone towers didn't look very beautiful, they were very useful. Zhao Hai slowly landed in front of one of the buildings. He discovered that the building was made of a large green stone. It looked very sturdy. After looking at the building for a while, Zhao Hai slowly walked inside. When he arrived at the entrance, Zhao Hai felt a resistance in front of him. This resistance was getting stronger and stronger. If he wanted to break through, he might be able to do so, but it would take a long time. However, Zhao Hai also knew that he didn't need to force his way in. This barrier was the stone tower's defensive formation. It was used to block outsiders. The Raging Flame sect's people wouldn't be stopped by the stone tower. He took out Wei Tianxin's identity jade card and immediately felt the resistance in front of him disappear. He entered the stone building very smoothly. Upon entering the first floor of the stone building, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. The first floor was a very large hall. There were a lot of people busy here. Around the hall, there were several large bars with cultivators sitting inside. Zhao Hai noticed that there were both outer and inner disciples of the Raging Flame sect. These people only had one purpose in coming here, to refine artifacts. In the Raging Flame sect, as long as you have contribution points, you can come here to refine artifacts. However, if you provide the ores yourself, you'll need to spend less points. If you ask the sect to provide the ores, you'll need to spend more points. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to these cultivators as he walked towards a bar. Behind the bar was a young female cultivator. This was also the custom of the sections. Every sect would have their own refining hall or alchemy hall. These places were used for refining artifacts or refining pills. And whether it was the refining hall or the alchemy hall, they would have a reception area. The female cultivators of the sect would generally work in the reception area. Naturally, this was voluntary. The sect would provide tasks for the female cultivators. Female cultivators could accept such tasks or do other tasks like male cultivators. One had to admit that Wei Tianxin's appearance was very good. He was handsome, elegant, and cultured. He was very popular with girls. Zhao Hai smiled at the female cultivator behind the bar and said, "Hello, junior sister. I want to refine artifacts." The female cultivator blushed when she saw Zhao Hai smile. She quickly said, "Hello, senior brother. May I ask what kind of method you want to use to refine artifacts? Do you provide the ores and make the request? Or do you want the sect to provide the ores and make the request?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I can provide the ores and make the request. Is that okay?" The female cultivator nodded and said, "Of course. Senior brother, take out the ores and write down your request." I'll evaluate it and deduct your contribution points. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just nodded. Then he flipped his hand and took out a small pile of ancient sand. Then he took out a jade slip and handed it over to the female cultivator. Junior sister, the ores and the requirements for refining artifacts are all written in this jade slip. I asked junior sister to take a look at it. Zhao Hai didn't say anything and just nodded. Then he waved his hand and took out a small pile of ancient sand. The female cultivator nodded and took Zhao Hai's jade slip. She used her spiritual force to explore the contents. After reading the contents, the female cultivator's expression couldn't help but change. This female cultivator has been working in the refining valley for a long time. She was very familiar with all kinds of materials. However, the eternal sand that Zhao Hai took out was something that she had never heard of before. She was very clear about what it meant. The female cultivator put down the jade slip and turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Senior brother, please forgive me. This is the first time I've heard of the ores that you provided. This situation isn't something that I can handle. Senior brother, please wait for a moment. I'll go call the elders." Zhao Hai nodded, he didn't object. The female cultivator immediately ran to a room behind the bar. Before long, she came out with an old man. This old man wasn't very tall, but he was very sturdy. He had messy hair and dark skin. He looked a bit sloppy. The old man went to the bar and looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't see anything wrong with him. Then he turned his gaze to the pile of eternal sand on the counter. He carefully looked at the sand and then reached out to grab a small grain of sand. The eternal sand that Zhao Hai took out wasn't the best. Each grain of sand was the size of a finger. Of course, it was very heavy. When the old man picked up the grain of sand, his face couldn't help but show a surprised expression. He muttered, "So heavy?" Zhao smiled faintly. "Elder, this is a type of ore that I have never seen before. I obtained it by accident. This ore can erase spiritual seals and scatter spiritual force left behind by ordinary people. Moreover, it is very heavy. I want to use this ore as a base to make a pair of gloves for close combat. What do you think?" Zhao smiled faintly and said, "Elder, this is a type of ore that I have never seen before." When the old man heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "You mean this ore can break spiritual seals? Have you tried it?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I've tried it. But when I break the spiritual seal, it consumes the ore itself." The old man said, "I understand your request. I'll take this task. However, I'll need to go through the trial to know the specifics. You can go back and wait for the news. When the artifact is refined, I'll send you a letter." Then the old man moved his hand and took away the pile of eternal sand. Then he turned around and left. He didn't speak to Zhao Hai again. The female cultivator in charge of the reception smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Senior brother, you don't need to worry. Elder Raging Inferno has such a temper. Senior brother can rest assured that Elder Raging Inferno will do what he promises. Senior brother, please leave your name here. When the artifact is refined, we'll inform you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then I'll have to thank junior sister." Then he registered Wei Tianqian's name and left the stone tower. Zhao Hai originally thought that he could enter the tool refining valley with the eternal sand. He didn't think that he would be sent away so easily. Of course, he wouldn't insist on entering the tool refining valley. If he did, he would only be discovered by the Raging Inferno sect. However, he didn't have anything to worry about right now. He already added a piece of liquid silver into the tool refining valley. As long as Elder Raging Inferno brings this piece of liquid silver into the tool refining valley, nothing in the valley would be able to escape his eyes. Although Zhao Hai couldn't enter the tool refining valley, he still had a certain understanding of the defensive strength of the place. Not to mention the defensive capabilities of the stone tower, the Elder Raging Inferno wasn't a simple person. Although he was only at nascent soul stage, one could see that he wasn't easy to deal with. Most importantly, the tool refining valley had a lot of experts on the same level as Elder Raging Inferno. The strength of the tool refining valley was much stronger than what Zhao Hai expected. Zhao Hai returned to Wei Tianqian's cave residence and entered the space. He immediately sat in front of the monitor and asked Laura, "How is it?" Laura smiled and said, "You can take a look yourself. The image of the tool refining valley has been received." Then she pointed at the monitor. Zhao Hai saw a huge underground factory appear on the monitor. The underground factory was very big. It was divided into many small rooms. Although it was called a small room, each room wasn't small. Some of the rooms were even 10,000 square meters in size. However, such a room was indeed much smaller than this underground factory. This huge underground factory was almost built in the Raging Fire Valley. Next to the Raging Fire Valley was a huge factory of the same size as the Raging Fire Valley. There were more than 1,000 different kinds of rooms in the entire factory. Among them, more than 400 were used for refining tools, 200 were used to store various materials, and the rest were used for cultivators to rest. And those 400 rooms were more than 400 full-year refining rooms. They could refine 400 magic tools at the same time. This number was very shocking. In fact, the Black Tiger Gang also wanted to use the Raging Inferno Valley's fire for refining. However, the Black Tiger Gang's ability to control fire was much worse than the Raging Inferno sect's. The Raging Inferno Valley's fire wasn't easy to control. It was the most overbearing fire in the cultivation realm. Only the Raging Inferno sect's people could control the fire inside the valley. The Black Tiger Gang simply couldn't control the fire. In the end, they could only look at the fire and sigh. On the other hand, the Raging Inferno sect was able to make good use of the fire. In the end, the Raging Inferno sect's refining base became the main source of income for the Raging Inferno sect. Zhao Hai casually opened a room. The situation inside the room made Zhao Hai stare. The room wasn't small. There were a lot of refining formations inside. In the middle of these formations, there were large and small flames. These flames were the Raging Inferno sect's earth fire. The Raging Inferno sect's earth fire was introduced into the room from underground. Then they used artifacts to control the size of the flames. At this time, the cultivators of the Raging Inferno sect were refining an artifact. However, Zhao Hai couldn't see what kind of artifact they were refining. There weren't a lot of cultivators in the room. There were only 2 cultivators in each formation. Altogether, the room had 12 artifacts and 25 cultivators. The 12 artifacts in the room weren't used at the same time. The flames of the formations varied in size. And when the people used the formations, it was like an assembly line. In other words, the artifacts were transferred back and forth between the formations. They weren't limited to just one formation. When the fire was needed, the artifacts would be placed in the corresponding formation. This method was very convenient. Every 2 people were responsible for one formation while the oldest one was in charge of commanding. When Zhao Hai saw this method, he couldn't help but nod. Relatively speaking, the Raging Flame sect's refining method was very good. If possible, he would recommend this method to the Black Tiger Gang. The reason why Zhao Hai valued the Black Tiger Gang so much was not only because the Black Tiger Gang was the place that brought him here, but more importantly, he learned something from Hu Dingshan that other people didn't know. In Hu Dingshan's eyes, the cultivation realm was just a low-level realm. As for the cultivation realm, it was an even lower-level realm. In Hu Dingshan's words, the cultivation realm was an unorthodox realm while the cultivation realm was a realm where the strong couldn't enter. There were many powerful realms above the cultivation realm. The place where Hu Dingshan came from, the immortal realm, was one of these powerful realms. It can be said that people in the cultivation realm can live for tens of thousands of years. Moreover, they can fly and burrow into the ground. It can be said that their magic power was infinite. This should be a very powerful realm. However, in Hu Dingshan's eyes, this wasn't a big deal. This didn't mean that the people of the immortal realm were much stronger than the cultivation realm. If the immortal realm was much stronger than the cultivation realm, then the immortal realm would have already been destroyed. In fact, the battles in the immortal realm weren't very fierce. This was because although the spiritual qi in the immortal realm was very rich, the pressure was also very strong. The suppression of spiritual force and spiritual qi was very strong. If a cultivator entered the immortal realm and hadn't reached the immortal stage, then congratulations, they would immediately explode from the pressure. However, because the spiritual qi in the immortal realm was very rich, people could live longer than the cultivation realm. However, there were a lot of restrictions in entering the immortal realm. Just like Zhao Hai, he had to ascend from the lower realms bit by bit. On the other hand, people from the immortal realm wouldn't easily come down to the cultivation realm. Although people from the immortal realm can remove the invisible shackles on their bodies, the spiritual chi in the cultivation realm was too thin compared to the immortal realm. Once an immortal comes to the cultivation realm, their strength would slowly decline until they become the same as the people in the cultivation realm. Therefore, no immortal was willing to come to the cultivation realm. Additionally, it wasn't easy for immortals to enter the cultivation realm. It was just like how it was impossible for cultivators to enter the Ark continent. At that time, Hu Dingshan was a relatively large force in the immortal world, a branch member of the White Tiger race. However, later on, the White Tiger race was in great trouble. They were sent to the cultivation world by the supreme expert of the race with great magic power and settled down here. But after coming to the cultivation world, because of the regression of their strength, it was very difficult for them to return to the immortal realm. In the end, the elders of the Hu Ding Mountain clan came up with a method. This method was to establish a gang and collect faith power to help them cultivate. They hoped that through this method, they would be able to ascend to the immortal realm and return to their hometown. However, when the Black Tiger tribe was almost wiped out, they still couldn't ascend. This made Hu Dingshan choose Zhao Hai as his successor. He wanted Zhao Hai to protect the Black Tiger tribe so that they wouldn't perish. Although Hu Dingshan's lifespan was reaching its end at that time, the Black Tiger tribe was still a base that was established by the Black Tiger tribe. He couldn't bear to see their foundation being destroyed. Therefore, he decided to do this. Zhao Hai had already promised Hu Dingshan that he would protect the Black Tiger tribe. Naturally, he hoped that the Black Tiger tribe would become stronger. Most importantly, Zhao Hai wanted to borrow the strength of the Black Tiger tribe to speed up his cultivation. This way, he would be able to ascend again. He also wanted to see the immortal realm that Hu Dingshan mentioned. However, although Hu Dingshan knew some things about the immortal realm, he didn't know much about it. This was because when Hu Dingshan arrived in the cultivation realm, he was still very young. Therefore, Zhao Hai only knew about the existence of the immortal realm. He also knew about the cultivation methods of the immortal realm. Other than that, he didn't know much about it. As for the cultivation methods of the immortal realm, Zhao Hai couldn't use them right now. Although his space was constantly upgrading, and the spiritual energy density inside the space was also increasing, it was still impossible for him to cultivate the cultivation methods of the immortal realm. This was because the cultivation methods of the immortal realm required too much spiritual energy. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai wanted to go to the immortal realm even more. If he wanted to go to the immortal realm, it would be impossible for him to cultivate alone. He needed to make the Black Tiger tribe stronger. Because of this, he was very concerned about the Black Tiger tribe. After looking at the situation of the Weapon Refining Valley, Zhao Hai had a rough idea. The Weapon Refining Valley had a total of 30 Transcending Tribulation experts, 200 Nascent Soul experts, 1,000 Golden Core experts, 3,000 Transcendence experts, and 20,000 Spirit Refinement experts. This was definitely a huge force. Because the Weapon Refining Valley was very strict, the inside of the valley wasn't very secretive. Even the Transcending Tribulation experts didn't notice the existence of the silver needles. The reason why the Transcending Tribulation experts didn't notice the silver needles was because they didn't think that someone would be monitoring them. The second reason was that Zhao Hai's strength has been increasing very quickly. Because of this, the silver needles were hidden. Even a Transcending Tribulation expert wouldn't be able to notice them. Although he knew about the situation in the Weapon Refining Valley, Zhao Hai still couldn't think of a way to deal with them. Although the Weapon Refining Valley had a transmission formation, it was directly connected to the Raging Flame sect. Even if the transmission formation was sealed, the Black Tiger tribe would still be able to come out. Because of this, it was impossible to trap them in the Weapon Refining Valley and prevent them from coming out. On the other hand, it was also impossible to block the entrances. The Black Tiger tribe had 30 Transcending Tribulation experts. They could kill their way out from any of the entrances. Moreover, the entrances were very far away. If the Black Tiger tribe wanted to block those entrances, then they would need to send at least 5 times more people than the Weapon Refining Valley. Let's not talk about whether the Black Tiger tribe had that many people. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to use all of them here. The most important thing was to deal with the Raging Flame sect. Zhao Hai sat inside the space and frowned. He looked at the cultivators of the Raging Flame sect's weapon refining valley on the monitor. He was thinking about how to deal with them. Laura had been with Zhao Hai for a long time, so she naturally knew what Zhao Hai was thinking. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, are you worried about these people?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "With the existence of the weapon refining valley, the Raging Flame sect's main hall would have too. If we want to deal with the Raging Flame sect, then we need to deal with the Raging Flame sect. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous." Laura was thinking about the situation in the Raging Flame Valley, then she suddenly said, "Brother Hai, where do you think the Raging Flame Valley's earth fire comes from? If we can find the source of the fire, then we might be able to take a treasure into the space. Even if we can't, we can still think of a way to cause a disturbance in the fire. As long as the fire erupts, then wouldn't the Raging Flame sect's crafting valley be destroyed by it?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. I'm afraid that the Raging Flame sect's crafting valley would be destroyed." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think of this point. However, when he thought about Laura's idea, he felt that it was feasible. Liquid silver's large artifact can change its size, moreover, it wasn't afraid of fire. He could dive into the depths of the earth fire and see where the earth fire came from. Even if he couldn't get a treasure, he could still detonate the earth fire and destroy the entire Raging Flame sect's weapon refining valley. The more Zhao Hai thought about it, the more he felt that this method was very good. Therefore, he immediately nodded and said, "Good, this method is good. We can give it a try, but now isn't the time. Let's wait for the situation of the Raging Flame sect's main hall as well as the core disciples. Then we can go and find the source of the earth fire." Laura nodded and said, "Of course. You just sent the eternal sand over. If the people from the Raging Flame sect find out that they can't find you, they would certainly be suspicious. In any case, the Raging Flame Valley has existed for many years, it doesn't matter if we go sooner or later." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Let's see if the Raging Flame sect would take the bait. If they really value the ancient sand, then they would certainly look for me." Megan smiled and said, "They would certainly value it. It's impossible for them not to know about the ancient sand. If they want to improve their strength, then they would certainly look for you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I hope that's the case. However, we need to find a good excuse for Eternal Sands to leave." Lizzie, who had been silent all this time, suddenly smiled and said, "Big Brother Hai, I think we can kill two birds with one stone. Just say that you got the Eternal Sands from the Wandering Soul Gang. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What do you think?" Zhao Hai stared, then his eyes shone. He thought that this was a good idea. At the same time, he also understood what Lizzie meant by killing two birds with one stone. It was to destroy the relationship between the Raging Flame sect and the Wandering Soul Gang. Ever since the Raging Flame sect and the Wandering Soul Gang attacked the Black Tiger Gang, they had been in contact with each other. Moreover, their relationship was very good. This was something that the Black Tiger Gang was worried about. The Raging Flame sect and the Wandering Soul Gang were behind the Black Tiger Gang. If they attacked the Black Tiger Gang at the same time, then the Black Tiger Gang would be in danger. After all, Hu Dingshan couldn't make a move right now, so nobody would be able to save them. As long as this news was released, then the relationship between the Raging Flame sect and the Wandering Soul Gang would be affected. When the time comes for the Black Tiger Gang to attack the Raging Flame sect, the Wandering Soul Gang wouldn't intervene. This would lessen the pressure on the Black Tiger Gang. When Lizzie said that she wanted to kill two birds with one stone, she was referring to the Raging Flame sect and the Wandering Soul Gang. If these two birds were to fight, then the Black Tiger Gang would be able to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This is a good idea. However, the Raging Flame sect would have to come to me first." "Alright, let's see how things develop first." The women nodded. Zhao Hai's eyes were still staring at the screen. Raging Flame Elder took the Eternal Sands and returned to the Refining Valley. Then he immediately entered his cave residence. Although Raging Flame Elder wasn't the strongest person in the valley, he had an ability that others couldn't compare to. His refining skills were one of the best in the refining valley. In the weapon refining valley, there were still high and low levels of weapon refining master. In the weapon refining valley, the number of people who could truly be called weapon refining grandmaster could be counted with two hands, and Lihua was one of them. It wasn't easy to be a grand refining master. Refining was divided into many steps. In the cultivation realm, there were all kinds of ores with different attributes. What kind of ores were used and what kind of ores were used, these were the things that a refiner should worry about. Therefore, before a refiner wanted to refine a weapon, they had to understand the material in their hands. They had to see what the material was used for and where it was most suitable to be used. After many years of development, the refiners in the cultivation world now had a very complete set of distinguishing methods. They could distinguish the characteristics and uses of materials. As a grand refining master, Raging Flame naturally knew this method. Moreover, he was very proficient in it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting in the reception hall. After returning to his cave residence, Raging Flame immediately took out a grain of eternal sands. He placed the grain of eternal sands into a magic formation and activated it. The magic array flashed, then a golden light appeared, followed by a cyan light. After that, the light slowly disappeared. Others might not know what these rays of light meant, but in the eyes of Lihua, these rays of light had their own meaning. The golden rays of light represented the attribute of this eternal sand. The golden rays of light were not just the color of one attribute, but two. One was gold, and the other was earth. The earth attribute itself was yellow. If there was no metal attribute, then the light in the magic formation should be a very thick earthy yellow. If it was only the metal attribute, then the color should be bright silver, not golden. If the metal attribute was mixed with the color of other attributes, it would become a bright color, making the original color look very bright. It was a bright color that flashed with a metallic light. Therefore, when Raging Flame saw the golden light, he knew that this grain of eternal sands had two attributes, metal and earth. The green color at the back represented mental strength. However, that didn't mean that the eternal sands was beneficial for the transmission of mental strength. On the contrary, the darker the green color, the worse the effect of the transmission of mental strength. On the other hand, the black color of the eternal sand was very deep, almost to the point of turning black. This meant that the eternal sand couldn't transmit spiritual force at all. It could even restrain spiritual force to a certain extent. Raging Inferno believed Xiao Hai's words. But at the same time, he was also excited. Metal had the attribute of earth and could restrain spiritual force. This was definitely a weapon for close combat. If everyone in the Raging Flame sect could use this metal, then their combat strength would certainly increase by a lot. Raging Inferno couldn't remain calm. Although he was a Grandmaster refiner, he wasn't someone who didn't understand human relationships and only thought about refining. In fact, although Raging Inferno looked sloppy and didn't care about trifles, people who understood him knew that he wasn't an easy person to get along with. He was very tactful in handling matters. It was only because of his talent in refining that he became a Grandmaster refiner. If it was someone with less talent, then not to mention becoming a Grandmaster refiner, even becoming a Master refiner would be difficult. It was precisely because of Raging Inferno's personality that he had connections with a lot of people in the Raging Flame sect. Although he didn't rely on anyone, he was very popular among the core disciples. Moreover, the sect master of the Raging Flame sect also valued him very much. The reason why the Raging Inferno was able to maintain such a good relationship with so many people was inseparable from his ability. He was a weapon refining Grandmaster, and every weapon refining Grandmaster was someone that the core disciples would fight to rope in. Although the Raging Inferno was not necessarily loyal to them, maintaining a good relationship with the Raging Inferno was very beneficial to them. Naturally, Raging Inferno would also repay these people. He was a very smart person, so he knew that these people were interested in his ability as well as his current position. At Lihua's position, he came into contact with a lot of ores, and many of them were very precious. When he found these ores, he would tell the news to the core disciples or report it to the sect master. The rest of the matters would be left to them to handle, and there was nothing for him to do. For Lihua, this was just a matter of a sentence, but for those core disciples, it was extremely important. If a cultivator wanted to become strong, what did they rely on? Of course, it was a variety of materials. A good magic tool could mean a second life for a cultivator. Therefore, all cultivators were very clear that a good magic tool needed good materials to make, and good materials were not so easy to obtain. Raging Inferno's casual words allowed the core disciples to obtain some good materials. This was very important to the core disciples. Because of this, Raging Inferno still had a lot of weight in the hearts of the core disciples. Now that Raging Inferno had discovered a top-grade material like the Eternal Sands, he naturally would not let go of the opportunity to get closer to those people. He immediately told the news of the Eternal Sands to all the core disciples he was familiar with, and even reported it to the sect. This way, even if the sect master knew that the news of the Eternal Sands had been leaked, he would not come looking for trouble with him. This wasn't the first time Raging Inferno did something like this. He was very experienced. He was very clear on who to tell first and who to tell later. After Raging Inferno spread the news, he immediately started his work. He only had one job right now, and that was to help Xiao Hai refine the gloves. Although Raging Inferno would tell the core disciples and the sect about the Eternal Sands in Xiao Hai's hands, he would still do his job well. Moreover, he had no choice but to refine the gloves for Xiao Hai. This was because Xiao Hai's request and the materials were already recorded. If he didn't refine the gloves for Xiao Hai and kept the materials, then the Raging Inferno sect would come to the refining valley in the future. At that time, the losses would be even greater. At that time, the sect wouldn't let him off. In fact, it wasn't just the Raging Inferno, the other refiners in the weapon refining valley also did the same thing as him. They would leak the news of good materials to those who were close to them, but they would also refine good artifacts. This was the integrity of a refiner. It wasn't easy to refine an artifact, especially a special one. Xiao Hai's request was to refine a pair of gloves that could be used in close combat. However, the gloves had to be light and flexible while having strong offensive and defensive capabilities. It wasn't easy to make a pair of gloves out of metal, especially after adding the Eternal Sands. The Eternal Sands was very heavy. It could be used to attack, but weight and flexibility were something Xiao Hai was against. If you want heavy attacks, then you have to give up on flexibility. If you want to combine these two characteristics, then it would depend on the strength of the refiner. The appearance of the gloves, the artifacts used inside the gloves, and the materials needed to be added were all the work of a refiner. After Xiao Hai took out the Eternal Sands and handed over his contribution points, all he had to do was wait for the artifacts to be refined. What Raging Inferno didn't know was that his actions were being monitored by Xiao Hai. When Xiao Hai saw Raging Inferno take out so many jade swords and send them out, he knew that Raging Inferno was sending a message to someone. And this was what he wanted to see the most. However, because these jade swords were flying towards the Raging Flame Sect's headquarters, Xiao Hai didn't know how these people would react after receiving the jade swords. In fact, everyone in the Raging Flame Sect who received the jade swords couldn't sit still. In the Cultivation realm, which was the 10,000 realm battlefield, one only needed to use their flying swords well. If one could use their flying swords well and control their artifacts well, then it was possible for them to make a name for themselves in the 10,000 realm battlefield. But in the Cultivation realm, if you only focused on controlling artifacts, then you wouldn't be able to survive for long. In the Cultivation realm, as long as you focus on one thing, then you would be able to make a name for yourself. In the Cultivation realm, the requirements for cultivators were more comprehensive. They needed to specialize in many things. In the Cultivation realm, every cultivator needed to know some body cultivation methods. This was because if you didn't know any body cultivation methods, then you would have a weakness. And in the same realm, a cultivator with a weakness would be easily killed by his opponent. As people often say, how much water a barrel can hold depends on the shortest plank. Cultivators were the same. The level of a cultivator's combat strength depended on how obvious their weaknesses were. If their weaknesses were too obvious, then they might not be exposed to lower-level opponents. But as long as they meet opponents of the same level, then their weaknesses would be magnified infinitely. Among the cultivators, apart from some professional body cultivators, most people only used body cultivation as an auxiliary cultivation method. However, it was precisely because of this that many cultivators were still very concerned about their close combat abilities. After all, it was their weakness. Any cultivator would think of ways to make up for their weakness. At this time, a material that was very beneficial for close combat would naturally attract the attention of cultivators. Because of this, when the core disciples of the Raging Flame sect learned that Zhao Hai had a material that could greatly improve their close combat abilities, they naturally paid more attention to it. Zhao Hai had a lot of materials in the space. Therefore, he didn't think about how important these materials were to a cultivator. Zhao Hai had liquid silver, so he didn't need to worry about these things. Naturally, he couldn't understand the thoughts of these cultivators. After seeing Lai Hua's jade sword, the core disciples and the experts of the Raging Flame School were shaken. They knew that if their sects could use this material on a large scale, then their combat strength would greatly increase. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't know that Wei Tianqin's name had already caught the attention of Gao Ho of the Raging Flame sect. The higher-ups of the sect and the core disciples of the sect were doing their best to investigate Zhao Hai. They wanted to see if Zhao Hai was safe or not. Wei Tianqin's current identity was Wei Tianqin. Naturally, there was no problem with this identity. Wei Tianqin was a native of the Raging Flame sect, so his identity was very safe. As for his character, the Raging Flame sect wouldn't care. As long as Wei Tianqin wasn't related to other sects and didn't have a secret relationship with their opponents, then it was enough for the core disciples. On the second day after Zhao Hai sent Wan Guheng Sha to the refining valley, Zhao Hai was observing the situation inside the space. At the same time, he was making a map of the valley. Suddenly, Kai reminded him, "Brother Hai, there's someone outside Wei Tianqin's cave residence. They want to see you." Zhao Hai froze for a moment, but he immediately reacted. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll go out right away." Kai, make a map of the refining valley. Focus on the fifth path, the secret passage. See where it leads. Kai nodded, then Zhao Hai's body flashed as he left the space and returned to his immortal cave. Just as he arrived, he heard a voice from outside, "May I ask if senior brother Wei Tianqin is all right? Please come out and see me." Zhao Hai quickly went out and saw an inner disciple standing outside. This inner disciple was wearing the red robes of the Raging Flame sect. He looked very young, but his strength was already at the golden core stage. He couldn't be underestimated. Zhao Hai quickly cupped his fist and said, "I'm Wei Tianqin. I've seen junior brother Lin." Zhao Hai knew this person. In fact, the original Wei Tianqin knew this person, but this person didn't necessarily know Zhao Hai. This was because senior brother Lin was one of the sect leader's inner disciples. He was also the sect leader's youngest and most valued inner disciple. How could Wei Tianqin not know such a person? It's just that this person didn't know him. Lin Wanta looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. Then he said, "Senior brother, the sect master wants to see you. He has something to tell you." When Zhao Hai heard Lin Wantu, he couldn't help but stare. Then he excitedly said, "Since the sect master wants to see you, then I won't delay. Junior brother, please lead the way." Lin Wanta nodded, then he turned around and flew towards the Raging Flame sect's headquarters. Zhao Hai quickly followed. This was the first time that Zhao Hai entered the Raging Flame sect's headquarters. The Raging Flame sect's headquarters wasn't small. Although it was located on a mountain, the reason why this mountain was chosen was because of a spirit vein. Because of this spirit vein, the Raging Flame sect's headquarters was built on this mountain. In addition to some buildings on the mountain, there were many cave residences carved out from the mountain. The entire mountain was almost hollowed out. The defensive ability of this mountain was very strong. There were countless formations on the mountain. There was also an incomparably powerful defensive formation. The energy source of this defensive formation was the spirit vein. It can be said that as long as the spirit vein doesn't dry up, the defensive formation will continue to function. But a spirit vein can only last for hundreds of millions of years. Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to wait for the spirit vein to dry up. Zhao Hai scanned the Raging Flame sect's main hall with his divine sense. Zhao Hai knew from Wei Tianqin that even an inner disciple like Wei Tianqin had only been to the main hall twice. And both times, he was summoned by the sect master. Without the sect master's summons, an inner disciple like Wei Tianqin wouldn't be able to come to the main hall. Zhao Hai flew with Lin Wanta towards the Raging Flame sect's headquarters. He carefully released silver needles one after another. These silver needles had been made very small by Zhao Hai. Even a transcending tribulation expert wouldn't be able to detect these silver needles. Moreover, these silver needles weren't very fast. Most importantly, because of their small size, they were very light. They didn't fly on their own, instead, they flew along with the wind as they scattered around the raging flame sect. Zhao Hai believed that this was the only way to prevent the silver needles from being discovered. However, if the silver needles were to fly on their own, then they would generate energy. This way, they would be discovered by experts. But now that they were flying around with the wind, they would at most be seen as gray needles. Even immortal experts wouldn't have the time and energy to pay attention to gray needles all the time. Before long, Zhao Hai and Lin Wantu arrived in front of a great hall on the mountain. The great hall was fiery red. Looking from afar, it looked like a huge flame. The great hall had 9 floors. Outside the great hall was a huge plaque with the words Burning Heaven Palace written on it. The Burning Heaven Palace was the headquarters of the Raging Flame sect. Moreover, the Burning Heaven Palace was the residence of the sect master. Zhao Hai looked at the words and sneered inwardly, "What a big tone. I wonder if your Burning Heaven Palace can really burn the heavens." As he thought about this, he followed Lin Wantu into the Burning Heaven Palace. Upon entering the Burning Sky Palace, there was a large hall. Inside the hall, there was only one big word enshrined. It was the word fire. The word fire was written on a stone tablet, and the stone tablet was erected inside the hall. In front of the stone tablet, there was a large cauldron. 3 incense sticks as thick as an arm were inserted into the cauldron. Bursts of smoke could calm one's mind. This incense was definitely a good thing, something that could help people cultivate. This incense was called spirit congealing incense. This incense was made from more than 100 kinds of herbs. If an ordinary cultivator were to obtain a spirit congealing incense, then they would use it carefully and wouldn't light it up. Taking out the incense every day and smelling it was already very beneficial. But in the Burning Heaven Palace, these spirit congealing incense were treated as ordinary incense. It can be seen that this great sect's background wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. However, the spirit congealing incense didn't attract Zhao Hai's attention. Although the spirit congealing incense was precious, for Zhao Hai, it wasn't anything special. As long as Zhao Hai wanted, he could make countless spirit congealing incense. This was because he had a lot of herbs in the space. What really attracted Zhao Hai's attention was the stone tablet with the word fire written on it. The stone tablet was about 10 meters tall and 8 meters wide. 11 and 18 were exactly the same as 2 9s. There was a huge fire character carved on the stone tablet. This fire character was almost as big as the stone tablet. What was even more strange was that the stone tablet didn't have any decorations. It was just a square stone. There were also traces of chiseling around the stone tablet. It seems like the stone tablet was chiseled from a boulder. Moreover, the chiseling was done in a hurry, making it look very rough. Zhao Hai knew about this stone tablet from Wei Tianchen. According to legend, this stone tablet was inadvertently obtained by the founder of the Raging Flame sect. The founder was able to comprehend the technique of controlling fire after seeing the word fire. In the end, he established the Raging Flame sect. It can be said that this stone tablet was the treasure of the Raging Flame sect. What attracted Zhao Hai's attention was the word fire. At first glance, the word looked very ordinary, but the more one looked at it, the more one would feel that it contained a lot of things. From the word fire, one can see all kinds of fire in the world. The word fire seemed to be the origin of fire in the world. In an instant, Zhao Hai's attention was completely absorbed by the word fire. He felt the word turn into a flame and fly into his body. However, Zhao Hai's absent-mindedness only lasted for a moment. This was because when Zhao Hai felt the flame fly into his body, a prompt was heard from the space, "Host has comprehended the origin of fire. Fire control has improved." This time, Zhao Hai woke up. He immediately calmed his mind and followed Lin Wantu into the great hall. Because everything happened in a flash, Lin Wantu didn't notice the change in Zhao Hai. Lin Wantu was still walking in front, while Zhao Hai was still following behind him. After the two of them bowed 3 times to the fire word steel, they moved from the side of the steel to the back of the hall. At the back of the great hall was a huge conference room. However, there was no one inside. Lin Wanta led Zhao Hai to a staircase next to the conference room. Before long, the two arrived at the second floor. There were a lot of rooms on the second floor, and each room was occupied by an office. Naturally, this was a huge workshop. And in the middle of this workshop was the sect master of the Raging Flame sect. Lin Wanta didn't stop at the second floor. He went straight to the third floor. There were two demonic beasts squatting by the staircase. Both of them were tiger-shaped demonic beasts, and their bodies were fiery red. They were a very troublesome tiger-shaped demonic beast, the fire-eating tiger. These demonic beasts fed on fire, and used fire as their weapon. When the two flaming tigers saw Lin Wantu and Zhao Hai coming up, they immediately crouched down and issued a warning growl. Lin Wantu didn't care about this, he just shouted at the two flaming tigers, little flame, this is the person Master wants to see. Don't scare him." The two fire-eating tigers seemed to understand Lin Wantu's words. They stopped looking like they were about to attack, wagged their tails, and squatted down. Lin Wantu smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand and two fiery red pills flew out. When the two flaming tigers saw the pills, they immediately jumped up and swallowed them as if they were very tasty. Lin Wantu smiled and then led Zhao Hai to the third floor. As soon as they reached the third floor, they saw a luxuriously decorated living room. There were a lot of beautiful chairs made of red wood. There were also 4 girls in red standing in the living room. When they saw Lin Wantu and Zhao Hai, they quickly saluted and said, "Greetings, senior brother Lin." Lin Wantu waved his hand and said, "Master wants to see Zhao Hai." Now that Zhao Hai is here, I'll have to ask the elder sister to pass on the message. Lin Wantu didn't dare to be disrespectful to these 4 girls. Aside from being female cultivators and maids of the Raging Flame sect, they were also the concubines of the sect master. Lin Wantu didn't dare to be disrespectful to his master's women. The 4 girls didn't show any arrogance. One of them bowed to Lin Wantu and said, "Yes, senior brother Lin, please wait for a moment. I'll immediately go pass on the message." Then she left gracefully. Zhao Hai noticed that there was a door beside the living room. It wasn't big and was very well hidden. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't notice it. Soon, the female cultivator came out and said to Lin Wantu and Zhao Hai, "Senior brother Lin, the sect has let you in." Lin Wantu nodded and cupped his fist to the female cultivator. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Let's go." Zhao Hai nodded and carefully followed Lin Wantu through the door. After entering the door, Zhao Hai discovered that there was a very large study behind the door. The interior of the study was very beautiful. The floor was covered with a carpet made of beast skin. There were all kinds of magic tools on the walls. In the innermost part of the study, there was a table. Behind the table, there wasn't a chair but a couch. A man was sitting on a couch, playing with 2 fiery red stone balls in his hands. These 2 stone balls were fiery red and almost bright. There was a dragon and a tiger carved on each of the balls. They were gently rotating in the man's hands. The dragon and tiger seemed to have come alive, rolling and rolling in his hands. The man looked to be in his 40s. He had a head of red hair that was very neatly combed. He wore a red cultivator robe with a sun embroidered in golden thread. It looked very gorgeous. He was slightly fat, but his face was ruddy. He was leaning on the couch with his eyes closed, as if he was half asleep. This man didn't look like the sect master of a cultivation sect at all. Instead, he looked like the head of a noble family in the mortal world. A family head who pursued pleasure. While Zhao Hai was sizing up the man, Lin Wantu bowed and said, "Disciple Lin Wantu greets master." Zhao Hai also quickly bowed and said, "Disciple Wei Tianchen greets sect master." The man snorted and waved his hand, "Fine. Wei Tianchen, I called you here today to ask you something. Did you go to the weapon refining valley 2 days ago to refine a magic tool for close combat?" Zhao Hai pretended to be in fear and said, "Yes." Replying to sect master, "I went to the weapon refining valley a few days ago to refine a magic tool for close combat. It was a pair of gloves." The man nodded, then he said, "You gave Elder Lai Hua of the weapon refining valley a type of ore. Have you seen this type of ore before? What is it called?" Zhao Hai quickly said, replying to Sect Master, I did give Elder Lai Hua a type of ore. I don't know what this ore is called. I've never seen it before. Oh? The Sect Master's half-closed eyes opened. He stared at Zhao Hai and said, you don't know? Then where did you get this ore from? Why are you so confident in using it to forge artifacts? Zhao Hai felt a huge pressure pressing down on him. Although this pressure didn't affect him, he still lowered his head in fear. After all, his identity was Wei Tianqian, a golden core cultivator. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of a transcending tribulation expert. When Disciple went to Greenfield Mountain to look for ice grass, Disciple met a Wandering Soul Gang member. He seemed to be an inner disciple of the Wandering Soul Gang. He attacked Disciple first, so Disciple killed him and found the ore on his body. When Disciple found the ore, Disciple didn't know what it was used for. Later, Disciple found that the Wandering Soul Gang member's artifact had a spiritual imprint on it. Disciple felt that it was a pity, so Disciple put the ore together with the artifact and prepared to bring it back. But when Disciple came back, Disciple found that the spiritual imprint on the artifact had disappeared, which made Disciple feel very strange. Later, Disciple found that the ore seemed to be missing, and Disciple guessed that it might be related to the ore. After Disciple conducted several experiments, Disciple found that it was related to the ore. Disciple wanted to use it to make an artifact. Disciple's words were all true, I absolutely wouldn't dare to say half a word of falsehood, so Disciple wanted to use it to make an artifact. Disciple's words were all true, I absolutely wouldn't dare to lie. Sect Master Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai's expression and believed Zhao Hai's words. Although the Raging Flame sect and the Wandering Soul Gang had a good relationship, it was because they were working together to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. Both the Raging Flame sect and the Wandering Soul Gang knew that their alliance was very fragile and could break at any time. It was normal for the disciples of the two sects to have conflicts. However, the Raging Flame sect didn't care whether the Wandering Soul Gang attacked Zhao Hai first or Zhao Hai sneakily attacked the Wandering Soul Gang member. The sect master only cared about the origin of the Eternal Sands. Zhao Hai's lie could be said to be flawless. It wasn't strange for him to meet someone from the Wandering Soul Gang in the Greenfield Mountains. Putting the ore together with the artifact would cause the spiritual imprint on the artifact to disappear. This would certainly catch Zhao Hai's attention. Because of this, the sect master didn't doubt Zhao Hai's words. He just nodded and said, so that's how it is. Alright, you can go. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he bowed and left the room. When he was outside the room, he let out a long breath before he slowly went downstairs and returned to his cave residence. After Zhao Hai left the room, the Raging Flame sect master turned to Lin Wantu and said, Wantu, do you think that Wei Tianqian is telling the truth? Lin Wantu said in a deep voice, it's true. Although Lin Wantu's character isn't that great, he wouldn't dare to lie to you, master. Furthermore, from what he's done so far, I can tell that he's still loyal to our Raging Inferno sect. The Raging Flame sect master nodded and said, I also believe him. It wouldn't be strange if the ore was obtained from the Wandering Soul Gang. The Wandering Soul Gang is an old gang, it wouldn't be strange for them to have some treasures. But if that's the case, then we should be more vigilant against them. Lin Wantu nodded and said, right, the Wandering Soul Gang has always been ambitious. 10 years ago, they wanted to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. If it wasn't for the Supreme Elder of the Black Tiger Gang, then the Black Tiger Gang would have been in trouble. If they really swallow the Black Tiger Gang, then their next target would be us. Master, I don't understand, why did we agree to form an alliance with the Wandering Soul Gang? If we join hands with the Wandering Soul Gang to take over the Black Tiger Gang's territory, it would be very beneficial for our future development. At that time, the Wandering Soul Gang was the main force attacking the Black Tiger Gang. I know the Black Tiger Gang's members, they are all madmen. They wouldn't let the Wandering Soul Gang succeed so easily. If the two sides fought to the death, we would be able to take advantage of the situation. As long as we take over the Black Tiger Gang's territory, the Wandering Soul Gang wouldn't be able to attack us. At that time, we would become a famous force in the Northern Strange region. At that time, we wouldn't have to worry about the Wandering Soul Gang anymore. Unfortunately, this plan was ruined by the Supreme Elder of the Black Tiger Gang, causing us to miss a good opportunity. At this time, Lin Wantu understood the sect's plan. To be honest, Lin Wantu trusted his master a lot. This was because he knew that the Raging Flame sect's current strength was due to his master's painstaking efforts. Naturally, Lin Wantu wouldn't oppose his master's decision. The sect master of the Raging Flame sect sighed and said, I didn't expect the Black Tiger Gang to have a supreme elder. Last time, our Raging Flame sect didn't get any benefits and instead got into trouble. However, I don't think the Black Tiger Gang would have time to attack us. I've already investigated it. The Black Tiger Gang had lost a lot of large artifacts in their battle with the Wandering Soul Gang. It's impossible for them to have the strength to attack us. Because of this, we need to develop ourselves to the point where we don't need to be afraid of the Black Tiger Gang. Only then will we be safe. Want to arrange for the people in the Wandering Soul Gang to investigate the source of the ore. Even if we can't get the ore, we can't let the Wandering Soul Gang get their hands on a large amount of equipment. Otherwise, it would be a huge threat to us. At this time, Zhao Hai had already returned to Wei Tianqin's residence. He was sitting inside the space and listening to the conversation between the sect master and Lin Wantu. At this time, Zhao Hai's silver needles had already entered the Raging Flame sect's headquarters. Therefore, he was aware of everything that happened there. Moreover, his silver needles were quickly spreading throughout the Raging Flame sect. He believed that it wouldn't take long before the entire Raging Flame sect would have traces of his silver needles. At that time, his mission would be complete. The reason why Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of transcending tribulation experts discovering his silver needles was because he could now make them as small as a speck of dust. In the past, he couldn't do this. But now that his strength had increased, he was able to do this. Before, he couldn't adapt to his ability. But now that he had adapted, he was able to release these silver needles. These silver needles couldn't be discovered by transcending tribulation experts. Moreover, it was impossible for a transcending tribulation expert to use their spiritual force to observe their surroundings. If they did, then even a transcending tribulation expert wouldn't be able to bear it. As long as the silver needles were reduced to a certain size, they wouldn't be discovered. After hearing the conversation between the Raging Flame sect's sect master and Lin Wantu, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh as he turned to Laura and said, Sect masters really aren't easy to deal with. Although the Raging Flame sect's sect master seems to be a person who doesn't want to make progress and only knows how to enjoy life, I'm afraid that his scheming skills are even better than Tai Zhantian's. Laura smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Instead, it was Megan who said, Big Brother Hai, listening to the Raging Flame sect's sect master, I'm afraid that the Raging Flame sect's strength is far beyond our imagination. Will we succeed in dealing with the Raging Flame sect this time? Zhao Hai replied, We will succeed. But first, we need to figure out the situation in Weapon Refining Valley. Moreover, if we want to destroy Weapon Refining Valley, we need to find a way to kill as many cultivators as possible. This way, the Black Tiger Gang would have an easier time dealing with the Raging Flame sect. The women nodded. Then Kair said, Big Brother Hai, should we put the exploration of the Earth-Fire source on the agenda? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Yes. Kair nodded and said, Then I'll go and prepare. Once the gloves are delivered, we'll head out. This way, nobody would suspect you. Zhao Hai nodded, then Kair went to prepare. Zhao Hai nodded, then Kair went to prepare. Zhao Hai and the others carefully recorded the map of the Raging Flame sect into a jade slip. This map would be sent back to the Black Tiger Gang, so Zhao Hai was very careful. Although the map on the screen was very clear, Zhao Hai knew that it was impossible for him to send the map back to the Black Tiger Gang without any modifications. This was because the map was too clear, it would arouse suspicion. Zhao Hai wanted to change the satellite map into a simplified version before sending it back to the Black Tiger Gang. While Zhao Hai was making the map, Kair suddenly came over and said to Zhao Hai, Big Brother Hai, someone is looking for you outside. Zhao Hai nodded, then his figure flickered and appeared in Wei Tianqin's cave. Just as he appeared, a voice was heard from outside, Is Senior Brother Wei here? Su Jin is here to visit. When Zhao Hai heard this name, he couldn't help but stare. This was because he had heard of Su Jin before. Su Jin was one of the 10 core disciples of the Raging Flame sect. However, his ranking was quite low, at the 10th place. He was also the weakest of the 10 core disciples. However, even if his strength was weak, he was still one of the top 10 core disciples. To think that he would personally come to Wei Tianqian's cave to pay a visit. It seemed like the Wanguheng Sha really tempted him. Zhao Hai quickly went out to greet him. Outside Wei Tianqian's cave was a cultivator. This cultivator looked to be about 30 years old. He had a small beard and looked very confident. Zhao Hai turned to Su Jin and said, "Senior brother Su is here. Please come in." Su Jin smiled faintly and said, "Junior brother Wei, I hope that junior brother won't take offense to this senior brother's visit." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Senior brother is too polite. It's an honor for senior brother to visit this junior brother's cave. Senior brother, please come in." Su Jin didn't stand on ceremony. He smiled faintly and walked in. Zhao Hai looked outside and saw that Su Jin came alone. He didn't even bring a large artifact, nor did he bring anyone. It seems like he came in secret. Although Zhao Hai was puzzled, he still followed Su Jin inside. After asking Su Jin to sit down, Zhao Hai said, "I wonder what senior brother Su wants from this junior brother." Su Jin looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "I didn't have much contact with junior brother in the past. This senior brother was negligent. I hope that junior brother can forgive me. Today, I only have one purpose, and that is to ask junior brother to help me. I wonder if junior brother is willing?" Zhao Hai gawked, then he pretended to be pleasantly surprised. He stood up and said to Su Jin, "Many thanks for senior brother's promotion. This junior brother will follow senior brother Su everywhere without complaint." Su Jin laughed and said, "Good, junior brother's words are good. Junior brother, I heard that you recently obtained a kind of ore. Do you have any more? Senior brother is preparing to refine an artifact. I want to use some of your ore. Junior brother can rest assured that senior brother won't use it for free. Here, I have prepared some things. Junior brother, take a look and see if you like them." When Zhao Hai heard Su Jin's intention, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that Su Jin would have such an idea. However, this was also understandable. Su Jin was the last of the 10 core disciples. It would be very difficult for him to obtain the ore. It was better for him to directly ask Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai had it, then it would be for the best. If Zhao Hai didn't have it, then Su Jin wouldn't lose out. After all, pulling an inner disciple into his force would also strengthen his force. Zhao Hai's mind turned, he immediately understood Su Jin's purpose. He immediately said to Su Jin, "Senior brother is too polite. This junior brother still has some of that ore. If senior brother wants to use it, then take it." Then he turned his hand and took out a spatial bag. Then he carefully handed the spatial bag to Su Jin and said, "Senior brother, this junior brother still has some left. Is it enough for senior brother?" Su Jin received Zhao Hai's spatial bag. When he swept it with his divine sense, he couldn't help but stare. This was because the amount of ancient sand that Zhao Hai gave him was too much. With so much ancient sand, he was afraid that it would be enough to make a few hundred artifacts. Su Jin didn't think that Zhao Hai would have so much ancient sand. He took the spatial bag and looked at Zhao Hai with an excited expression as he said, "It's enough. Thank you, junior brother. Junior brother, come with me to my sect. Senior brother still has some things to give you." Then Zhao Hai stood up and walked out. Zhao Hai didn't decline and followed Su Jin out. In fact, Zhao Hai had a reason for giving Su Jin so much ancient sand. Most of the ancient sand only had the outer layer. Inside, there was liquid silver. Zhao Hai gave Su Jin this liquid silver because he wanted to use it against the weapon refining valley. If Zhao Hai wanted to use the earth fire to deal with the weapon refining valley, then the first thing he needed to do was to make sure that the people in the weapon refining valley wouldn't be able to escape. But in the end, Zhao Hai thought of using liquid silver to seal the entrance and exit of the valley. This way, the cultivators in the weapon refining valley wouldn't be able to escape. After Su Jin obtained the ancient sand, he would definitely send some to the weapon refining valley to refine artifacts. Because his subordinates were the weakest, he needed those artifacts. As long as he sent the ancient sand to the weapon refining valley, then it would be the same as sending liquid silver to the valley. When Zhao Hai wanted to make a move, he could use liquid silver to seal the entrance and exit of the valley. Then the cultivators in the weapon refining valley would be finished. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to use this method to send liquid silver to the crafting valley was because he was afraid of transcending tribulation experts. Zhao Hai has seen transcending tribulation experts fight before. Although he was confident in himself, Zhao Hai knew that he wasn't a match for transcending tribulation experts. At most, he would be able to survive an attack from a transcending tribulation expert without entering the space. It was impossible for him to defeat a transcending tribulation expert. Because Zhao Hai was afraid of transcending tribulation experts, he wanted to place liquid silver in the crafting valley in advance. This way, he wouldn't be discovered by transcending tribulation experts if he were to release liquid silver from the space. If transcending tribulation experts were to discover the secret of the space, then it would be troublesome. Because of this consideration, Zhao Hai wanted to use this method to send liquid silver to the crafting valley. This way, the transcending tribulation experts wouldn't be suspicious. Zhao Hai followed Su Jin to his sect. Su Jin's sect wasn't small. It was the same as Phoenix Cry Mountain, it was also a mountain. However, Zhao Hai noticed that among the people here, Su Jin's subordinates weren't very good. There weren't many capable people here. After Su Jin led Zhao Hai to the sect, he immediately found a good cave residence for Zhao Hai. After letting Zhao Hai in, Su Jin said, "Little Hai, this will be your cave residence from now on. If you need anything, don't hesitate to tell me." Zhao Hai looked at the cave residence. To be honest, compared to Wei Tianqin's cave, this cave residence was much better. It was also much bigger. It can be seen that Su Jin valued Zhao Hai very much. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, senior brother. This place is already very good. Recently, I've had some problems with my cultivation. When the crafting valley sends my artifacts over, I'll go out and gain experience. What does senior brother think?" When Su Jin heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. "You want to leave so soon? Alright, you wait here for a while. I'll go get something." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Su Jin turned around and left. Looking at Su Jin's departing figure, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, Su Jin wasn't a bad person. In order to obtain the Eternal Sands, Su Jin was willing to personally go to Zhao Hai and ask him to join his sect. If Zhao Hai was really Wei Tianqin, then he would agree to Su Jin's request. After all, joining the sect was equivalent to having a backer. This would be very beneficial for his future cultivation. Unfortunately, Su Jin was his enemy. Even if Zhao Hai appreciated his enemy, he wouldn't be polite. He would do everything in his power to defeat him. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about this, Su Jin returned to his cave residence. He took out a spatial ring and handed it over to Zhao Hai. "Tianqin, this is for you. Take a look and see if it's enough. If it's not enough, I'll ask for more." "Right, there's also a set of armor inside. I refined it a few years ago and haven't used it yet. If you don't mind, you can take it." Zhao Hai took the spatial ring and probed it with his spiritual force. There were 30 portions of faith power inside, as well as a lot of pills. Most importantly, there was a set of armor inside. 30 portions of faith power was a lot for an inner disciple. Even for a core disciple, it wasn't a small amount. When Zhang Feng gave Zhao Hai 100 portions of faith power, Zhao Hai's position in Zhang Feng's heart was much higher than Wei Tianqin's position in Su Jin's heart. From this, one could see that Su Jin was very generous to Zhao Hai. On the other hand, the pills that Su Jin gave Zhao Hai were also very high-quality pills. These pills were very useful for Golden Core Realm cultivators. The last set of armor was even more extraordinary. It looked very simple and didn't have a helmet. It only had the front chest, back, wrist guards, elbow guards, knee guards, and boots. Moreover, this armor was made from scales. It didn't seem very strong, but Zhao Hai was an expert. When he saw this set of armor, he knew that it was made from the scales of a powerful beast. Its defensive power was absolutely astonishing. Naturally, this set of armor didn't need to be worn on the body. It could be absorbed into the dantian and nourished. As long as there was an enemy or danger, then it could be taken out and used. Su Jin's gift could be said to be very precious, especially for a golden core cultivator. After Zhao Hai received the gift, he immediately pretended to be grateful. He looked at Su Jin and said, "Thank you, senior brother. This gift is too precious, this little brother can't accept it. Su Jin waved his hand and said, take it, you deserve it. Alright, you rest well. If there's anything you need, you can tell me directly. I'll be heading back. Zhao Hai quickly sent Su Jin out before returning to his cave residence. To be honest, Zhao Hai's impression of Su Jin was very good. Su Jin was very polite and generous. If Zhao Hai was really Wei Tianqian, then following such a person wouldn't be a bad choice. Unfortunately, Zhao Hai wasn't Su Jin. Zhao Hai sat inside his cave residence and turned his hand over the spatial ring to Laura and the others. The things inside the ring were handed over to Laura and the others. Zhao Hai didn't enter the space, he just sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't enter the space was because he was afraid of being discovered by Su Jin. Although Su Jin was very bold and generous, he was still a cultivator, and an ambitious one at that. It was impossible for him to become one of the top 10 core disciples. Therefore, Su Jin must have some means to match his status. But if Su Jin found out that Zhao Hai wasn't in the Immortal's cave, then it would be troublesome. While Zhao Hai was cultivating inside his cave residence, the Raging Flame sect was in an uproar. And the reason for this uproar was Su Jin. Just as Zhao Hai expected, after Su Jin obtained the ancient sand, he immediately sent a large portion of it to the refining valley. Then he used the ancient sand as materials to refine artifacts. Su Jin's actions naturally attracted the attention of the other core disciples. In any sect, core disciples were always in a competitive relationship. And Su Jin clearly had the upper hand in this competition. Afterwards, the core disciples found out that Su Jin actually went to look for Zhao Hai and pulled him into his sect. This made the core disciples curse Su Jin for being cunning. At the same time, they also sighed at Su Jin's foresight. The entire Raging Flame sect knew that Zhao Hai had entered Su Jin's sect. However, the sect master's attitude towards this matter didn't change. To be honest, even if Zhao Hai had some ancient sands, the sect master wouldn't be interested in it. The accumulation of the Raging Flame sect over the years wasn't a joke. Although ancient sands was a rare material for refining artifacts, it wasn't impossible to say that it was irreplaceable. As for Su Jin bringing Zhao Hai into the sect master didn't say anything. After all, a core disciple bringing someone into the sect wasn't a big deal. Although Zhao Hai had been sitting inside his cave residence, he was still aware of what was happening in the Raging Flame sect. However, he didn't say anything. In fact, it wasn't his turn to say anything. He was just a nobody. If it weren't for the ancient sands, then even core disciples like Su Jin wouldn't give him a second glance. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to wait for the refining valley to send him the gloves. Then he could leave the Raging Flame sect. At this point, the Raging Flame sect no longer had any attraction for him. It must be said that the Raging Flame sect's refining techniques were very formidable. Just a few days after Zhao Hai entered Su Jin's sect, he received a notice from the refining valley, telling him to go to the valley to get his artifact. Zhao Hai immediately went to the refining valley. Although he was now Su Jin's subordinate, he was still relatively free, so he didn't need to inform Su Jin when he went there. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the refining valley. After entering the stone building, Zhao Hai went to the hall where he received the ancient sands. It was still the same bar counter. Even the female cultivator behind the counter didn't change. When the female cultivator saw Zhao Hai, she immediately stood up and gave Zhao Hai a salute. "I have seen senior brother." Zhao Hai quickly returned the salute and said, "Junior sister is too polite. I'm here today to receive my artifacts." The female cultivator smiled faintly and said, "I've already prepared them for senior brother." Then she took out a wooden box with 2 gloves inside. Zhao Hai looked at the gloves. The craftsmanship of the gloves was very good. It had a dark yellow metallic color and wasn't very big. It also didn't look very special. It was very low-key and ordinary. Zhao Hai took the gloves and put them on. When he put them on, Zhao Hai felt different. The gloves were very light. Although they were made of metal, they didn't feel hard at all. On the contrary, they felt soft. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. The female cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Senior brother, you can go outside and try the gloves." Zhao Hai nodded and thanked the female cultivator. Then he put on the gloves and went out of the stone building. The stone building wasn't far from the raging fire valley. Aside from a few stone buildings, there weren't any other buildings. Zhao Hai casually found a place to test the gloves. However, Zhao Hai didn't go too close to the stone building. Instead, he went to a place far away from the stone building. Then he poured his spiritual chi into the gloves. When the spiritual chi was poured into the gloves immediately emitted a faint yellow light. Because it was a close combat artifact, Zhao Hai directly slapped a nearby boulder. This boulder was about 5 meters tall. When Zhao Hai's palm hit it, a loud bang was heard as the boulder was smashed into pieces. This made Zhao Hai stare. He didn't expect the gloves to be this powerful. This made him curious about the refining techniques of the Raging Flame sect. Zhao Hai took off the gloves and stored them inside the space for Kyer to study. After that, he returned to Su Jin's sect. He knew that it was time to leave. Zhao Hai calmly stood next to the Raging Fire Valley. His current position was on the Black Tiger Gang's side. Although the Black Tiger Gang had built several bases near the Raging Fire Valley for defense, in general, the Black Tiger Gang didn't place as much importance on the valley compared to the Raging Flame sect. The Black Tiger Gang's refining techniques weren't very good. Moreover, their control of earth fire wasn't as good as the Raging Flame sect's. Because of this, they simply couldn't make use of the fire in the valley. One must know that the fire in the valley wasn't easy to use. Even the Raging Flame sect, who was famous for their control of fire, would get poisoned from time to time. Looking at the Raging Fire Valley, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. This place really was the Raging Fire Valley. The Raging Fire Valley was a huge valley, and the entire valley was like a huge brazier. Moreover, it was a blazing brazier. Zhao Hai waved his hand as Laura and the others appeared by Zhao Hai's side. Although the Raging Fire Valley was like a brazier, it was still a rare sight. Naturally, Zhao Hai wanted Laura and the others to come out and take a look. After all, it was much better than having them stay inside the space and look at the screen. After Laura and the others appeared, they couldn't help but look at the Raging Fire Valley with excitement. The scenery of the Raging Fire Valley was truly amazing. Looking at the excited expressions of Laura and the others, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He liked seeing Laura and the others like this. Moreover, he was looking for an opportunity to have Laura and the others appear in front of everyone. This way, they wouldn't have to enter the space so often. After some time, Laura and the others calmed down. Then they walked towards Zhao Hai's side. Laura looked at Zhao Hai with an excited expression and said, "Brother Hai, let's go inside and explore." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, let's go." After he said that, he waved his hand and the Hell King's ship appeared beside him. However, the Hell King's ship was now only a meter long. Zhao Hai and the others appeared on the ship. Naturally, the Hell King's ship didn't get bigger, it was still small. However, Zhao Hai and the others also looked smaller. After the group boarded the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the ship flew towards the Raging Fire Valley. It looked like someone was throwing a toy ship into a fire pit. However, nobody noticed this. The Hell King's ship had already entered the Raging Fire Valley. The ship slowly descended towards the bottom of the valley. Outside the ship was a layer of shield that was able to isolate the earth fire. In fact, the shield wasn't as simple as blocking the earth fire. If one looked carefully, they would see that the Hell King's ship was still absorbing the earth fire. Then it turned the fire into its own power as it flew towards the Raging Fire Valley. Before long, the Hell King's ship reached the bottom of the Raging Fire Valley. The bottom of the valley was a huge magma river. Seeing this, Zhao Hai didn't say anything as he directed the Hell King's ship to dive into the magma river. As soon as the Hell King's ship entered the magma river, Zhao Hai and the others immediately felt that they were surrounded by a very viscous red liquid. People who haven't seen it before would never be able to imagine what it looked like. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. At this time, a projection appeared in front of him. The projection was showing the situation around them. Naturally, they couldn't see anything besides magma. After looking around, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, do you think there will be crystal stones here?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't know. But this time, we didn't come here for crystal stones. There are too many in the space. If there aren't enough, then I won't bother to mine them. This wasn't Zhao Hai being arrogant, but he was telling the truth. The space would automatically generate all kinds of mineral veins, and crystal veins were the most abundant in the space. At this time, the amount of crystal stones in the space had reached an astonishing number. If Zhao Hai were to take all of them out, then he would become the richest person in the cultivation realm. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Who said that we're going to mine crystal stones? I was just casually asking. A place like this should have crystal stones." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's possible." Just as Zhao Hai said this, his expression suddenly changed. Then the Hell King's ship immediately dived. Just as the Hell King's ship dived, a stream of magma flew past it. Laura and the others also noticed this. Laura couldn't help but stare as she said, "I didn't expect this magma to have an undercurrent." Kair shook her head and said, "That's not an undercurrent. Something is attacking us. That thing can control the magma and even hide inside. I haven't been able to find it yet." Upon hearing Kair, Laura and the others became nervous. Laura immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what do we do now?" Zhao Hai replied, "Be careful. If that thing wants to attack us, then it would definitely leave a trace. I want to see what it is that can actually survive in this magma." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others couldn't help but stare. Then their eyes lit up. This was because Zhao Hai had spoken their minds. They also wanted to see what it was that could survive in this magma. If it was a living being, then they must take it into the space. The thing that attacked Zhao Hai didn't make Zhao Hai wait for a long time. Before long, another stream of magma flew towards the Hell King's ship. However, Zhao Hai was already on guard. Naturally, he wouldn't let the other party get away. However, Zhao Hai wasn't happy. This was because he couldn't find where the other party was. Originally, Zhao Hai thought that as long as the other party attacked him, he would be able to find out where the other party was. However, he discovered that he was wrong. The stream of magma seemed to appear suddenly and then disappear. There was no trace of it at all. Zhao Hai's expression was somewhat ugly. He had always been confident in his spiritual force. Moreover, he was also confident in the space. He believed that nothing could escape the space's detection. But now, he discovered that he was wrong. The space couldn't find the thing that wanted to attack them. His spiritual force also couldn't find it. Kair's expression wasn't good either. The space was under her control, but she still couldn't find the person who wanted to attack them. This made her mood very bad. Zhao Hai looked around and then said to Kair, "Kair, you take control of the Hell King's ship. I'll go out and take a look." Kair nodded and didn't say anything. She was very confident in Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai was able to control fire in the past, and now he was even more proficient. This was mainly because Zhao Hai comprehended the true meaning of fire from the raging flamesex fire steel. Because of this, he became more confident in controlling fire. Zhao Hai's figure moved and disappeared from the Hell King's ship. Meanwhile, Kair was carefully paying attention to their surroundings. Zhao Hai was already inside the magma. Zhao Hai's figure was very special. With his ability to control fire, he was able to move freely inside the magma. It didn't take long before he disappeared. After Zhao Hai left the Hell King's ship, he immediately paid attention to his surroundings. However, he still couldn't find anything. At this time, the Hell King's ship was attacked several times. Although Kair managed to avoid them, Zhao Hai still couldn't find anything. Zhao Hai frowned slightly. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't feel very good about it. He couldn't hit anyone. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Zhao Hai was thinking about his cultivation methods. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought of a cultivation method, the infinity technique. The infinity technique was an auxiliary cultivation method. It was mainly used to communicate with all things. Even if it was air or stone, it could still communicate with it. This was because the infinity technique was a Buddhist cultivation method. Buddhists believed that all things had spirits. The infinity technique not only allowed the user to communicate with all things, it also allowed the user to have a good impression of it. Zhao Hai had used the infinity technique several times before. But at that time, he mainly used it to cover up the traces of battle. Zhao Hai didn't expect to use it in this situation. However, Zhao Hai felt that the infinity technique was just right for him to use at this time. He could use the technique to communicate with the magma and then find out what was attacking them. As soon as he thought of this, Zhao Hai immediately made hand seals as he used the infinity technique to spread his spiritual force all around. Slowly, Zhao Hai felt a sense of intimacy coming from all around him. He knew that he had succeeded. Actually, with Zhao Hai's current strength, he didn't need to make any hand seals to use the enlightenment technique. However, due to his habit, he still used the infinity technique to make hand seals. Moreover, he discovered that after making hand seals, the power of the Buddhist technique was much stronger than when he didn't make any hand seals. The feeling of closeness was getting stronger and stronger. Zhao Hai knew that this feeling was coming from the magma. Slowly, the feeling of closeness increased. Zhao Hai began to question the magma, wanting to know if there was anything different about the surroundings. Zhao Hai didn't know if there was anything different about the magma around him. This was a mysterious feeling. Zhao Hai felt as if he was standing next to a group of elves. These elves ignored him at first, but after a while, they began to get close to him. Although they couldn't speak, they could still express their thoughts. This was a method of spiritual communication. However, to Zhao Hai's disappointment, the magma didn't transmit any useful information. Zhao Hai knew that this might be because there weren't enough magma to communicate with. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's heart moved as he immediately summoned his Dharma idol. The Dharma idol that Zhao Hai used was the Dharma idol of the Longbrad Arhat. The infinity technique was the Buddhist technique used by the Longbrad Arhat. When the Longbrad Arhat's Dharma idol appeared, Zhao Hai immediately felt that his infinity technique had become more powerful. He could now communicate with more magma, making it more convenient for him. Once again, Zhao tried to find the interrogation. End of chapter 1743. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.